In his previous life, Chu Ziheng's self-destructive behavior led to the tragic deaths of his wife and daughter. This caused him to live and die alone, carrying his regrets to the grave. Yet he never expected that upon opening his eyes again, he would be reborn back 60 years to an era of extreme scarcity. She was still alive. His child was still alive. Everything could still be saved. And it all began with one goal: ensuring his wife and child had enough to eat and wear. Chapter 1. Your words are sweeter than a song. You want to blow off steam? I can go outside with you. Just don't start a fight. At home it'll scare Wan. A frigid wind howled against the window frame, stinging Chu Ziheng's face. It brought his slightly unfocused pupils slowly back into clarity. His eyes rolled, scanning his surroundings. In the dim, low-ceilinged mud hut, there wasn't even a proper table or chair. The fire in the stove had dwindled to mere embers, as if about to die out at any moment. The pungent, smoky smell made his head spin and his stomach churn. Why does this place look so familiar? A wave of confusion washed over Chu Ziheng. He distinctly remembered Etta was already dead. Could this be the underworld of legend? Mommy. A soft, childlike voice drifted into his ears. Chu Ziheng flinched, snapping back to reality. He followed the sound to a large, low brick bed in the corner, where two figures sat, one large, one small. The adult was soothing the child, occasionally glancing in his direction. Chu Ziheng's eyes widened. Yuqing, Wan, weren't they both long dead 60 years ago? Wait, is this gangway camp? His home 60 years ago? Could it be he had been reborn? Chu Ziheng's biological parents, whose faces he'd never known, abandoned him in a frozen wilderness before he turned 1 year old, vanishing without a trace. An elderly, solitary hunter from the village, Old Man Chu, took pity on the infant and brought him home. From then on, the child took the Chu surname, growing up under the old man's care. In 1966, he turned 18. Old Man Chu used all his savings to arrange a marriage for him. His wife was beautiful and virtuous. Chu Ziheng was diligent and hardworking. At first, their life was harmonious, modest, but comfortable, with no worries about food or clothing. A year after marriage, they had a lovely daughter. But after Old Man Chu died in an accident, everything changed. Chu Ziheng drowned his grief in alcohol, escaping reality, refusing to work, and spending his days gambling and drinking with local ruffians. When her food supplies ran dangerously low, Lu Yuqing tearfully begged him to pull himself together. Instead, he beat her nearly to death. In despair, Lu Yuqing knocked over an oil lamp, perishing in the flames with her 3-year-old daughter. Now, seeing his wife and daughter alive and breathing before him once more, Chu Ziheng could no longer contain his emotions. He rushed forward and tightly embraced them both. Yuqing, Wan, I miss you so much. After their deaths, Chu Ziheng fled in a storm of curses and condemnation. Though he survived for decades, he lived in endless pain and regret his existence worse than death. Yet he never imagined heaven would show him mercy and grant him a second chance. Hearing Chu Ziheng's words, Lu Yuqing's eyes trembled. The next second, she wriggled free from his embrace, clutching Wan and scooting half a foot backward. What are you doing? There really isn't any grain left for you to trade for alcohol. There really isn't. Her voice shook, her face guarded, her eyes darting nervously toward the old wooden chest nearby. Chu Ziheng froze. Then, in an instant, he remembered exactly what time this was. In his previous life, on this very day, he had returned home drunk. He'd beat Lu Yuqing, then stole the grain she had saved for Wan to trade for more alcohol. His actions had pushed Lu Yuqing into utter despair. When he returned from drinking, his home was already reduced to ashes. Recalling this, Chu Ziheng wanted to slap himself. In his past life, he had been the worst kind of scum. Failing to provide for his wife and daughter was bad enough, but to make them suffer such pain and hopelessness? Seeing the obvious bruise on Lu Yuqing's face and the little girl huddled in her arms, staring at him with fearful eyes, Chu Ziheng felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, making it hard to breathe. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Self-destructive, and I mistreated you both. He raised 3 fingers. I swear, from this day forward, I, Chu Ziheng, will reform completely and make it up to you both tenfold. But upon hearing his words, Lu Yuqing's expression didn't change. Instead, her eyes held a hint of mockery. She'd heard such promises too many times before. And what was the result? Every time, it lasted only 3 minutes. Then he'd go right back to his old ways. Chu Ziheng could clearly read the scorn in her eyes, but he had no right to blame her for not trusting him. After all, in his past life, he'd given her no reason to believe in him. Chu Ziheng pursed his lips, then suddenly stood and walked toward the cabinet. Lu Yuqing reacted instantly. She rushed forward, placing her body between him and the cabinet. "What are you doing?" "There's nothing here, just a few old clothes." His wife, still as naive as ever. She couldn't even lie properly. Chu Ziheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then reached out his hand toward her. Lu Yuqing thought he was going to hit her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, her shoulders hunched, bracing for the storm. But the pain never came. Instead, a cool, soothing sensation touched her face. Confused, Lu Yuqing opened her eyes. But in just 1 second, her expression turned ghostly. Chu Ziheng was holding a cup in one hand and an ice cube in the other, gently rubbing it over her bruise. Seeing her open her eyes, Chu Ziheng spoke softly, "Use the ice to reduce the swelling. Tomorrow, I'll find some herbal medicine." Lu Yuqing looked as if she'd seen a ghost. How long had it been since he last spoke to her with such tenderness? How long since he last cared for her? Before her father-in-law died? Or even earlier? Could it be he was telling the truth? Was he really going to change? No, impossible. Though simple, Lu Yuqing wasn't stupid. She refused to believe someone could turn evil for no reason, then turn good just as suddenly. There was only one explanation for his sudden kindness. He had discovered her secret. With that thought, Lu Yuqing's face twisted with sorrow. She bit her lip and said, "We have no work points left. There's only half a bag of corn left. If you take that to trade for alcohol, we'll starve to death." Tears spilled from her eyes. Seeing those glistening drops, Chu Ziheng felt as if needles were piercing his heart. He recalled their wedding night, when he had sworn to Lu Yuqing that no matter what, he would always ensure she had enough to eat and wear. But Chu Ziheng had overestimated himself. Lu Yuqing had passed the test, remaining loyal and devoted. He, however, had lost his original intentions, corrupted by his circumstances. He had failed Lu Yuqing and lost his daughter. Chapter 2. The Hunt. "Don't worry. I'll never let you starve." Chu Ziheng wiped the tears from her face. "Wait for me at home." Before Lu Yuqing could react, Chu Ziheng grabbed his coat, draped it over his shoulders, and gently pinched Wan Wan's cheek. "Be a good girl and listen to mommy. I'll come back and stew some meat for you." The little girl blinked, staring at him, uncomprehending. Her eyes, so much like Lu Yuqing's, were filled with a child's innocent wonder. Clearly, in her heart, her father was not a good man. But today's father was so gentle. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing stood frozen. Only after Chu Ziheng had been gone for a long time did she snap back to reality. "Stew meat." She looked at her bewildered daughter and gave a bitter smile. Truly, his words were sweeter than a song. But he did seem a bit different today. Could it be he really intends to reform? No, absolutely not. Lu Yuqing bit her lip. A man like him would never change. Most likely, it was just a fleeting whim. With that thought, the bitterness on her face deepened. Outside the house, Chu Ziheng gazed at the frozen, snow-covered world. He took a deep breath. The scent of winter hearth smoke filled the air, once intensely hated by Chu Ziheng, whose sense of smell was naturally sharper than most. But now, he inhaled deeply several times, savoring it. He had been reborn. It was like stepping into a dream from his past life. She was still here. The child was still here. Everything could still be saved. His first priority now, ensure his wife and child had enough to eat and wear. Using his memory, Chu Ziheng rummaged through the small wooden shed beside the hut, retrieving a hard bow and hunting knife that hadn't been used in who knew how long. The bow was covered in dust. He tested the draw still sturdy, requiring about 40 kilograms of force. Though this traditional bow couldn't match modern mechanical crossbows or compound bows, a single arrow could still pierce the body of prey 20 to 30 meters away. He examined the hunting knife. Though the blade was speckled with rust, the edge remained sharp. After inspection, Chu Ziheng called out to the house, "I'm leaving." Then, bow in hand, quiver on back, he stepped out the door, braving wind and snow toward the vast, boundless primeval forest. Gangway Camp was remote, surrounded by dense mountains and forests. Wars had never reached here. Thus, it became a refuge for many fleeing war-torn areas. Though the land was fertile due to the climate, only storable crops like vegetables and grains could be grown in summer, just enough for basic survival. As for why they didn't live off the mountain, the reason was simple. The primeval forests of northeast China weren't something just anyone could conquer. This forest wasn't just home to hares, pheasants, roe deer, sika deer, reindeer, but also brown bears, lynxes, wolves, foxes, wild boars, and Siberian tigers. In summer, even villagers living 5 or 6 leagues from the forest could clearly hear wolves howling and beasts roaring across the mountains, let alone those inside. Even Old Man Shu, a hunter with decades of experience, ultimately fell prey to wild beasts. Ordinary people stood no chance. They barely dared venture near the forest's edge. Going deep inside was practically a death sentence. But Chu Ziheng had lived with his foster father for over a decade, learning to hunt in the mountains since childhood. He had no such fears. Soon after entering the forest, the heavy snow began to ease. Chu Ziheng stopped, crouched, and carefully examined the animal tracks in the snow. Though decades had passed since his last hunt, some skills were etched in his bones. He could still easily distinguish rabbit tracks from pheasant, roe deer, squirrel, or large predator prints. He could also judge from these traces which direction the animals were heading. After careful observation, he confirmed no large predators had passed through this area-only tracks of squirrels, pheasants, and rabbits. Chu Ziheng picked a spot, slung the bough over his shoulder, grabbed his hunting knife, and cut a branch. Chasing small game wasn't worth the effort. Simple traps would suffice. And making traps? For Chu Ziheng, it was child's play. In moments, he fashioned a simple snare trap from branches and thin rope. The mechanism was simple. If prey touched the trigger branch, the snare would activate, capturing the animal. The more the prey struggled, the tighter the rope constricted, eventually strangling it or freezing it solid in the -30-degree cold. Chu Ziheng made several such snares, placing them along the paths of pheasants, squirrels, and rabbits. After setting the traps, he marked the tree with his knife. These traps depended on luck. Only a fool would wait around. Besides, it was still early. Better to use the time to explore deeper into the forest. If he could bag a sika deer or a roe deer, they wouldn't need to worry about food for a long time. After marking the spot, he followed the animal tracks deeper into the woods. The deeper he went, the fewer tracks he found. But he could still make out that these were recent prints from large animals. Judging by the shape, clearly roe deer tracks. At this sight, Chu Ziheng's heart leapt. Roe deer, the so-called silly deer, common in these forests. Not too large, maxing out at 60 or 70 gene, about 3,035 kilograms, posing no danger to hunt. Though smaller than the sika or red deer he hoped for, at least he wouldn't return empty-handed. He unslung his bow, nocked an arrow, and assumed a ready stance, then moved silently, following the tracks. This snow-covered wilderness was rarely visited. Except for wind and snow, the tracks and signs remained undisturbed. Even an ordinary person with basic tracking skills could easily locate prey, let alone Chu Ziheng, a hunter raised in these mountains. He listened carefully to the surrounding sounds while studying the tracks. At the same time, his keen sense of smell began to work. He could easily detect scents alien to the forest. For example, the faint, grassy musk unique to roe deer. After walking about 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly stopped. Then, the ear beneath his fur-lined hat twitched. At the same instant, he drew the bowstring taut with all his strength and, by instinct, loosed an arrow to his left. Twang! Chapter 3. By the gods, there's a sand wall. The bowstring quivered, sending a gust of wind that brushed across Chu Ziheng's face. Whoosh! The arrow, released with fervor, sliced through the air like a flash of lightning amidst summer clouds. The target of the arrow was a diminutive deer, known colloquially as a silly roe, nibbling on the grass beside a tree. Almost instantaneously, as the bowstring twanged, the little deer sensed the encroaching peril and whirled around in alarm. However, the arrow's velocity surpassed its reaction time. A soft thud echoed in the air as the gleaming arrow effortlessly pierced the flesh of the deer, embedding itself within. Fortunately, the deer's evasive maneuver proved somewhat effective. The arrow did not strike a vital spot, but merely punctured its back. Of course, this was also attributable to Chu Ziheng's own condition. Had he been the same agile hunter who once accompanied Chu the hunter, he would have undoubtedly felled the creature with a single shot. Alas, the man he was now was not the same as before. Decades had passed. While his hunting experience and archery skills remained intact, his accuracy had undeniably waned considerably. Startled and in pain, the little deer bolted into the depths of the forest. Damn it! Chu Ziheng cursed under his breath, then set off in pursuit. The deer moved with remarkable speed, quickly widening the gap between them with just a few bounds. Yet, Chu Ziheng would not relent. He raced after it relentlessly. It was only when he spotted the bloodstains on the snow that he began to slow his pace, panting to regain his strength. This was the wisdom of an old hunter. Even when fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he knew the importance of tracking the direction in which his prey had fled. Otherwise, the day would be a fruitless endeavor. Once he had somewhat recovered, Chu Ziheng followed the trail of blood, knowing that although his initial arrow had not claimed the deer's life, it would surely be suffering and in search of a place to tend to its wound. When the deer finally paused, it would present Chu Ziheng with his second opportunity. Indeed, after following the blood trail for a mere 200 or 300 meters, he spotted the deer. It was licking its wound, desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood. However, the arrow had penetrated deeply, and the shaft was stained with crimson. No matter how it licked, the blood continued to pour forth in a steady stream. Chu Ziheng slowed his approach, carefully inching closer to the deer until he was certain he could reach it with another arrow. He then drew back the bowstring once more. This time, he held his breath, focusing intently for at least 2 seconds before releasing his grip. With a hum, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The deer, hearing the sound, instinctively attempted to flee again. Yet, Chu Ziheng's arrow struck first, penetrating its throat just as it began to move. The little deer let out a mournful cry. Even after being pierced through the throat, its tenacity for life remained evident as it twisted away, leaping in a desperate bid for survival. But in that fleeting moment, the second arrow from Chu Ziheng struck its mark, piercing the nape of the dwarf deer. Uncertain of the exact location of the wound, the creature, which had moments ago been capable of bounding through the snow, suddenly collapsed, lifeless. Chu Ziheng exhaled deeply, casually slinging his hunting bow over his shoulder, and approached the fallen deer with a hunting knife in hand, delivering a swift end to its suffering. Only when the deer lay completely silent did he begin to scrutinize it closely. From its appearance, it was undoubtedly a male dwarf deer, weighing approximately 40 to 50 pounds. With this deer, he would not have to worry about procuring meat for at least a month. Chu Ziheng first wiped the deer's wound with the snow beneath him until the bleeding ceased. Then he applied some earth to the injury and its body. In this mountainous forest, alongside herbivores like the dwarf deer, there were also ferocious carnivores. These beasts possessed a keen sense of smell, far superior to that of humans. He had to eliminate any trace of blood and scent that might attract predators, for the danger of being hunted was ever present. Moreover, beyond masking the scent, he needed to depart this treacherous place swiftly. After a brief search, he chopped 2 logs and, using twine, fashioned a rudimentary sled. Though it lacked durability, it would suffice to transport the deer. He hoisted the dwarf deer onto the sled, then grasped the reins and set off in the direction of the thicket, moving slowly at first. Despite the exertion from chasing the deer, he felt no weariness. Instead, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He looked forward to witnessing his wife's reaction upon seeing the catch, and to hearing his daughter sweetly call him father after tasting meat. This was the scene he had longed for in his previous life. As he envisioned the imminent fulfillment of these dreams, his pace quickened from a leisurely walk to a brisk jog. Yet, at that moment, a frown creased Chu Ziheng's brow, and he scanned his surroundings. Though the area was eerily quiet, devoid of even a single bird, his instinct honed from years traversing these woods warned him of an approaching danger. Trusting his instincts, he swiftly hoisted the deer from the sled onto his back, securing it with ropes. After a brief survey of the area, he climbed a poplar tree. His years spent in the wilderness had bestowed upon him strength and agility beyond the ordinary. Even while bearing over 50 pounds, he ascended the tree with remarkable speed, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters in no time. From this vantage point, he finally discerned the source of the ominous signals he had sensed earlier. To his left, at the foot of the slope, 2 figures, a man and a boy, had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The 2 individuals moved frantically, their breaths ragged, glancing back intermittently, as if evading something ominous. Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow and instinctively turned to observe what was pursuing them. Upon discerning the creature that was chasing them, a twitch of dismay began to manifest at the corners of his mouth. The beast was entirely pitch black, with a thick mane and elongated jaws housing 2 protruding tusks. What on earth is this wild boar? Even the wild hog dares to provoke? Chapter 4. A great unity in the hunting circles of northeast China. There exists an old adage: 1 pig, 2 tigers, 3 bears. When encountering a black bear, one need not worry if one encounters a brown bear in the wild. As long as one can find a sufficiently tall tree to climb, the brown bear, at most, will linger for a while before departing. As for tigers, it is needless to elaborate. When satiated, they typically do not pose a threat to humans, and may even be startled into retreat by the sudden appearance of bipeds. However, encountering a wild boar is an entirely different matter. This creature possesses no semblance of intelligence and exhibits an exceedingly strong territorial instinct. Regardless of what intrudes upon its domain, it must engage in a confrontation. If it prevails, the battle becomes relentless, If it is outmatched, so be it. Moreover, the skin of this beast is exceedingly thick, rendering ordinary knives and axes ineffective. Due to this characteristic, even the most seasoned hunters, without adequate preparation, dare not provoke it. After all, hunters pursue their quarry to ensure their survival, not to test their limits. Yet, these two individuals chose to provoke such a beast, akin to challenging a wall of sand. Chu Ziheng observed them, and they, too, noticed him perched upon a tree, spotting the deer slung across his back and the bow and arrows at his side. The older of the two immediately recognized his identity and called out, "Hunter over there, please, come help us." "Help you?" Chu Ziheng nearly lost his composure. Feeling the urge to curse, the wild boar was clearly enraged. How could they expect assistance in this predicament? Should he join them in their demise? Nevertheless, the two seemed oblivious to his thoughts. Upon realizing Chu Ziheng's presence, they dashed toward him. As they scrambled up the hillside, the boar snorted and charged at the younger man. The man turned pale with fear, shutting his eyes and rolling aside. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the boar collided with the very spot where the man had just been, sending earth and debris flying in all directions. "Run that way." Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Ziheng shouted at the two, "Head east. There is a water source. If you reach it, the wild boar will not follow." Typically, wild boars regard water as a boundary. Once crossed, they enter the territory of other animals or wild boars, and thus will cease their pursuit. However, it seemed as though the two had not heard a word he said. Seizing the opportunity when the wild boar was knocked onto its back, he hurriedly scrambled up the dirt slope and took refuge beneath the grand tree where Chu Ziheng was situated. As he observed the two approaching, intent on climbing the tree, Chu Ziheng erupted in exasperation. "Are you both foolish? This tree cannot withstand our weight." His admonition seemed to jolt the two, prompting one to select a tree to ascend. Yet, their climbing skills left much to be desired. After considerable effort, the older man managed to scale only 2 meters, while the younger one failed to even reach the branches. With a couple of grunts, the slope ahead stirred up a cloud of dust. Moments later, the wild boar charged up from the base of the hill. From a distance, its size was obscured, but now, even Chu Ziheng felt a tremor of fear. The beast was enormous, easily weighing between 200 to 300 pounds. In the wild, such a formidable creature would intimidate even a smaller tiger, let alone a human. A single collision would prove fatal. Upon its arrival, the boar zeroed in on the young man, charging directly towards him. Faced with this threat, the youth seemed to tap into some latent prowess, leaping onto the tree. However, he ascended only a couple of meters before he succumbed to fear. Clinging desperately to the trunk, the boar, undeterred, accelerated and crashed into the tree trunk with a resounding thud. The white poplar, as thick as a woman's waist, shook violently from the impact, causing the young man to slide down over half a meter. With eyes wide in terror, he screamed and struggled to regain his previous hold. Against the relentless battering of the boar, all he could do was cling tightly to the trunk. The older man shouted to Chu Ziheng, "Hey, hunter over there, quickly slay this beast." "Slay? How?" Chu Ziheng retorted with irritation, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Its hide is as thick as armor. My arrows would never pierce it." "Then use a knife." Confirmed. This man was indeed a fool. How could one expect to slay something that arrows could not penetrate with mere knives? Chu Ziheng chose to ignore him, retrieving a rope to secure himself to the tree trunk. Embracing the trunk, he closed his eyes to conserve energy, uncertain how long this ordeal would last. After all, he still needed to bring meat back to his wife and children. The thought of this made him curse inwardly once more. If it weren't for these two unknown fools suddenly appearing, he could have been home in less than half an hour, enjoying warmth with his family instead of enduring this cold. And now they expected him to rescue them? Dream on. Seeing him in such a state, the older man spat angrily. To see death and not save. Are you even human? They were in dire straits. And he still had the audacity to rest? He clearly had not considered that this predicament had nothing to do with Chu Ziheng. Why should he feel obliged to assist? And at that moment, as he observed the towering tree, where his son was precariously perched, swaying violently under the relentless assault of a wild boar, a sense of dread enveloped him. His son was gradually sliding down, perilously close to the ground. The old man's eyes widened with desperation. He yearned to leap down and confront the boar, yet his courage faltered, leaving him rooted in fear. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Chu Ziheng. The arrogance that had previously adorned his countenance had vanished, replaced by earnest supplication. "Brother, I implore you, assist us. Anything you desire, I shall provide in return." With a derisive chuckle, Chu Ziheng retorted, "You two are in such dire straits. What could you possibly offer me?" "Money. I can give you money." The old man, clutching the tree trunk with one elbow, rummaged through his coat pocket and produced a dark blue banknote, waving it in the air. A big unity note. One big unity note. Chapter 5. A gamble of fortune. At this revelation, Chu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback. How astonishing. This individual was offering a substantial sum, a big unity note, equivalent to 10 yuan. In this era, the average monthly income for a common citizen scarcely exceeded 6 or 7 yuan. Even skilled workers in the city earned a mere 17 or 18 yuan at best. Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng scrutinized the old man more closely. He had previously overlooked the fact that despite their disheveled appearance, both individuals were clad in respectable Zhongshan suits, most notably, devoid of any patches. In a time when ordinary citizens lived in poverty, it was rare for someone to acquire new clothing, often going years without a single new piece. To illustrate, Chu Ziheng himself wore a coat riddled with patches, each one as numerous as his years. This observation hinted at the old man's unassuming yet significant status. Noticing Chu Ziheng's silence, the old man gritted his teeth and produced another banknote. 2 notes. I possess only 2. If it's insufficient, I can return to fetch more. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ziheng accepted the offer. 2 big unity notes could sustain a family with meat and bread for several months, particularly in a village setting. He swiftly untied the cord around his waist and hung the short deer from the tree. Then, he removed his sturdy bow from his shoulder, nocking an arrow, and aimed at the boar's head below. The wild boar, unlike other creatures, posed a unique challenge. While most animals succumbed when their necks were captured, the boar's thick hide provided formidable protection, impervious even to bullets, let alone arrows. Yet, it was not without its vulnerabilities. The skin on its head was far less resilient than that covering its body. With a stroke of luck, a well-placed shot could prove fatal. However, such fortune was unpredictable. If he were to encounter this beast alone in the wilderness, his instinct would surely be to flee without a second thought. For gambling on luck carried its own inherent risks. Winning a bet can be a matter of fortune, yet losing one may prove perilous. However, tempted by the allure of those 2 substantial banknotes, he felt compelled to take a chance. If he could return home with those 2 notes, perhaps his wife would no longer have to fret over their livelihood, nor would she be driven to despair. Contemplating this, Chu Ziheng's gaze grew increasingly resolute. His bowstring drawn taut, the bow creaking under the strain, yet he showed no sign of releasing it. The old man, observing this, grew more anxious. "Brother, hurry. Release the arrow. What are you waiting for? Could you please be quiet?" Chu Ziheng muttered inwardly. If it weren't for those 2 banknotes, he would never consider aiding such a fool. To ensure a lethal shot, one must await the right moment. In that fleeting instant, the young man slid down half a meter, perilously close to the ground. At that moment, the wild boar began to thrash its massive head, pawing the earth in preparation. Opportunity. A glint of determination sparked in Chu Ziheng's eyes. In the next heartbeat, he released the 3 fingers gripping the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like lightning from the clouds, reaching the wild boar in a mere instant. Thud! The arrow struck true, embedding itself between the boar's eyes. The creature reared up on its front hooves, emitting a deafening wail, before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Breathless and drained, Chu Ziheng felt as if he had expended all his strength, gasping for air. The young man slid down from the tree, sitting dazed on the ground. The old man was the first to regain his composure, hastily descending from the tree and rushing to the young man's side. "Yehua, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Yehua stared blankly at his father. Just as his father was about to speak, an unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils. Looking down, he discovered that Yehua's trousers were stained yellow. He had urinated in fright. At that moment, Chu Ziheng made his way down from the tree, carrying a makeshift sled, and approached the 2. The old man immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother, thank you. Don't mention it. I'm just here for the payment." Chu Ziheng extended his hand. "The banknotes." The old man's lips twitched, yet he retrieved 2 banknotes from his pocket and placed them in Chu Ziheng's hand. Chu Ziheng carefully stowed the money away. "Pleasure doing business." With that, he turned to leave. As he approached the fallen boar, out of goodwill, he cautioned the pair. "If you intend to take the boar, you should hasten to leave this forest, Otherwise, the scent of blood will attract other predators. The old man glanced at the boar. Recalling the recent peril, shuddered, and quickly waved his hand. No, we don't want it. Chu Ziheng paused, taken aback. Had he adhered to his usual principles, he would undoubtedly have taken the wild boar with him. However, considering the favor he had received in the form of a substantial alliance, he contemplated relinquishing the boar to the others. To his surprise, they declined. To be honest, we did not come here with the intention of hunting, the old man lamented. Yet before we could locate what we sought, this beast fixated on us. Oh, Chu Ziheng acknowledged with a nod. If you do not want it, I shall take it. This wild boar weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Coupled with the small deer he was already carrying, he anticipated that he would not be lacking in meat until spring of the following year. Seeing the old man remain silent, Chu Ziheng proceeded to hoist the wild boar onto the sled, ultimately binding the small deer to it as well. He then attempted to pull it. The friction between the smooth bark and the snow considerably alleviated the burden, enabling him to manage the weight with ease. Just as he was about to depart, the old man abruptly called out to him. Wait, brother, are you particularly familiar with this area? Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow, but nodded in affirmation. Yes. Why do you ask? The old man's expression brightened. Do you know where we can find the medicinal herb, the Zhixiang? The oak forest to the north has it. Chu Ziheng casually remarked, then scrutinized the two men before adding. However, you two would be wise to refrain from venturing in that direction. Not only are there wild boars, but also packs of wolves. Even my father, an experienced hunter for over 40 years, dares not approach that land. Chapter 6. The Zhixiang. Chu Ziheng was not merely trying to frighten the two men. The Zhixiang is a herb that demands a highly specific growing environment, often frequented by wolves. His father had been a hunter in these mountains for over 40 years and was cautious enough to avoid that territory, let alone these two individuals. Given their capabilities, they would likely become prey before even catching sight of the herb, with naught left but bones for the wolves. Upon hearing Chu Ziheng's words, the faces of the two men turned pale. They exchanged glances, and the old man stepped forward, assisting Chu Ziheng with the ropes while cautiously inquiring, What about you? What do you mean? Chu Ziheng asked, confused. The old man continued, Could you lead us to the oak forest? If you wish to court danger, do not involve me. Chu Ziheng retorted, casting him a disdainful glance and silently cursing his folly. Were it not for the two substantial alliances he had received, he would have disregarded the man entirely. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had no inclination to accompany these two fools to their doom. Go. You two should attend to your own affairs. I have no time to indulge your madness, he declared, dismissing them and resolutely preparing to drag away his spoils. Brother, please don't hurry away, the older man implored, stepping forward to block Chu Ziheng's path. Grasping his hand, he begged, I truly require the Zhixiang. If you are willing to lead us there and help us find it, I will offer you a ticket. No, 2 tickets of great value. Chu Ziheng chuckled derisively. Don't speak of 2 tickets. Even if you offered me 20, I would never accompany you two to certain death. Indeed, 2 tickets were no trivial matter. Yet he was acutely aware of the perils lurking within the locust tree forest. Even if he were to venture forth alone, he could not guarantee his safe return, let alone escort these 2 novices. He yearned to depart, but the older man resolutely refused to relinquish his grip. Let go. Chu Ziheng's irritation flared. If you do not release me, I will resort to force. Yet, the older man remained steadfast. Brother, please, he pleaded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. My wife suffers from asthma, and the medication provided by the hospital is woefully insufficient. We are depending on the Zhixiang for her salvation. I implore you, assist us. I will pay whatever you ask, anything. I currently lack the means, but once I receive my salary, I will repay you in increments. As he spoke, he produced a work identification card from his coat pocket and handed it to Chu Ziheng. My name is Lin Guosheng, and I am employed at the textile factory in our city. You need not worry about me absconding, I assure you. Chu Ziheng cast a glance at the identification card. Astonished, the man was, in fact, a workshop director. It was important to note that this was the era of planned economy, where such positions were predominantly held by individuals within the organization. His assertion of not fleeing bore a certain credibility. After all, given his status, escape would be nearly impossible. What truly astounded him was that this man, who could be likened to a local sovereign in these times, was willing to risk himself in the depths of the mountains for the sake of his wife. It is not that I am unwilling to help you, Chu Ziheng replied, But that location is exceedingly perilous. Even if I were to go alone, I would have to exert considerable effort to emerge alive. To bring you along would be akin to courting death. Lin Guoxing's eyes reflected palpable bitterness, while his son beside him wore a grim expression, as if on the verge of tears. Witnessing this, Chu Ziheng could not help but draw parallels to his own wife and daughter at home. Was Lin Guoxing not, in a sense, a mirror image of himself? After the departure of his loved ones, he had stumbled upon opportunities, earned wealth, and lived a comfortable life. Yet his wife and daughter would never return, just as he, despite his elevated status, was powerless to alleviate his wife's suffering. Moved by compassion, Chu Ziheng relented. Very well. Wait for me here tomorrow morning. I shall procure the Zixiang you require. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of the two men before him. However, Chu Ziheng added with a caveat, but let it be understood, I will not provide the Zixiang for free. It will cost you 2 tickets. 1 ticket equated to 5 grams, which amounted to a price of 1 yuan per gram. In comparison to the current prices, this is unequivocally exorbitant. After all, rice is merely a dime per pound, and pork is just 2 dimes. Yet, Lin Guoxing showed no hesitation, promptly nodding in agreement. All right, 2 coins for a large unity. I'll be here waiting for you tomorrow morning. Chu Ziheng also nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Gripping the sled, he made his way out of the thicket. Lin Guoxing exchanged a glance with his son. Father, do you truly trust him? Lin Guoxing sighed and replied, what choice do we have if we don't? We can only place our faith in Chu Ziheng now. I can only hope he fulfills his promise and truly brings Da Zixiang over. Meanwhile, brimming with bountiful harvests, Chu Ziheng returned home. Without waiting to step inside, he excitedly called out, Wife, come out and see what I brought back for you. Hearing the commotion in the yard, Lu Yuqing instinctively clutched Wanwan tighter. Chu Ziheng's drunken returns had left her with a psychological scar of fear from his abusive behavior. Recalling the day she agreed to marry him, she had envisioned a life of sustenance alongside a hunter, only to discover his neglect of responsibilities and his penchant for self-abuse. If it weren't for their young daughter, she might have long lost the courage to endure. However, after a moment of trepidation, Lu Yuqing set Wanwan down on the Kong and hurriedly opened the door, anxious that a delayed response might result in punishment. As she stepped outside, her gaze fell upon Chu Ziheng, whose hair was frosted and who was puffing warmth into his hands. Behind him, on the makeshift sled, lay a robust wild boar and a small deer. Upon witnessing this sight, Lu Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Since I promised to ensure you both are well-fed and warmly clothed, I will certainly keep my word, Chu Ziheng replied, glancing at the wild boar and the deer with a grin. With these 2 beasts, you and Wanwan shall not lack for meat before the new year. Observing the radiant smile on Chu Ziheng's face and his bustling efforts to bring the game inside, Lu Yuqing felt as though she were in a dream, struggling to grasp the reality of the moment. She had forgotten the last time she had witnessed such a scene. Was it before her father-in-law's passing? Or perhaps even further back? Could it be that he was not merely acting on a whim, but genuinely intent on reforming his ways? Chapter 7. Is this really him? As Lu Yuqing regained her composure, she returned indoors to assist in preparing water for skinning the game. Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng meticulously used a sharp knife to peel the skin from the small deer. The deer was a treasure trove. Not only was its meat delectable, but its hide also served as an excellent insulating material. Given their current impoverished state, Chu Ziheng naturally could not overlook such a precious resource. At this moment, his careful demeanor resembled that of an artist sculpting a masterpiece. Once he had fully skinned the deer, he washed away the blood with warm water, then cradled the hide in his hands and presented it to Lu Yuqing. Although the hide was somewhat small, it was sufficient for crafting a vest or similar garment. Upon returning, please take the initiative to prepare a set for yourself and Wanwan. Hearing the tender words of Chu Ziheng momentarily captivated Lu Yuqing. He actually considered her feelings. What's wrong? Noticing her silence, Chu Ziheng appeared a bit bewildered. Do you not wish to do it? If not, I shall take care of it later. No, it's fine, Lu Yuqing replied, lowering her head as she accepted the deerskin. I will do it. Chu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Very well. I will continue to prepare the meat, and will make a stew for you shortly. With that, he disregarded the complexity of Lu Yuqing's gaze and began to dismantle the small deer. The creature was not particularly large, and its flesh was not overly firm. Thus the task was manageable. Moreover, Chu Ziheng had been adept at such tasks since childhood. Although he felt somewhat rusty after his rebirth, He quickly regained his touch and efficiently transformed the small deer into numerous bowls of meat. Lu Yuqing, equally skilled in labor, remained silent while her mind wandered through various thoughts, yet her hands worked without pause. While Chu Ziheng busied himself with the deer, she scraped away the layer of bristly hide from the wild boar, resembling an armor, and assisted in its disassembly. The couple spent nearly half a day breaking down the sizable wild boar into chunks of varying sizes. Chu Ziheng selected a portion for their meal and buried the remaining pieces in the snow to keep them frozen. He then brought fresh water to a boil, adding large cuts of pork and ribs directly into the pot. He tossed in some herbs gathered from the mountains and sprinkled a handful of salt. As the temperature rose, a rich aroma filled the room, mingling with the mist of promising days ahead. During the stewing process, Chu Ziheng took Lu Youqing's hand and placed 2 large bills into her palm. Lu Youqing's eyes widened. So much money? Where did this come from? While hunting, I encountered 2 fools, Chu Ziheng replied candidly. They were being chased by a wild boar, and I effortlessly dealt with the beast. This money is their gratitude to me. Lu Yuqing remained skeptical. 20 bills were no small sum. Who could produce such an amount so readily? Yet, if it were not from others, how could he have acquired such wealth? After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the money back to Chu Ziheng. Since you earned it, you should keep it. No, Chu Ziheng insisted, returning the bills to her. You are my wife, and from now on, you shall be the financial steward of our household. All my money belongs to you. Spend it as you see fit. Allow her to manage the finances? Lu Yuqing looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. Could this truly be what Chu Ziheng would say? In the past, he would have managed all their resources alone, not allowing her to touch even a morsel of grain or fabric. Chu Ziheng, of course, was well aware of the astonishment this would elicit from her. It is entirely due to his previous atrocious behavior that he has deeply wounded Lu Youqing's heart, leaving her unable to trust or even dare to believe in him. Yet, providing a good life for his wife and daughter has always been his fervent wish, hasn't it? I have made numerous mistakes in the past, and I sincerely apologize. Chu Ziheng bowed solemnly to Lu Yuqing and earnestly promised her, I vow to live well from now on, to never cause a ruckus again, and to never hurt you or Wanwan. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuqing felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness surge within her. Years of accumulated grievances transformed into a mist that blurred her vision, ultimately streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, her tears seemed to pierce Chu Ziheng's heart like sharp swords. Though his heart ached, he was at a loss on how to soothe Lu Youqing's emotions. All he could do was embrace her tightly, repeatedly whispering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was unclear how long she cried before he managed to help her calm down. Observing her tears gradually cease, Chu Ziheng gently wiped her tear-streaked cheek and softly said, You should return inside to accompany Wanwan. I need to start cooking now. Wanwan is waiting for her meat. Lu Yuqing nodded slightly and then went back indoors. Standing outside, through the glass window, he watched the mother and daughter within. Seeing Lu Yuqing carefully stow away the money, he felt a deep sense of shame. 20 yuan, neither too little nor too much, yet she cherished it so dearly. This was enough to reveal how dire her previous circumstances had been. If I do not ensure you both live well, I, Chu Ziheng, vow to remain unworthy of being called a man. As evening descended, Chu Ziheng placed a fragrant dish of pork on the table. Yuqing, Wanwan, it's time to eat. The tantalizing aroma stirred Wanwan's appetite, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chu Ziheng lovingly tousled Wanwan's hair, saying, What are you waiting for? Eat. Without hesitation, Wanwan picked up her chopsticks and stuffed a large piece of meat into her mouth, savoring every bite. Is it delicious? Delicious. From now on, your father will let you eat meat every day. Hom. Watching the harmonious scene between father and daughter, Lu Yuqing found herself momentarily lost in thought. If it weren't for the lingering pain in her body, she might have believed that everything that had transpired was merely a dream, and that this current moment was the only reality. However, the pain reminded her that this person's character was not as commendable as he presently portrayed. Lu Yuqing found herself puzzled, questioning why he had suddenly become so benevolent. Was it a fleeting whim, or had he genuinely awakened to the desire to amend his ways? Yuqing, what are you thinking about? Chu Ziheng waved his hand in front of her. It's time to eat. Oh, Lu Yuqing snapped back to reality. Perhaps it was just a fleeting impulse. Yet, deep down, she silently prayed that this newfound enthusiasm would endure a little longer. She asked for nothing but a semblance of a decent life for her daughter. Chapter 8. searching for medicine in the mountains. After dinner, Lu Yuqing suddenly recalled something and said to Chu Ziheng, "By the way, Zhao Guoqiang came by at noon, saying that the brigade is organizing the winter vegetable storage and wants you to help. Next time he comes, tell him to leave." Chu Ziheng replied unhurriedly, "What does the brigade's winter vegetable storage have to do with me? He has never shared anything with me in the past. But he is the political captain," Lu Yuqing remarked, glancing up at Chu Ziheng before lowering her head again. "If we don't go, he'll cause trouble for our family." After saying this, Lu Yuqing had braced herself for a reprimand. After all, he had always scolded her whenever their opinions differed in the past. Today, it had taken her a great deal of courage to voice her thoughts. However, after waiting for a long while, she did not hear the familiar outburst. Puzzled, she turned to look at Chu Ziheng, only to find him smiling warmly at her in silence. Lu Yuqing felt a bit flustered. "Is there something on my face?" "No." Chu Ziheng chuckled. "I just think my wife is truly beautiful." Lu Yuqing's cheeks flushed involuntarily. What was with this guy today, constantly uttering such embarrassing words? She bit her lip and retorted, "We're discussing serious matters here." "All right, let's get back to the topic," Chu Ziheng said. "Then I shall heed my wife's advice and join in the fun tomorrow, so he has no excuse to trouble us." After speaking, Chu Ziheng stood up and donned his coat. "I'm stepping out. I might be back very late. You and Wanwan remember to lock the door before sleeping." Lu Yuqing instinctively asked, "Going out this late?" "Yes," he replied. "I promised those two who gave us money earlier that I would help them find some fragrant herbs." Chu Ziheng asserted, "I must keep my word." Of course, he did not voice what was more significant. He needed to earn money, and a substantial amount at that. He could not bear to see his wife shed tears over a mere few dozen coins. "But it's already dark outside." "No worries." Chu Ziheng smiled. "To find the fragrant herbs, one must go out at night. It won't work during the day." Before leaving, he ruffled Wanwan's hair and said, "Be a good girl and listen to your mother at home. Once Daddy finishes his work, I'll buy you some delicious candies in town." Wanwan's eyes lit up with excitement, her joy evident. "All right, off you go. You all should rest early." Chu Ziheng reminded Lu Yuqing, "Watch the flames." Lu Yuqing was puzzled by his sudden admonition, but still stood to see him out. In the past, Chu Ziheng's departure would have filled her with joy, as his absence meant she wouldn't have to worry about being a target for his frustrations. Yet today, watching him leave filled her heart with an unfamiliar sense of anxiety, a feeling that had not surfaced in a long while. Lu Yuqing could not quite comprehend why. Was it merely because he had shown her a modicum of kindness? Lu Yuqing bit her lip, berating herself for her lack of resolve. Previously, he had subjected her to such torment that she had contemplated ending her own existence. Yet now, she found herself anxious and fearful for him over the slightest change. Despite her repeated internal affirmations that she should not be so concerned, that perhaps his kindness was merely a fleeting whim and that he might soon revert to his former self, she still waited for him in the dead of night after soothing Wanwan to sleep. Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng ventured into the mountains armed with a bow and a hunting knife. Although years had passed since he last roamed these woods at night, the moment he set foot on this land, he was enveloped by a familiar sense of belonging. In this forest, he was undeniably the sovereign. The silvery moonlight illuminated the snow, allowing him to navigate without assistance. Nevertheless, upon entering the thicket, he took the precaution of crafting a simple torch to hold aloft. The nocturnal forest was no jest. Even with his remarkable skills, he had to remain vigilant against lurking predators. The flame not only served as illumination, but also as a deterrent for the timid beasts. As he delved deeper into the dense woods, the chill in the air thickened with an ominous presence, as if warning this intruder that he tread upon a forbidden zone for human life. Chu Ziheng drew his hunting knife from his waist, readying himself for any impending danger. It was then that he abruptly halted, bending down to inspect the ground, his brow furrowing involuntarily. There, in the snow, lay a fresh set of human footprints, chaotic and unmistakably belonging to at least 3 individuals, leading toward the oak grove. Who would venture into the oak grove at such a late hour? Were there still hunters in this forest? Chu Ziheng dismissed this notion. Hunters were rarer than the Siberian tiger, and within 100 kilometers, he was the sole remnant. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disregard the footprints and focus on his own endeavors. As he walked, he marked the trees with signs only he could decipher. Even the most seasoned hunters could lose their way in the night woods. His precautions were prudent. Upon reaching the oak grove, Chu Ziheng immediately began searching for the elusive Zixiang, which typically thrived among the underbrush on the hillsides, growing in abundance and not difficult to locate. After merely wandering through 2 spots, he discovered a dozen or so plants. The true challenge lay in how to transport them out. Just as he secured the harvested Ziheng into his leather pouch, a foul stench wafted through the breeze, infiltrating his nostrils. It was the unmistakable scent of wolves. Chu Ziheng swiftly turned to face the direction from whence the odor emanated. The illumination provided by the moonlight and the torch is indeed limited, extending merely a radius of several meters. Yet, he could sense that lurking in the shadows not far from him were creatures eyeing him with predatory intent. The moment he realized the gravity of the situation, Chu Ziheng instinctively dashed towards the nearest towering tree without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, a rustling sound erupted behind him, as if something was rapidly closing in. He dared not pause for even a second, summoning all his strength to leap towards the nearby tree trunk. Propelling himself upward with powerful kicks and determined handholds, swiftly ascending into the branches. At that very instant, a dull thud resonated nearby. When he raised the torch to illuminate the area, the flickering light revealed a robust, gray-black beast straining to emerge from a snow-filled pit. With its sharp fangs, formidable claws, and long, pointed snout, it was unmistakably a wolf. Shifting the torch to other areas, he could discern numerous wolf silhouettes beneath the tree. A rough count revealed at least 20 or 30 of them. Chapter 9. The alpha wolf. The fallen wolf let out a howl, and in response, the wolves scattered around began to converge beneath the tree where Chu Ziheng took refuge, circling it in a frenzy. Clearly, they were deliberating on how to capture the delectable 2-legged prey above. One particularly large wolf even attempted to climb the tree, prompting the others to follow suit, creating a precarious pyramid as they inched closer to Chu Ziheng's position. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down his spine. It was no wonder that wolves were deemed intelligent. Their teamwork rivaled that of humans. Damn it! It seemed they were intent on taking his life. Unable to restrain his exasperation, Chu Ziheng recalled the strategies his father had imparted for dealing with wolf packs. As a child, he had been advised that in the wild, one must either flee or eliminate the alpha wolf. Otherwise, as long as the leader remained alive, the rest would relentlessly pursue him under its command. With this thought, Chu Ziheng directed his gaze towards the pack below. Wolves are social creatures with a strong sense of discipline. Their intelligence is extraordinary, and their capacity for teamwork is surpassed only by humans. Wolves are also incredibly tenacious. The leader of the pack is invariably the most formidable among them, and the wolf attempting to ascend the tree was evidently larger than the others. If it was not the alpha, it certainly held a position of authority within the group. With this realization, Chu Ziheng promptly climbed higher up the tree, seeking a vantage point that afforded him a broader view and a stable position. He then secured himself with a rope, binding his body to the trunk to prevent any fall. Following this, he prepared for what lay ahead. He drew his bow once more, nocked an arrow, and aimed for the vital spot of the wolf. The lead wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, abandoning its ascent and pivoting to flee. In that fleeting moment, as the wolf turned, Chu Ziheng released his fingers, and the arrow shot forth like a piercing ray of cold light, creating a swirling vortex that stirred the frost-laden lashes of his eyes. With a soft thud, the arrow struck true, embedding itself in the wolf's flank. The lead wolf let out a whimper, collapsing to the ground, yet soon struggled to rise again. Damn, how resilient it is. Though Chu Ziheng cursed inwardly, his actions remained unyielding. Without hesitation, he withdrew a second arrow from his quiver, aiming for the wolf's throat, followed swiftly by a third and a fourth. Each arrow fell like a thunderbolt from the heavens, piercing the wolf's hide, tearing through muscle, and penetrating its flesh. Initially, the wolf writhed in agony, howling in pain, but as it was pierced by so many arrows, its strength waned, and after several desperate struggles, it fell silent. Without pausing, Chu Ziheng turned his aim towards another wolf standing near the fallen leader. To combat wolves, one must be fiercer than them, making it clear that opposing him would cost them their lives. Otherwise, they would persist in their relentless pursuit. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck the second wolf, pinning it to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 wolves had succumbed to Chu Ziheng's aim, as he trained his bow on yet another wolf. The remaining pack displayed sheer terror. After he felled another, the remaining wolves howled in panic and fled, tails tucked between their legs. Witnessing this, Chu Ziheng exhaled a sigh of relief, for the arrow in his hand was the last he possessed. Should he fail to frighten these beasts away, he would be left to perish, either by wolf or by the bitter cold atop this tree. Lying flat on the branch, he gasped for breath, easing his taut nerves. He had merely feigned composure. Even now, recalling the wolves that had begun to ascend the tree towards him sent a shiver down his spine. Glancing down at the fragrant herbs in his pocket, Chu Ziheng resolutely decided he would not return here again. This was a perilous gamble. He had come back to ensure a better life for his wife and daughter, not to lose his own life before achieving that goal. Even if this venture yielded profit, he could not afford to sacrifice himself. Once he regained his strength, he jumped down from the tree. Observing the 3 wolves he had taken down still exhibiting faint signs of life, he wasted no time in drawing his hunting knife and granting them a swift end. After retrieving his arrows, his gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of the wolves. Although wolf meat is notoriously tough and unpalatable, the wolf pelts are indeed valuable commodities that could fetch a substantial return at the supply and marketing cooperative. Such precious items ought not to remain here. Chu Ziheng seized his hunting knife and cut down a branch from a nearby fir tree. He placed the 3 wolves upon it and fashioned a rudimentary sled from the fir branch, dragging it along as he made his way out of the forest. The journey was neither unduly long nor excessively brief. By the time he emerged from the woods, the sky had begun to blush with the light of dawn. From a distance, he could overhear a conversation between 2 individuals standing by the roadside. "Father, do you truly trust him so much? What if he is merely spinning tales? Tales or not, we have no choice. You heard the hospital. There are no medications for asthma there, and traditional medicine is nearly eradicated by those Red Guards. If we don't devise a plan, your mother will only await her demise at home." As he drew nearer, he discerned Lin Guosheng and his son crouched by the roadside, evidently awaiting his return. It seemed these 2 were indeed quite anxious. He had mentioned he would return early the next morning, yet they had arrived before dawn to wait for him. Without further contemplation, Chu Ziheng approached them directly. "Ah, are you 2 waiting for me?" Upon hearing his voice, both men momentarily froze. Upon recognizing Chu Ziheng, Lin Guosheng's face brightened with joy. He hurried over to inquire, "Oh, young man, you have ventured out this early to gather firewood?" Then, with palpable urgency, he asked, "When can you assist us in searching for the Zhixiang? Would you like us to accompany you?" "Accompany me?" Chu Ziheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday?" As he spoke, he pulled the makeshift sled closer to them. It was at this moment that Lin Guosheng noticed the frozen wolves lying upon the fir branch. Lin Guosheng gasped in astonishment. "Is it true, there are wolves? Am I jesting with you?" It was then that Lin Guosheng and his son finally accepted the veracity of Chu Ziheng's words. This forest was indeed perilous. At that moment, Chu Ziheng casually retrieved a bundle of Zhixiang roots from his pouch and tossed it to Lin Guosheng. "Here, the Zhixiang you requested." Chapter 10. Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Upon seeing the Zhixiang Chu Ziheng produced, Lin Guosheng's eyes widened involuntarily, his joy unmistakable. He had lost hope entirely. Yet unexpectedly, he had not only hunted wolves but also returned with the Zhixiang. Lin Guosheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, young man. Don't rush to thank me." Chu Ziheng waved his hand dismissively. "I expect payment." I understand. Lin Guosheng chuckled nervously and retrieved 3 large bills from his pocket, placing them in Chu Ziheng's palm. 3. Chu Ziheng's brows furrowed slightly. "I do not have change to offer you." "No, that is not what I meant." Lin Guosheng's face revealed a hint of unease as he spoke. "The 20 yuan inside is your remuneration for venturing into the mountains this time, and the remaining 10 is a deposit for the next time." "Next time?" Chu Ziheng nearly laughed out of exasperation. Just yesterday, he had been surrounded by a pack of wolves, and had it not been for his modest skills, he might not have emerged from the forest alive. The notion of a next time, coupled with a mere 10 yuan as a deposit, struck him as a whimsical dream. Without a second thought, he returned the extra bill to Lin Guosheng. "You can keep the deposit. I have no intentions of returning." "Ah?" Lin Guosheng's mouth fell agape. "Please, don't go, brother. My wife is waiting for the wild herbs to save her life. What she awaits has nothing to do with me." Chu Ziheng replied curtly. "Do you realize that I was nearly killed by a dozen wolves yesterday for your 20 yuan? You should seek other alternatives. I certainly cannot assist you in procuring those wild herbs." With that, Chu Ziheng prepared to leave with the 3 wolves. "Brother, please don't go." Lin Guosheng grasped Chu Ziheng's arm, pleading, "I beg you, help me gather some more. I'll pay extra, 2 yuan for each piece." As he spoke, he produced 2 more bills and pressed them into Chu Ziheng's hand. "This is the deposit. I assure you, when you bring the wild herbs next time, we can negotiate further. How does that sound? 2 yuan for each piece. If he could gather 20 pieces, that would yield him 40 yuan. The risk seemed manageable, especially as he could also upgrade his equipment with the money, thus becoming less vulnerable to the wolves. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ziheng replied, that could be feasible, but I need some time to prepare. How long will you need? Lin Guosheng inquired eagerly. Half a month. That's rather lengthy, Lin Guosheng protested. 20 pieces of wild herbs 1 tea last that long. How long do you think they'll last? Chu Ziheng asked. About 7 or 8 days, Lin Guosheng estimated. Then let's settle on 7 days. Chu Ziheng considered the time, realizing he could effectively upgrade his equipment during that period. In 7 days. Wait for me at the supply and marketing cooperative in town. Great. Lin Guosheng finally felt reassured. He added, brother, I know this request may be a bit much, but could you possibly find some wild ginseng? I wish to help my beloved regain her strength. I'll pay a high price for it. Forget about that. Chu Ziheng shook his head vigorously. It's hard enough to find wild ginseng in warmer weather, let alone now. Even if I did find some, I would keep it for my wife and wouldn't sell it for any price. Understanding the challenges of foraging for wild ginseng in winter, Lin Guosheng nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be in touch whenever I need it. I'll head back now. Wait a moment. Chu Ziheng called out to Lin Guosheng, then asked, it's quite a distance from the city to here. How did you arrive? I drove, Lin Guosheng replied. The roads here are not ideal and quite conspicuous. So I parked my car on the roadside. I'm heading to town as well. Could you give me a lift? Of course. Lin Guosheng readily agreed. After receiving his promise, Chu Ziheng returned home with 2 of the 3 wolves, exchanged greetings with Lu Yuqing, and then took a dead wolf statue and a sled to board Lin Guosheng's vehicle. As she gazed at the departing jeep, the lifeless bodies of the 2 wolves on the ground, and the 30 yuan in her palm, Lu Yuqing fell into deep contemplation. Had she perhaps succumbed to hallucinations due to a sleepless night? With Lin Guosheng's assistance, Chu Ziheng saved several hours. Before 8 o'clock, he arrived at the town supply and marketing cooperative, pulling the sled behind him. In this era of planned economy, the state strictly regulated private transactions. Regardless of what one wished to buy or sell, one had to go to the cooperative. This was a place Chu Ziheng had frequented. After all, one needed to procure alcohol. The cooperative's clerk, Sun Xiaoxiang, was a kind-hearted woman whom Chu Ziheng had known well. When she saw him enter, she couldn't help but exclaim, back for more alcohol, are you? You, a young and vigorous man, should be focusing on improving your family's life instead of drinking all the time. When will this lifestyle come to an end? Chu Ziheng chuckled softly and replied, Aunt Sun, I'm not here for liquor today. I brought you something nice. Upon seeing the entire wolf, Sun Xiaoxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, where did you acquire this? She crouched down, carefully examining the wolf's pelt. It was pristine and could serve any purpose, something to be envied. Hunting, of course. Chu Ziheng scratched his head and said, I thought since you've taken such good care of me, I ought to show you something. Sun Xiaoxiang then looked up at him and asked, You don't mean to tell me you're just here to give me gifts, do you? With a playful grin, Chu Ziheng replied, Indeed, you see through everything. I was hoping to buy some grain, and perhaps some fabric and cotton as well. With the new year approaching, I want to make a nice set of cotton clothes for my wife and child. You certainly don't disappoint. Sun Xiaoxiang chuckled lightly. However, I might not need to collect tickets from you, but do you have the money? Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng promptly pulled out 2 large bills. This startled Sun Xiaoxiang, who quickly inquired, Where did you get this money? I've only caught 3 wolves. Chu Ziheng casually fabricated a story. I gave one to you, and sold the other 2 to a leader I met on the road. Sun Xiaoxiang hurriedly warned, Be careful. You're engaging in speculation. If anyone finds out you're trading wolf meat, you could be in for a harsh condemnation. Chu Ziheng laughed. Rest assured, Aunt Sun. It was a town leader. Who would dare to speak of it? Very well then. Take what you like, but don't go overboard. Sun Xiaoxiang advised. All right. Chapter 11. Did you think the hunting knife in my hand is meant for chopping firewood? With Sun Xiaoxiang's approval, Chu Ziheng activated his shopping spree at the cooperative. Not only did he purchase rice, cotton, and fabric, but he also acquired soap, matches, and other daily necessities. Reflecting on his marriage to Lu Yuqing, he realized he had never given her anything. Chu Ziheng specifically bought a bag of snow cream for Lu Yuqing and half a pound of fruit candy for Wan Wan. Despite the numerous items, including a 1 yuan tip for Sun Xiaoxiang, he spent less than 5 yuan in total. Chu Ziheng expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Sunday. I will bring you something nice in a few days." He urged her to return home and treat his wife well. After bidding farewell to Sun Xiaoxiang, Chu Ziheng carried his purchases towards home. The snowy landscape was breathtakingly beautiful, and he occasionally shouted, startling the deer in the forest. By the time he reached home, it was already evening. The village of Gangweiang, resembling a winter wonderland, exuded tranquility and harmony. Lu Yuqing had prepared dinner, and although she harbored resentment towards Chu Ziheng, she still waited for him to return so they could eat together. She feared that if he drank too much outside, he would return hungry and create trouble for her and their daughter. When the door creaked open, Lu Yuqing's heart tightened. She assumed Chu Ziheng had once again overindulged and that their previous life would repeat itself. However, she was taken aback to see him enter with a large woven bag, a smile illuminating his face. Ignoring the frost on his cheeks, he poured the contents onto the Kong. "Wife, Wan, look what I brought back. We have rice, fabric, cotton, soap, candy, and matches." Staring at the pile of goods, Lu Yuqing could hardly believe her eyes. She even sniffed the air to check if he reeked of alcohol. Chu Ziheng meticulously arranged the items, giving Wan a piece of candy that sent her bouncing with joy on the Kong. He even stuffed a piece into Lu Yuqing's mouth. "What are you doing? The child has never tasted it before." Though she protested, Lu Yuqing couldn't help but savor the sweetness of the candy. Chu Ziheng then presented the snow cream, saying, "Wife, it's been cold lately, and your face has been hurt by the wind. Make sure to apply some snow cream every morning." As Lu Yuqing accepted the bag of snow cream, a flicker of warmth ignited within her once icy heart. It turned out he had been thinking of her, touching the soft fabric and cotton. A smile finally graced Lu Yuqing's lips. "This material will surely make a beautiful cotton coat." However, her casual remark made her realize she had spoken a bit too much. She quickly glanced at Chu Ziheng. Yet, contrary to his past behavior of scolding her, he smiled gently and replied, "Of course, my wife looks good in anything." Lu Yuqing was taken aback. Could it be that Chu Ziheng had truly changed? "Wife, please put these away. I will prepare dinner." Watching Chu Ziheng busily get the meal ready, warmth flooded Lu Yuqing's heart once more. Even if this were merely a dream, she wished for it never to awaken. Even if it were just Chu Ziheng's lie, she hoped he would deceive her for a little longer. During dinner, Lu Yuqing suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, exclaimed, "I have skinned the wolf. If you find yourself unoccupied soon, I shall measure your feet and craft you a pair of leather boots." Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng could not conceal his delight. He recalled the last time Lu Yuqing had made something for him, which was during the early days of their marriage. In that very moment, he firmly believed that with unwavering devotion, he could gradually rekindle the warmth in her heart, which had been so deeply wounded. Chu Ziheng responded with a smile, "Very well, but let us postpone my boots for a few days. Prioritize making your own garments and wanwans as the cold season approaches." Lu Yuqing remained silent. Yet her heart swelled with joy. He was beginning to embody the role of a true head of the household. After their meal, she placed all their money into the cabinet. With these resources, she felt assured they would not go hungry. Moreover, should she have the opportunity to continue her studies in the future, she could use this money to send Wanwan to school. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yuqing had begun to harbor hopes and plans for the future. Chu Ziheng washed his face and prepared to sleep on the Kong. He wished to lie beside Lu Yuqing, but she visibly flinched. Though she did not refuse him, he understood that her heart still bore the scars of past traumas, which could not be healed overnight. Reflecting on the pain he had caused her in his previous life, he wished he could slap himself. Instead, he simply tucked the blanket around Lu Yuqing and lay down on the opposite side beside Wanwan. Lu Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart. That night, she slept soundly. The following morning, Chu Ziheng rose early to chop firewood, ensuring the house was warm before venturing into the mountains to check on the traps he had set. However, at that moment, a boisterous voice erupted from the direction of the front door. "Is that scoundrel from the old Chu family here?" "Zhao Guoqiang." Chu Ziheng instinctively furrowed his brow. He gestured for Lu Yuqing to remain inside and turned to Zhao Guoqiang, asking in a calm tone, "Captain Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Guoqiang brushed the snowflakes from his cap and shook off his military coat, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Ziheng. "Yesterday, I instructed you to come find me. Why did you not show up?" "My stomach aches, and I still feel unwell today," he retorted with a disdainful huff. "Your discomfort is of no concern to me. You must go to the team today and move the fodder for the horses into the barn." Since you failed to show yesterday, consider it a day of absence. Today's work will not count towards your labor credits. Chu Ziheng was both amused and angered by his words. Not count my labor credits? And you still expect me to work for you? You must be dreaming. At that moment, Lu Yuqing stepped outside, saying, Captain Zhao, that seems rather unreasonable. How can one work without receiving credit? Zhao Guoqiang shot her a fierce glare and contemptuously replied, You, a black 5-category element, have no right to speak. Lu Yuqing's grandfather was a wealthy farmer. In an era where even the skeletons of one's ancestors could be unearthed, her background made her vulnerable to being dragged out for public humiliation at any moment. Zhao Guoqiang was also reminding Chu Ziheng not to oppose him. Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow, shielding Lu Yuqing behind him, and coldly glared at Zhao Guoqiang, saying, Have I ever complained when you deducted my work points for your son? Yet now you dare to speak ill of my wife, constantly referring to her as a member of the black 5 categories. Zhao, do you truly believe that the hunting knife in my hand is merely for chopping wood? As he spoke, Chu Ziheng unexpectedly pulled out the hunting knife from an unknown source. Chapter 12. I live this worthless life solely for my wife and children. Upon hearing Chu Ziheng's words, Zhao Guoqiang's expression turned to one of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Chu Ziheng to defend Lu Yuqing. After all, just previously, Chu Ziheng had joined him in criticizing Lu Yuqing. Chu Ziheng, have you been drinking fake liquor? Zhao Guoqiang glared fiercely. What do you intend to do with that knife? Do you mean to threaten me? Not to that extent. I merely wish to reason with you. Chu Ziheng replied calmly, holding the hunting knife. You may bully me, but if you dare to intimidate my wife, you shall find no passage. You. Zhao Guoqiang's eyes widened in anger. Do you think you can play the role of a protective husband before me? You, Chu Ziheng, are not worthy. And let me remind you, you are you. And she is she. Do not presume that her association with you can cleanse her identity. The black 5 categories will forever remain tainted. Furthermore, I must inform you that a new campaign against the black 5 categories is set to commence. Do you believe that with a single word from me, I could have her stand on the platform for criticism first? Zhao Guoqiang looked at Chu Ziheng with mocking eyes, stating, As I said before, 1 work point. Will you comply? If not, I shall return to the village to convene a meeting, and whether your wife, the black 5 categories, can escape unscathed remains uncertain. His words were a blatant threat to Chu Ziheng. If he did not want Lu Yuqing to be criticized, he must obediently heed his demands and work for him without compensation. Lu Yuqing, filled with anger, felt tears welling in her eyes. She had never anticipated that her identity would one day implicate Chu Ziheng. Previously, she had always believed she owed him nothing. Yet now, she had become a burden to him, all due to the disgraceful label of the black 5 categories. At that moment, a warm hand gently wiped away the tears from her eyes. Do not fear. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Lu Yuqing turned to look at Chu Ziheng, her eyes filled with unspoken emotions. Ultimately, this situation had arisen because of her. Had it not been for her, Chu Ziheng would not be facing such threats from Zhao Guoqiang. Lu Yuqing intended to say something, but Chu Ziheng placed a finger over her lips. You are my wife. Protecting you is my duty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang scoffed. Chu Ziheng, are you going to continue this charade indefinitely? If you are such a good actor, why not join a Southern opera troupe? To hell with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ziheng kicked him squarely in the chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. The force of the kick sent Zhao Guoqiang flying 2 or 3 meters before he landed on the ground. As he lay there, disbelief etched on his face. He could hardly fathom that Chu Ziheng would dare to strike him. Chu Ziheng, how dare you hit me? He exclaimed in a fit of rage and humiliation. Just as he was berating him, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes. Chu Ziheng, who had been several meters away, now stood directly in front of him. One hand gripping a hunting knife pointed at Zhao's brow, while the other firmly clasped his throat. You think you can bully me? I'll let you off the hook because of your age, but if you dare to lay a hand on my wife, not even the King of Heaven can save you. The blade pressed against Zhao Guoqiang, and he could still faintly detect the lingering scent of blood on it. Chu Ziheng, do you realize what you're doing? You are assaulting a public servant. With a swift motion, Chu Ziheng delivered a resounding slap that silenced Zhao's words. Public servant? What kind of public servant are you? In your position, what have you done for this village besides seeking favors for yourself and your son? When my father and I risked our lives to fend off wolves for the entire village, where were you? How dare you speak of contributions? You are nothing. Let me make myself clear. I live for my wife and children. If you dare to harm them, I will ensure that not a single member of your family remains." Chu Ziheng's voice was cold and deliberate, his eyes igniting with a genuine intent to kill. In a previous life, he might have harbored some fear of this man, thinking him a significant figure. Yet now, having lived once more, he saw Zhao Guoqiang as someone beneath contempt, undeserving of standing before him or threatening his wife. Even Zhao Guoqiang, despite his arrogance believing that Chu Ziheng would not truly kill him, was left pale and shaken by the murderous gaze directed at him. After a moment, he regained his composure, gritting his teeth to utter, "You wait." Another slap landed on his face before he could finish, and this time, Zhao Guoqiang didn't dare to utter a sound as he scrambled to his feet and fled. Watching him retreat in disgrace, Chu Ziheng couldn't help but scoff. Such a person deserved a proper thrashing, for otherwise, he would never understand his own insignificance. Once Zhao Guoqiang had departed, Chu Ziheng returned to Lu Youqing's side. Seeing her face, swollen and red from crying in the cold wind, filled him with concern. "Come on, let's get back inside. The wind is too harsh. If we stay out here any longer, you might get hurt." But as soon as he spoke, tears streamed down Lu Youqing's cheeks again. "Don't cry, my dear. Let us not be aggrieved, nor shed tears." Chu Ziheng, akin to a gentle caregiver, embraced Lu Youqing, and together they returned to the room. Subsequently, he fetched warm water, dampened a towel, and tenderly wiped her cheeks. "Do not be disheartened. Have I not avenged you already? If you still feel unsatisfied, I could give him a few more kicks, or if it comes to that, slice off his tongue." "Do not." Lu Youqing softly bit her lip, saying, "You have already offended him on my behalf today. If, why so hesitant?" Chu Ziheng feigned dissatisfaction. "Do you still perceive a division between us?" Lu Youqing gazed at him in confusion. Chu Ziheng continued, "As husband and wife, we are one. Your troubles are my troubles. His humiliation of you is equally an affront to me. If he has insulted me, is it not justified that I retaliate? Ultimately, does he not deserve it?" Lu Youqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, finally unconsciously uttering, "What a fallacy." Chapter 13. Happiness is simple at this moment. Lu Youqing's heart was filled with warmth. Recalling how Chu Ziheng had stood before Zhao Guoqiang, declaring that he lived solely for his wife and child, she felt as though her heart was brimming with warmth. Enveloped in a sense of security, after all these years of marriage, it was the first time she truly felt protected by him. Seeing that Lu Youqing had ceased her tears, Chu Ziheng chuckled softly. "Remember this, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, as long as it benefits us, it is justified. If it does not serve our interests, then we shall dismiss it." He gently patted Lu Youqing's back, adding, "As long as you are happy, your man will do anything." Upon hearing these words, Lu Youqing felt her warmth intensify. Yet, suddenly, she recalled something and said, "Then, what shall we do next? We have thoroughly offended Zhao Guoqiang. He will not seek revenge against us, will he? If he dares to, let him retaliate." Chu Ziheng's eyes glimmered with a cold light. "If he comes after me, I shall face him without hesitation, but if he dares to lay a hand on you and our child, I will ensure he regrets ever drawing breath." Observing the intensity in Chu Ziheng's gaze, Lu Youqing momentarily felt a sense of bewilderment. In the past, she had never believed his words, yet at this moment, she inexplicably absorbed his promise into her heart. There was no need for fear, for he would protect her. Chu Ziheng, wishing not to dwell on the matter further, understood that Lu Youqing had a narrow heart. If he continued, she would surely fall into despair. "Enough. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on preparing a meal for Wanwan. While the day is still bright, I must venture into the mountains." He ruffled Lu Youqing's hair affectionately before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Youqing found it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within her, somewhat bittersweet, yet tinged with sweetness. Regardless of whether his transformation was genuine or feigned, he had, at least for today, protected her. Chu Ziheng trudged through the thick layer of snow, his footsteps alternating between deep and shallow as he ventured deeper into the dense forest. The frigid wind howled, lifting snowflakes from the ground and striking his face with a stinging intensity akin to a blade. He tightened his cotton coat, attempting to retain his body heat. Despite having lived in this wilderness for many years and possessing a robust physique, the biting cold posed a grave danger. A moment's inattention could lead to frostbite or even death. Upon entering the forest, Chu Ziheng immediately sought the markers leading to the rudimentary traps he had previously set. These traps were now blanketed by the wind and snow, compelling him to inspect each one individually. The first trap yielded nothing, the second likewise empty. Yet, he remained undeterred. From the outset, he understood that these traps were reliant on the whims of nature. After re-establishing the traps concealed beneath the snow, he continued his search. When he reached the sixth trap, fortune finally smiled upon him. He discovered an unfortunate squirrel, now completely frozen, resembling an ice sculpture. Even the smallest of flies is still meat, he mused, envisioning roasting it as a snack for Wanwan. He tucked the squirrel into his leather pouch. As he approached the final trap, a flicker of joy illuminated his face. Upon withdrawing his hand from the snow, he was astonished to find a mountain chicken. Though modest in size, barely exceeding 2 pounds, the nutritional value of the mountain chicken was significant. While its meat was somewhat scant, he was relieved to avoid returning empty-handed. After resetting the trap, he promptly stowed the mountain chicken in his pouch. In that moment, he did not rush home. Instead, he turned towards a nearby hill. Guided by memory, he began to search the meadow at the hill's base. Before long, he unearthed several objects resembling ginger from beneath the snow. Bringing them closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination, he confirmed their identity, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With this, I need not fear the wolf pack. He had promised Ling Guosheng to procure some Zhixiang within 7 days. Although he had eliminated the lead wolf, other members of the pack remained active. To ensure his safety, he needed to prepare adequately. The ginger-like objects in his possession were part of that preparation. These were not true ginger, but rather aconite. The sap of aconite's root contains potent toxins capable of paralyzing an organism's nervous system. When administered correctly, it serves as a natural anesthetic. However, if the dosage is increased and smeared onto the arrowheads, it could incapacitate the prey with a single shot. In time, he could easily fell a wolf with an arrow, alleviating any concerns about depleting his supply. Once he instilled fear into the wolf pack, harvesting the Zhixiang would become a task accomplished with ease. Having collected a dozen aconite bulbs, he felt optimistic about the preparations ahead. Chu Ziheng sought out a withered tree and turned it over. He then dragged the timber with purposeful strides towards home. Upon his return, Lu Yuqing had just managed to adjust her emotions and was preparing lunch with Wanwan. Surprised to see him back so soon, Lu Yuqing inquired, "How come you're home so early today?" "I didn't venture into the forest. I merely checked the traps I had set previously." Fortune smiled upon us. One unfortunate creature met its end in the trap, Chu Ziheng replied, presenting a mountain chicken to Lu Yuqing. Upon seeing the mountain chicken in his frostbitten hands, Lu Yuqing gently pressed her lips together and softly suggested, "There's no rush for a feast. Let me first boil some water to warm your hands, lest they crack from the cold." Hearing her tender tone, Chu Ziheng instinctively smiled. It had been quite some time since he had heard his wife speak to him in such a gentle manner. It was evident that the icy barrier around her heart was beginning to thaw. As Lu Yuqing crouched down to add firewood to the stove, Chu Ziheng moved closer, squatting beside her. In the past, she would have instinctively recoiled, but today she did not. She continued adding wood to the fire, lost in her own world. Chu Ziheng edged even closer, enough to catch a faint whiff of her unique fragrance, which brought him a profound sense of tranquility. He then embraced Wanwan, playfully rubbing her little face, his heart brimming with emotion. Happiness, he mused, is often quite simple. It requires little wealth, no grand dwelling. As long as she is by his side and their child is in his arms, that is true happiness. Chapter 14. This time, she would surely win. Chu Ziheng was a man who took advantage of every opportunity. Once he sensed the iceberg within Lu Yuqing beginning to melt, he attached himself to her side, wanting to be near her no matter what she was doing. While chopping wood, he insisted on having her accompany him, not requiring her to labor, merely desiring her presence beside him. Lu Yuqing cast him an exasperated glance, saying, "You don't want my help or for me to do anything. You just want me to sit here and watch you?" "Indeed," Chu Ziheng replied, reaching out to pinch her cheek. "With you by my side, watching me, I feel no fatigue, no matter the task." Lu Yuqing paused, her face involuntarily flushing. "That's nonsense. There's no work that isn't tiring." "Not so." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily. "My wife is so beautiful. Having such a lovely companion makes everything feel effortless. Isn't there an old saying? When men and women work together, it's not tiring." "You're such a tease." Lu Yuqing shot him a playful glare, yet her heart felt sweetened. After finishing the wood, Chu Ziheng guided Lu Yuqing to tidy up the kitchen. Naturally, he did the work while she observed him. She had initially intended to assist him, regardless of her protests. Chu Ziheng remained resolute, allowing her to sit quietly to the side. Eventually, Lu Yuqing, feeling somewhat helpless, acquiesced to his wishes and settled in her place, observing as Chu Ziheng single-handedly tidied the kitchen. The transformation he had undergone recently was indeed significant and admirable, so much so that she found herself gradually lowering her defenses from the past. The emotional scars that had once weighed heavily upon her seemed to fade little by little with the passage of time. It appeared that her aversion towards him had diminished, and the hatred she once harbored had lessened as well. Yet, Chu Ziheng remained oblivious to his wife's current sentiments. He only recognized that despite his efforts, the kitchen still appeared disheveled. "Forget it. I'll leave it for another time," he lamented. "When I find the opportunity, I'll head to town and purchase a new set of kitchenware and daily necessities." "How can you do that?" Lu Yuqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "These items are still usable. If you replace everything, what will happen to the old ones?" "Throw them away," Chu Ziheng replied nonchalantly. "What else would we do with them? You can't expect them to bear fruit," he added casually. Lu Yuqing stared at him in utter disbelief. "That would be such a waste. Buying these things requires a significant amount of money." "All right," Chu Ziheng interjected, noticing Lu Yuqing was about to launch into a lengthy discourse. He pulled her into his embrace, interrupting her flow of words, and declared, "Money can be earned again, but my beautiful wife deserves to use new things, so we must replace everything." Lu Yuqing found herself blushing at his sudden affection. "But that's still wasteful." With a shy glance upward, she quickly averted her gaze and murmured, "Could you let me go? It wouldn't be good for the child to see this." Seeing his wife's bashful demeanor, Chu Ziheng couldn't help but smile, gently caressing her face with his other hand. "So what if the child sees? We are husband and wife, and our child is a product of our union. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Lu Yuqing's face felt as though it could boil an egg. "Oh dear, you're being so improper." In a fluster, she wriggled free from his grasp, stammering, I can't stay with you any longer. I'm going to go and coax Wanwan to sleep." With that, Lu Yuqing dashed back into the house like a startled rabbit. Watching this scene, Chu Ziheng couldn't suppress his laughter. After busily attending to the kitchen for a while longer, he returned inside. Upon entering, he noticed that Lu Yuqing had placed the sleeping Wanwan at the edge of the bed and had also moved his bedding from the other side to be beside her. This gesture illuminated his heart. Lu Yuqing allowing him to sleep next to her was a testament to her acceptance of him, a sincere acknowledgement of his presence. Seeing Chu Ziheng grinning foolishly, Lu Yuqing was both amused and exasperated. "What are you waiting for? Come here. Aren't you going to sleep?" "Right, sleep," he replied, yet hesitated. "No, I'd like to have a sip of water first." No, let us go to bed first." Lu Yuqing was bewildered by his excitement, as if he had lost his bearings. Little did she know, Chu Ziheng had carried the weight of a lifetime of guilt and regret for this day. The reminiscence and anguish from his past had brought him to tears countless times, leaving him in despair. For Lu Yuqing, it was merely a matter of days. Yet for him, it felt like a lifetime. Nevertheless, as he nestled beneath the covers, he hesitated to move, fearing that Lu Yuqing might resist and recall the violence he had once inflicted upon her. Yet, the intoxicating scent wafting through the blanket and the tenderness of her breath were irresistibly alluring. Once he sensed that Wanwan had drifted into a deep slumber, Chu Ziheng cautiously slipped his hand beneath Lu Yuqing's blanket, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. However, she did not reject him, viewing this moment as a gamble. Wagering her body, it was a choice between whether Chu Ziheng would revert to his former self after he had released his pent-up emotions, or if he would genuinely transform, treating her with tenderness rather than as an outlet for his frustrations, allowing them to live harmoniously from that point onward. Noticing her lack of resistance, Chu Ziheng boldly joined her under the covers. He gently caressed Lu Yuqing's frail form, her body nearly devoid of flesh due to severe malnutrition and prolonged hunger. The thought of inflicting harm upon such a fragile being made him slap himself in disbelief. The suddenness of this act startled Lu Yuqing, causing her to open her eyes wide. "What is wrong with you?" As her hand brushed against Chu Ziheng's face, she felt the warmth of tears. "Why are you crying? What is the matter?" Chu Ziheng choked on his words. "I just recalled how I treated you in the past. I feel less than human. I am nothing but a beast." A tremor of emotion coursed through Lu Yuqing's heart. She embraced Chu Ziheng tightly, tears streaming down her face as she replied, The past is behind us. Let us live well from now on, shall we? She then leaned in to kiss his lips. That night, for the first time, Lu Yuqing felt the warmth of being loved and responded to his desires with the fervor of a woman's passion. Two hearts, having endured a lifetime of suffering, intertwined in joy and beauty. Subsequently, Chu Ziheng held Lu Yuqing close, whispering heartfelt confessions that had accumulated over decades into her ear. She resembled a maiden after her first night, playfully nibbling at his ear, pinching his nose, and kissing his lips. Deep down, a voice assured her that this time, she would surely win her gamble. The following morning, as Chu Ziheng rose, the mother and daughter had yet to awaken. He planted a gentle kiss on each of their foreheads before dressing and stepping outside. The sky loomed ominously gray. Based on his experience, snow would likely begin to fall by morning at the latest. Unlike other regions, snowfall here did not cease after just a few hours. Once it began, it persisted relentlessly, often lasting 2 or 3 days without respite. Such heavy snowfall would inevitably block the mountain paths, making travel arduous, and animals would seek shelter during the storm, rendering hunting exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had also promised Lin Guosheng to seek out the elusive Zhixiang for him, with an initial plan to locate it within 7 days. However, given the current circumstances, all plans had to be expedited. After exchanging greetings with his wife and daughter, Chu Ziheng swiftly equipped himself with his bow and arrows, strapped on his hunting knife, and tucked away a vial of the aconite ointment he had prepared the previous night, then proceeded directly into the forest. His purpose for entering the woods was unequivocal. The primary goal was to find Zhixiang, while the secondary aim was to hunt in preparation for the impending heavy snowfall that would seal the mountains. With a clear objective in mind, he ventured straight toward the oak grove without diversion. The sound of his feet crunching on the snow echoed oppressively and sharply in the vast, dense forest. Along the way, he observed numerous tracks of small animals, as well as some footprints of unknown creatures. Chu Ziheng chose not to pursue them, merely marking the spot instead. For his most pressing task was to procure Zhixiang. Hunting could wait until he had secured the herb. After marking his path, he hastened toward the oak grove. As he approached, distinct wolf tracks became visible on the ground. Chu Ziheng immediately nocked an arrow, remaining vigilant and prepared for any sudden assault from lurking predators. Yet, as he reached the spot where he had previously dispatched the lead wolf, he found no sign of any wolves. Perhaps they recognized that they were no match for him and dared not show themselves. While contemplating this, he maintained his guard. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of any ferocious beasts, he knelt in a grassy patch beneath the trees and used his hunting knife to cut a substantial bundle of Zhixiang roots, binding them together to fit into his leather pouch. Zhixiang was not particularly rare in this region. After traversing a kilometer or so, he managed to fill his pouch to the brim with the herb. This should suffice. Chu Ziheng patted his pouch and glanced around, noting the absence of wolves before beginning his retracing of the path he had taken. At that moment, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large tree nearby. Beneath a thin layer of snow, he discerned 4 withered leaves. He paused, momentarily doubting his eyesight, and approached cautiously for a closer inspection. Upon recognizing the shape of the leaves, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be ginseng? Having lived in this forest with his adoptive father for many years, he was well acquainted with ginseng. Yet, as he had previously mentioned to Lin Guosheng, while ginseng could be found here, it was exceedingly rare and often elusive. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a specimen at that very moment, and it was a 4-leaf ginseng. It is noteworthy that only wild ginseng aged 5 years or more develops such leaves. To encounter such a wild ginseng in this frigid winter was indeed a stroke of immense fortune and providence. Without hesitation, Chu Ziheng crouched down and carefully used his machete to break through the frozen earth above. Once the soil became somewhat loosened, he dug down half a meter deeper, after which he could only use his hands to continue the excavation. The excavation of wild ginseng is indeed an endeavor steeped in meticulousness and stringent requirements. The roots of wild mountain ginseng flourish underground, and during the excavation process, not a single root must be severed. Otherwise, the medicinal and economic value of the ginseng is irrevocably compromised. Thus, one must exercise immense patience, keen observation, and dexterity throughout the endeavor. Before long, the head of the ancient ginseng emerged from the earth. Chu Ziheng's movements became increasingly careful, deliberate, and unhurried. He scrutinized each root with wide eyes, holding his breath as he gradually liberated it from the soil. Ultimately, the entire ginseng was delicately unearthed. Chu Ziheng held the ginseng in his hands, examining it with great care. This specimen truly resembled a human figure, complete with limbs, a genuine gift from the heavens. He retrieved a piece of cotton cloth from his backpack and carefully wrapped the wild ginseng. At that moment, a deep, resounding roar suddenly reached his ears. In an instant, a chill ran down Chu Ziheng's spine, sending his hair standing on end. The joy of acquiring the ginseng was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of dread. He recognized that sound all too well. It was the unmistakable roar of a tiger. Moreover, judging by the proximity of the roar, the beast seemed to be quite near. Could it be that misfortune had struck him so harshly? Chu Ziheng hastily stuffed the ginseng into his bosom, drawing his bow and arrow, bracing himself as he focused intently on the source of the sound while retreating cautiously. He retreated approximately 30 to 40 meters when, from the direction of the tiger's roar, a cacophony of wolf howls erupted. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed by the disarray of howls, Chu Ziheng found solace. The simultaneous occurrence of a tiger's roar and wolf howls was a rarity. When both sounds were present, it usually indicated that the tiger had inadvertently encroached upon a wolf pack's territory, catching a whiff of their scent and issuing a warning. The wolves, in turn, responded with their own chaotic howls, signaling the tiger of their formidable numbers and cautioning it to tread carefully on their turf. Given that the potential confrontation was between wolves and a tiger, Chu Ziheng knew it was best to distance himself from the fray. Realizing this, he promptly turned and fled. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, driven by the wind, stinging his face like tiny daggers, rendering his eyes nearly unseeing. Each step became exceedingly arduous, forcing him to hunch over against the fierce gusts. However, as he trudged onward, an unexpected pause seized him. He lifted his nose to inhale deeply. The wind carried a scent of blood amidst the swirling snow. Not only was there the metallic tang of wild animal blood, but he also detected the unmistakable scent of human blood. Immediately, Chu Ziheng cast his gaze toward the source of the odor. Yet, the blinding snow obscured his view of whatever transpired beyond. Continuing forward for several dozen meters, he began to hear snippets of conversation. Though he could not comprehend the language, he was certain, based on the phonetics and dialect, that the speakers were undoubtedly Russians. Chapter 16. My wife deserves all the goodness in the world. This place is merely 100 kilometers from the border, a distance not far at all. Over the years, a few old Russians have occasionally ventured this way. The border with them is exceedingly long, making it difficult for the border guards to monitor effectively. Chu Ziheng has had dealings with these old Russians, though certainly not of a favorable nature. At that moment, he had no intention of mingling with them and was preparing to take an alternate route. However, just then, an unexpected chill ran down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his hunting knife from his waist and swung it behind him. Swish! The blade sliced through the air. He found himself face to face with a bearded old Russian, whose eyes were wide with terror as he took a step back. Clad in a green Soviet military uniform and wielding a dark, menacing rifle, the man was clearly up to no good. With only one thought racing through his mind, strike first, Chu Ziheng knew in his gut that hesitation would spell his doom. As the old Russian prepared to pull the trigger, Chu Ziheng swiftly ducked, evading the gun's muzzle. Before the man could lower his weapon, Chu Ziheng's fist connected with his face. Seizing the moment as the bearded man recoiled in pain, Chu Ziheng thrust his hunting knife toward his throat with a speed and ferocity that left the Russian no chance to react. In an instant, blood sprayed across Chu Ziheng, splattering his face and clothes. Yet he did not pause. As he slashed the man's throat, he followed up with another swift stab to his heart. The old Russian fell without uttering a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The suddenness of it all left Chu Ziheng momentarily stunned. When he regained his composure, he noticed two more old Russians emerging from the snowstorm. Upon seeing him drenched in blood and the lifeless body of their companion, they quickly reached for their guns. However, Chu Ziheng was quicker. In the split second it took them to draw their weapons, he had snatched the fallen Russian's rifle from the ground and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the forest. The two old Russians trembled like chaff in the wind before collapsing to the ground. Chu Ziheng let out a long sigh. In that moment, the world around him seemed to spin, gazing at the three lifeless bodies lying in a pool of blood. He felt no guilt for having taken their lives. His adoptive father had taught him well. In these jungles, one must never regard the old Russians as human. They should be viewed as wolves, as beasts to be subdued. Otherwise, they would swiftly teach you the meaning of savagery. At that moment, a lingering unease washed over Chu Ziheng. Yet, more than anything, he felt a sense of relief, grateful for his quick reflexes. Had he reacted even a moment slower, it would have been his demise. After taking a few breaths to steady himself on the ground, Chu Ziheng swiftly rose to his feet. He was uncertain whether there were any companions of the adversaries still lurking nearby. Likewise, he pondered whether the scent of blood would attract any wild beasts. Before departing, Chu Ziheng meticulously searched the 3 corpses of the old Russians. Aside from some provisions, 3 assault rifles, and a handful of ammunition, the rest was merely worthless debris. He stowed the bullets into his pouch and slung the rifles over his shoulder, leaving the scene without a backward glance. As for the corpses, they were of no concern to him. Not to mention that this forest was rarely traversed by humans. It would be ages before anyone set foot here again. The ferocious beasts within the woods would ensure that these warm-blooded prey would not last until dawn. As Chu Ziheng emerged from the forest, not far behind him, a chorus of wolf howls echoed through the air. It was evident that the wolves had discovered the presence of their prey. He stole a glance back before resolutely braving the wind and snow, sprinting out of the woods. Upon returning home, he did not immediately enter, but instead concealed the rifle and ammunition in a box that had previously held his hunting bow and knife. Following that, he used the snow to wipe away any traces of blood, ensuring he left no evidence before finally stepping through the door. The perils he faced were his alone to bear. He did not wish to burden his wife with worry. Seeing him drenched, Lu Yuqing assumed it was merely the result of the raging storm outside. She hurriedly prepared a basin of warm water and brought a towel, heated by the stove, to wipe the snow from his face. Observing his frostbitten, swollen hands, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. With the impending blizzard, you should stay indoors. It's far too dangerous. Besides, we have plenty of meat and grain at home. If we ration wisely, it will last us throughout the winter, she advised. Chu Ziheng chuckled softly at her words. If it were just the 2 of us at home, conserving would be fine. But let us not forget that we are not alone. We have Wanwan to consider. We cannot allow her to suffer hunger as well. The gentle nature of a woman becomes resolute when it comes to motherhood. Hearing Chu Ziheng speak this way, Lu Yuqing found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the 2 adults could manage a few missed meals, but Wanwan was still a child, in a crucial phase of growth. If deprived of nourishment, not only would she fail to thrive, but her very life could be at stake. Noticing Lu Yuqing's downcast demeanor, Chu Ziheng refrained from pressing the matter further and instead produced a cloth pouch from his pocket to show her. My dear wife, look what I have. Lu Yuqing's expression turned to one of intrigue as she focused her gaze on him. When he unveiled the contents of the pouch, her eyes widened involuntarily. Old ginseng, you found this in the mountains? Indeed. Chu Ziheng nodded and said, the fellow who previously purchased the fragrant dazi from me mentioned that if I could procure some old mountain ginseng, he would be willing to pay a handsome price. When he returns, I shall inquire about the price. If all is well, I shall sell it to him directly. Once the money is made, we can tidy up the house and replace all that clutter. You're already thinking about how to spend the money before it's even earned. Lu Yuqing chided him with a playful glance, before finding a clean cloth and carefully rewrapping the wild ginseng. To be honest, even without profits, I've already begun to ponder how to ensure a better life for you and our daughter, Chu Ziheng replied with a grin. Now, with the biting cold of winter, there is little we can do. Come spring, I shall build a spacious home for both of you. Upon hearing Chu Ziheng's words, Lu Yuqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. She gently pressed her lips together and said, life is already quite good as it is. There is no need for more. That simply will not do. Chu Ziheng exclaimed, drawing Lu Yuqing closer by the waist. My wife deserves all the goodness this world has to offer. Chapter 17. I am nearly starving. Where is there any room to think of such things? At this declaration, a blush crept onto Lu Yuqing's face. Meanwhile, sitting on the calm, Wanwan gazed with wide eyes reminiscent of her mother-s. She looked to her left at her mother and to her right at her father, then raised her hands to cover her eyes. Mama, Daddy, how embarrassing. Lu Yuqing suddenly realized that her daughter was present. She promptly pushed Chu Ziheng away, admonishing, you shouldn't speak such nonsense in front of the child. Have you no shame? However, Chu Ziheng remained unfazed. He scooped Wanwan into his arms and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. What do you mean by shame? We are family. Expressing our affection for one another is nothing to shy away from. Isn't that right, Wanwan? Wanwan, somewhat understanding, glanced at Lu Yuqing, then earnestly nodded at Chu Ziheng. Yes. Huh, what a good daughter you are, Chu Ziheng said, playfully engaging in affectionate closeness with Wanwan. Observing their interactions, Lu Yuqing's gaze softened. In truth, she did not speak lightly. She genuinely felt that their current life was already quite splendid. Watching the tenderness between father and daughter, she wished time could freeze at that moment, preserving this warmth and beauty indefinitely. As Chu Ziheng had anticipated, the heavy snow fell for 3 consecutive days and nights, showing no signs of abating. Fortunately, having stocked up on meat and firewood, the snowfall did not affect them greatly. In contrast, many families in Gangwei Camp found themselves on the brink of starvation due to the fierce winds and snow. During this planned economy era, everything in the village was controlled by the village team. The common folk needed to follow the team's arrangements to earn work points, which they could then exchange for food. If the team halted work, many would go hungry. With the recent severe winds and snow, all activities had come to a standstill. Many families are confronted with dire shortages of food and fuel, and among them is the Zhang Guiying family. At this moment, Zhang Guiying stands before Zhao Guoqiang's door, cradling her child, as she observes him savoring a bowl of cornmeal porridge, the remnants dribbling down the edge. Unconsciously, she swallows hard. Captain Zhao, my family hasn't had anything to eat for several days. I would like to borrow some grain from the team. Could you kindly make a trip to the team for me? Guiying, I understand your situation, Zhao Guoqiang replies, chewing unconcernedly. However, our storeroom at the garrison is not well stocked either. If everyone hears about your plight and comes to borrow, what will remain in our store? He continues. Perhaps you should consult with the village secretary to see what he says. If he agrees to lend you some, I will comply. But the secretary sent me to you. Zhang Guiying insists. He said if you agree, he will, too. Zhang Guiying's husband had broken his leg while working for the village team. They received no compensation, not even a grain of rice, and with the loss of their breadwinner, she struggles to provide for their 3 children. Days ago, their rice jar was empty and desperate. She sought to borrow grain from the team. However, upon visiting the village secretary, he directed her back to Zhao Guoqiang, tossing her about like a ball. Zhang Guiying realizes that they are merely passing the buck, unwilling to lend her aid. Yet, as an ordinary citizen, she pleads, Uncle Zhao, adults can endure hunger, but the children cannot go without food. Have pity on me and open the storehouse. Lend me some grain, and I promise to repay you next year. That is out of the question, Zhao Guoqiang replies coldly. The village's grain supply is limited. I cannot lend you any. You should consider other options. Observing this exchange, Zhao Guoqiang's wife, Wang Xiuqin, can no longer remain silent. Why not take some grain from our supply for Sister Guiying? She suggests quietly. Shut your mouth, you woman. Zhao Guoqiang snaps, glaring at her. What business is it of yours? His words send a shiver through Wang Xiuqin, leaving her to cast a helpless glance at Zhang Guiying. Witnessing Zhao Guoqiang's heartlessness, Zhang Guiying wipes a tear from her eye with the thin fabric of her sleeve and turns to leave. Yet Zhao Guoqiang calls after her. Your mother-in-law was once involved in superstitious practices, and we must eradicate such beliefs. You must distance yourself from her, especially your husband. A shudder runs through Zhang Guiying. But in the next moment, her gaze hardens with resolve. I am on the brink of starvation. I have no time to ponder such things. If you wish to see my entire family perish, then come and do it. With that, she exits, holding her child tightly. Damn it! The audacity! Zhao Guoqiang roars. I was only trying to offer you a word of caution, and this is your attitude? Let me make myself clear. You do not establish boundaries with your mother-in-law. And you are also a member of the Black 5 categories. When the time comes, do not blame me for having someone take you to be paraded. Yet Zhang Guiying wholly disregarded him, departing his home without a backward glance. Wang Xiuqin, witnessing this, could not help but let out a sigh. What are you sighing about? Zhao Guoqiang snapped, glaring at her. Are you looking to be punished? In his household, he was an absolute authority. Who would dare to retort? One could expect to receive at least a good beating. At that moment, Wang Xiuqin trembled in fear and quickly stepped aside. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang resumed his slurping of the watery porridge. In that instant, a sharp pain suddenly shot across his cheek, precisely where Chu Ziheng had delivered several resounding slaps. Damn it! Zhao Guoqiang gently caressed his cheek, his expression hardening with fury. I shall reclaim this honor sooner or later. 4 days later, the wind and snow finally ceased. Early in the morning, Chu Ziheng and Lu Yuqing rose, accompanied by Wan, to clear the accumulated snow in their yard. As they worked, they engaged in a delightful family activity, crafting a large snowman for Wan. In the snowy expanse, the trio enjoyed a heartwarming time together, radiating warmth and joy. However, at that moment, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly pierced the air. The three in the yard froze momentarily, discerning that the sound emanated from a nearby location. Chu Ziheng and Lu Yuqing stepped outside their home, seemingly towards the direction of Sister Guiying's house. Lu Yuqing nudged Chu Ziheng, urging, "You should hurry over and see what has happened to Sister Guiying." "All right." Chu Ziheng promptly set down his shovel and sprinted towards Zhang Guiying's residence. In his recollection, Zhang Guiying was an exceptionally kind individual. In his past life, he had been a scoundrel, frequently trading the family's grain for liquor. Fortunately, Zhang Guiying often assisted the two of them. Otherwise, Lu Yuqing and her daughter Wan would likely have perished from starvation long ago. At this moment, a few villagers had gathered at Zhang Guiying's doorstep, drawn by the commotion. What kind of times are these, that a good child could be starved to death? Such cruelty. Yesterday, Guiying went to the brigade to borrow grain, but Zhao Guoqiang refused to lend even a single grain of rice. Just watch. That dog Zhao Guoqiang will not have a good end. Yesterday, Guiying came to my house, but we only had half a gene of cornmeal left. Had I known, we would have eaten less to help her out. How could we allow a child to starve to death? Chu Ziheng pushed the door open and rushed inside. He looked up to see Zhang Guiying, her gaze vacant, clutching her 2-year-old daughter. "My daughter, open your eyes and look at your mother, please." Her eldest son and second daughter surrounded her, weeping inconsolably. At that moment, Zhang Guiying's husband, Zhao Zhenxing, lay on a pile of tattered bedding, filled with self-loathing as he slapped his own face in anguish. "How am I so powerless? How could I allow my daughter to starve to death?" Witnessing this scene, Chu Ziheng felt a sharp pang in his heart. How similar this was to Lu Yuqing's circumstances in her past life. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ziheng snatched the child from Zhang Guiying's arms. He gently checked the baby's breath and pulse, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Sister-in-law, stop crying. The child is still alive." Zhang Guiying stared at him blankly, while Zhao Zhenxing exclaimed in excitement, "Alive? The child is really alive?" Chu Ziheng nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Zhang Guiying rushed forward, urging, "Sanner, wake up. Please wake up." She cried out frantically, attempting to pinch the child's acupoint. Chu Ziheng quickly intervened, saying, "If you continue like this, even a living child may perish in your hands. The child is merely unconscious from malnutrition. Hurry and fetch some sugar water to give to the baby." "Sugar water?" Zhang Guiying looked at him in despair. "We don't have any. Our home has barely enough food, let alone sugar, which is a luxury at this time." "Then quickly change your clothes and come with me. I have some at my house." In a critical moment of life and death, he did not hesitate, swiftly carrying the child outside. Zhang Guiying hurriedly dressed and followed him out. As the two rushed out, the crowd of villagers watching stood in stunned silence, questioning what was unfolding. "What is happening? Is the child alive?" Confusion was etched on their faces. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chu Ziheng hastily return with the child, Lu Yuqing wore a perplexed expression. "What happened?" "The child fainted from hunger," Chu Ziheng urged. "Quickly, prepare some sugar water." Right. Lu Yuqing did not waste a moment. She retrieved the white sugar that Chu Ziheng had bought previously, scooping a small bowl and mixing it with hot water to feed the child. At that moment, Zhang Guiying approached, squatting beside the bed, her gaze fixed on the small figure lying there. Chu Ziheng's home was considerably warmer than hers, and with the sugar water consumed, the child's complexion began to improve, and breathing became steadier. Observing this, Zhang Guiying was overwhelmed with joy and tears of gratitude. Thank you so much." She immediately attempted to bow to Chu Ziheng and Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing, holding Wan, could not assist her and called out to Chu Ziheng, "Ziheng, quickly." Without needing her reminder, Chu Ziheng stepped forward to support Zhang Guiying. "Sister-in-law, please don't do this. You have helped us in the past. If it weren't for you, Yuqing and Wan might have faced dire consequences long ago." Chu Ziheng referred to the time when she assisted Lu Yuqing. Both Lu Yuqing and Zhang Guiying were momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Chu Ziheng was aware of this incident, as Zhang Guiying had been especially cautious when delivering food to Lu Yuqing back then. Seeing their expressions, Chu Ziheng understood their thoughts but chose not to address them directly. Instead, he said, "Let the child stay with us for a while. Once he recovers, we can return him home." "Ah, I must trouble you," she said. "Not at all." Chu Ziheng waved his hand dismissively and glanced at Lu Yuqing. Seeing her nodding in agreement, he continued, "Sister-in-law, we have plenty of grain at home. Take some back with you to prepare meals for Zhao Gu and the children." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guiying's eyes lit up. "Are you willing to lend us grain?" "Lend? This is a gift for you. No need to return," Chu Ziheng replied, turning to Lu Yuqing. "Yuqing, please fetch half from our rice jar for Sister Guiying, and also bring her some wild boar meat." Lu Yuqing was eager to assist Zhang Guiying, for she had once shown her kindness. Now that Zhang Guiying was in distress, it was her duty to help. At that moment, she felt a swell of joy for Chu Ziheng's generosity. He had indeed changed. He was now even more considerate than when they first married. In their early days, he had been somewhat aloof, but now he could empathize with her feelings. Subsequently, Lu Yuqing went to the rice jar to scoop out rice for Zhang Guiying. Upon witnessing the pristine white rice in their jar, Zhang Guiying's eyes widened in disbelief. Rice? In this era, rice is a rare commodity in the village. Although one can buy rice without labor points, it requires money and grain coupons. A pound of rice costs at least 10 to 20 cents. In their commune, one labor point would only yield 25 cents, and on a good day, one could earn about 10 points, barely enough to buy a pound of rice, which no one could afford to spare. Yet, Chu Ziheng's family had a jar full of rice, recently purchased just days ago. "Come, sister, hold your bag open. I will fill it halfway for you," Lu Yuqing said. No, that is far too much," Zhang Guiying protested. "Just give me a little, enough to cook porridge." The rice jar could hold at least 40 pounds. And even if not full, half would still be around 17 to 18 pounds. Such a quantity was beyond her means to repay. Lu Yuqing understood her reluctance, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhang Guiying was indeed very straightforward. Even after being told everything was a gift, she still thought of repayment. Observing Zhang Guiying's hesitant demeanor, Lu Yuqing took a breath and insisted, "Sister, did you not hear Ziheng? He asked me to fill half for you. And that is what it must be." Lowering her voice, she added, "Surely, you are aware of his temperament? Or do you wish to see me mistreated?" Chapter 19. As long as your man is present, you shall never suffer. At this, Zhang Guiying was momentarily taken aback. She glanced around the room and then at Lu Yuqing, forcing a smile as she said, "You two haven't reconciled, have you?" She had clearly observed their intimate gestures. It's all an act. To ensure Zhang Guiying would happily accept the provisions, Lu Yuqing resolved to sacrifice a bit of Chu Ziheng's reputation. With utmost seriousness, she said to Zhang Guiying, "So please spare me the trouble. Let us do as he suggested. Take half and don't return it, all right?" Her words carried a hint of pleading, leaving Zhang Guiying unable to doubt her sincerity. Subsequently, she returned home in a daze, burdened with a large bag of pork and half a bag of rice. The family members, upon seeing the rice and pork, were rendered speechless in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Zhao Jinxing finally inquired, "Where did all this come from?" "It was given by He Ziheng and Lu Yuqing," Zhang Guiying replied, pursing her lips. "They said we need not repay them." More than the gifts themselves, what she found hardest to accept was the notion of not having to return the favor. She indeed owed Lu Yuqing a debt of gratitude, having provided sustenance during her most difficult times, yet it was a mere 10-odd pounds of cornmeal. Now, however, they had exchanged that for several pounds of rice and pork. They truly were good people. Zhao Jinxing lay on the Kong, staring blankly at the ceiling, and said, "When we have the chance in the future, we must repay them." Indeed, Zhang Guiying nodded, before heading off to prepare a meal for Zhao Jinxing and the others. Their family had not had a fire for a long time, and the simple pork porridge they made was nonetheless immensely satisfying. In the afternoon, Zhang Guiying took her two daughters to visit Chu Ziheng's family. By the time they arrived, the little one had begun to recover and was seated at the table, dining with Wanwan. The child, clearly famished, devoured her food ravenously. Even Wanwan, who had only recently tasted meat, could not compare to the sight before her, revealing the extent of the little one's hunger. Chu Ziheng and Lu Yuqing sat beside the Kong, watching the two girls eat with smiles. "Sister-in-law, you should feel at ease now," Chu Ziheng remarked to Zhang Guiying. "Look at this little girl. She is eating and drinking well." "I'm sorry for the trouble," Zhang Guiying replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Not at all. I quite like this little girl." Chu Ziheng gestured toward Wanwan. "See how happy she is? It's not easy for her to find a playmate." At that moment, Wanwan was engaged in a competition with the little girl to see who could eat more, completely oblivious to her father's words, lost in her own world. Observing the two girls, a gentle smile graced Zhang Guing's face. The room was warm, and the children were well fed. Perhaps this was the essence of true living. At that moment, Chu Ziheng suddenly spoke up. By the way, sister-in-law, shouldn't there be some compensation for Jinxing after his leg injury? How could there be no provisions at all? Compensation? Zhang Guing chuckled bitterly. Don't even mention compensation. They didn't even bother to take a look. The village head said it was Zhao Guiqiang's team that should deal with Zhao Guiqiang. Zhao Guiqiang then claimed it was for village work and directed us back to the village. Chu Ziheng inquired, has the village committee and the village brigade now become two separate entities? With such trivial matters in the village, are you still unaware? Zhang Guiying, her eyes brimming with palpable resentment, replied, when it comes to everyday affairs, they function as one department, yet when issues arise, they suddenly transform into two. Frankly, these individuals excel only in lining their own pockets, while their capability to genuinely serve the public is virtually non-existent. The thought of the so-called leaders in the village filled Chu Ziheng with disdain, prompting a cold, contemptuous laugh. If they deny us a way forward, we shall no longer engage with them and live our own lives behind closed doors. Once your brother Jinxing recovers, I shall teach him the art of hunting. Chu Ziheng declared, while it may not make you affluent, it will at least ensure you never go hungry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guiying's eyes sparkled with gratitude, but was swiftly overtaken by a bitter realization. But your brother Jinxing's leg, Chu Ziheng waved his hand dismissively. Hunting is not solely reliant on speed. Learning how to set traps is equally effective. I will teach him how to weave traps and where to place them, ensuring your family thrives. As Zhang Guiying gazed into Chu Ziheng's sincere eyes, she couldn't help but recall the words recently spoken by Lu Yuqing. She was no fool. She could discern right from wrong. Lu Yuqing had undoubtedly deceived her, albeit with good intentions. Yet, in the presence of Chu Ziheng, all she could express was gratitude. Later, when the little girl's condition stabilized, Zhang Guiying took her leave from Chu Ziheng's home. Observing their departure, Lu Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she murmured, Ziheng, when will this life find its conclusion? Chu Ziheng was acutely aware that this turmoil would persist for a full decade, and the hardships were only beginning, destined to intensify with time. However, he wished to shield Lu Yuqing from undue psychological burden. Besides, he had no intention of enduring this decade in fear and hunger like Zhang Guiying and the other villagers. Fear not, as long as your man is by your side. Chu Ziheng replied softly, you shall not suffer. Lu Yuqing looked up at him, her eyes conveying an indescribable depth of feeling. Time flowed swiftly, bringing them to the day agreed upon with Lin Guoxing. Before dawn, Chu Ziheng gathered his belongings, slung his leather pouch over his shoulder, and dragged the sled outside. Upon reaching the town, the sun had already risen. From a distance, he spotted Lin Guoxing's jeep parked at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. As he strolled over, he noticed Lin Guoxing sprawled on a reclining chair, sound asleep. Well. Chu Ziheng tapped on the car window. Director Lin, you arrived quite early. Startled by the sound, Lin Guoxing jolted awake. Upon seeing Chu Ziheng, his face instantly lit up with joy. Ah, young man, you're also quite early, Lin Guoxing exclaimed. Stepping out of the car with a cheerful smile, I was beginning to think I would have to wait for you here a while longer. Haha, you are indeed waiting for something to save you. If I were to make you wait, would it not be a retribution? Chu Ziheng casually retrieved a bundle of fragrant herbs from his pocket and presented it to Lin Guoxing, saying, here, the item you requested. Observing the generous bundle of herbs, Lin Guoxing's lips nearly stretched to his ears in delight. Chapter 20. I see they are seeking their doom. Indeed, little brother, you possess remarkable skill, Lin Guoxing praised. Then weighed the bundle of herbs in his hands, commenting, this must weigh about half a pound, right? I haven't measured it. Chu Ziheng casually suggested. Shall I take you to weigh it? No need, Lin Guoxing replied. I'll settle the payment as if it were half a pound. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved 5 large banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Chu Ziheng. Last time, I gave you a 20 as a deposit. This time, another 20. In half a month, we shall meet again at this very time and place. No problem. Chu Ziheng accepted the notes, but then suddenly remembered something and pulled out a cloth bag from his bosom. By the way, I managed to acquire another item you desired. What? Lin Guoxing was taken aback. Upon seeing Chu Ziheng unveil the wild ginseng wrapped inside the cloth, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is wild ginseng. You truly obtained it. Chu Ziheng chuckled. Fortune smiled upon me while I was digging for the fragrant herbs. Do you want it? Yes, yes, of course. Lin Guoxing paused, then added, however, I only have 30 yuan left. 30 yuan it is. Chu Ziheng placed the ginseng directly into Lin Guoxing's hands, stating, this item seems destined for you. So I shall not ask for more. Thank you, thank you. Lin Guoxing joyfully accepted the ginseng and then produced 3 more banknotes to give to Chu Ziheng. Without scrutinizing them, Chu Ziheng tucked them into his pocket and remarked, we shall meet again in half a month. All right. Lin Guoxing replied enthusiastically as he climbed into his vehicle and departed. After watching him leave, Chu Ziheng turned and entered the supply and marketing cooperative. He greeted Sun Xiaoxiang and began his shopping. In this era, the cooperative resembled a department store, offering a vast array of goods. Though certain fruits like apples were subject to limited supply quotas and exorbitant prices, making them a rarity for most. However, Chu Ziheng was different. With a substantial sum of 80 yuan in his possession, what could he not acquire? Like a general commanding his troops, he purchased indiscriminately from the cooperative, be it food, necessities, or leisure items, until his small sled was filled to capacity and could hold no more. Only then did he settle the bill, leaving a 2 yuan tip for Sun Xiaoxiang before departing the cooperative. As he pulled the sled along the path homeward, Chu Ziheng could not help but envision the expression on his wife's face upon seeing these items. Would it be one of surprise, disbelief, joy, or perhaps a reprimand for frivolous spending? The latter seemed more probable. Yet, it mattered not. If she chose to chastise him for his spending, so be it. If she were to truly say it, he would directly place the remaining 50-odd coins into her hands, convinced that she would inevitably yield. With such thoughts, Chu Ziheng couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickening his pace considerably. That afternoon, he returned to the village, and upon entering, he noticed the villagers posting slogans on the walls. Phrases like down with the 5 black categories, overthrow all evil spirits, defeat the capitalist roaders, and rebellion is justified. Long live the proletariat, filled the air. However, Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow tightly. Previously, Zhao Guoqiang had mentioned that there would be another wave of re-education for the so-called 5 black categories. In truth, it was merely a means to establish authority over the village and exploit the common folk to toil diligently. Regardless of whether it was through literary or martial struggles, someone would invariably suffer. He recalled in his past life how Lu Yuqing had been captured by these individuals, forced to stand on a platform branded with a sign, subjected to a barrage of insults and abuse from an angry crowd. At that time, Wanwan had not even turned 1 year old. He had been lost in drunkenness, utterly indifferent to Lu Yuqing's fate. After being beaten and bruised during the day, he returned home only to lash out at her for not preparing a meal. The thought of this chilled Chu Ziheng's gaze. What had transpired in his past life was no longer his concern. Yet now, should anyone dare to bully his wife, he would ensure they paid a bloody price. Upon returning home, Lu Yuqing's reaction was precisely as Chu Ziheng had anticipated. Why have you bought so much? She began. But before she could finish, he placed 5 large bills into her hands. Staring at the stack of money, Lu Yuqing fell into deep contemplation. Am I awake? Is this not a dream? She asked innocently, looking at Chu Ziheng. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, pinching her face playfully. Of course. You're awake. Hearing this, Lu Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, where did this money come from? How did you acquire so much? She had never seen such large denominations before. Chu Ziheng teasingly responded, I went to the county to rob a bank. Do you believe me? You're such a rascal. Lu Yuqing retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Chu Ziheng immediately embraced her, laughing as he explained. I sold some medicinal herbs to Lin Guoxing for a total of 80 coins. I spent over 20 on supplies, and this is what remains. He then placed the rest of the money into her hands, instructing her to add it to her little treasury. But don't ever complain to me about money being insufficient again, he teased, pinching her nose. You, my dear girl, are now fabulously wealthy. Lu Yuqing blushed at his flirtatious gesture. You always tease me. Then will you let me bully you? If you don't, I'll find someone else. You wouldn't dare. Lu Yuqing instinctively widened her eyes, resembling a protective mother cow. Chu Ziheng could no longer contain his laughter, embracing his wife tightly and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. Just as the couple indulged in their affectionate moment, a sudden roar echoed from outside the door. Lu Yuqing, if you know what's good for you, come out on your own. Don't make us take action. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yuqing's countenance turned ashen. while Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow. He had assumed that these ruffians would take a few more days to make their move. He was taken aback by their swiftness in coming to confront them. Lu Yuqing glanced at Chu Ziheng, biting her lips softly. You wait for me at home. I'll be back shortly. Where the hell do you think you're going? Chu Ziheng shot her a fierce look. Stay put on the bed and wait for me. A bunch of scoundrels. They dare to bully my wife. They must be seeking their own demise. Chapter 21. I, Chu Ziheng, stand here. If you wish to die, come forth. It had been quite some time since he had spoken to Lu Yuqing in such a tone. Yet this time, she felt no trace of fear. Instead, an indescribable sense of security enveloped her. However, when she saw Chu Ziheng grab a hunting knife over a foot long and stride toward the door, she couldn't help but speak up. Ziheng, don't what? He retorted. These bastards think I'm an easy target. Today, I want to see how they attempt to take my wife. With that, Chu Ziheng brandished his knife and stepped outside. At that moment, a dozen individuals stood in the courtyard, a mix of men and women, brandishing red-tasseled spears, their arms adorned with red armbands boldly emblazoned with the words militia. Leading the group was none other than Zhao Guoqiang. However, their intimidating presence held no sway over Chu Ziheng. He stood resolutely in the courtyard, scrutinizing the crowd before him. What do you want with my wife? Among them was Wu Laosi, who had watched Chu Ziheng grow up and understood his temperament. Yet, as the militia leader, he had to answer to Zhao Guoqiang and could only step forward and sternly say, Chu Ziheng, don't be foolish. Hand over Lu Yuqing. Chu Ziheng responded with a cold smile. Wu Laosi, you needn't shout at me. Remember when your wife was struggling to nurse? You knelt before my father to borrow a wild chicken, didn't you? A debt must be repaid. Return my chicken before discussing anything else. Wu Laosi's expression tightened. He recalled that it was indeed the wild chicken that had provided nourishment for his wife, a kindness he could not forget. And you? Chu Ziheng pointed his hunting knife at another figure in the crowd. You dare come to my home and make threats? If it weren't for me lending you a hand back then, you would have drowned in that river. The young man, known as Zhou Guzi, paled at the accusation. And all of you, have you all managed to live so well? Have you discarded all semblance of shame? I fought alongside my father against wolves for the sake of the entire village, sustaining injuries that nearly cost me my life. Chu Ziheng raised his head and spoke with a fierce tone. Are you all so brazen as to come before me and shout? Do you have no shame at all? In this era where even a meal is a luxury, my family of hunters is among the few fortunate enough to eat to their fill. Many in the village owe us favors, and among the militia here, at least 6 or 7 out of every 10 have borrowed game from us to stave off hunger. At this moment, upon hearing Chu Ziheng's words, the crowd instinctively lowered their heads. After all, one must maintain their dignity. And they could not bear the embarrassment of confronting him directly. Chu Ziheng, spare us your nonsense. Zhao Guoqiang, noticing the crowd's subdued demeanor, grew furious. Your favors are yours alone. What do they have to do with Lu Yuqing? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Go to hell. Chu Ziheng brandished his knife, pointing it at Zhao Guoqiang's nose, cursing, you are the last person qualified to confront me. Strutting about like a peacock. You think you're some grand figure? You're merely a joke. As the political captain, you speak so eloquently. Ask around the village, how many truly respect you? Because of your leadership, countless children in this village have gone hungry. Do you not realize this? Constantly denouncing others. Yet you should be the one facing denunciation. Your despicable son does nothing all day, yet when it comes time for the dividends, he takes the lion's share. Do you think no one sees through your schemes? Zhao Guoqiang, enraged and embarrassed by Chu Ziheng's scathing words, found himself at a loss for a retort, as much of what was said rang true. In his humiliation, he seized a red-tasseled spear from a comrade and lunged toward Chu Ziheng. His bulky figure charging forward resembled a pig on its hind legs. Chu Ziheng merely sidestepped with a twist of his body, avoiding the thrust of the spear, and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Guoqiang's face. A sharp crack echoed as Zhao Guoqiang fell backward, spitting blood, which, upon closer inspection, revealed 4 of his teeth mingled within. Zhao Guoqiang, pointing at Chu Ziheng, bellowed. Chu Ziheng, you bastard! Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike a militiaman? You must be seeking death. Chu Ziheng looked down at him and declared, I have told you before, I live only for my wife and children. Whoever dares to harm them will pay with their life. And you all, stand straight and listen carefully. I, Chu Ziheng, am here. Anyone who dares to threaten my family is welcome to try. But if you lack the skill and meet your end here, Do not say I did not warn you. Old Wu was anxious, stamping his feet. This lad is furious. Everyone, calm down and speak to him properly. What is there to say? He dared to assault our political leader, thus undermining the proletarian revolution. A young man boldly exclaimed. I refuse to believe he can overpower us. Everyone, let's unite and capture Lu Yuqing. His rallying cry ignited the fervor of two foolish comrades who rushed forward. Charging at Chu Ziheng, Zhao Guoqiang, secretly gritting his teeth, had long awaited the opportunity to denounce Lu Yuqing. He recalled the moment when his father had knelt before Lu Yuqing's grandfather, pleading for 2 gene of seeds, only to be rebuffed. The memory filled Zhao Guoqiang with a seething hatred. If he did not utterly vanquish Lu Yuqing today, sleep would elude him, and his heart would remain troubled. Chu Ziheng, if I do not bring you down today, I might as well share your surname. But in the next instant, Zhao Guoqiang was enveloped in darkness as a figure hurtled towards him. It was the very militiaman who had shouted the loudest. Originally, he had charged at Chu Ziheng. But before he could reach him, he was sent flying like a kicked ball. By sheer coincidence, he landed right on Zhao Guoqiang. With a yelp, Zhao Guoqiang cried out. But before he could finish, another figure landed atop him, followed by a third and a fourth. The last militiaman was met with a punch to the face from Chu Ziheng, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was kicked in the abdomen. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself seated upon Zhao Guoqiang's face. Chu Ziheng stood firm, surveying the tangle of bodies sprawled on the ground. Before his gaze settled on Wu Laosi. If you dare to step forward, do so swiftly. Do not waste my time. If you do not wish to spar with me, then be off. Chapter 22. Find someone who can match him. Wu Laosi did not dare to advance a single step. Realizing that if Chu Ziheng was willing to strike Zhao Guoqiang and the militiamen, what could he possibly achieve by confronting him? Enduring a few slaps and losing a couple of teeth would be a steep price to pay. He could only respond, his face flushed with anger. Chu Ziheng, you are being foolish. I am eager to see how this unfolds. Captain Zhao, let us retreat for now and not stoop to his level. We can settle the score later. Bruised and battered, Zhao Guoqiang felt they had not brought enough allies. Gratefully seizing the opportunity to withdraw, he resolved to gather more supporters before returning. Surely, he thought, Chu Ziheng could not possess any extraordinary powers. Thus, with the assistance of others, they limped away in disgrace. Chu Ziheng cast a disdainful glance at their retreating figures, knowing full well that Zhao Guoqiang would not let this matter rest. He was a man of many cunning schemes. Whatever tactics he might employ were trivial in the grand scheme of things. Back inside, Lu Yuqing, trembling and anxious, had been hiding in a corner with Wanwan. She hurriedly filled a bowl with warm water for Chu Ziheng. Observing the cold fury etched upon his face, Lu Yuqing felt a dual sense of safety and the urge to flee. Ziheng, why don't we leave this place? Let us find somewhere unknown. Even if it means retreating to the mountains, we should not remain in the garrison. Chu Ziheng comprehended Lu Yuqing's trepidation following the recent events, and he was resolute in not allowing her to be the cause of his own misfortune. Tenderly, he caressed her pallid visage, gazing gently into her tear-streaked eyes. This is my native land. I could traverse these mountains and waters with my eyes closed. If anyone is to leave, it shall be Zhao Guoqiang. You need not worry. Remain at home, eat and drink as you please. As long as I am here, not even the King of Heaven himself would dare to lay a finger on you. Lu Yuqing understood Chu Ziheng's obstinate nature, realizing that once he had made a decision, not even 10 horses could pull him back. Chu Ziheng patted his stomach and chuckled. I'm famished after dealing with Zhao Guoqiang. Tonight, we shall feast on pancakes and stewed meat. If that Zhao Guoqiang dares to show his face again, I shall continue to thrash him until he is haunted by the mere sight of me. Why do you never present yourself properly? Look after Wanwan while I prepare dinner. Lu Yuqing found herself both amused and exasperated. Yet, with Chu Ziheng standing firm against any calamity, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang, upon returning to the brigade, was furiously applying purple medicine to his face while berating Wu Laosi and the others. You are all militia, young men at that. Yet you cannot even handle a single Chu Ziheng. What a bunch of useless fools. Wu Laosi, with a glint of cunning in his eye, replied, Captain Zhao, let us not be too hasty. Chu Ziheng has been raised in the mountains alongside old hunters. Even wild beasts are no match for him. Today, we were unprepared, allowing him to seize the opportunity. In my view, if he can fight, we must find someone equally formidable to contend with him. I recommend San Juzi from the western part of the village. Zhao Guoqiang raised an eyebrow, contemplating the merit of this suggestion. Sanjuzi was the strongest individual in the garrison, capable of consuming dozens of large steamed buns in one sitting and lifting 200 to 300 pounds as if it were child's play. Moreover, he was straightforward and motivated by food. A hearty meal would ensure his cooperation. Coming from a family of outsiders, he had not received any favors from Chu Ziheng, making him an ideal candidate for confrontation. With this in mind, Zhao Guoqiang nodded and instructed, "Go fetch Sanjuzi to the mess hall." Wu Laosi complied and quickly summoned Sanjuzi to the brigade's dining area. Upon entering, Sanjuzi's eyes were immediately drawn to the basket brimming with steamed buns. Having gone 3 days without food, the aroma was irresistible, causing his mouth to water. Despite his hearty appetite, he had already depleted his family's resources, leaving his parents on the brink of starvation at home. To his surprise, he found such a bounty of steamed buns here. Although Sanjuzi was straightforward, he was not foolish. Noticing Zhao Guoqiang, who was seated with his face smeared in medicine, he wiped his nose with the sleeve of his tattered cotton jacket and inquired in a gravelly voice, "Why have you summoned me?" Zhao Guoqiang, wearing a half-smile, responded, "Sanjuzi, do you wish to eat some buns?" "Of course." "Then here's the deal. If you can take down Chu Ziheng, these 10 buns are yours, and I can arrange for you to receive an additional 20 pounds of cornmeal from the brigade's supplies, no repayment necessary. What do you say?" Sanjuzi was taken aback. Though he had no particular acquaintance with Chu Ziheng, he had heard from others that Chu Ziheng, when inebriated, would resort to striking his wife. Any do well, he squandered his days idly, living off others. Such an individual truly deserved a sound lesson. Besides, lacking any other skills, he only possessed brute strength, capable of handling 10 steamed buns and 20 pounds of cornmeal. This task seemed utterly worthwhile. Thus, Sanjuzi, in a daze, nodded and declared, "All right, I shall go. But I haven't eaten in 3 days. Grant me a few buns to sustain me." Just as he was about to fetch the buns, Zhao Guoqiang yanked him aside. "First, go and bind Chu Ziheng for me. When the time comes, you can feast to your heart's content." Gritting his teeth, Sanjuzi acquiesced and departed from the group towards Chu Ziheng's abode. Zhao Guoqiang intended to follow but was halted by Wu Laosi. "Captain Zhao, we need not go. It prevents others from gossiping. After all, we are employing Sanjuzi with the rations from our team. If he can bring back Chu Ziheng, splendid. If not, it bears no consequence for us." Zhao Guoqiang spoke fiercely. "I yearn to witness Chu Ziheng sprawled on the ground, but you are right. Let us await the outcome." At that moment, Chu Ziheng was assisting Lu Yuqing in making pancakes. The cakes, heated in oil, released a tantalizing aroma. Chu Ziheng stuffed a piece into his mouth, exhaling warmth as he exclaimed, "Delicious, absolutely delicious. My wife's pancakes are simply exquisite." Lu Yuqing skillfully rotated the large pancake in the pan, a hint of pride gracing her features. Her pancake-making skills were inherited from her mother. Reminiscing about her parents stirred a wave of bittersweet emotions within Lu Yuqing. It was her grandfather's purchase of vast farmland in the Gangwei camp that had prompted the family's relocation from Xiangyang village. However, with the onset of the movement, her grandfather was branded a wealthy landowner, and the entire family bore the stigma of the 5 black categories. After their assets were confiscated, her grandfather succumbed to a heart attack from the stress. Unable to endure the public denunciations, her parents returned to Xiangyang village after her marriage to Chu Ziheng. After all, their relatives in Xiangyang village offered more support and solidarity. Now, reflecting upon it, she recalled that when Wanwan was merely a month old, her parents had stealthily visited once in the dead of night. Now, with Wanwan 5 years old, aside from letters exchanged, they had not seen each other for 5 years. As Chu Ziheng added firewood to the stove, he noticed the burdened expression on Lu Yuqing's face and inquired, "What troubles your mind, my dear? I have told you. With me around, you should eat and drink without worry. Why do you still ponder such things?" Lu Yuqing returned to reality, sensing Chu Ziheng's good mood, and tentatively said, "I find myself missing my parents a bit." To her surprise, Chu Ziheng abruptly hurled the piece of wood into the stove and sprang to his feet, startling Lu Yuqing, who trembled with fear. Chapter 23. What do you eat? Lu Yuqing, terrified, feared she had once again spoken out of turn and incited Chu Ziheng's ire. Previously, when her father fell ill and expressed a desire to return home, Chu Ziheng not only refused but had also beaten her, accusing her of using the visit as an excuse. In truth, There was a desire to sever ties with him and abandon the father-daughter duo. Now, witnessing Chu Ziheng's agitated demeanor, Lu Yuqing felt a chill of fear coursing through her, even forgetting to place the scalding pancake in the plate. She hastily exclaimed, "Ziheng, please don't be angry. I was merely speaking. Wanwan is already hungry. Let us hasten to eat. And you can pretend I never said anything, all right?" Seeing the fear etched on Lu Yuqing's face, Chu Ziheng felt as though his heart was being cleaved by a blade. He quickly took the hot pancake from her hands and tossed it into the plate, then grasped her reddened fingers, tenderly blowing on them to soothe her. "Why should I be angry? What right do I have to be upset? I just suddenly realized that you haven't seen your parents in 5 years, as children. We are remiss in our duties. Therefore, this year, we shall spend the new year with your parents." He continued, "I will venture into the mountains to procure some fine game. If fortune favors us, perhaps we can catch a wild boar. Then we shall have meat to celebrate the new year. I will also visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some splendid holiday goods to bring back for your parents." Chu Ziheng immersed himself in his plans, entirely oblivious to the tears shimmering in Lu Yuqing's eyes. Yet, those tears were not born of sorrow or fear, but rather of profound emotion. They resembled the warmth of spring blossoms, soothing her trembling heart. In a time when society was denouncing the so-called Black Five categories and distancing themselves from them, Chu Ziheng's previous treatment of her was largely influenced by her family's poor reputation, which had led him to deliberately distance himself from her parents. Yet now, he was proactively expressing a desire to visit her home, to spend the new year with her family, unafraid of any repercussions, leaving her both enamored and deeply touched. She enveloped Chu Ziheng in an embrace, pressing tightly against him. "Ziheng, do you truly intend to take me home for the new year? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Chu Ziheng, heart aching, wiped away the tears from Lu Yuqing's face, but having just stoked the fire, he inadvertently smeared her with soot. He stifled a laugh and said tenderly, "It is only natural to visit my parents. You haven't returned in so many years, and that is my fault. We shall certainly go back this year." Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Yuqing's tears only made her face more disheveled. Wanwan, peering through the window, burst into laughter. "Mama, you have a painted face." Realizing this, Lu Yuqing glanced at Chu Ziheng's hand and, in a playful fury, delivered 2 light punches to his chest. "Why must you be so bothersome, making me look like this?" Chu Ziheng chuckled in response. "I think it looks rather charming, fitting for a modern, exceptional woman. Go away." As the family enjoyed their harmonious moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the yard. "Chu Ziheng, come out." Chu Ziheng peeked outside and saw Sanjuzi. Although he wasn't particularly close to Sanjuzi, and they merely exchanged nods and greetings when encountering each other in the village, his unexpected arrival piqued Chu Ziheng's curiosity. He casually grabbed a pancake, wrapped some wild boar meat in it, and headed out to the yard while munching. "What brings you here, Sanjuzi?" However, upon seeing the aromatic pancake wrapped around the meat, Sanjuzi's previously combative demeanor faded entirely, especially upon witnessing the delectable dish that Chu Ziheng was savoring. With oil glistening at the corners of his mouth, Sanjuzi could not help but swallow repeatedly. "What are you eating?" "A pancake wrapped around meat." Sanjuzi, fully aware of the dish, still felt compelled to inquire. Even a mere reply from Chu Ziheng would grant a modicum of satisfaction to his empty, growling stomach. Observing Sanjuzi's insatiable gaze fixed upon his pancake, licking his lips in longing, Chu Ziheng decided to break off a piece and extend it towards him. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, have a bite." Sanjuzi snatched the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. The mingling aromas of the dough and meat exploded in his mouth, delivering an unprecedented gustatory experience. His throat involuntarily opened wide. He hardly had time to chew before it slid down his esophagus into his empty stomach. Chu Ziheng, taken aback, could only exclaim in surprise, "Slow down, or you'll choke." "What exactly are you doing at my house?" Sanjuzi, still relishing the flavors, licked his fingers clean of the lingering taste. He was nearly forgetting the essence of meat. The remnants of the flavor between his lips urged him to smack his mouth a few times, suppressing the overwhelming urge to indulge further. Yet, having tasted it only intensified his hunger. Remembering that there were steamed buns waiting for him at the brigade, he immediately adopted a determined demeanor. "You'd better come with me to the brigade, or I might have to get rough." Chu Ziheng furrowed his brows, casting a cold, piercing glare at Sanjuzi's stout, dark face. "Did Zhao Guiqiang send you? If I take you to the brigade, He'll reward me with 10 buns and 20 gene of cornmeal. You're coming with me." Before he could finish, Sanjuzi lunged forward. Chu Ziheng, well aware of Sanjuzi's brute strength, deftly evaded and countered with a punch to Sanjuzi's chin. Staggering back, Sanjuzi's anger flared, charging at Chu Ziheng like a raging bull. Unfazed, Chu Ziheng regarded Sanjuzi's reckless assault with disdain. The previous punch had revealed Sanjuzi's strength to him. Under normal circumstances, when well fed, he would have stood no chance against Sanjuzi's robust physique. However, given that Sanjuzi had gone days without sustenance, he was nearly depleted. Despite his residual strength, subduing him was not out of the question. Thus, Chu Ziheng sidestepped, grasped Sanjuzi's shoulder, and executed a leg sweep, sending Sanjuzi sprawling to the ground. In an instant, Chu Ziheng mounted Sanjuzi, raining down a flurry of blows upon him. The unexpected assault left Sanjuzi bewildered. He never anticipated that someone 2 heads shorter than him, Chu Ziheng, could possess such strength. Each punch landed with the force of a hammer, relentless and fierce. At this rate, he would struggle to rise again, gritting his teeth in pain. Sanjuzi retaliated by seizing Chu Ziheng's neck, and the two soon found themselves in a role reversal, with Sanjuzi now atop Chu Ziheng. Grasping Chu Ziheng by the neck and collar, he forcefully slammed him onto the ground. Upon witnessing the two engaged in a struggle, Lu Youqing's heart raced with anxiety, prompting her to seize a rolling pin and rush outside. "Let go of my man," before her words could fully escape her lips. She swung the rolling pin at Sanjuzi's large head. Even with a thick cotton hat, a strike from the rolling pin was still quite painful. Sanjuzi grimaced and turned to see Lu Youqing, and though he had raised his fist, he hesitated to strike her due to her being a woman, instead merely pushing her to the ground. Lu Youqing, with her petite frame, could hardly withstand the force of his shove and found herself sitting in a heap of snow. Seeing Lu Youqing toppled over ignited a fierce fury within Chu Ziheng, his eyes reddening with rage. "How dare you strike my wife?" The sudden surge of anger transformed his intention from merely subduing Sanjuzi to a primal desire for vengeance. The murderous intent in his gaze startled Sanjuzi momentarily. In that instant, Chu Ziheng flipped him onto the ground and gripped his neck tightly. "I won't allow you to harm my wife." Sanjuzi, taken aback by the bloodshot eyes and menacing expression of Chu Ziheng, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. His original intention was to subdue Chu Ziheng and bring him to the authorities, yet he found himself in a life-threatening predicament. Summoning all his strength, Sanjuzi attempted to break free from Chu Ziheng's grip and scrambled to escape. However, Chu Ziheng would not permit such an easy getaway. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick to Sanjuzi's groin. Chapter 24. Whatever you want, I'll accompany you to the end as Chu Ziheng's foot connected with Sanjuzi's groin. The latter writhed in agony on the ground, even regurgitating the meat roll he had consumed. His anger, however, remained unquenched. He turned to assist Lu Youqing, asking with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Lu Youqing, brushing off the snow and still shaken, replied, "I'm fine, Ziheng. What has happened to Sanjuzi? You should go inside. There's no need for you to be involved here." Noticing Sanjuzi in tears, she realized she could not continue to confront Chu Ziheng and hurried back inside to comfort the frightened Wanwan. Chu Ziheng then fetched a length of rope and bound Sanjuzi tightly. The latter, wincing in pain with every movement, stubbornly asserted, "It's just that I haven't eaten. I'm weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at your mercy." Chu Ziheng, dismissive of his words, delivered a harsh kick to his back, silencing him. He then dragged him toward the village. Sanjuzi stumbled and fell repeatedly, leaving a long trail in the snow as he attempted to rise again. Chu Ziheng's eyes blazed with fury. Fortunately, Sanjuzi had not struck with deadly intent. Otherwise, the blow he had dealt Lu Youqing could have cost her dearly. He had vowed that anyone who dared to touch a hair on Lu Youqing's head would wish for death. Sanjuzi deserved punishment, and Zhao Guoqiang deserved even worse. They had provoked his wrath, and they would not have an easy time of it. Arriving at the entrance of the village canteen, Chu Ziheng kicked Sanjuzi inside, causing the door to crash down. Startled, Zhao Guoqiang and Wu Laosi sprang to their feet as if electrified. Initially, they believed it was Chu Ziheng who had collapsed on the ground, bound hand and foot. However, upon closer inspection, Zhao Guoqiang realized it was not Chu Ziheng, but rather Sanjuzi. How could Chu Ziheng have returned without being captured? At that moment, Chu Ziheng kicked open the other half of the large door, charging into the room like a vengeful deity. Zhao Guoqiang shouted. Chu Ziheng, are you attempting to rebel? Someone restrain him. Several militia rushed forward, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Chu Ziheng's fists and feet. Wu Laosi, terrified, felt his legs turn to jelly and crawled beneath the table. Zhao Guoqiang's rage boiled over as he turned to flee towards the kitchen. But Chu Ziheng seized him by the collar and waistband, lifting him effortlessly overhead before slamming him down onto the table. The 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide table shattered under the impact. Zhao Guoqiang felt as though the world was spinning, his waist screaming in agony. Just as he struggled to catch his breath, Chu Ziheng picked up a wooden stick from the ground and began to strike Zhao Guoqiang mercilessly. Zhao Guoqiang howled like a wounded animal, rolling in agony on the floor. From beneath the table, Wu Laosi watched in horror as Chu Ziheng's eyes blazed with fury, seemingly intent on killing Zhao Guoqiang. Whether Zhao Guoqiang lived or died was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that if Zhao Guoqiang were to perish here, both he and his militia would face dire consequences. Desperately, Wu Laosi crawled out from under the table, shouting, Chu Ziheng, do you wish to commit murder? Have you lost your mind? If you kill Zhao Guoqiang, what will happen to your wife and children? Chu Ziheng was impervious to such concerns. His singular focus was on those who dared to provoke him, and he raised the wooden stick once more, bringing it down with force upon Zhao Guoqiang's leg. The sickening crack of bone echoed as Zhao Guoqiang emitted a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Unquenched by his initial attack, Chu Ziheng lifted the stick again, intent on continuing his assault. Fearing for Zhao Guoqiang's life, Wu Laosi, disregarding everything else, lunged forward along with others, desperately attempting to save Zhao Guoqiang's life. Yet Chu Ziheng's raw strength sent them all sprawling to the ground as he threw the stick aside. Growling menacingly, listen well, if anyone dares to lay a hand on my family again, I shall break their legs as well. With that, he stormed out, leaving the stunned crowd to rush to Zhao Guoqiang's aid. In excruciating pain, Zhao Guoqiang glared at them with swollen eyes, bellowing, Chu Ziheng, you will pay for this. Wu Laosi hurriedly called for help, placing Zhao Guoqiang on a door plank to transport him to the medical station at the garrison. Meanwhile, as Chu Ziheng made his way home, he pondered the inevitable retaliation from Zhao Guoqiang. After all, he was the squad leader, and after such a public humiliation, even the village secretary would likely come seeking him. However, he felt no fear. The garrison personnel were well aware of Zhao Guoqiang's past misdeeds. If matters escalated, it was uncertain who would truly suffer the consequences. Contemplating all this, he arrived at his doorstep. As Chu Ziheng pondered the potential threat posed by the militia, he considered the possibility of them breaching the courtyard while he slumbered and subsequently overpowering him in his bed. The ropes securing the door were of little use. After all, they possessed knives and could easily sever any binding. Consequently, he swiftly drove sharp wooden stakes into the ground behind the door and at the base of the wall, smearing them with a small amount of aconite, and buried them beneath the snow to conceal his defenses. Once he had ensured everything was secure, Chu Ziheng entered the house, only to find Lu Yuqing supporting her waist as she boiled water, her face etched with discomfort. My dear wife, what troubles you? He inquired with concern. It was during the fall. I think I've strained my back, she replied, wincing. I didn't feel it at the time, but now the pain is quite severe. Chu Ziheng hastily assisted Lu Yuqing into the house, procuring a warm towel to place upon her aching back. As he gently massaged her, he cursed under his breath. That fool, Sanjuzi. I should have dealt with him then and there. Wishing to ease his anger, Lu Yuqing downplayed her injury. It's nothing serious, just a minor strain. I'll be fine by tomorrow. However, as she attempted to rise, the pain in her lower back caused her to gasp involuntarily. She had not anticipated the intensity of her discomfort. Rest easy, do not move, Chu Ziheng urged. I will venture into the mountains to gather some sanchi for you. While Lu Yuqing felt warmed by his concern, she still protested. I've heard that sanchi can only be found over in Erdeo-go. And that's a treacherous journey of over 10 miles, especially after the recent snowfall. Chu Ziheng understood that now was not the most opportune time for such a venture. Nonetheless, for the sake of alleviating Lu Yuqing's pain, he would brave any peril. His only concern was the possibility of Zhao Guoqiang attempting to abduct her while he was away. Thus, he concluded that a trip into the mountains, returning by the following morning, was the most prudent course of action. Resolutely, he declared, fear not. I shall eat and then head into the mountains. I'll take the route around the back, and once I cross Early River, I will reach Erdeo-go swiftly. Lu Yuqing, unable to dissuade him, feared that over-persistent reasoning might irk Chu Ziheng. She could only implore him to exercise caution. After their meal, Chu Ziheng gathered his gear and bow, stealthily scaling the wall of the backyard. Under the cold glow of the moonlight, his silhouette quickly melded into the pristine, snow-covered mountains. Chapter 25. The unexpected wild boar. As Chu Ziheng traversed beneath the chilling moonlight, accompanied by the distant howls of beasts, he left behind a trail of resolute footprints in the vast expanse of snow. After walking a short distance, he glanced around to ensure no predators were in pursuit before continuing onward. The moonlight illuminated the snow as brightly as day, yet the chilling whined through the forest, resonating like spectral wails, could not deter Chu Ziheng's determined march. Soon, he arrived at Early River. With his machete, he broke through the ice, and upon hearing the sound of flowing water, a surge of joy welled within him. As long as there was running water beneath the ice, he could procure sonli, a type of river fish far superior to carp, especially in winter when they were plump and abundant. Bringing a few back for his wife would be a splendid tonic for her recovery. Resolutely, Chu Ziheng scooped up 2 handfuls of river water to quench his thirst. After traversing the Tuli River, he approached the valley known as Go. Wiping his lips, he slipped his hand into a cotton glove and, stepping onto the icy surface, crossed the river. After walking for over half an hour, he arrived at Go. Observing the forest ahead, he ignited a torch. At this time of year, locating the precious sanchi required keen eyesight. The grass was largely blanketed by thick snow, necessitating a search for a patch of ground where he could clear away the snow and uncover the plant's stem. Chu Ziheng felt fortunate, as he soon unearthed a dozen pieces of sanchi in a single spot. Clearing the soil, he packed them into his leather bag and, with torch in hand, turned to leave without delay. Following the Tuli River downstream to a wider and deeper area, he first used his machete to carve a hole in the ice. He then secured the torch, directing its light onto the water's surface. Taking out some steamed buns from the leather bag, he crumbled them and tossed them into the water to create a simple baiting spot. Utilizing the fish's attraction to light and the bread as bait, activity soon stirred beneath the surface. Chu Ziheng swiftly tied a fine string to the arrowhead, knocking the bowstring and focusing intently on the water below. In that moment, he resembled a seasoned sniper, his gaze steady and resolute. Just then, a fish swam into his line of sight, its tail flicking. With a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes, he released the bowstring with swift ferocity, the arrow piercing the water's surface and striking the fish directly. The creature thrashed violently beneath the surface, and Chu Ziheng calmly tugged on the line, gradually reeling it in. Soon, he pulled a lively 3-scaled fish from the water, estimating its weight to be around 3 to 4 pounds. The fish's eyes bulged, its mouth opening and closing in a display of defiance. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ziheng struck its head with the back of his machete, then tossed it aside and turned his attention back to the water. After tossing in more pieces of bread, another sizable fish soon appeared beneath the surface. Noticing that the bread was running low and the torch was nearly burnt out, he glanced at the fish on the ground. In that brief period, he had caught 5 fresh 3-scaled fish, the largest weighing an impressive 5 pounds. Tying them together with string, he slung them over his shoulder and, torch in hand, began his journey homeward. A sense of hope buoyed his spirits, quickening his pace. Crossing the back mountain would lead him to Gangwei Camp. Compared to other areas, Chu Ziheng felt that the back mountain was the safest place, as residents of Gangwei Camp frequently came to gather firewood, making it unlikely for large predators to roam. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate to Gangwei Camp. However, halfway through his journey, a sudden howl pierced the silence of the forest. "Damn it, run!" The unexpected shout sent a chill of sweat down Chu Ziheng's spine. Moments later, he heard the guttural roar of a wild boar. A wild boar? Chu Ziheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be a wild boar in the back mountain? Without a moment to ponder, the sounds of pursuit grew ever closer. Exhausted, Chu Ziheng, in a stroke of ingenuity, swiftly ascended the nearby tree. Within a mere minute, under the silvery moonlight, he beheld a massive black wild boar, weighing over 400 pounds, ferociously chasing a man. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Sanjuzi, the very man he had beaten earlier that day. Watching as this unfortunate soul tumbled and scrambled in a panic, ultimately losing his footing and rolling down the slope, Chu Ziheng felt a sense of satisfaction. It served him right to be pursued by the boar, after all. He had struck his own wife, and thus, he was deserving of this karmic retribution. As Chu Ziheng observed the wild boar, it ceased its pursuit and leisurely turned back, ambling away beneath him. It was evident that Sanjuzi had ventured into the boar's territory while gathering firewood, a task strictly forbidden in the designated forestry area, which explained his covert nocturnal escapades. However, the presence of such a large wild boar in the back mountain was perplexing. It had been years since any had roamed these parts. Yet, the specifics were of little consequence. The creature was merely wandering about, establishing its territory, and its appearance in the back mountain was not particularly unusual. What remained significant was Sanjuzi's exclamation during his flight, seemingly a warning for others to flee as well. But whom he referred to mattered not. Their fate was of no concern to Chu Ziheng. Once he ascertained the area was safe, Chu Ziheng descended the tree and hurried down the mountain. Upon entering the guard post, he spotted Sanjuzi limping ahead, clearly suffering from the fall. Chu Ziheng merely scoffed, then discreetly circled around to the rear, climbing over the wall into the courtyard. It was now past 5 in the morning, yet dawn had yet to break. He entered the house quietly, mindful not to disturb Lu Yuqing and Wan Wan. As he set down the fish, the kerosene lamp flickered to life, ignited by Lu Yuqing, who, bleary-eyed and with a hoarse voice, softly inquired, "Ziheng, is that you back?" "Yes, I have returned," Chu Ziheng replied, and Lu Yuqing's heart, which had been in turmoil all night, finally settled. In the past, she had never fretted when he stayed out late, but now, she worried for her husband's safety in the mountains, fearing he might be injured or encounter misfortune. His return always brought her a profound sense of reassurance. "Come, let us get some sleep. The bed is still warm," she urged. Yet, Chu Ziheng produced the 3-7 herb from his pouch, saying, "I am not tired yet. Let me apply this medicine to you. Is your back still hurting? Much better. Do not fuss over it. We can tend to it when the sun rises. It will only take a moment." He washed the 3-7 herb, crushed it with a rolling pin in a bowl, and placed the resulting paste onto clean gauze. As he applied the soothing liquid to her aching back, Lu Yuqing instantly felt a refreshing coolness, a great comfort. Chu Ziheng murmured, "I will prepare some soup with the remaining herb tomorrow. Since your back has been troubling you, you must rest and refrain from any labor." Chapter 26. He fears no one and provokes no one. Chu Ziheng's thoughtfulness warmed Lu Yuqing's heart. "It is my fault for being careless, making you venture into the mountains at such an hour to gather medicine for me." With a chuckle, Chu Ziheng replied, "Who told you to be my wife? Besides, this trip was not in vain. I also brought back 5 strips of 3-scaled fish." Having spoken, Chu Ziheng proceeded to the kitchen to bring in the 5 fish, hoping to delight Lu Yuqing. It had been several years since Lu Yuqing had seen fish, and upon encountering such a large specimen, she exclaimed with surprise, "My goodness! What a magnificent fish! How did you manage to procure this?" With a proud smile, Chu Ziheng replied, "I possess my own clever strategies and unique talents. Tomorrow, I shall prepare one for you, and the remainder will be frozen outside for the new year, ensuring we have a bountiful feast." Although Lu Yuqing felt a surge of happiness, she was also wary of seeming greedy, so she smiled and suggested, "Just keep one. Let the rest be for you and Wan Wan. Our daughter has yet to taste fish at her age." Chu Ziheng chuckled, "After we enjoy this one, I shall catch more. I haven't made any specific preparations this time, but in a few days, I will cast my net again to gather plenty. So there will be enough for us, and for my father-in-law too." Watching him carry the fish outside filled Lu Yuqing's heart with warmth, reminiscent of the cozy space she had left for him in bed. They had not slept long, and by 8 o'clock, as the dawn broke, Wan Wan was already perched upon Chu Ziheng, playfully tugging at his lips and rolling her eyes, effectively rousing him from slumber. This brought back memories for Lu Yuqing of the times when Wan Wan would cry in the morning from hunger, waking Chu Ziheng, who would then gently pat her back. Alarmed, she quickly reprimanded, "Wan Wan, hurry down. Do not disturb your father's sleep." Yet, Chu Ziheng playfully pulled Wan Wan under the covers, tickling her until her laughter echoed, her chubby hands tugging at his hair. "Are you satisfied now, little chub? Are you?" he teased. "I am. Oh, I am." Seeing the father and daughter in such joyful chaos, Lu Yuqing felt her worries dissipate. She decided to let them revel in their playfulness. She needed her husband's affection, just as Wan Wan needed her father's love. At that moment, Wan Wan patted her little belly and pouted, "Daddy, I'm hungry." "All right, Daddy will prepare a meal for my 2 treasures." Chu Ziheng dressed and descended from the bed, tending to the fire and boiling water. Soon, he presented a delightful fish soup, steamed egg cake, and fragrant rice on the table. "Daddy, what is this?" Wanwan, unfamiliar with fish, gazed curiously at the dish. Chu Ziheng smiled. "This is called fish, and it is delicious." As he spoke, he deftly served her a piece of fish, removing the bones before feeding it to her. "The fish is delicious, Daddy. I want more." "All right. Daddy will serve you more. And you, my dear wife, why are you just watching? You should eat too." Watching her family harmoniously enjoying the meal, Lu Yuqing felt a surge of happiness. Even her back pain seemed to lessen. In the following days, Chu Ziheng refrained from venturing into the mountains, staying home to care for Lu Yuqing. However, he did not confine himself indoors. He occasionally strolled to Zhang Guiying's house to gather information about any happenings in the village. Since that day, Zhao Guoqiang had remained unusually quiet, and Chu Ziheng was certain this individual would not stay silent for long. Zhang Guiying felt immense gratitude towards Chu Ziheng and his family. Were it not for their timely assistance alongside Lu Yuqing, her 3 daughters might have perished from hunger. Thus, she shared all that she knew with Chu Ziheng. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang was recuperating at home, and I heard from Wu Laosi that you had given him quite a beating. He had not left his bed for several days, and the villagers praised your actions. I also heard from Zhao Laohan of the militia that Zhao Guoqiang's son intended to return to the county to seek revenge. Although Chu Ziheng appeared unperturbed, he had a vague recollection of Zhao Guoqiang's son, Zhao Jianhua. This fellow held a minor clerical position in a county department and possessed little in the way of capability. At this moment, Zhang Guiying cautioned, "Ziheng, you must exercise caution. Zhao Jianhua is just as ill-intentioned as his father. Knowing how you have dealt with his father, he is unlikely to let this go." Chu Ziheng responded with a calm smile before rising. "Sister-in-law, please prepare dinner. I must take my leave." As Chu Ziheng stepped out, Zhang Guiying anxiously urged him, "Do be careful." Chu Ziheng was well aware that, regardless of whether it was Zhao Guoqiang or Zhao Jianhua, anyone who dared to provoke him would face consequences. Upon returning home, Chu Ziheng began sharpening the mountain knife that had accompanied him for several years. The rust adorning its blade bore witness to each life-and-death encounter he had endured. Having weathered so many hardships, he was not about to falter now. He did not seek to instigate conflict, yet he was unafraid of anyone. Lu Yuqing was now able to engage in light household chores, provided she avoided strenuous movements. Observing Chu Ziheng sharpening his knife, she remarked, "Ziheng, we are nearly out of firewood. With the weather being favorable, you should quickly gather some." Chu Ziheng, glancing at the razor-sharp blade, replied with a smile, "I'll head to the mountains once darkness falls. Prepare some hot water for me at home." Lu Yuqing assumed that Chu Ziheng intended to wash himself with warm water and thought little of it. After dinner, Chu Ziheng checked the time and the sky. In the harsh winter of northeast China, it grew dark by around 5 o'clock. With no entertainment or leisure activities, the people retired early to bed. As Chu Ziheng organized the sled, the entire outpost was enveloped in silence. He entered the storage room, retrieved a rifle he had seized from the old Russians, and counted out 5 bullets. He chose to venture into the mountains at night to avoid being seen using the firearm. Guns were strictly prohibited in this era, if discovered. The consequences could range from public humiliation to a death sentence, necessitating utmost caution. After a thorough inspection, Chu Ziheng loaded the bullets into the chamber, slung the rifle over his shoulder, donned his gear, and set off towards the back mountains. This expedition was not for collecting firewood, but for hunting a large wild boar. Without eliminating it, he could not gather firewood, and he had promised to procure some goods for the new year to present to his father-in-law. Securing the hefty pig would not only provide ample provisions, but also allow him to sell any surplus pork for grain vouchers or money, enabling him to buy Lu Yuqing and Wanwan new clothing and shoes. He envisioned returning to his father-in-law's house in splendid fashion, bringing honor to himself. However, Chu Ziheng contemplated that during winter, the hide of the wild boar would become exceedingly tough, rendering arrows ineffective against its formidable skin. Engaging in close combat with such a beast would be akin to courting death. With a rifle in hand, a single bullet would suffice to secure his prize. In his pursuit of the wild boar's trail, Chu Ziheng exerted considerable effort. The boar, being nocturnal, had no fixed habitat, and its tracks were particularly intricate. Yet, relying on years of hunting experience, he swiftly discerned the boar's path. In the snow, Chu Ziheng soon discovered fresh tracks leading into the woods ahead. He gripped his rifle with vigilance, chambering around as he stealthily advanced. Drawing from his extensive hunting knowledge, he understood that wild boars were not to be underestimated. Particularly the larger specimens, having matured over the years, were not only ferocious but also exceptionally cunning. Should any creature intrude upon their territory, they would often conceal themselves, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Thus, the presence of tracks did not guarantee the boar's location. It could emerge from any direction unexpectedly. Carefully, he approached a grand tree, contemplating the footprints further to ascertain the boar's position. Just then, a series of labored breaths reached his ears from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. Gripping his rifle tightly, he spun around in a sudden motion, his eyes widening in terror. The creature, a massive black boar resembling a small mountain, had silently crept within 2 meters of him, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. And he could almost detect the foul stench emanating from its mouth, each breath resonating ominously within him. In that instant, Chu Ziheng was so startled that he momentarily forgot his rifle was loaded. A singular thought consumed him. He must flee, and swiftly. In the wilderness, encountering a beast at such close range leaves no room for alternatives, only life or death. Within less than half a second of mutual recognition, the boar lunged forward, its powerful hind legs propelling it towards him. To Chu Ziheng, the creature's massive form approached like a freight train, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Reacting instinctively, he retreated as the boar's elongated snout surged toward him. His mind blanked, paralyzed by the primal fear that the boar radiated. He stumbled backward, and as he attempted to evade, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. The boar, now fixated on him, viciously bit at his thigh. Chu Ziheng was acutely aware that should the boar's jaws latch onto him, his fate would be sealed. Thus, he rolled and kicked desperately, his padded trousers tearing as he fought to evade capture. The boar, agitated, seized his trousers and flung him several meters away, causing him to crash heavily against a tree, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In that moment, it felt as though all his strength had evaporated in the face of sheer terror. He could only watch the wild boar slowly approaching him through his gradually narrowing pupils, knowing that in the next moment, it would become his prey. However, at that instant, the voices of Lu Yuqing and Wanwan suddenly echoed in Chu Ziheng's ears. "Ziheng, hurry home. Dad, come back." Chu Ziheng's eyes widened in shock, and his weary body seemed to come back to life. The first thing he noticed was the rifle beside him. The hunter's spirit had returned to his body at that very moment. Had he not brought the gun specifically to hunt this wild boar? How could he allow it to become mere decoration? He swiftly grasped his rifle, his gaze turning steely as he aimed precisely at the boar's forehead. The cold, luminous moonlight provided him with ideal shooting conditions. He observed that the unsuspecting beast was steadily approaching, completely unaware of the deadly weapon aimed at its head. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Chu Ziheng's finger decisively pressed the trigger. The firing pin ignited the bullet's primer, and amidst a violent explosion of energy, the bullet shot forth, spinning within the barrel's rifling, erupting in a blinding flash. The powerful recoil jolted Chu Ziheng's shoulder, and the shell casing flew past his determined gaze. The bullet, propelled at a staggering speed of 850 meters per second, raced towards the wild boar. Even if the boar could react, it would never match the bullet's velocity. The tracer round rapidly enlarged in its dark red eyes, and with a sharp crack, it struck true at the center of its forehead. In that instant, as blood splattered, the bullet penetrated the skin, tore through muscle, shattered bone, and ultimately entered the brain. The wild boar did not even struggle. Its legs stiffened abruptly, and it collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Chu Ziheng felt not the exhilaration of hunting, but rather a profound fatigue washing over him after bringing down the beast. He took deep breaths to regain his composure. After what felt like an eternity of 5 minutes, he leaned against a sturdy tree to steady himself and checked his body. Aside from a minor abrasion on his thigh, he found himself relatively unscathed. With immense effort, he finally dragged the wild boar back home. Upon seeing the hefty creature, Lu Yuqing was not only astonished, but also somewhat fearful. In a season where humans barely had enough to eat, it was shocking to think that this wild boar weighed over 400 pounds. Especially considering that Chu Ziheng had single-handedly hunted such a large beast. One couldn't help but wonder how he had accomplished it. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Lu Yuqing noticed Chu Ziheng's tattered pants and, filled with concern, asked, "Ziheng, are you hurt? Let me see. How did you manage to bring back such a large wild boar?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Ziheng, panting heavily, replied, "Just a scrape on my leg, nothing serious. The bigger the beast, the longer we can eat." And I promised to prepare some good New Year's goods for your parents. So here it is. Hurry and boil some water while it's still warm. I'll get it ready. Since you're back isn't up to it, just help me a bit. The thought of her parents' joy upon seeing the pork during the new year filled Lu Yuqing with hope and vigor. Chu Ziheng worked swiftly and efficiently, alternating between a cleaver and an axe. In less than an hour, he had meticulously processed a hefty pig weighing over 400 pounds, neatly burying the meat in the snow outside. Lu Yuqing spent the night preparing the entrails, placing them outside to freeze. After a brief respite, Chu Ziheng pulled a sled to the back mountain and gathered a substantial amount of firewood, not retiring to bed until the early hours of the morning. Lu Yuqing naturally nestled into his embrace, feeling a profound sense of security as she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath. While gently caressing her waist, Chu Ziheng whispered, "In a day or two, I need to visit the oak forest as agreed with Lin Guoxing. I must procure some fragrant herbs. With the approach of the festive season, we should earn some extra money to buy more goods for the new year, and then we can return home for the celebrations." Amidst their shared dreams and anticipation, their eyes met, and a fervent flame flickered in Chu Ziheng's gaze. Lu Yuqing's breathing gradually transformed into soft gasps. She then shed her close-fitting garments and nestled once more into his warm embrace. Chu Ziheng held her petite form tightly, and Lu Yuqing transformed all her emotions into tenderness. Reveling in the passionate entanglement with Chu Ziheng, feeling blissfully happy. Chapter 28. A desire for advantage the next morning. Chu Ziheng stoked the house until it was warm and was busy preparing breakfast when he heard a knock at the door. Wiping his hands, he remained on guard, suspecting it was the brigade come to cause trouble again. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find the village head, Sun Yonggui. Chu Ziheng harbored no fondness for him. Since his appointment, Sun had done nothing of genuine benefit for the village, indulging in petty corruption and selfishness. He was two-faced, speaking sweetly to some while being insincere to others. Sun Yonggui first shook off the snow from his boots and then complained, "It's terribly cold. Let us talk inside. My wife and child are not awake yet. If you have something to say, you can say it here." Chu Ziheng had no intention of inviting him in to hear his lengthy complaints. Sun Yonggui glanced at the window, knowing that even as the village head, he could not intrude upon the warmth of someone else's home. Tightening his collar, he continued, "I'll be brief then. You broke Zhao Guoqiang's leg. As village head, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. His wife came to my house early this morning, crying and demanding I intervene. What do you think I should do about this?" Chu Ziheng quickly grasped his intent. He was merely seeking to leverage this incident for personal gain. Not even the township head could sway him. With a cold scoff, Chu Ziheng replied, "So what if I broke a leg? It's fortunate I didn't take his life. If you're asking for my opinion, I might as well break his other leg. What do you think of that?" Sun Yonggui shot him an exasperated glare, pondering how Chu Ziheng could be so oblivious. Had he truly not understood, or was he merely pretending? With an exasperated sigh, Sun Yonggui remarked, "Are you really that thick-headed? You are indeed the captain of the brigade. Yet now you seek to resort to violence against others? I am speaking to you out of respect for your father's past contributions to the garrison. So do not be ungrateful. However, there are village rules. If everyone like you could simply strike at will, it would be chaos. After our deliberation, I must ensure that Zhao Guoqiang does not suffer this beating in vain. As the village head, it is my duty to advocate for him. First, hand me 20 yuan, and I will negotiate with Zhao Guoqiang to temper his anger as much as possible. I assure you, this is for your own good." Chu Ziheng, without a moment's hesitation, merely smiled coldly and shook his head, replying, "Do not speak of 20. I do not possess even 2 cents. Spare me your sentiments. Let Zhao Guoqiang cause a ruckus. I am not afraid to confront him. Do not pretend to be a good Samaritan before me. I know exactly what you are, just another opportunist like Zhao Guoqiang. I must prepare dinner and have no time to entertain you." Sun Yonggui's face turned ashen, akin to a peeled onion, incensed by the affront. That Chu Ziheng was insufferable. But even more infuriating was that he dared to insult him. However, Sun Yonggui quickly recalibrated his thoughts. If Chu Ziheng was so arrogant, then he, the cunning old fox, ought to subdue him further. If he could not extract some monetary gain from him, his tenure as village head would be in vain. Thus, Sun Yonggui snorted coldly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You are akin to a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor. If you refuse to part with money, then I shall no longer concern myself with Zhao Guoqiang's antics. Should it affect the garrison, I shall not condone it. You are on your own. With that, Sun Yongui scoffed and departed without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, Chu Ziheng could only smirk disdainfully. His words, though mellifluous, were merely a pretext to extract benefits for himself. Ultimately, Sun Yongui was solely motivated by self-interest. If he could procure advantages, he would be amicable, and if not, he would create obstacles. Let him be. I shall rely on my own efforts to thrive. Upon returning home and sharing the encounter with Lu Yuqing, she too was incensed. Everyone knows what kind of person Sun Yongui is. He simply seeks to exploit you. If you give him nothing, he will undoubtedly make things difficult for you in the future. Chu Ziheng chuckled lightly. If he wishes to create trouble, he must first be afforded the opportunity. Let us see what he can do. We shall dine without concern for him. After their meal, as Chu Ziheng contemplated the optimal time to forage for mushrooms in the oak forest, the village clerk, Sun Kainyan, entered the room. The sight of this man irked Chu Ziheng. He was Sun Yonggui's nephew, having barely received any formal education, yet somehow managed to become the village clerk. Akin to an accountant, Sun Kainyan entered, placing his ever-present ledger and abacus upon the table, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Fetch me some hot water. I need to warm myself. Chu Ziheng, aware of his ulterior motives, discerned that Sun Kainyan came with ill intentions. He would not even grant him cold water. With an air of indifference, he replied, "We have only snow to consume. There is no hot water here. Speak plainly about what you desire." Sun Kainyan thought to himself that Chu Ziheng was indeed as his uncle had described, stingy and brimming with arrogance. Such individuals, if not dealt with properly, may continue to act with disdain, believing themselves superior to others. As the new year approaches, I have come to calculate your family's work points for this year. With that, Sun Kainyan sat cross-legged on the Kong, opened the ledger, and began to tally the figures. Observing his theatrical demeanor, Chu Ziheng felt a strong urge to slap him. Never had he seen such diligence in visiting to calculate work points. In previous years, he had squandered his points long before his rebirth, not only failing to earn but incurring significant debts. Sun Yongui left just before him to tally the points, demonstrating a rather convenient synchronization. It remained to be seen how the two of them would perform this charade. After his calculations, Sun Kainyan eloquently stated, "After deducting the amount borrowed by your family in previous years, you owe a total of 25,846 yuan. Before Chu Ziheng could respond, Lu Yuqing could no longer contain herself. In the past, when Chu Ziheng was not in charge of the household, she had been the one to borrow work points in exchange for grain from the production team. She remembered every transaction clearly and knew that the debt was nowhere near that amount. Setting down her child, Wan, she retrieved a small red notebook. Sun Jigong, I have meticulously recorded every transaction, and it should amount to 15,846 yuan. How could it be 25,846 yuan? When did I borrow that extra 100 yuan? Sun Kainyan was well aware that the extra 100 yuan had been added at the behest of his uncle, Sun Yongui. Not only did he inflate the debt against Chu Ziheng's family, but he also added amounts to others, albeit Chu Ziheng's family bore the brunt of it. After all, he was notoriously tight-fisted, and there was always a way to extract some profit from him. Faced with Lu Yuqing's inquiry, he responded with evident impatience. What is your level of education? What is your background? Who do you think remembers better, you or I? I say your family owes 25,846 yuan. And that is the truth. Are you all trying to take advantage of the village? Is there any way to avoid it? Chapter 29. He has truly changed. Lu Yuqing was unwilling to back down, refusing to accept his claims. Even though she belonged to a marginalized class, subject to scorn and derision, she would not yield a single cent when it came to financial matters. Every transaction had passed through her hands, and if Chu Ziheng were to question the whereabouts of that extra 100 yuan, how could she justify it? It was inconceivable that she would allow Sun Kainyan's mere words to instigate doubt in Chu Ziheng's mind about her financial acumen. She promptly opened her little red notebook and insisted, "Let us compare our records. I want to see when that 100 yuan was borrowed." Sun Kainyan, displeased, snapped the ledger shut and retorted, "Am I the bookkeeper, or are you? What I say is final. Every penny in this ledger is accurate. Your husband hasn't he spoken. Yet you, a mere woman, are meddling in matters beyond your concern? No wonder you are the descendant of wealthy landowners, still attempting to employ the tactics of the affluent." At this moment, Lu Yuqing was indifferent to his disdainful remarks. Her focus remained on uncovering the origins of that 100 yuan. She was determined to prove to Chu Ziheng that she had neither incurred that debt nor pocketed any money for herself. Lu Yuqing once again opened her little red book, anxiously exclaiming, "There's nothing to fear in accounting. I've only borrowed a few times, and each time, I have signed and stamped my fingerprint. Show me the receipts with my signature and fingerprint." Sun Kainyan glared at Lu Yuqing with malice, swatting the little red book from her hands, and shouted furiously, "You spoiled woman, is this how you behave?" Before he could finish his tirade, Chu Ziheng, unable to contain himself, seized Sun Kainyan by the hair and dragged him off the bed and onto the ground. Startled, Sun Kainyan yelled, "What are you doing? Let go." Chu Ziheng remained silent, dragging Sun Kainyan across the yard like a dog, delivering a flurry of vicious kicks. As he stomped, he berated, "My woman deserves better than your treatment. Who do you think you are? Damn you." Sun Kainyan shielded his head with his hands, howling in pain, while blood streamed from his battered nose. Chu Ziheng found it as effortless as punishing a child, relishing the moment as a form of catharsis. This fool couldn't even manage basic arithmetic. How could he possibly expect to fight? Relying on his uncle Sun Yongui, the village chief. He strutted around with an abacus and ledger, but when it came to insulting his wife and attempting to strike her, he would not be tolerated. Today, he would teach this dog a lesson for his master, Sun Yongui. With a grip around Sun Kainyan's throat, Chu Ziheng lifted him, eyes brimming with a ferocious rage akin to a beast descending from the mountains, causing Sun Kainyan to tremble in fear, losing control of his bladder. "I will ask you once, is there that 100 yuan debt or not? Is my wife correct, or are you bloodied and beaten?" Sun Kainyan was thoroughly subdued and terrified. Although the 100 yuan had been instigated by Sun Yongui, he realized he would rather endure a beating than betray his uncle. If that information were to escape his lips, Chu Ziheng would certainly not let it slide. With this thought in mind, Sun Kainyan quickly pleaded, "Comrade Lu Yuqing is correct. I made a mistake. There is no 100 yuan debt. I was wrong." Chu Ziheng, understanding the situation perfectly, knew that with Sun Kainyan's meager courage, he would not dare act without Sun Yonggui's orders. Yet, he continued to grip his throat, admonishing, "Can you not improve your attitude in the future?" "Yes, absolutely," Sun Kainyan replied, scrambling to his feet. After being kicked to the ground, he pointed back at the house, meekly saying, "My abacus and ledger, I'm telling you to return them." As Chu Ziheng raised his hand again to strike, Sun Kainyan frantically waved his hands and fled the yard in a panic. Chu Ziheng merely snorted in response. Having no intention of returning the ledger, which contained records of Sun Yonggui's embezzlement and debts owed by all the villagers, keeping it in hand would only empower Sun Yongui to make life difficult for him, and he would think twice before attempting such a thing. Upon returning home, Lu Yuqing, perusing the ledger, was already fuming, biting her lip in frustration. "Ziheng, I have thoroughly checked. There is absolutely no record of that 100 yuan debt. Sun Kainyan is simply spouting nonsense. I have not borrowed that much. In recent years, I have borrowed a total of 158.46 yuan. And that was during a time when we could barely afford a meal. Only last autumn, suffering from a severe cough, I borrowed 2 yuan from the team to purchase some medicine." Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng felt a pang of heartache. It was supposed to be the responsibility of a man like him, yet it had unjustly fallen upon her shoulders. Her urgency to check the accounts stemmed from a fear of provoking his anger, of being accused of frivolous spending, and of enduring the harshness he had inflicted upon her in the past. Seeing the trepidation and anxiety in her eyes, Chu Ziheng gently grasped her trembling hand and smiled tenderly, saying, "You are my wife. Whom should I trust if not you? It is my inadequacy that has caused you such distress. I will work diligently and give you all my earnings." Isn't a man's purpose in earning money to provide for his wife? Lu Yuqing felt an unexpected warmth envelop her once cold heart. Chu Ziheng had truly changed. He had begun to care for her, to understand her, and to cherish her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she firmly held onto his hand, whispering, "With your words, I can endure any hardship." Chu Ziheng smiled as he wiped away her tears, assuring her, "Not a single grievance should befall you. You and Wanwan are the treasures of my heart. I must love and care for you both." Wanwan seemed to comprehend Chu Ziheng's sentiments, climbing into his embrace. "Daddy, Mommy, Wanwan loves you too. Such a darling," Chu Ziheng exclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on her chubby cheek. He then picked up an abacus from the table, grinning, "Darling, let your mother teach you how to use this from today. When you grow up, You can become an accountant. Lu Yuqing then took up the thick ledger, pondering that this book was indeed a treasure for the village, a vital tool in times of crisis. All the unspeakable secrets of Sun Yongui and Sun Kaiyan were inscribed within, and it was best to hide it away for now. Meanwhile, the battered Sun Kaiyan returned to the village office. Upon hearing that the ledger had not been retrieved, Sun Yongui broke out into a cold sweat. His eyes widened with fury as he growled, "You are nothing but a good-for-nothing, incapable of anything. That ledger is more important than my life. How could you let Chu Ziheng snatch it away? If he reveals its contents to the villagers, what will become of me as the village head and you as the accountant? That would cost us our heads." Chapter 30. The granary ablaze. Sun Kaiyan, filled with pent-up frustration, retorted angrily, "I did ask Chu Ziheng for it, but he refused to give it to me and even beat me." He declared, "Chu Ziheng is rebelling against us. We should organize the militia and raid his home to reclaim the ledger." Sun Yongui, infuriated, struck Sun Kaiyan sharply with his pipe. He followed with a scathing rebuke. "Are you foolish? It's easy to raid a home, but how would we explain ourselves to others? Would we tell them that Chu Ziheng stole the village ledger? That he is plotting a rebellion? The villagers would be delighted to burn that ledger. Can't you use your brain for once?" Sun Kaiyan, rubbing his arm, wore a troubled expression as he lamented, "So what should we do? Should we just abandon the ledger?" A glint of coldness flickered in Sun Yonggui's eyes. The ledger must be retrieved at all costs. The most prudent approach is to first stabilize Chu Ziheng, then impose a burden upon him, compelling him not only to surrender the ledger, but also to ensure that the benefits owed to us are not diminished. With this thought, Sun Yongui coldly commanded, "Go summon old Wu Si for me." Sun Kaiyan, perplexed by the situation, hurried to the production team to call for Wu Si. By afternoon, Chu Ziheng, intending to take a nap, was interrupted by Wu Si's unexpected visit. Upon seeing him, Chu Ziheng glared, leaping to his feet, and coldly inquired, "Wu Si, what do you want?" Wu Si, trembling with fear, felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for Sun Yonggui's promise of an additional 100 pounds of rice by the year's end, he would not have dared to provoke this formidable figure. Zhao Guoqiang, after being beaten by him, was left in such a state that even the doctor remarked he would be limping for life, resembling a cripple. Indeed, Chu Ziheng was a predator, treating his adversaries as mere prey. The very thought sent a shiver down Wu Si's spine, and he quickly plastered a smile on his face, saying, "Ziheng, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cross you. I'll be gone after a word. Old Joe from the grain store fell and broke his hip the other day, and we're short on hands. We'd like you to watch over the grain for a few days. Rest assured, you'll earn 10 credits for each day you oversee it." As for Lu Yuqing's classification issues, with Zhao Guoqiang incapacitated, there's no one to attend to it. Chu Ziheng found it hard to believe Wu Si's fabrications. The granary was a crucial stronghold, housing thousands of pounds of grain and seeds, and the task of overseeing it was a coveted position. Why would they extend such goodwill to him? Sensing that Chu Ziheng was about to retaliate, Wu Si hastily added, "I've delivered the message. If you agree, you can go tonight. I'll take my leave now." In a panic, he dashed into the courtyard, but Chu Ziheng, with a swift motion, seized him by the throat, instilling terror within him. Pressing Wu Si against the wall, Chu Ziheng coldly demanded, "Who sent you? What scheme are you plotting?" Wu Si, eyes wide with astonishment and dread, stammered, "This was decided by the production team and the village committee. Your classification as a Red 5 is perfect for this task. They wish to ease the misunderstandings between us. There is truly no ill intent." Chu Ziheng scoffed inwardly, realizing they were digging a pit for him. Just hours after seizing the village ledger, they were now offering him such a tempting task? While there may be good people in the granary, they certainly were not among them. They could not ensnare him. Pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Si, he furiously declared, "You can send anyone you want. I refuse to go. Get out." His anger unabated, Chu Ziheng forcefully threw Wu Si to the ground, causing him immense pain. To prevent further violence, Wu Si quickly devised a cunning escape, rolling away and safely exiting the courtyard. Arriving at Sun Yonggui's residence, Wu Si began to recount the events. "I followed your suggestion and spoke to Chu Ziheng, but he refused to comply, leaving me with no recourse. Fortunately, my agility saved me. Otherwise, I might have faced his wrath." Sun Yongui, with a sullen expression, puffed on his pipe, his mind already concocting a scheme. Regardless of whether Chu Ziheng acted or not, any issues arising from the granary would ultimately fall upon him. The quietude of gangway camp had persisted long enough. It was time for some commotion, particularly concerning the accounts, which must be retrieved at any cost. He vigorously tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe and summoned Wu Laosi, whispering a directive. As midnight approached, Chu Ziheng, who was deeply asleep with Lu Yuqing in his embrace, was suddenly roused by the clamorous sounds of drums and gongs announcing a fire. Upon awakening, he hastily donned his clothes and rushed outside, only to discover that the source of the fire was none other than the production team's granary. Flames soared into the night sky, casting an eerie crimson glow over the entire gangway camp. Villagers of all ages hurried to extinguish the blaze, for the granary contained their sustenance. If the food was lost, they would face starvation. Yet, Chu Ziheng remained indifferent. The fire's outcome bore no consequence for him. There was not a single grain or ounce of flour belonging to him within that storage. He secured the courtyard gate and returned to his slumber. Under the command of Sun Yonggui and Wu Laosi, the granary was swiftly salvaged from the inferno. They promptly began assessing the damages, discovering that nearly 600 jin of grain had been consumed by the flames. Sun Yonggui, incensed and distraught, grasped a handful of charred flour before the assembled villagers, exclaiming, "This is food. This is our very lifeblood." The villagers' hearts brimmed with both sorrow and rage. The loss of over 600 jin of grain signified a diminished share for them by year's end. They had already been struggling to satiate their hunger, and had hoped to enjoy a modest feast of dumplings come the new year. Now, such hopes were dashed. Some villagers, consumed by despair, cried out, "How could a perfectly good granary catch fire? Who is responsible for this? With half our grain gone, how will we survive this year? Who is watching over the granary? What purpose do their eyes serve? This is entirely their fault. They must compensate us for our grain." Seizing the moment, Sun Yonggui hurled the charred flour to the ground and thundered, "Who was in charge of the granary today? Step forward." Wu Laosi, with shifty eyes, glanced at the crowd and, sensing the opportunity, stepped forward. The granary has always been overseen by old Zhou. However, he was injured a few days ago, and the production team decided to have Chu Ziheng substitute for him. Today was supposed to be Chu Ziheng's watch, yet he seems to be absent. Sun Yonggui, in a fit of fury, pounded his thigh and roared, "Chu Ziheng, you have led our gangway camp to ruin. Your negligence in guarding the grain has resulted in this fire, and now we all must bear the blame. This grain was meant to ensure a proper celebration for everyone during the new year. Now that more than half is lost, what are we to do? How will we survive this year?" As his words hung in the air, Sun Yonggui cast a knowing glance at Sun Kainyan. Seizing the opportune moment, Sun Kainyan leaped onto the ruins and shouted, "With such a raging fire, each of us shall face hunger this new year, while Chu Ziheng is at home sleeping soundly. Let him compensate us for our grain and our toil. Fellow villagers, let us raid his home and bring down this saboteur." Chapter 31. Seek whomever you wish. Sun Yonggui had a firm grasp on the villagers' sentiments. At this juncture, nothing was more precious than grain, as it represented their very lives. Whoever dared to snatch sustenance from their mouths would face their wrath. As the villagers' anger ignited fiercely, Sun Kainyan shouted, "Let us confront Chu Ziheng for reckoning." The villagers responded in unison, "Let him repay our grain. Let him pay the price. If he does not compensate for my grain, I shall confront him fiercely." Sun Yonggui, seizing the moment, donned a facade of false piety and loudly interjected, "It's reasonable to confront Chu Ziheng, but let us not act impulsively. We must communicate and resolve our issues." Although it was indeed Chu Ziheng's negligence that led to the grain store catching fire, there was no need for violence. Yet the villagers were indifferent to such reasoning. To them, Chu Ziheng was the embodiment of their hunger, a villain beyond redemption. Under Sun Kainyan's leadership, hundreds of villagers brandished torches and various implements, encircling Chu Ziheng's home with an imposing fervor. The cacophony of curses abruptly awakened Chu Ziheng and Lu Yuqing from their slumber. He initially believed that the militia had come to denounce Lu Yuqing again, and grasped the machete hidden beneath his pillow with a firm grip. The flickering shadows of the torches outside frightened Lu Yuqing, who hurriedly picked up the crying Wanwan. "Don't be afraid, my dear, Mama is here." "Ziheng, what is happening?" Having already donned his clothing, Chu Ziheng lifted the curtains slightly to peer outside, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Sun Kainyan stood prominently, glaring fiercely at Chu Ziheng's window, shouting, "Down with the saboteur, Chu Ziheng. Compensate us for our hard-earned grain. Chu Ziheng, come out." Blinded by hatred, the villagers echoed Sun Kainyan's cries. Some began kicking at the door, while others attempted to scale the walls to leap into the courtyard, only to be thwarted by wooden spikes set upon the wall's edge. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Chu Ziheng began to piece together why these individuals had come. They had attributed the grain store's fire to him. How bizarre. He had not even visited the grain store. Was the fire conjured in his dreams? This was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Sun Yongui. However, it would not be so easy for them to bring him down. He needed to ascertain their intentions first. "My dear, do not be afraid. I shall go and see." With those words, Chu Ziheng tucked the machete into the back of his waistband for precaution and proceeded to open the door, stepping into the courtyard illuminated as if it were a fiery daylight. Upon sighting Chu Ziheng, the villagers erupted with fury. "Chu Ziheng, with the granary ablaze. You dare sleep at home? You owe us grain. It is your negligence that led to the fire, and you must bear full responsibility. You shall not escape our wrath until you return the burned grain." Before the words could settle, a brick flew in from outside the courtyard. Chu Ziheng swiftly dodged, then bellowed furiously, "Shut your mouths, all of you. If you seek death, step inside." His thunderous shout startled the villagers. At that moment, Sun Kai-Yin stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Ziheng, you troublemaker, what right do you have to shout at us now? The production team and the village committee unanimously appointed you to oversee the granary. Why did you refuse? If you had been on duty at the granary tonight, would the fire have ignited? Yet here you are, yelling at us. If you have the guts, unlock the gate. I dare you to take us on in a fight." Encouraged by Sun Kai-Yin, the initially bewildered villagers found their courage. Emboldened by leadership, they were ready to charge. However, Chu Ziheng merely smiled disdainfully, thinking these villagers were merely riled up by Sun Kai-Yin's incitement. In truth, who among them had the audacity to confront him? He held them in utter contempt. Thus, rather than retreating, he boldly approached the gate and flung it open. "The gate is open. Come on in. You want to fight, don't you? What is the matter? Are you all just a bunch of wilted eggplants?" As the villagers hesitated, retreating in fear, Sun Yongui grew frustrated, lamenting that these people were as useless as mud that could not be molded. If even one dared to charge, would Chu Ziheng still have the gall to act so arrogantly? He glanced at Sun Kai-Yin, who appeared even more spineless. Watching Chu Ziheng step outside, the villagers all cowered behind the old man, hoping he would lead the charge, which was a futile hope. Sun Yongui stepped out of the crowd, glaring fiercely at Chu Ziheng, and admonished, "Chu Ziheng, what are you trying to do? We are here to reason with you, not to fight." Chu Ziheng remained silent, his anger palpable. As Sun Yongui spoke, the flames of fury ignited in Chu Ziheng's eyes. He shouted, "Don't pretend to be the good guy in front of me. This mess is entirely your doing. You want to reason with me? I'll reason with your grandfather." With that, Chu Ziheng drew a machete from his waist, its gleaming edge sending a chill through Sun Yongui. Pointing the blade at the crowd, he exuded an air of menace. "Let me make this clear. The granary burning was deserved. If you wish to find someone to blame, go ahead. If you want to challenge me, I'll stand my ground. Anyone who dares to confront me, step forward and see if my machete agrees with you." In that moment, the villagers, who had once rallied behind Sun Yongui, were now paralyzed with fear. What had begun as an assault on Chu Ziheng had devolved into a spectacle, with many merely watching to see how Sun Yongui would respond. Sun Yongui himself was taken aback by Chu Ziheng's unyielding demeanor amidst the throng. Continuing to push forward would yield no results. He would have to adopt a more strategic approach, engaging in guerrilla tactics for the time being. Resolute, he stepped forward with a grandiose demeanor and declared, "Chu Ziheng, who do you think you are trying to intimidate? We are all part of the proletariat, and in our eyes, you are nothing more than a paper tiger. I have stated that we are here to reason with you, and now I speak on behalf of the villagers to engage in a civil discourse. Should you continue to act foolishly, the militia behind me will not stand idly by." Chu Ziheng cast a glance at the fully armed militia members standing behind Sun Yongui. Some wielded red-tasseled spears, others brandished lassos, and a few held wooden clubs. Nearly 100 militia members from the garrison were present. Even old Wu, armed with a whip and a belt of weapons, appeared ready for a fight if negotiations faltered. The surrounding younger villagers, too, turned with wooden clubs gripped tightly in their hands. Should a brawl ensue, he would find little advantage. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. When confronting thieves, strike at their heads first. An idea quickly formed in Chu Ziheng's mind. Chapter 32. Who threw the brick? Chu Ziheng was unafraid of them. Although engaging in a skirmish would yield little benefit, he had no intention of yielding. To submit now would mean he and Lu Yaoqing could never hold their heads high in the garrison. Moreover, he must protect Lu Yaoqing and her daughter. He considered himself the gatekeeper of this household. If he faltered, both Lu Yaoqing and Wan would be left without recourse. In that moment, Chu Ziheng reminded himself to remain calm and seek the most appropriate resolution. That resolution involved taking Sun Yonggui hostage. Though this course of action was fraught with risk, the evidence against Sun Yonggui, the account book, was safely in his possession, and thus he dared not retaliate. Resolute, Chu Ziheng scoffed, "You claim to reason. Yet who threw the brick just now? Step forward, and I shall discuss it with you." Sun Yonggui sensed a hint of negotiation in Chu Ziheng's tone and immediately turned to shout, "Who threw the brick?" As his words fell, the culprit, a young man, immediately lowered his head, realizing that stepping forward would likely result in his demise at the hands of Chu Ziheng. He believed that by remaining silent, he would escape notice. However, a nearby young educated youth, Zhou Xiaoling, raised her hand and declared, "I saw it. It was Wu Dicai who threw it." Wu Dicai's knees trembled in fear, and he glared at Zhou Xiaoling with a look of sheer dread. He thought to himself, had he not already apologized after inadvertently witnessing her urinating in the cornfield? Why, then, was she now throwing him under the bus? After all, he had only acted upon the suggestion of his uncle, old Wu, when he tossed the brick. How could he now defend himself? Enraged, Wu Dicai bared his teeth and shouted, "You slanderer! What nonsense! Which eye of yours saw me throw a brick?" Zhou Xiaoling pointed an accusatory finger at him, retorting, "I saw it with both of my eyes." Before Wu Dicai could utter further protest, Chu Ziheng's large hand reached through the crowd, seizing Wu Dicai by the throat, causing him to make choking sounds as he looked at Chu Ziheng with terror. In the next moment, Chu Ziheng's fist connected with his face, once, twice, thrice. Wu Dicai's head bobbed like a swinging ball, each blow leaving him dizzy and resonating through his nasal passages. The surrounding villagers recoiled in shock, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. He pondered to himself, does Chu Ziheng truly dare to act so boldly? Surely, he must be aware of who Wu Dicai is. After all, Chu Ziheng knew that Wu Dicai was merely the nephew of the infamous Wu Laosi. Were it not for this connection, he would not have even bothered to retaliate. Wu Laosi mistakenly believed that parading around with dozens of militia members would instill fear and compel him to retreat. Such notions were utterly misplaced. Right before his eyes, he struck his nephew, challenging Wu Laosi to respond. What could he possibly do? Moreover, Wu Dicai, who idled away his time at the guard camp, was notorious for stirring trouble, and Chu Ziheng had long grown weary of his antics. Today presented the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. A fierce barrage sent Wu Dicai reeling, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as he clutched his face in anguish. Wu Laosi could no longer bear to watch. He had intended for his nephew to lead the charge against Chu Ziheng, channeling the villagers' anger into a collective assault. Yet, to his dismay, this worthless fool resorted to throwing bricks, initiating the confrontation and suffering the consequences without any justification. Wu Laosi was left with no choice but to intervene. Kicking Wu Dicai aside, while grimacing at Chu Ziheng, he implored, "Just a couple of hits will suffice. He didn't even hit you with that brick, so let it be." Chu Ziheng merely cast a scornful glance at Wu Laosi and retorted coldly, "Does Wu Dicai believe he can throw bricks at me solely because you are the militia captain? Would he dare to act so brazenly with anyone else?" Wu Laosi felt as though he had swallowed a dry piece of bread, unable to respond, and left with no choice but to retreat into the crowd. Sun Yonggui regarded the scene with a cold stare. He was indifferent to whether Wu Dicai lived or died. If Chu Ziheng wished to unleash his fury, so be it. At least it would somewhat alleviate his anger, even if it meant Wu Dicai served a purpose in this regard. Noticing the situation, Sun Yonggui promptly interjected, "Now that the one throwing bricks has been dealt with, what do you have to say about the grain store being set ablaze?" In an effort to ease Sun Yonggui's wariness, Chu Ziheng sheathed his machete once more and, in a frigid tone, suggested, "You wish to reason with me? Come inside, and let us speak privately." Sun Yonggui pondered the matter. With so many eyes upon them, some discussions were indeed inappropriate. He did not believe that Chu Ziheng would dare to lay a hand on him, so he nodded in agreement and called out to the villagers, "Please remain calm. Wait here while I speak with him." The villagers were primarily concerned with the fate of their grain and awaited the outcome of the discussion. The two entered the room, where Chu Ziheng shut the door with a decisive slam, fixing a cold gaze upon Sun Yongui. This unexpected action startled Sun Yongui momentarily. But seeing that Chu Ziheng did not attack, he felt a slight sense of relief. He lowered his voice and said, "Chu Ziheng, the fire at the grain store destroyed over 600 pounds of grain. You must provide an explanation to the villagers. I'm looking out for your best interests too." As you witnessed, the crowd was particularly agitated, and even the militia showed up. If a fight were to break out, how many of them could you realistically overcome? Heed my advice. Hand over the ledger and offer a token amount of money as a gesture of goodwill to the villagers. I can then go out and pacify them, and this matter will blow over. Chu Ziheng had anticipated that this was the crux of Sun Yongui's intentions. The fox's tail was now fully revealed. Not only does he want the ledger, but he also expects to extract some money. He truly wishes to have it all. This is utterly preposterous. With a cold chuckle, Chu Ziheng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Sun Yongui's face. In the fleeting moment that Sun Yongui was stunned by the blow, Chu Ziheng followed up with a swift kick. Sun Yongui's frail body was sent crashing against the stove, his upper half tumbling into the pot. The dull ache in his abdomen, coupled with the burning sensation on his face, left him nearly incredulous. Chu Ziheng had actually dared to strike him. Chu Ziheng, do you dare to hit me? Do you believe that I? Before he could finish, Chu Ziheng grasped his collar, lifting him up with a chilling gaze. What do you think will happen if I hit you? Not only will I strike you, but I shall also reveal the ledger to everyone. Let them see the unsavory dealings you have engaged in as the village head over the years. I wager that the amount you have embezzled exceeds the grain that was burned in the granary. A pang of dread struck Sun Yongui's heart. Stammering, he retorted, You speak nonsense. I, Sun Yongui, am upright and honest." Chu Ziheng had no desire to waste words on him. He turned to Lu Yuqing, who was present in the room, and commanded, "Wife, bring me the ledger. Today, I shall let the villagers see what kind of person our village head, Sun Yongui, truly is." As Sun Yongui watched Lu Yuqing hand the ledger to Chu Ziheng, his swollen face bore no signs of panic. Rather, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Gripping his aching lower back, he gravely warned, "If you truly wish to escalate this, the entire gangwang will suffer the consequences. Hand over the ledger, and everyone will have a hearty meal during the new year. Otherwise, you will have to pay back every debt. When the time comes, who will the villagers despise more, you or me?" Chu Ziheng scoffed dismissively. He realized that Sun Yongui's threat was merely an attempt to intimidate him, driven by the fear that the contents of the ledger would be exposed. The one who should fear was not himself, but Sun Yongui. With a derisive snort, he replied, "Whether they hate me or not is of no consequence. I intend to ensure that you, as the village secretary, are rendered powerless, and that you return every coin you have wrongfully taken. That alone will bring me joy. Now come with me." Without further ado, Chu Ziheng forcefully tugged at Sun Yongui's collar, dragging him towards the door. Sun Yongui could no longer dismiss the gravity of the situation. The resolute glint in Chu Ziheng's eyes extinguished any semblance of confidence within him. If Chu Ziheng truly decided to stake the interests of the entire village against him, the one who would ultimately suffer would not be Chu Ziheng or the villagers, but rather himself. If it were merely a matter of gangwang, it could be downplayed, for it was distant from the higher authorities. However, should this escalate to the higher echelons, particularly in these precarious times, he could easily find himself branded with labels that could lead to his downfall, risking not only his position but the very safety of his entire family. The tactic of intimidation would not work. If force was futile, he would have to resort to a more conciliatory approach. "Ziheng," he hastily proposed, "let us discuss this calmly. Do not act so rashly. This is not a solution. How about this? You give me the ledger, and I will add a note to it, ensuring that at the end of the year, you receive an additional 100 pounds of rice." The individuals outside, I personally informed them that the grain storage fire has no connection to you. Just think about it. Isn't this preferable to escalating matters and causing the entire village of the guard battalion to suffer? Chu Ziheng pondered to himself. The rice is indeed quite satisfactory. Coupled with what I have purchased, I need not worry about rice in the short term. Yet, this slight advantage pales in comparison to the greed of Sun Yongui. It is hardly worth mentioning. To dismiss myself in such a manner is out of the question. In any case, it is Sun Yongui who is fearful now, not me. Chu Ziheng forcefully shook off his hand, pointed at Sun Yongui's aged face with the account book, and coldly declared, "You think 100 pounds of rice is sufficient to reclaim the account book? I demand at least 200 pounds. Furthermore, You must ensure that the production team clears our previous debt of 158 yuan and 4 cents entirely. Additionally, this year, whatever my family has earned in points, that is the exact amount we deserve, nothing less. Sun Yongui was troubled by these demands. Though he held the position of village secretary, colluding with Sun Kai-Nyen to maintain control over the accounts, he could manage the usual petty corruption. However, altering the accounts would put him in a difficult position. Yet, if he refused to comply, the uproar caused by Chu Ziheng would not be resolved with merely 158 yuan. To regain the account book and preserve his future, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and cover that sum himself. Consider it an investment in peace. Sun Yongui sighed through clenched teeth and said, "Fine. I agree to all these conditions. Now, hand over the account book." As he spoke, Sun Yongui reached for the book, but Chu Ziheng withdrew his hand and scoffed. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Once everything is clarified, I shall give it to you." Sun Yongui, with no alternative, could only rub his swollen face before stepping out into the yard. The impatient crowd had been awaiting his return and collectively directed their gaze towards him. However, they couldn't shake the feeling that something about Sun Yongui's demeanor appeared askew. His mouth seemed slightly crooked, and his face was swollen. Was it possible he had been beaten? As the villagers speculated, Sun Yongui proclaimed loudly, "Fellow villagers, it has been clarified that the grain storage fire has no connection to Comrade Chu Ziheng." Some villagers, unconvinced, shouted, "How can it not be related to him? Wasn't he the one watching over the grain storage?" Sun Yongui continued, "We had decided to appoint Comrade Chu Ziheng to oversee the grain storage in place of old Zhou, but Comrade Chu Ziheng has yet to accept this arrangement, which means he has not established a working relationship with the grain storage." He added, "As for whether the fire was caused by human action or was a natural occurrence, that remains unclear. The urgent matter now is to quickly repair the grain storage and ensure the salvaged grain is properly secured. For now, this will suffice. Everyone may return home." The villagers were left bewildered. Initially, it was agreed that Chu Ziheng would compensate for the burned grain. Now, how could it be that he bore no responsibility? However, observing Sun Yongui's drastically changed demeanor, they hesitated to take a stand. Thus, they dispersed in small groups. Returning to their homes, Wu Laosi, equally perplexed, seized an opportunity to approach Sun Yongui and quietly inquired, "You too were struck by Chu Ziheng, were you not?" Sun Yongui, concerned about his reputation, shot him a fierce glare. "Nonsense. I am the village secretary. Can he hit me?" Initially, he had no intention of visiting the granary. Can we unjustly label him? Enough of that. Tomorrow, go see Zhao Guiqiang. Has he truly become completely paralyzed, or can he still walk? With that, Sun Yongui clenched his teeth, filled with resentment, and headed home, leaving Wu Laosi with a disdainful expression, thinking to himself, "What a pretentious act. He still bears the marks of a slap on his face." Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng, who had deftly resolved the crisis, urged Lu Yuqing to hide the account books. Lu Yuqing was still shaken, her face pale. "Ziheng, I was genuinely terrified tonight." Chu Ziheng smiled and replied, "What is so frightening? Isn't it all quite favorable now? Not only did we receive 200 pounds of rice for free, but we also don't have to repay the production team." Lu Yuqing, however, replied with skepticism, "Can Sun Yongui be trusted to keep his word? He wouldn't dare go back on his promise. The account books are in our hands. Unless he no longer wishes to be the village secretary." Glancing at the sky, Chu Ziheng reassured her, "Do not fear, my dear, as long as I am here. No one can harm you or your daughter, even a hair. I'll go stoke the fire in the Kong. You and Wanwan sleep a little longer." Lu Yuqing felt the chill in the room, yet the sight of Chu Ziheng bustling in the kitchen warmed her heart. A sense of security that she had never felt before enveloped her, and with Chu Ziheng around, she feared no storm. Soon, she and Wanwan nestled comfortably under the warm covers, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chu Ziheng then secured the traps around the yard once more and, upon reaching the backyard, looked up at the distant hills. There was an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes in the darkness were watching him. Chapter 34. Have we forgotten something? As Chu Ziheng gazed at the distant hills, it felt akin to being stalked by a wild beast while traversing the wilderness. The old hunter had warned him many times that the creatures of the mountains, from the grand tiger and wild wolf to the humble rabbit and squirrel, possessed a spirit. Though hunting them was necessary for sustenance, excessive killing was indeed a sin. Chu Ziheng lifted his gaze to the cold, clear moonlight and pondered. If one could eat their fill, Who would seek to slay those living beings? Blame the era that shaped such a reality. He was not to be faulted. Necessity dictated that some must be killed. The next day arrived. After a modest lunch, Sun Yongui, fearing that prolonged night would breed further troubles, instructed Sun Kainyin to bring the land allocation notice along with the 65 yuan they had earned this year to exchange for the account books. Upon encountering Chu Ziheng, Sun Kainyin felt a growing shadow of fear, trembling from head to toe. He spoke cautiously, terrified that a misstep in his words would result in a punch to his face. Ziheng, the village secretary has allocated you an additional acre of land. Here is the notice. It's that plot in your backyard. Next year, you can cultivate it freely without having to share with the production team. Chu Ziheng thought to himself that Sun Yongui was quite perceptive, granting him an extra acre. With this land, he could grow vegetables sufficient for a year's sustenance. The allocation was not merely a gesture of goodwill. It was a means for Sun Yongui to ensure his favor. Fearing that he might inadvertently misplace the account book, he accepted the funds. Thinking it wise not to decline what was offered, Sun Kainyin added, moreover, this 36 yuan represents the public funds your family earned this year. As for the previous debts, Sun Yongui has already covered them out of his own pocket. With that, Sun Kainyin placed the 36 yuan on the table with both hands. Lu Yuqing gazed at the meager sum, feeling a pang of discomfort within. While other families managed to earn at least 100 yuan, her family had only managed to scrape together 36 yuan over the course of a year. This was largely due to Chu Ziheng's previous state of inebriation and idleness. He had not contributed to the labor, leaving her to toil alone in the production team to earn her share of the public funds. The poor harvest further exacerbated their plight, diminishing the value of the public funds to a pitiful extent. A full day's labor yielded only 0.15 yuan, and with nearly 4 months of agricultural slack, even that meager sum was unattainable. Fortunately, Chu Ziheng had finally come to his senses, or else they would be at a loss regarding their future. However, Chu Ziheng coldly fixed his gaze upon Sun Kainyin, stating icily, "Have you forgotten something?" Sun Kainyin was momentarily taken aback, mentally reviewing what he had brought. Convinced he had not overlooked anything, he had the land contract and wages in hand, yet he felt something was amiss. Chu Ziheng scoffed. "What about the grain that is due to our family? Did you consume it all?" Only then did Sun Kainyin comprehend. Typically at year-end, wages and grain were distributed together. Sun Yongui had specifically instructed that, in addition to the usual allocation, an extra 200 jin of rice should be allotted to Chu Ziheng's family. However, due to the heavy weight of the grain, he could not transport it himself. Fearing Chu Ziheng's wrath, Sun Kainyin hastily explained, "You know how severely the harvest has diminished this year. After paying the grain taxes, we have little left. Just yesterday, a fire at the granary consumed several hundred jin of corn and rice. Currently, the distribution allows for 150 jin of corn, 50 jin of rice, and 30 jin of buckwheat per family. Of course, the village secretary has arranged for you to receive an additional 200 jin of rice. You can collect it from the granary, as I have already spoken to them." Chu Ziheng sighed internally. A mere 230 jin of grain would hardly suffice for a small family. For larger households like Zhang Guing's, it might only last a few months, even with careful rationing. Without additional income to purchase food, starvation would be inevitable. With this thought, Chu Ziheng cast a cold glance at Sun Kainyin and inquired, "Shall I fetch it myself? Or will you bring it to me?" As she spoke, she cracked her knuckles ominously. Terrified, Sun Kainyin nearly lost his composure, quickly assuring her, "I will deliver it. I will go fetch it right now and bring it to you immediately." With that, he hurriedly exited the yard to retrieve the grain. Lu Yuqing took the 36 yuan and placed it into Chu Ziheng's hands. Anxious that she might be scorned for earning so little, her eyes filled with guilt. In a soft voice, she confessed, "Ziheng, I truly earned too little this year. On average, I managed only 0.15 yuan per day from my labor. It is my fault for not being capable enough. There were tasks I simply could not manage, which limited my earnings. Next year, I will strive to work harder, to contribute more to our family and alleviate some of your burdens." Chu Ziheng glanced at the money in his hand, then cast a pained look towards Lu Yuqing. Upon seeing her eyes, reddened from guilt, grievance, and distress, he cursed himself countless times in his heart. He tightly grasped Lu Yuqing's hand, filled with deep sorrow as he said, "My dear, what are you saying? From now on, I do not want you to engage in such laborious tasks. This is the responsibility of a man, not something a woman should endure. Can you not make my heart ache so? From this moment on, you shall manage our finances, while I will be the one to earn. Every penny in our household will be under your care. My dear, it is all my fault. I have allowed you to suffer all these years." As he spoke, Chu Ziheng raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Lu Yuqing was overwhelmed by a surge of warmth and emotion, tears spilling from her eyes. She clutched his arm tightly, crying, "Ziheng, what are you doing? I know you are distressed for me, but I cannot allow you to treat yourself this way. As long as you have this intention, no matter how bitter or exhausting it is, I will be content and happy. Please, do not harm yourself for my sake." Chu Ziheng instinctively embraced her, planting a firm kiss on her forehead. "My dear, just watch. I will ensure that you and our daughter are well fed and cherished, making everyone envious of us." Lu Yuqing, resembling a bashful maiden in love, nestled against him, nodding gently. In the past, she would scoff at such declarations, but now, her heart brimmed with beautiful expectations. As the family of three basked in their warmth, Sun Kanyan arrived, pushing a wooden cart laden with grain. Breathless and flushed, he exclaimed, "Ziheng, I brought 435 pounds of grain, and the village head even added 5 pounds of millet for you. Just accept it." Chu Ziheng patted the sack and instructed, "Take it inside." Sun Kanyan, exhausted and unable to voice his discontent, laboriously carried the grain into the house. Once everything was arranged, he cautiously inquired about the account book. Chu Ziheng pondered that keeping the account book would only lead to a battle of wits with Sun Yongui. The conditions had been met, so he decided to hand it over. Holding onto it wouldn't yield any leverage against Sun Yongui, as he had little left. Resolute, Chu Ziheng pulled the account book from his waist and tossed it to Sun Kanyan. "Get out." Sun Kanyan, as if he had received a treasure, hurriedly opened it to check for missing pages. Confirming all was well, he quickly tucked it away, stammering, "Ziheng." About that abacus, Chu Ziheng raised his hand as if to strike, causing Sun Kanyan to dart out of the house like a frightened rabbit, forgetting to wear his shoes, running barefoot from the courtyard. Chapter 35. An unexpected gain. Sun Yongui hurled the account book back at Sun Kanyan, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chu Ziheng. This time, not only had he failed to gain anything, but he had also incurred significant losses. As a miser at heart, he felt as though he had been plucked clean. Sun Yongui coldly puffed on his pipe, vowing to make Chu Ziheng repay him doubly. 2 days swiftly passed. As Chu Ziheng calculated the days, he realized that the time to meet Lin Guosheng was swiftly approaching. He had to venture into the oak forest to gather the fragrant Zixiang. Rising early that day, he consumed his breakfast and equipped himself for the journey ahead. The sun illuminated the snowy landscape, casting a blinding white light that made him squint as he progressed. Along the way, he found some small rewards in the traps he had set, a wild chicken and a hare, both of which would serve as delightful provisions for the new year. He stowed them carefully in his leather bag and trudged through the snow towards the oak forest. Despite his familiarity with the area, every time he arrived at the edge of the forest, he took a few deep breaths to center himself before slowly stepping into the woods. The expansive and dense primordial forest was home to countless wild beasts. With each step, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings and the ground beneath him to ensure no signs of wildlife were present before continuing onward. Nevertheless, he dared not venture too deeply. The further he went, the more prevalent the large predators became, increasing the risk of getting lost. Adjusting the frost-covered brim of his hat, he mused that the route he had chosen today was rather barren. Although he had not encountered any beasts, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the Zixiang. Just as he contemplated altering his path, a sudden sound of snow crunching underfoot reached his ears. Quickly, he concealed himself behind a tree, holding his breath, and fixed his gaze ahead. Before long, a snow-white fox, with its pointed snout and upright ears, appeared in his line of sight, resembling a spirit of the forest. Its fluffy body and long, unblemished tail captivated Chu Ziheng, who could not help but marvel at the beauty of this wild snow fox. A sight so rare during this season. The fox held a hare in its mouth and, finding a sheltered spot, placed the hare on the ground to survey its surroundings. Chu Ziheng, maintaining a distance of several meters, instinctively pulled his head back behind the tree. Having previously encountered foxes, he knew that they often eluded him at crucial moments. He understood well that the term cunning fox aptly described their nature. Their keen eyesight and remarkable agility meant that even a slight disturbance would prompt them to abandon their hard-won prey in a bid for survival, darting into cover and disappearing in an instant. In the past, he would have been reluctant to squander time engaging in a battle of wits with a fox. However, this time was different. He felt that letting such a magnificent pelt slip away would be an immense pity. A pristine white fox pelt could fetch at least $20 or $30 in town. If he chose not to sell it, he could craft a scarf or hat for Lu Yuqing. Resolute in his decision, Chu Ziheng carefully lowered himself to the ground and crawled towards the optimal position for shooting. Walking would create noise that could alert the fox. If startled, all his efforts would be in vain. By balancing his weight, he minimized sound as he moved. At that moment, the snow fox, having assured itself of safety, began to tear into the hair, savoring its meal. At a distance of 5 meters from the snow fox, Chu Ziheng cautiously seated himself behind a tree, deftly knocking an arrow onto his bowstring. This shot needed to be swift, precise, and steady, ensuring the fox was brought down before it could sense his presence and flee. Taking a deep breath, Chu understood that the key to archery lies in maintaining a steady hand, arm, and shoulder, with breath control being particularly crucial. From drawing the bow to aiming and releasing, one must hold their breath to ensure the entire process is silent and stable. Furthermore, archery is highly susceptible to environmental factors such as wind and the trajectory of the arrow. Even at close range, these variables must be meticulously calculated. Thus, he held his breath, quickly accounting for all external influences as he aimed the tip of the arrow at the fox's neck. The snow fox, sensing the palpable aura of danger in the air, abruptly turned its gaze towards the half-kneeling Chu Ziheng. In that fleeting moment, he released his fingers. The arrow whistling past his ear, slicing through the wind and snow with the grace of a spectral silhouette, directly targeting the fox. The white fletching trembled, emanating a heavy aura of death that magnified in the fox's eyes. Even the most agile of creatures, when faced with a skilled hunter, are destined to fall. Just as the fox attempted to dart away, the sharp arrow pierced its neck, instantly staining its pristine fur with crimson. After a brief struggle, it lay still. Chu Ziheng hurried forward, eagerly grasping the snow fox, which weighed over 30 pounds. He caressed its silken white fur, unable to suppress a smile that crept across his lips. He mused that although the oak forest posed significant risks, it also harbored treasures. The pelt was truly exquisite. Not only had he successfully hunted the fox, but he had also netted a wild rabbit. He stowed the rabbit into his leather pouch and proceeded to bind the fox's forepaws and mouth securely with a rope. He was aware that a fox is known to feign death. Despite its current stillness, it might revive and attempt to bite him. With the fox firmly secured, even if it regained consciousness, it would be of no consequence. Once he had finished these tasks, a casual glance upwards revealed a vast patch of wild chives just 5 meters away. What a fortunate discovery. In less than 5 minutes, Chu Ziheng had thoroughly harvested the wild chives, envisioning the profits that would come from this bounty. His spirits lifted, he quickened his pace, soon exiting the oak forest and making his way back to the garrison camp. Typically, he would take a roundabout route to avoid being seen with his catch. Yet upon entering the camp, he was met with an uproar from the village, filled with shouts and the clanging of gongs and drums. He even observed some militia members and sturdy men running about, brandishing their weapons in a frenzy. Over there! Hurry, hurry! Utterly bewildered, Chu Ziheng wondered what could have incited such a commotion among the villagers, their excitement palpable. After the crowd had dispersed, Chu Ziheng returned to the courtyard and secured the main gate. Just as he was about to enter the house, he overheard Zhang Guing exclaim, "Oh my goodness! I saw it all, it was terrifying." Chapter 36. Harnessing the Power of the People. Chu Ziheng was puzzled. What could they have witnessed that caused such fright? He carefully stored his prey and equipment in the granary. Upon entering the house, Lu Yuqing anxiously stated, "Ziheng, you're back. A wild boar has entered our village and has even injured someone." Zhang Guing added, "I saw that wild boar. It must weigh over 500 pounds. It attacks anyone it sees and even knocked down the wall of old Zhao Han's house at the eastern end of the village. Thankfully, old Zhao ran fast. Otherwise, that beast would have bitten him to death." Chu Ziheng felt a sudden shock. Earlier, while observing the back mountain, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him. Could it be this wild boar? Zhang Guing, equally bewildered, remarked, "Isn't it strange? In the past, wild boars only ravaged the fields and never ventured into the village. I don't understand why this one has come into the village to attack people." Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow. If he was not mistaken, this wild boar that had entered the village must be the mate of the one he had killed. With its partner slain, this boar was likely driven to a frenzy. charging into the village to attack humans. At that moment, Lu Yuqing said, "Didn't old Wu bring the militia? With so many people, how could they not kill a wild boar?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Guiying looked at her disdainfully. "What can old Wu do? Those militia members are nothing. When the boar charged, they were scared out of their wits. I heard that old Wu even got knocked over by the boar and nearly broke his leg. Despite the numbers, they just watched helplessly as the boar ran back to the mountain. To deal with such a beast, we need someone like your Ziheng. The rest are useless." Lu Yuqing glanced anxiously at Chu Ziheng. Since entering the house, he had remained silent and stoic, likely pondering about the wild boar. It was a formidable beast, weighing over 500 pounds. The village elders had once said that any boar weighing over 400 pounds was akin to a supernatural creature. If Chu Ziheng were to recklessly hunt that boar, what if he were injured? Growing increasingly anxious, Lu Yuqing quickly said, "Sister Zhang, please stop joking. My Ziheng doesn't have that kind of skill. It's better to let old Wu and the others handle it." Chu Ziheng, understanding Lu Yuqing's concern, chuckled and replied, "My wife is right. I can handle a chicken or two, but you all sit tight. I'll go see what is happening." With that, he rose and stepped outside, just in time to see the defeated militia returning, with old Wu limping at the front, looking utterly disheveled, as though he had suffered a personal calamity. Upon seeing Chu Ziheng standing at the door with a grin, old Wu's temper flared. "What are you staring at? You're coming to the village meeting later." Chu Ziheng scoffed. "What does that have to do with me? Why should I go?" Old Wu retorted angrily. "That beast entered the village and attacked people. Every villager in the garrison has a duty to protect its safety." Chu Ziheng had the intention to visit the village committee to discern the sentiments of the community. Upon arriving, he observed that nearly all able-bodied villagers had gathered, with even Sanjuzi standing with his hands tucked in his sleeves, leaning against the stove, attentively listening to Sun Yonggui's address. At that moment, Sun Yonggui, wearing a grave expression, proclaimed, "The recent incursion of wild boars into our village has posed a significant threat to our safety. We must rely on our own strength to eliminate that beast." He urged everyone to brainstorm, stating, "Let us speak freely today about how we can vanquish the wild boar." The villagers exchanged glances, uncertain. Wu Laoxi's large nephew, Wu Dicai, felt an inner agitation at the silence. He felt compelled to voice his thoughts, otherwise it would gnaw at him. "If we can kill that wild boar, we can share the meat. Wild boar meat is truly delectable. I tasted it once in my childhood, when old Chu hunted one." This provoked disdainful glares from the crowd. Wu Laoxi kicked him, saying, "If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute." However, I must admit that Wu Dicai has a point. As the saying goes, each has their specialty. Hunting wild beasts is indeed the domain of hunters. Currently, among us in the gangway camp, only Comrade Chu Ziheng possesses the expertise in hunting. Let us listen to his advice. All eyes turned to the corner where Chu Ziheng stood, a faint smile playing on his lips. They echoed, "Captain Wu is right. When the black bear invaded the village, the late hunter Chu dealt with it effectively. How much easier it should be to handle a wild boar. Ziheng, the entire village is looking to you. What do you propose?" Chu Ziheng had long recognized Wu Laoxi's ulterior motives, realizing he merely wished to place him in a precarious position for amusement. While others displayed their malice openly, Wu Laoxi's approach was deceptively insidious. Chu Ziheng merely chuckled and replied, "Oh, now you remember me. But it seems it's not the time when you surrounded my home with ill intent, is it?" His words left the villagers speechless, their faces flushed. Sun Yonggui, puffing on his pipe, interjected, "That was long ago. We are discussing the wild boar now. Every member of the gangway camp should consider the greater good. You have hunting experience, so please share how we might tackle this, as it is for the benefit of the entire camp." Chu Ziheng retorted with a scoff, "While I am indeed the descendant of hunters, that does not guarantee I can slay such a large wild boar. My father had a hunting rifle. What do I possess?" Sun Yonggui felt discomfort at Chu Ziheng's persistent refusals. Having received numerous benefits, it seemed unreasonable for him to reject this small request. He struck the pipe against his palm, the sound sharp and jarring, and solemnly stated, "If you lack a weapon, will you then abstain from hunting wild boars? Should we shy away from difficulties? We must overcome all obstacles. Just confirm whether you can contribute to the gangway camp. Spare us the superfluous talk." Chu Ziheng silently scoffed. He detested the way these individuals constantly imposed moral constraints upon him. They insisted that agreeing was a duty, and failing to comply was a disservice to the villagers of gangway camp. However, Discussing morality with such unscrupulous people was utterly futile. He was indifferent to their claims. He simply shook his head and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "I am unable to contribute to this endeavor. Whoever possesses the ability should take charge. Consider me non-existent in this matter." Before anyone else could respond, Senjuzi, who had harbored resentment since the last altercation, was the first to voice his discontent. From the moment Chu Ziheng entered the room, he had found him displeasing. Seizing the opportunity, he retorted with indignation, "Without your piece of land, would we cease to cultivate? And you call yourself a hunter. What is so remarkable about that?" To Senjuzi's surprise, Chu Ziheng did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly and replied, "I do not consider myself remarkable at all. If you are capable, then by all means, step forward." Chapter 37. Awaiting the distribution of pork. Upon hearing this, Senjuzi was momentarily flustered and, without a second thought, declared, "If I must, then I shall. I have encountered wild boars before. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, we cannot subdue a single beast." Sun Yongui, encouraged by Senjuzi's confidence, urged him to put his words to the test. "If you have any ideas, feel free to share." With Sun Yongui's support, Senjuzi's resolve strengthened. He recalled his grandfather's words, "Beasts are afraid of nets. Once ensnared, they cannot escape." Wiping his nose, he exclaimed, "We should use a net. Beasts fear nets. Let's gather more people and fashion a sturdy net. If we can ensnare that creature, we can surely take it down." The inexperienced crowd nodded in agreement, genuinely believing this plan to be quite sound. Beasts are not like humans. They lack hands, feet, and intellect. Once caught in a net, they are at the mercy of their captors. Wu Laosi concurred, stating, "I believe this plan is feasible. We can use the nets we typically employ to block the granary. They are both durable and expansive." Sun Yongui, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Ziheng, added, "I also think this is a good idea. Captain Wu, please coordinate with Senjuzi and gather more militia. It is imperative that we subdue that wild boar before the minor festival. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone raised their hands in agreement, save for Chu Ziheng, who felt both helpless and amused. Setting aside the question of whether they could truly ensnare a creature weighing over 500 pounds, should it become enraged, it could easily uproot trees. The strength of a mere human was insignificant in comparison to that of a wild boar. Moreover, they seemed to believe that simply wielding a net would guarantee the beast's demise. Where would they find traces of the wild boar? Once they located it, how would they manage to ensnare it, and what would they do afterward? Lacking any understanding, they were swept away by Senjuzi's fervent words, with several militia members eagerly volunteering. If they wished to confront the wild boar directly, so be it. At this moment, Sun Yongui made a decisive announcement. "Since there are no objections, Senjuzi, Captain Wu, prepare immediately. Let us secure that wild boar. Perhaps we can enjoy a feast of meat-filled dumplings during the new year." Upon hearing of the prospect of meat, Wu Dezai perked up instantly, eagerly raising his hand. "I want to join as well. Count me in. Be sure to allocate me a generous portion of the pork." The three pillars stood with a spirited demeanor, gazing provocatively at Chu Ziheng. Chu Ziheng merely smiled in silence before rising to depart from the village center. Wu Dezai, observing Chu Ziheng's retreating figure, scoffed dismissively. What is so remarkable about him? Without Chu Ziheng, would we still refrain from enjoying pork? The others echoed his sentiments, believing that Chu Ziheng was merely putting on airs. They pointed out, "He pales in comparison to his father. I've always thought he was of little worth. Now he merely drinks while his wife works, contributing nothing positive. Last year, he even stole pickled vegetables from my home. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing." Despite their complaints, Wu Laosi promptly gathered the three pillars and others to prepare for their expedition into the mountains, even recruiting the village butcher in anticipation of returning with wild boar to share the meat with everyone. Upon returning home, Chu Ziheng carefully removed the fur from a fox and presented it to Lu Yuqing. The moment Lu Yuqing laid eyes on the exquisite fur, her face lit up with joy, her lips curving into a radiant smile as she caressed the pristine white coat, exclaiming, "This fox fur is simply stunning. Not a single stray hair." Chu Ziheng chuckled. "If there were even one stray hair, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of hunting it. This pelt is for you. You can make a scarf, a hat, or even shoes. Anything that would look lovely on you." Lu Yuqing's mind began to swirl with enchanting designs. "Let us craft ear muffs from this fox fur for you and Wan Wan. They would surely keep you warm." A wave of warmth surged through Chu Ziheng's heart. Lu Yuqing always thought first of him and their child, prioritizing their needs over her own. Reflecting on how poorly he had treated such a wonderful wife in the past filled him with remorse. He slowly smiled and said, "My dear, this fox fur is solely for you. Use it as you wish. When I venture into the mountains again and catch more foxes, we can make ear muffs then. You've accompanied me for so many years, and I've never even bought you a decent piece of clothing. This time, I will take charge. This fox fur is yours." Lu Yuqing felt warmth spread through her like the glowing embers of a hearth, her eyes sparkling with delight. Seizing the moment while Wanwan was engrossed with her abacus, she planted a kiss on Chu Ziheng's cheek. The unexpected affection sent a thrill through him, and he grinned widely, saying, "My dear, that's quite enough. I'm getting all flustered here. It's time to tend to the fields." Lu Yuqing, both amused and embarrassed, playfully pushed him away. In broad daylight. "We can do that later. Let us prepare a meal. I'm craving your braised pork." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily. "Braised pork, you say? It shall be ready shortly." Meanwhile, the three pillars, Wu Laosi, and their companions set off with nets and tools, brimming with confidence. They believed that venturing into the mountains would be a breeze, but upon entering the vast wilderness, they soon realized the arduous nature of their task. Following the three pillars, they stumbled through knee-deep snow, resembling headless flies, and yet they saw not a trace of wild boar. Wu Laosi shivered, clutching his collar tightly. Had he known the undertaking would be so challenging, he would have left all the labor to the three pillars, sparing himself the hardship. In the midst of the boundless forest, where visibility extended not a single inch, they pondered where to seek the elusive wild boar. Not only he, but the others behind him were also wearied, their eyes heavy with fatigue. Wu Ditsai simply laid down in the snow, gasping for breath, and lamented, "I can't go on. I can't move anymore." "Sanjuzi, have you ever encountered a wild boar? Where might it be?" Sanjuzi, equally perplexed, thought to himself that he had only been chased by a wild boar while stealthily gathering firewood last time. He had no idea where the boar might be hiding. Afraid that admitting his ignorance would lead others to scorn him, he forced himself to say, "It's just ahead. I saw it there last time." Wu Ditsai, filled with skepticism, replied, "Are you certain it's ahead? I can't help but think you're merely talking nonsense. If we don't find that wild boar, we will freeze to death or perish right here." Upon hearing this, Wu Laosi became anxious. Though he was cooperating with Sanjuzi, he was also the commander of this venture. It would be one thing to return empty-handed, but if someone were to suffer frostbite, how could he explain it to the villagers? He had even prearranged for the butcher, insisting that the slaughtering knife be sharpened to perfection. Returning empty-handed would only invite ridicule. Growing increasingly impatient, Wu Laosi kicked Wu Ditsai and admonished, "Everyone, muster your spirits and follow Sanjuzi. Those with nets, be ready at all times. As soon as the wild boar appears, you are to charge." The group could only force themselves to rally their spirits and follow Sanjuzi, continuing their aimless march. Sanjuzi, too, felt increasingly uncertain, fervently praying for a swift appearance of the wild boar, hoping for a decisive hunt that would earn them bragging rights upon their return. Especially to show Chu Ziheng that he was not the only skilled hunter in the gangway camp. Perhaps his prayers indeed bore fruit, for suddenly, from a distance of several meters ahead, there came a low growl of a wild boar. Chapter 38. The cost of bloodlust upon hearing the sound of the wild boar. Sanjuzi seemed to be invigorated, shouting, "Did you hear that? The beast is right ahead. Follow me." Wu Laosi, too, was filled with enthusiasm, one hand on his waist, the other waving as he proclaimed loudly, "Comrades, the time of our trial has arrived. That beast that ravages gangway camp is just ahead. Charge." In that moment, all the militia were consumed with fervor, akin to warriors preparing for battle, rushing forward in eager anticipation. The wild boar, foraging for food, turned its blood-red eyes toward the intruding humans upon hearing the battle cries. In an instant of fury and primal instinct, its massive form charged at the crowd with the ferocity of a mountain unleashed. Each step reverberated like thunder, sending snow flying in all directions. The morale that had just been lifted was swiftly shattered by the wild boar's brutal ferocity, leaving the men in a state of panic as they scattered in all directions. In his desperate flight, Sanjuzi collided with the already terrified Wu Ditsai, who was paralyzed with fear and unable to rise. Sanjuzi barely managed to regain his footing when the wild boar, akin to a meteor crashing to earth, slammed into him. sending him hurtling several meters away and breaking a tree trunk the size of a bowl. Everything went black before his eyes, and he fell into unconsciousness. Wu Laosi intended to confront Wu Datsai, but upon raising his head and catching sight of the terrifying visage of the wild boar, replete with an aura of bloodlust, he was so frightened that he uttered a cry of alarm and turned to flee. At that moment, the enraged wild boar clamped its jaws onto Wu Datsai's thigh, thrashing and tearing at him. His hefty frame was tossed about like a mere garment in the creature's grip. "Ah, uncle, help me! Help!" His anguished cries echoed through the mountains, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Wu Laosi, witnessing his nephew being mauled, felt utterly powerless. All he could do was shout desperately in an attempt to scare off the beast. The others joined in the cacophony, hurling their red tassel spears at the wild boar, only inciting its fury further as it turned back towards them. Terrified, the crowd fled in a frantic dash. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Laosi managed to grasp the unconscious Wu Datsai and rolled down the ravine, thus preserving their lives. Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng noted that night had fallen, and his wife had neatly arranged the bedding, preparing for sleep. He tossed a few pieces of wood into the stove, warming the bed, and eagerly burrowed beneath the covers. He was haunted by the time squandered in his past life, and resolved to cherish every moment with Lu Yuqing in this life. Vowing to love and care for her deeply, Lu Yuqing embraced Chu Ziheng's neck, now eagerly anticipating each intimate moment they shared. After their last encounter, she had begun to comprehend the essence of womanhood, contrasting sharply with the past when Chu Ziheng had treated her merely as a tool for release, dismissing her coldly afterward. On one occasion, intoxicated, he nearly suffocated her after their encounter. Although memories of those days lingered, Lu Yuqing could see that Chu Ziheng was earnestly striving to change. As long as he treated her with genuine kindness, she would undoubtedly become a devoted wife, offering him the warmth he deserved. Chu Ziheng playfully pinched Lu Yuqing's nose and chuckled softly. "Little girl, how could you be so beautiful?" Lu Yuqing gently touched his cheek with her forehead, replying tenderly, "Even beauty has its limits." "Nonsense. I could gaze at you for eternity. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world." Lu Yuqing, flattered, felt a rush of emotion. Her cheeks flushed, and she clung tightly to Chu Ziheng, urging him closer. The commotion nearly roused Wan Wan from her slumber. The next morning, before dawn, Sun Yongui and Wu Laosi arrived to knock at the door. As Chu Ziheng peeked through the curtain and spotted them, a smirk of satisfaction crept across his face. They had surely come to seek his assistance in dealing with the wild boar. As he pondered, he leisurely dressed and made his way outside, opening the door to find the two men wearing expressions akin to those suffering from constipation, which amused him greatly. He inquired, "What brings you here so early?" Sun Yongui sighed heavily, speaking with resignation. "Ziheng, yesterday Senjuzi led a group up the mountain. They didn't kill the wild boar, but injured over 10 people. It's imperative that you intervene." Chu Ziheng chuckled and replied, "Isn't Senjuzi capable? Let him handle it." Wu Laosi let out a cold snort, remarking, "He is nothing but a useless wretch, gored by a wild boar and has been spitting blood ever since. He rushed to the town hospital before dawn, and when it truly matters, it falls to you." Chu Ziheng found this amusing. Now they wished to flatter him, believing that a few sweet words would persuade him to assist them. "Not a chance." He chuckled and replied, "Captain Wu, do not speak so lightly. Though I have learned hunting from my father since childhood and have encountered wild boars in the mountains, to speak of hunting them, particularly those weighing over 500 pounds, is no trifling task." Sun Yongui immediately grasped Chu Ziheng's implication. He was seeking compensation. Logically, it was inappropriate for Chu Ziheng to ask for a reward when it concerned the safety of the guard camp. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that without some form of remuneration, he would not undertake the task. What if that wild boar injured someone upon entering the village? Sun Yongui could only suppress his resentment and frustration, responding begrudgingly, "I understand that hunting that beast is no easy feat, and I cannot allow you to toil without reward. How about this? You consider how to arrange it appropriately, and we shall deliberate." Upon hearing such terms, Chu Ziheng felt no need for further circumlocution. With the new year approaching, his family was well off, but Lu Yuqing's family likely struggled to make ends meet. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to procure more rice for them, which would bring joy to Lu Yuqing. He stated plainly, "I have no other demands. I will trade 1 pig for 200 pounds of rice. If that is agreeable, I will find a way to proceed. If not, then so be it." Sun Yonggui's expression shifted to one of resignation. Chu Ziheng had just asked for 200 pounds. Previously, he had exchanged the same amount for account books. Nevertheless, for the sake of the guard camp's safety, he conceded, "Very well. I shall arrange for the rice to be delivered to you. When will you go to deal with that wild boar?" Chu Ziheng had already devised a plan for the hunt. He smiled and said, "You should first arrange for someone to dig a pit 5 meters square and 10 meters deep in the open space to the east of the village." Sun Yonggui inquired. "Digging the pit is no problem, but how can you guarantee that the wild boar will jump into it?" Chu Ziheng, brimming with confidence, replied, "You need not worry about that. I will have my methods." With that, he turned and entered the courtyard, firmly shutting the gate behind him, retreating indoors to warm himself. Wu Laosi remained skeptical, muttering, "Will this method truly work? I can't shake the feeling that it seems a bit precarious." Sun Yonggui, too, was uncertain of Chu Ziheng's intentions. However, since they had settled on terms, they would simply wait to see how he executed his plan. Asking questions now was futile. They needed to organize a team to dig the pit without delay. Half an hour later, Sun Kai-Yin reluctantly brought Chu Ziheng the 200 pounds of rice. As he bored into the house, he grumbled to himself, wondering why he always had to carry it in. Why couldn't it be done without his assistance? Nevertheless, upon seeing Chu Ziheng, Sun Kai-Yin immediately forced a smile, saying, "Ziheng, the rice has been delivered. Do you have any further instructions?" Chu Ziheng replied coolly, "Indeed. I require some items that you surely possess." Chapter 39. Falling into the trap, Sun Kai-Yin could not help but wish to slap himself. Why did he have to say that? He asked nervously, "What do we have at home?" "You must be joking." Chu Ziheng coldly replied, "Bring me a large basin of your family's pickled vegetables." Sun Kai-Yin initially wondered what Chu Ziheng wanted, only to realize it was merely pickled vegetables. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hurriedly responded, Yes, I will go fetch it for you right now." Chu Ziheng had been contemplating what Lu Yuqing had mentioned about wanting to eat wild rabbit meat stir-fried with pickled vegetables. Unfortunately, the scant pickled vegetables at his home had long been consumed. Just yesterday, he had managed to catch 2 wild rabbits in the mountains and decided to ask Sun Kai-Yin for some pickled vegetables. Before long, Sun Kai-Yin returned with a large basin of pickled vegetables. Fearing that he might say something else that would prompt Chu Ziheng's demand for more, he hastily set down the basin and darted away. Chu Ziheng observed that the pickled vegetables were quite impressive, featuring cucumbers, string beans, chili peppers, and radishes. Lu Yuqing was also quite fond of such delicacies. She picked up a string bean, took a bite, and found the taste rather delightful. Chu Ziheng smiled and said, "Dear wife, you chop the pickled vegetables while I handle the rabbit meat. We shall feast on this for lunch." Lu Yuqing thought to herself that in the past, her desires were often unfulfilled. Now, whatever she wished for, Chu Ziheng would prepare for her. Feeling a warm glow in her heart, she worked with enthusiasm. With a dish of pickled vegetables stir-fried with rabbit meat, Lu Yuqing savored 2 generous bowls of rice. Upon hearing Chu Ziheng mention that today they had 200 pounds of rice set aside for the new year to take back to her family, Lu Yuqing contemplated that it might be best not to bring any back. "Let us keep this rice for our own family, dear. My family can manage to receive some rice and flour by the end of the year." In these challenging times, they needed to think long-term. Chu Ziheng understood Lu Yuqing's concern about the possibility of not having enough food at home. He didn't want to bring up such matters that might sadden her. He immediately assured her, "Let us send some to them. I promise our grain supply will only increase." He reminisced, "When I married you, it was my father who provided a few yards of cloth. And your parents raised you to marry me without receiving a single cent in return. I feel indebted. Let us honor our parents properly. It is far more meaningful than anything else. Trust me on this." A warm ray of sunlight seemed to shine into Lu Yuqing's heart, illuminating her spirit. Chu Ziheng's thoughtfulness was more precious than hundreds of pounds of rice. If her family were to know how much Chu Ziheng had changed for the better, they would undoubtedly feel joy and reassurance for her well-being. After lunch, Chu Ziheng rummaged through the firewood pile and retrieved a dozen wooden stakes, each over 2 meters long and as thick as his wrist, carefully sharpening them into points. By afternoon, the large pit was also completed. Chu Ziheng inspected the work and found it satisfactory. Following the rope down to the pit's bottom, he firmly drove the wooden stakes into the ground and applied poison to their tips. As long as a single stake could penetrate the hide of a wild boar, even if it merely broke the skin, the creature would not escape. Upon returning to the surface, Chu Ziheng, the deputy captain of the militia, arrived with his men. He cast a cold glance at Chu Ziheng, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Following him to the edge of the pit, he appeared to comprehend everything, gesticulating as he spoke. Is this truly capable of killing a wild boar? Whose idea was this? Wu Laosi, upon encountering Chu Ziheng, felt an inexplicable annoyance. Despite being the captain of the militia, Chu Ziheng held the position of vice-captain, yet this man wielded greater power. His grandfather's martial prowess and prior military service, coupled with a stint as a militia instructor in the county, had afforded him some skills, enabling him to assume the role of militia trainer within the guard camp. Chu Ziheng, filled with arrogance and a sense of righteousness, dismissed everyone around him. Recently returned from the county, he began to assert his authority, which was utterly repulsive. Wu Laosi found himself compelled to respond. This is the suggestion from Comrade Chu Ziheng. You know well his extensive hunting experience. His advice is still valid. However, Chu Ziheng scoffed derisively. Do not attempt to persuade me with such nonsense about hunting. With his limited skills, do you truly believe him? Simply digging a pit could kill a wild boar? What a farcical notion. Wu Laosi was left speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng, suppressing his inner fury, replied with a cold smile. So, it seems our comrade Chu Ziheng possesses a superior idea? Chu Ziheng's eyes, akin to those of a vicious dog, fixed menacingly upon Chu Ziheng's face. His visit today was not solely for this matter. During his absence, Chu Ziheng had audaciously broken Zhao Guoqiang's leg and had even assaulted the militia he had meticulously trained. To strike those he had taught was tantamount to striking his own face. If he did not put Chu Ziheng in his place, how could he maintain his authority as vice-captain in front of the militia? Thus, he approached Chu Ziheng and coldly remarked, I have heard you have been quite the troublemaker in the guard camp lately, disregarding the leadership. Do you think you are untouchable? Who is this pit meant for? Chu Ziheng had initially intended to ignore him, unable to tolerate such arrogance. Did he truly believe he was of any significance? With a swift movement, Chu Ziheng pushed Chu Ziheng back several steps. Keep your distance. Do not irritate me. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Normally, Chu Ziheng strode through the guard camp with impunity. Who would dare to disrespect him? Yet, Chu Ziheng had the audacity to lay hands on him. Chu Ziheng first let out a cold laugh before angrily shouting, You're courting death. Chu Ziheng, fueled by passion, retorted, Come at me if you dare. As it appeared that Chu Ziheng was about to strike, Sun Yongui, witnessing the potential for a brawl, interjected, realizing that if a fight broke out, who would deal with the wild boar? They needed to resolve that situation first. Afterward, they could fight to their heart's content, with no concern for him. Thus, he stepped forward, shouting, Enough! What are you two doing? Planning a rebellion? Chu Ziheng, if you do not understand the circumstances, do not meddle. If you are capable, go kill that wild boar. Although quick-tempered, Chu Ziheng was not without wit. Aware of his own inadequacies in hunting wild boars, he nonetheless held little faith in Chu Ziheng's abilities. With a fiery temper, Chu Ziheng pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ziheng, exclaiming, If you possess such prowess, prove it by bringing down that wild boar. Should you succeed, I shall bow before you in public. Observing the unfolding drama, Wu Laosi, intrigued, interjected with a frown. Comrade Chu Ziheng, there is no need for such seriousness. What say you, Comrade Chu Ziheng? With a commanding shove against the militia blocking his path, Chu Ziheng declared, If I slay that wild boar, you shall prostrate yourself before my doorstep. To which Chu Ziheng retorted, And if you fail, you shall bow your head all the way to my door. Thus, a pact was sealed. Chapter 40. The one who cannot. Sun Yongui, witnessing the escalating challenge, opted to remain uninvolved. Wiping the mist from his face, he inquired, All right, enough of this banter. Ziheng, the pit has been dug. What is our next move? Chu Ziheng replied, Cover the top with straw. You all should conceal yourselves nearby with ropes at the ready, and leave the rest to me. With that, he retreated home, greeted Lu Yuqing, gathered his gear, and stowed a piece of pork in his satchel before heading to the back mountain. The sky had not yet darkened, providing ample visibility. Along the way, Chu Ziheng noted the bloodstains and tracks left by Sanjuzi and his companions from the previous day, envisioning the brutal scene that had unfolded. As he advanced, he gradually slowed his pace, attentively observing the footprints beneath him and the surrounding terrain. Wild boars typically seek refuge in caves or sheltered spots during the day. Only one hollow in the entire back mountain met this criterion. As he approached the hollow, The boar's tracks became increasingly pronounced, compelling Chu Ziheng to exercise greater caution. Upon reaching the entrance of the hollow, he sliced off a piece of pork, tossed it onto the ground, and swiftly retreated. He understood that the wild boar's sense of smell is over 2,000 times more acute than that of humans, particularly when distinguishing the scents of kin and foes. Having distanced himself by several dozen meters, he climbed a tree, holding his breath and focusing intently. Soon enough, the boar, brutishly charging from the hollow, followed the enticing aroma and found the meat. Chu Ziheng was taken aback by the boar's imposing size. Such a creature had no natural enemies in the wild. Tigers would flee upon encountering it. He estimated its weight to be around 600 pounds, its robust form resembling that of a tank as it sprinted. As the boar detected the scent of its mate emanating from the meat, it emitted a deafening shriek, spinning wildly in a frenzy and trampling the ground in despair. Seizing the opportune moment, Chu Ziheng leaped from the tree and sprinted several hundred meters, discarding another piece of pork before turning to flee once more. In no time, the boar, having caught wind of the scent again, charged forward with unbridled ferocity, causing Chu Ziheng's heart to race with trepidation. The wild boar's running speed is astonishingly swift. For it, a distance of several hundred meters is traversed in the blink of an eye. One must meticulously calculate the timing and distance to entice the boar to follow while ensuring one's own safety. As he threw and ran, Chu Ziheng swiftly burst forth from the rear mountain. Approaching an open area, he held the meat firmly in hand. After crashing through several large trees, the boar emerged from the mountain, its blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on the fleeing Chu Ziheng. It then violently pursued him. When Sun Yongguei and others, concealed nearby, spotted the returning Chu Ziheng, they were simultaneously struck by the sight of the wild boar in hot pursuit. They stood astounded, their expressions frozen in shock. However, at this moment, Chu Ziheng was not only drawing closer to the trap, but the boar was also closing in on him. Sun Yongguei and the others felt a wave of anxiety for Chu Ziheng, yet none dared to rush out. Only Chu Ziheng, with malicious intent, fixated his gaze on the boar. He had heard tales of its immense size and ferocity, and had been skeptical. Yet witnessing it firsthand was indeed chilling. Chu Ziheng truly possessed skill, managing to evade such a formidable beast thus far. Should he succeed in slaying the boar, it would render their bet utterly disgraceful. Thus, Chu Ziheng resolved to seize the opportunity at all costs. With this thought, he silently took the hefty machete, weighing over 20 pounds, from the militia's hands. This knife had been crafted from artillery steel at the behest of his grandfather during his lifetime. If he could ensnare the boar, this blade would surely claim the creature's life. At this moment, Chu Ziheng required no assistance. He had calculated everything with precision. Just as the massive form of the boar was about to collide with him, Chu Ziheng seized the moment, accelerating past the trap. He rolled onto the ground, only to hear a tremendous crash behind him. Looking up, he saw the boar plunge into the trap, emitting a heart-wrenching howl. Sun Yongguei and Wu Laosi leaped with excitement upon witnessing the boar fall into the trap, thinking they had finally captured the beast. As Wu Laosi ran, he shouted, "It's in! It's in! Hurry, hurry!" However, Chu Ziheng suddenly waved his hand and commanded, "Everyone, stay back. Get away from here." He feared that the 10-meter-deep pit might not hold the boar. If it sensed the presence of humans, it might unleash its desperate strength to escape. At Chu Ziheng's urgent command, Wu Laosi and the others, filled with terror, retreated, bewildered as they watched him cautiously approach the edge of the pit. Chu Ziheng needed to ascertain whether the wooden spikes at the bottom of the trap had functioned effectively. After all, a wild boar weighing over 600 pounds, with its tough hide and thick flesh, might not be easily pierced. At that moment, the boar at the pit's bottom was desperately howling, struggling, and clawing at the edges, attempting to surge upward. The wooden spikes smeared with aconite proved utterly ineffective. Most were shattered, and the remainder leaned precariously to one side. Chu Ziheng observed as the beast relentlessly battered against the pit wall, causing fissures to appear in the ground. If this continued, the entire trap would inevitably collapse, allowing the creature to escape and wreak havoc upon the entire garrison. In this critical moment, Chu Ziheng urgently requested several red tassel spears from Wu Laosi, hastily applying aconite to their tips. With no alternatives left, he resolved to confront the creature head-on. With the aconite properly applied, Chu Ziheng aimed at the vulnerable spot between the beast's eyes and began to throw. This area represented the wild boar's most susceptible point. A successful strike would render it immobile. Despite several attempts, he failed to hit his target, each spear bouncing off the boar's coarse hide. He understood that the red tassel spears carried little lethality, serving merely as a facade. Without a precise hit, his efforts would be in vain. The boar, darting and ramming within the pit, made it increasingly difficult to aim. None of the thrown spears found their mark. Meanwhile, the ground trembled more violently, and the cracks widened. Wu Laosi and the others, retreating, shouted, "Chu Ziheng, hurry over. That area is about to collapse." Yet, Chu Ziheng remained resolute, his brow furrowed, indifferent to their pleas. In times of crisis, anyone could flee, but he could not afford to abandon his post. Chu Ziheng's determination stemmed not only from his wager with Chu Ziheng, but also from the knowledge that the beast had already caught his scent. Should it escape, it would undoubtedly track him back to his home. He feared nothing but the possibility of frightening Lu Yuqing, particularly Wan Wan. For the sake of his wife and child, he could not falter. Even if it cost him dearly, he was resolved to slay the beast. With this thought, Chu Ziheng's gaze blazed with intensity. His very breath infused with a palpable killing intent. He turned and shouted, "Bring me an axe, quickly." Upon witnessing Chu Ziheng's fierce demeanor, Sun Yongui was suddenly taken aback. Although he harbored disdain for Chu Ziheng, he did not wish to lose his life over a wild boar. The creature had already injured several individuals. If it claimed a life, the garrison would become a cautionary tale. Sun Yongui shouted, "Chu Ziheng, what do you intend to do? No time for chatter. Bring me the axe." Seeing Chu Ziheng's unwavering resolve, Wu Laosi quickly instructed the militia to throw an axe. However, the soldier holding the axe hesitated, glancing apprehensively at Chu Ziheng. With Chu Ziheng silent, he felt unable to comply. Wu Laosi cast a side glance at Chu Ziheng's sullen expression, contemplating the cruelty of allowing Chu Ziheng to face humiliation in such a dire moment. Yet, with Chu Ziheng present, the militia disregarded his authority. At this juncture, Chu Ziheng felt the ground beneath him give way, the earth beginning to crumble. He seized the opportune moment and suddenly leaped to the side, causing several tons of earth and stone to collapse with a thunderous roar, partially burying the wild boar at the bottom of the pit. Chu Ziheng observed as the boar desperately kicked its hooves, striving to escape from the mound of earth. At that moment, another section of soil and stone cascaded down, completely entombing the boar, leaving only its head exposed. Chu Ziheng was acutely aware that wild boars are naturally adept at digging, and even if buried alive, it would soon manage to excavate itself. This was the perfect chance to eliminate it. However, at that very instant, Chu Ziheng, having also recognized the opportunity, charged toward the pit with a knife in one hand, resolute and unyielding. His eyes gleamed with cold arrogance, brimming with murderous intent. He aimed to demonstrate his true prowess to the entire guard camp and silence Chu Ziheng once and for all. He leaped over 2 meters high, executing a move akin to the great rock spreading its wings, before plunging into the pit. Chu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Chu Ziheng had lost his mind. While his eagerness for glory was understandable, jumping into the pit where the soil was already loose would surely lead to him sinking into the ground, much like the boar. If he landed too close to the boar, it would be akin to feeding it. Just as Chu Ziheng had anticipated, the overly ambitious Chu Ziheng plunged into the pit, his legs sinking into the mud, rendering him immobile. By a stroke of ill fortune, he landed on the side of the boar. At that moment of surprise, the boar had already managed to free itself from much of the earth and lunged at Chu Ziheng. Terrified, Chu Ziheng raised his large knife and began to hack wildly. He had thought that any creature would be but a paper tiger before his blade. However, the toughness of the boar's hide exceeded his expectations. The knife struck the boar as if it were hitting rubber, inflicting minimal damage and only serving to enrage the beast further, which clamped down on his arm, followed by a furious thrashing and biting. The excruciating pain felt as if his bones were being crushed, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Chu Ziheng. This only incited the boar's primal fury, which then sank its teeth into his shoulder. "Help! Help!" The anguished cries sent everyone into a panic. They rushed over to see Chu Ziheng, bloodied and being mauled, their hearts gripped by terror. Wu Laosi quickly turned to Chu Ziheng, his eyes wide with desperation, and urged, "Ziheng, you must think of a way to save him." Chu Ziheng was currently relishing the spectacle. Save him? It would be a stroke of luck if he could merely stab the creature a couple more times himself. Ideally, it would be best if the foolish man were to be killed by the boar. He replied coldly, Didn't he assert that killing the boar was simple? If he is capable, let him handle it. I lack his extraordinary ability. At that moment, Sun Yongui interjected. Ziheng, refrain from such remarks. Saving him is paramount. Can't you see that this concerns all our villagers too? Chu Ziheng feigned hesitation for a moment, allowing Chu Ziheng to endure further torment, hoping that the boar might indeed finish him off. However, it seemed the boar had expended considerable energy, its movements slowing as it clung to Chu Ziheng's shoulder, panting heavily. Hand me the axe, ordered Chu Ziheng, prompting a militia member to hastily retrieve the axe for him. Taking the axe, Chu Ziheng swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the face of the militiaman, startling those around him as they all turned to gaze at the foolish soldier. They unanimously felt he deserved the blow. Earlier, when Chu had asked him for the axe, he had refused, and now, having received his comeuppance, it felt satisfying. Chu Ziheng brandished the axe and slid down the slope into the pit. The soil was loose, and he had to be cautious to prevent his feet from sinking into it. Spotting his nemesis, the wild boar abandoned its attack on Chu Ziheng and turned to charge at Chu Ziheng. As the boar lunged towards him, Chu Ziheng remained composed, gritting his teeth, waiting for the opportune moment before raising the axe overhead and striking down fiercely at the creature's forehead. With a sharp crack, the most vulnerable part of the boar was shattered, rendering it momentarily incapacitated, its body trembling as it emitted a pitiful, shrill cry. Realizing the initial strike was insufficient, Chu Ziheng continued to deliver several more blows. In his fervor, his feet sank deeply into the earth. After relentless strikes to its vital areas, the 600-pound beast succumbed, lifeless. Panting heavily, Chu Ziheng extricated one foot and delivered a forceful kick to the boar's head, ensuring it was truly deceased before discarding the axe and collapsing onto the mound of dirt. Turning to the ailing Chu Ziheng, he coldly remarked, "Weren't you confident? How did you end up like this? Where are your skills and your knife?" Damn! Chu Ziheng, in agony, could hardly muster a response. At that moment, he was not concerned with pride. He merely wished to be taken for urgent medical attention. Watching from the sidelines, Sun Yongui and Wu Laosi were both astonished. They pondered the sheer might of Chu Ziheng, who had single-handedly vanquished a ferocious beast weighing over 600 pounds. It was a feat so unbelievable that it would be dismissed if recounted. Just then, Chu Ziheng shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Get over here and help me up." While others saw a man, Sun Yonggui's eyes gleamed at the sight of the wild boar. Alive, it was a creature to be feared. Dead, it was a source of meat for sustenance. However, this single boar was scarcely enough to feed the entire company, and he was determined to procure as much as possible. Realizing this, Sun Yongui immediately commanded, "Why are you all dawdling? Hurry, help them up. A few of you take Chu Ziheng to the clinic right away, and someone pull that wild boar up to deliver to the butcher. We must prepare it while it's still fresh." At the mention of meat, the crowd seemed invigorated, quickly assisting Chu Ziheng back to safety. Once they were pulled up, Chu Ziheng cast a cold glance at Chu Ziheng. Despite his pitiful state, the wager still stood. He coldly stated, "Listen carefully. Our bet remains valid. You must bring that head to my doorstep." Chu Ziheng, gritting his teeth, found himself at a loss for words. The rules of gambling dictated that he must accept defeat. Meanwhile, Wu Laosi was quite pleased. Observing that Chu Ziheng had become incapacitated, he realized that even if Chun recovered, he would be significantly diminished, leaving Wu Laosi to reclaim authority over the militia. Upon reflecting on this, he exaggeratedly remarked, "Comrade Chu Ziheng, let us not dwell on these matters for now. Once he has recovered, the entire militia will witness him bowing in reverence to you. For the moment, let us carry him away. You appear quite fatigued. It would be wise to return home and rest." Chu Ziheng took this to heart. Since old Wu had expressed such sentiments, he would address it later. However, he felt compelled to remain for the time being. After all, having expended great effort to slay the wild boar, he could not allow it to go to waste. Although Sun Yongui spoke sweetly about distributing pork to everyone, he would undoubtedly take the lion's share. Therefore, Chu Ziheng reasoned that he too deserved a portion. If he could take back a couple of hind legs to cure with salt brine, it would suffice for a considerable time as ham. Thus, despite his exhaustion, he accompanied the others, transporting the wild boar to the butcher's abode. At that moment, an oblivious militiaman, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "We should inform the entire guard battalion about our success in slaying the wild boar. I will go notify everyone to gather for the pork distribution." Before he could finish, Sun Yongui shot him a cold glare. who claimed there would be a distribution. This single boar is hardly sufficient to share. I decree that only those who participated in this endeavor will receive 1 pound of pork each. The remainder shall be stored in the granary for future use, such as entertaining leaders visiting the village. Chapter 42. Whose heart is unsettled. Everyone was aware of Sun Yonggui's intentions, yet, due to his position as the village secretary, they dared not voice their discontent. Chu Ziheng, however, was unperturbed by such considerations and coldly declared, "How you choose to divide it is of no concern to me. I am entitled to 2 hind legs as I was the one who brought down the wild boar." Sun Yonggui felt a pang of anxiety. He had initially intended to take the 2 hind legs home for himself, yet now Chu Ziheng insisted on claiming them. Although the wild boar was indeed slain by him, he had previously provided Chu Ziheng with 200 pounds of rice. Those hind legs would yield a substantial amount of meat. If Chu Ziheng took them, what would he have left? Taking a puff from his dry tobacco, Sun Yonggui maintained his composure and said, "Logically, your contribution in slaying the wild boar is indeed significant, and it would be reasonable for you to take a larger share. However, the reality is that everyone exerted effort, making this wild boar a collective asset. If you were to take away such a considerable amount of meat, it would leave others feeling unsettled, wouldn't it? I propose this. You forgo the hind legs, and I will ensure you receive 5 pounds of pork. Does that seem acceptable?" Chu Ziheng thought to himself that this old man was already beginning to show signs of greed, cloaked in a facade of righteousness. Did he not also covet those 2 hind legs? There was no way he would concede them. Thus, Chu Ziheng chuckled and replied, "Let us see who feels unsettled. Do you think I would voice it in front of you?" As he spoke, he surveyed the crowd. Including old Wu, everyone fell silent. Deep down, they knew that if he could take down a wild boar, he could surely incapacitate Zhao Guoqiang as well. Who would dare voice their displeasure at this moment? The key was that Chu Ziheng showed no hesitation in striking anyone who provoked him, regardless of age or gender. Who could withstand that? Seeing the silence among the crowd, Chu Ziheng chuckled again. "Look, everyone seems quite balanced. Therefore, those 2 hind legs are rightfully mine." Having said that, regardless of Sun Yonggui's expression or the sentiments of those present, Chu Ziheng swaggered away, shouldering 2 steaming pig legs. Sun Yonggui, infuriated, felt stars dancing before his eyes, his anger surging to the forefront of his mind. How audacious of Chu Ziheng to seize food from his own mouth. He wondered if those pig legs would ever reach his lips. Upon returning home, Chu Ziheng tossed the hefty pig legs onto the ground, startling Lu Yuqing, whose emotions churned violently. No wonder she hadn't seen him all afternoon. He had indeed gone to hunt that wild boar. Frustrated, Lu Yuqing sighed and reproached him. "I told you not to go, yet you insisted. Why do you never heed my words?" Chu Ziheng collapsed onto the bed with a feeble laugh. "I merely offered my input. They were the ones who took action. Could I possibly handle such a massive wild boar alone? You think assisting them is exhausting? You are just deceiving me." Lu Yuqing slipped on her shoes and, despite her complaints, prepared a hot towel for him and brought him a bowl of cool water to quench his thirst. Chu Ziheng gulped down the water, feeling a surge of vitality. As he shed his heavy coat, he chuckled, "If I don't handle it, who will? Those people are utterly useless. Besides, I did acquire 200 jin of rice. It would be unreasonable not to exert some effort. But all is well. I've brought back 2 pig legs as well. Later, I'll cure them, and we can take them to your family for the new year. That should suffice for a while." Lu Yuqing, who was setting the table, suddenly froze. It dawned on her that Chu Ziheng's effort was solely to bring back 2 hams for her family. She gazed at his smiling face and the red sweater she had knitted for him on their wedding day, now riddled with holes, and felt a pang of pain in her heart. She often claimed to consider him and Wan, yet he too was only thinking of her. Suppressing the urge to cry, Lu Yuqing softly said, "Your sweater is in such tatters. You're going to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow, aren't you? Please buy a pound of yarn so I can knit you a new sweater before the new year." Chu Ziheng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He eagerly replied, "That would be wonderful. The sweaters knitted by my wife are not only beautiful but also warm. They would be in high demand even if sold. You sure know how to flatter." Lu Yuqing smiled coyly as she served dinner. While eating, Chu Ziheng remarked, "Tomorrow marks the little new year. Before the new year, I'll only make one more trip to the cooperative, so please write down everything you want me to buy, so I don't forget." Lu Yuqing reflected that since marrying Chu Ziheng, the only time she had visited town was during the grain tax submission. She had never seen what the cooperative was like now and was quite curious, but she feared the hassle of taking their child. Tentatively, she asked if it's all right. I would like to accompany you to town. I just worry it might be troublesome. As Chu Ziheng enjoyed his meal, he chuckled. What troubles could there be? Since our marriage, I have yet to take you to town. The journey is rather lengthy, and I worry about Wanwan catching a chill. Tomorrow, I shall borrow a horse cart from the production team and send Wanwan to Sister Guiying's house for her to watch over her for the morning. What do you think? Lu Yuqing nodded enthusiastically, pleasantly surprised that Chu Ziheng truly agreed to take her along. After dinner, Lu Yuqing leaned over the table, beginning to draft a list, calculating what New Year goods to purchase. This year, their finances were more abundant, allowing them to buy items they usually dared not consider. Chu Ziheng prepared 2 hams, marinated them, and hung them in the storeroom before securing the main door and retiring early with Lu Yuqing. The next day, Chu Ziheng successfully borrowed a horse cart from the production team. The couple gathered their money and grain coupons, along with the fragrant herbs, which Chu Ziheng tucked into his pocket. After locking the door, they cheerfully set off for town in the cart. Lin Guosheng had been waiting outside the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon spotting his jeep, Chu Ziheng suggested Lu Yuqing warm herself inside while he conducted business with Lin Guosheng. This time, the transaction went well. He managed to gather over 6 coins worth of herbs, which should suffice for the new year. Lin Guosheng inspected each herb meticulously, thoroughly satisfied with the quality. Without delay, he handed Chu Ziheng a bill, stating, in addition to this 30 yuan for this transaction, the remaining 20 will serve as a deposit for next time. My wife's asthma has notably improved, thanks to these herbs. Chu Ziheng replied with a smile. There is no need for such courtesy. I merely wish to earn a little. Come back here in half a month. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, Lin Guosheng hurriedly detained him. Ziheng, please wait. I have another favor to ask. My father-in-law injured his leg recently and needs some sanchi. Could you possibly procure some? With a frown, Chu Ziheng inquired, why must you seek such difficult items? Lin Guosheng, equally troubled, responded, I do not wish to burden you, but my father-in-law cannot even get out of bed. Please, could you make an effort to find some sanchi? As he spoke, Lin Guosheng pressed an additional 20 yuan into Chu Ziheng's hand. Considering the money, Chu Ziheng thought that sanchi was not overly difficult to obtain. It was an opportunity to earn more. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the money, saying, that will have to wait until after the new year. On the 6th day of the new year, please wait for me here. Thank you immensely, Ziheng. With the new year approaching, a friend gifted me a few bottles of fine liquor, and I shall bring you 2 for your celebrations. With that, Lin Guosheng retrieved 2 bottles of vintage Dukong liquor from the back seat. Chu Ziheng knew such fine liquor was in limited supply during festive times, and even the wealthiest commoners struggled to acquire it. Although he had given up drinking, he could take it home for his father-in-law and elder brother-in-law to enjoy. Graciously, Chu Ziheng accepted the liquor, expressed his gratitude, and stepped out of the vehicle to find Lu Yuqing at the cooperative. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, one is immediately enveloped by the rich aromas of tobacco, alcohol, sugar, and tea. With the festive season upon us, villagers from 10 miles around have flocked to the town to procure New Year's goods, creating a bustling atmosphere filled with chatter and shouts. As Chu Ziheng navigated through the throng, his gaze fell upon Lu Yuqing, who was meticulously selecting dishes. A wave of gratitude washed over him. Indeed, it is the women who truly know how to manage a household. Most of the dishes at home had been shattered during his reckless drinking escapades, and he recalled a particularly regrettable incident where he had smashed a plate upon Lu Yuqing herself. The more he reflected on these memories, the heavier his heart felt with guilt. Lu Yuqing had not experienced the joy of shopping at the cooperative for quite some time. While calculating her available funds, she diligently followed the shopping list. Yet, her eyes were drawn to a striking red woolen top hanging at the counter. She had long coveted such attire, but financial constraints had always held her back. Now, even with a bit of money in hand, the price tag of 40 yuan left her in shock, making her hesitate to even look at it further. Noticing her gaze, Chu Ziheng softly inquired, do you like this garment? Lu Yuqing feared that he would accuse her of frivolous spending, of being wasteful with the money he had earned through hard work. After all, every penny she held was a result of his labor. She quickly replied, I don't like it. It's too red, and I'd be ridiculed for wearing it. Besides, it's too expensive. Let us look at something else. However, despite her words, Chu Ziheng discerned her fondness for the piece reflected in her eyes. He too glanced back at the garment, acknowledging the fact that a price of 40 yuan in this era was indeed a luxury. The exorbitance was justified by the scarcity of resources. Textiles were in short supply, and even obtaining fabric ration tickets was a challenge. Woolen fabric was among the finest materials, often reserved for wedding attire. Such a piece was rarely seen in the cooperative, and it was only during the new year that such a garment would be displayed. Yet, despite the multitude of onlookers and inquiries, none could afford or were willing to purchase it. Even those with fabric tickets found the sum of 40 yuan daunting. It was unlikely that even in the city, many could make such a purchase without a second thought. At that moment, a couple of similar age approached the counter. The woman exclaimed, "Look how beautiful this dress is." However, the man, clad in a cotton hat and wielding a whip, glared at her and scolded, "You foolish spendthrift. Do you think we can afford such an expensive garment?" The woman retorted defiantly, "But we received 130 yuan from the team yesterday." Enraged, the man struck her with a fist and bellowed, "Are you planning to starve us? It seems you're asking for a beating. We can't even afford necessities. Who do you think will buy you this nonsense? Just look at it. Don't even think about buying it. What do you think our family can afford? If you keep demanding things like this, I swear I'll teach you a lesson." The woman, reprimanded in public, wiped away her tears in distress. When Chu Ziheng spotted that man, he couldn't help but recall how he had once treated Lu Yuqing in the same manner, without regard for the occasion or reason. He would scold and strike her, showing no respect for her humanity. Reflecting on this, Chu Ziheng grasped Lu Yuqing's hand, leading her to the counter amidst her astonished expression. "Ziheng, what are you doing? We're not buying anything. I don't like it," she protested. Yet, Chu Ziheng smiled and replied, "I know you like it. And I believe you would look splendid in this dress. Salesperson, could you bring it over for us to see?" The attendant, grinning, carefully presented the garment, explaining, "This is this year's new woolen jacket. Our cooperative has only managed to acquire one. Your wife will undoubtedly look beautiful in it." As Chu Ziheng picked up the clothing, he cheerfully said, "Wife, come, let us try it on." Although Lu Yuqing verbally insisted she disliked it, her hands instinctively reached for the fabric, betraying her hidden fondness. She merely draped the garment in front of her and gazed into the mirror, and even Chu Ziheng felt that it seemed tailor-made for her. Lu Yuqing, slender yet tall with broad shoulders, wore clothes beautifully. However, after indulging in a brief moment of admiration, she returned the jacket to the attendant, feeling pained at the thought of spending 40 yuan. "Thank you, but we won't be purchasing this," she declared, tugging at Chu Ziheng to leave. Nevertheless, he clasped her arm tightly, whispering in her ear, "Wife, after all these years of marriage, I have never bought you a single piece of clothing. I want to see you in this dress, no matter the cost. It is worth every penny if it adorns my wife." Lu Yuqing felt warmth fill her heart, her eyes welling up with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet, she still resisted, saying, "Ziheng, please listen, we can't buy this. Let us just get some fabric, and I'll make something myself. This is too expensive." However, Chu Ziheng was undeterred. Ignoring her protests, he proceeded to pay for the dress, resolutely purchasing it. When the attendant handed the garment to Lu Yuqing, she smiled enviously, remarking, "Look how well your husband treats you. He buys you whatever you like. That's what a real man is." Lu Yuqing's heart swelled with joy. She had never dreamed she would one day wear a woolen garment. She looked at Chu Ziheng with gentle affection, playfully nudging him with her elbow. Then, she meticulously examined the outfit, ensuring there were no loose threads. After all, this was a 40 yuan garment, and it must be flawless. Meanwhile, the woman who had admired the dress but left empty-handed gazed at Lu Yuqing with envy, pondering why she was fortunate enough to marry such a wonderful man. Once satisfied with her inspection, Lu Yuqing asked the attendant for a piece of paper, carefully wrapping the dress and holding it tightly to her chest. Yet, Chu Ziheng then turned to the attendant, inquiring, "How much is that red scarf? I'll take one as well." Chapter 44. A path for him. Upon noticing that Chu Ziheng intended to purchase something for her, Lu Yuqing hastily interjected, "There's no need to buy anything. We must be mindful of our finances." Chu Ziheng, however, chuckled and replied, "A warm outfit for my wife ensures a comfortable life. Just look at your scarf. It has seen better days and is riddled with holes. This item is not overly expensive. Let us indulge in one." Lu Yuqing recognized that Chu Ziheng had her best interests at heart. Although she felt touched, she still insisted, "Instead of this, we might as well buy yarn and knit a new one ourselves." Chu Ziheng was resolute, and after procuring a ticket and completing the payment, he draped the scarf around Lu Yuqing's neck right then and there. The couple instantly became the center of attention, and amidst the laughter of onlookers, Lu Yuqing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, unfazed by the gazes of others, even during an era when holding hands could provoke shyness. Chu Ziheng exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Wife, you look splendid." With her head bowed, Lu Yuqing bashfully responded, "Stop it. You're making me blush. Let us hurry and purchase something else. You go ahead and choose. I'll have a word with Sister Sun." Chu Ziheng thought to himself, with the new year approaching. Sister Sun had been quite helpful to him, so he might as well bring her a little something in return to maintain their good rapport. At that moment, Sun Xiaoxiang was returning from the storeroom, carrying a half-side of pork. Chu Ziheng greeted her with a smile. "Sister, I see there's pork available now." Sun Xiaoxiang removed her gloves and sighed slightly. The supply and marketing cooperative received 1 pig this year. Times are tough. Without the new year, we wouldn't have any food at all. We can only sell this half, while the other half must be reserved for others. Chu Ziheng understood the implications. Given the scarcity of resources and natural disasters, pork had become a rare commodity. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of villagers surrounding the town, it would be nearly impossible to even catch a glimpse of it. Even so, items such as pig heads, trotters, and ribs were reserved for the influential. Looking around, Chu Ziheng discreetly pulled out 5 yuan and swiftly tucked it into Sun Xiaoxiang's pocket. "Sister, you have always looked after me. With the new year approaching, please buy something you fancy." Sun Xiaoxiang felt a surge of joy in her heart. Though she expressed polite refusals, she did not pull the money out. Recognizing Chu Ziheng's perceptiveness and understanding of human relations, she contemplated introducing him to a lucrative opportunity. Lowering her voice, she said, "There's a task from above. By the 15th day of the new year, the cooperative must procure 50 carp to be sent to the county. You must have connections in the mountains. I'm entrusting this task to you. If you can bring in the fish, we'll purchase them at 23 cents a pound. What do you think?" Chu Ziheng was not concerned about who would receive the carp. Such a profitable venture was too enticing to pass up. He immediately replied, "If carp are unavailable, would 3 scaled fish suffice? Any fish will do, but each must weigh no less than 3 pounds. Delivered here by the 15th of the new year." With confidence, Chu Ziheng affirmed, "It's settled then. After the new year, I shall take care of it, ensuring sister is satisfied." Having finalized their agreement, Chu Ziheng went to find Lu Yuqing. They had completed their shopping, and together they secured their purchases onto the cart. Chu Ziheng gently lifted Lu Yuqing onto the carriage, bestowing a tender kiss upon her. In high spirits, he cracked the whip, exclaiming, "Giddy up," as Lu Yuqing gazed at his sturdy back. An uncontrollable urge compelled her to lean against him. Today marked the happiest and most blissful day of her life. The carriage was filled to the brim with the bountiful goods that Chu Ziheng had earned. A beautiful wish blossomed within her heart, a desire to share many more such wonderful days with him. The couple returned home amidst laughter and chatter, only for Chu Ziheng to suddenly discover that the lock on their front door had been smashed open. Lu Yuqing, filled with dread, exclaimed, "Ziheng, could it be that we've been robbed?" Furrowing his brow, Chu Ziheng dashed into the courtyard to investigate. The meat beneath the snow remained untouched, and the door lock to the house was unbroken. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the granary, where he noticed the rope securing the door had fallen to the ground. Alarmed, he rushed inside, prying open a box concealed beneath a pile of debris. His heart finally eased upon finding 3 rifles along with their ammunition intact. Yet he sensed something was amiss. Raising his gaze, he realized that the 2 large hams he had brined just the previous night were missing. A smile crept across his face. "How dare they steal my hams?" At that moment, Lu Yuqing rushed from the house into the granary, nervously stating, "All the grain in the house is safe. Nothing else is missing." Chu Ziheng replied coldly, "This thief was clearly after our hams." Her lips tightened in frustration, eyes ablaze with anger. Although their household was not lacking in meat, those hams represented the fruits of Chu Ziheng's labor. Hard-won and intended for the New Year celebrations at her family home, now stolen away. The audacity of such a theft was truly outrageous. Yet, Chu Ziheng rose with a chuckle. "No need to be upset. I know who the thief is. You go fetch Wan while I unload the goods into the house and return the carriage." Chu Ziheng had already deduced the identity of the ham thief. The individual had shadowed him while he hunted wild boar the day before, a relative of Sun Yongui, who, by kinship, would refer to Sun Yongui as third uncle. This man, Gui Weijin, was an illiterate farmer notorious for his mischief and petty thievery in the area. It was clear that Sun Yonggui had conspired with Gu Yuejin to pilfer his hams. Not in a hurry to confront Gu Yuejin, Chu Ziheng first returned the carriage to the captain, then proceeded home to have his meal and drink water. Encouraging Lu Yuqing to try on a red woolen coat to see if it fit well, Chu Ziheng considered it futile to seek out Gu Yuejin at that moment. As he was certain the hams were already hidden away, he intended to feign indifference, allowing the duo to believe he had given in, only to surprise them later. Thus, as evening approached, when he surmised that families would be preparing their dinners, he quietly made his way to Gu Yuejin's home. Peering through a tear in the paper of the window, I discovered Gu Yuejin indulging in a drink. On the table lay a platter of pickled vegetables and a dish of braised pork. With each tilt of his small wine cup, he consumed it greedily. Chu Ziheng, aware of Gu Yuejin's bachelor status and his unscrupulous nature, knew that his laziness and lack of cleanliness had rendered him undesirable for marriage. While he might not care about pilfering from others, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to steal from him. Chu Ziheng resolved to give this foolish old man a good scare. Thus, he approached the door and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the entire door collapsed, causing Gu Yuejin to nearly tumble from his bed in shock. Initially rattled by the unexpected turn of events, Gu Yuejin, barefoot, leapt to the ground. Before he could exit the room, Chu Ziheng surged in, offering no words and immediately kicking him to the floor. Clutching his pained belly, Gu Yuejin lamented why Chu Ziheng chose this very moment to arrive, thinking he had given up on those two pig legs. Without hesitation, Chu Ziheng seized Gu Yuejin's fingers and twisted them forcefully, eliciting a response akin to an electric shock from him as he writhed in agony. "Oh dear. It hurts so much. Let us just talk, can we?" he pleaded. Chu Ziheng retorted with a cold snort, "Enough of your nonsense. Where are my pig legs?" A flash of cunning crossed Gu Yuejin's eyes as he quickly countered, "What pig legs? How should I know?" With a tighter grip, the sound of Gu Yuejin's fingers cracking echoed as he cried out in pain, "I truly don't know. I didn't take them." "I wonder how long you can keep up this bravado," Chu Ziheng scoffed, releasing his grip. Just as Gu Yuejin thought he might be spared, he watched in horror as Chu Ziheng brandished a nearly full bottle of liquor, preparing to pour it over him. "What are you doing? Don't waste my drink." Chu Ziheng smashed the empty bottle on the ground and produced a match. Gu Yuejin instantly grasped Chu Ziheng's intent. He meant to set him ablaze. While others might hesitate, Chu Ziheng had the audacity to confront even the likes of Zhao Guoqiang and the militia, and he certainly had the resolve to carry out his threat. The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped Gu Yuejin, prompting him to attempt an escape. However, Chu Ziheng kicked him down again and stood firmly on his chest, coldly declaring, "You want tea talk, huh? Today, I will make you." Gu Yuejin was near tears. "Ziheng, I truly didn't take them. Please don't wrongfully accuse me." Chu Ziheng merely snorted in response and ignited a match. To deal with such a hardened individual, one must employ extreme measures. If Gu Yuejin continued to resist, he would face the flames, and with the remote mountains of Gangwei camp, no one would intervene. Gu Yuejin was terrified to the point of wetting his pants. If he were indeed set alight, even if he survived, he would be left a cripple. Was it worth it for two pig legs? Relenting, he decided to speak. "Ziheng, listen to me. The pig legs were a request from Sun Yonggui. He said that if I stole them back, we would each have one. I delivered his portion, and mine is hanging in the storage house. You can take it." Chu Ziheng flung the burning match aside and coldly remarked, "I discarded two pig legs. You expect me to retrieve one?" Gu Yuejin, trembling with fear, stammered, "I've already given that to Sun Yonggui. Go ask him for it." Before he could finish, Chu Ziheng kicked him in the face, leaving a mark from his shoe on Ji's grimacing visage. "You stole the goods, and you want me to ask for it back? I give you 1 hour. Return it as you took it, or I will set fire to your pig pen. Not only the pig legs, but also 100 pounds of rice, not a single grain less, or I will end you. Do you understand?" At that moment, Gu Yuejin was filled with regret. Not only had he lost out on the pig legs, but he also faced the loss of 100 pounds of rice. How was he to survive this year? Chu Ziheng swaggered back home, carrying the pig leg from the storeroom. Gu Yuejin, rising to his feet, propped up the door to shield against the cold wind seeping inside. While he contemplated his predicament, it had been Sun Yonggui who had urged him to commit this act, claiming with fervor that Chu Ziheng would never suspect him. Now, Chu Ziheng had come knocking, delivering a beating and nearly setting him ablaze. Meanwhile, Sun Yonggui sat comfortably at home, enjoying warmth and sustenance. The more Gu Yuejin thought, the more stifled he felt, and he quickly changed into work clothes and made his way to Sun Yonggui's residence. At that moment, Sun Yonggui was indeed lounging on a warm kong, sipping liquor brewed by his wife, savoring the wild boar meat. He was still plotting how to bring the remaining pork home, envisioning a festive meal with his son and daughter-in-law during the new year. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Sun Yonggui immediately inquired, "What is that noise?" His wife opened the door to look outside, then replied, "Nothing, probably just the rats stirring in the storeroom." Sun Yonggui urged, "You'd better hurry to the storeroom and check on that pig leg. Don't let the rats gnaw on it." His wife shot him an exasperated glance and reluctantly went to the storeroom, only to discover the pig leg was missing, prompting her to wail loudly. "Which unscrupulous thief has stolen my pig leg?" Sun Yonggui, startled, quickly donned his shoes and bolted from the house, admonishing her, "Why are you howling? Don't you fear being overheard? Be quiet." His wife, with a face full of distress, lamented, "Such a fine pig leg, and just like that, it's gone. Aren't you upset?" Sun Yonggui's gaze fell upon the half-tied rope on the ground, brimming with fury. Just that morning, he had urged Gu Yuejin to steal the pig leg, and now it had vanished. Who else could be responsible? Only Gu Yuejin knew of its existence. A flicker of suspicion crossed Sun Yonggui's mind. Could it be that Gu Yuejin intended to keep it all for himself? With that thought, Sun Yonggui abandoned his meal and hurried to Gu Yuejin's home. At that moment, Gu Yuejin had just pilfered 100 pounds of rice from the granary and had narrowly escaped detection, racing on a wheelbarrow towards Chu Ziheng's house. Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng, who was having dinner, heard the doorbell ring. Upon stepping outside, he saw Gu Yuejin pushing the wheelbarrow, delivering not only the pig leg, but also 100 pounds of rice. As soon as Gu Yuejin caught sight of Chu Ziheng's cold gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Trembling, he stammered, "I have brought you 100 pounds of rice along with the pig legs. Can I pass now?" Chu Ziheng found Gu Yuejin's expectations utterly naive. This time, Sun Yonggui was the mastermind, and he must pay a price. With a disdainful snort, Chu Ziheng replied, "Do you think such trivial offerings suffice? If you wish to pass, then tonight, set fire to the woodpile at Sun Yonggui's home." Gu Yuejin's face fell in despair. The woodpile was situated in the backyard, and while igniting it might be feasible, it was perilously close to the house. If the woodpile caught fire, the house would surely follow, and that was no trifling matter. He hastily responded, "Ziheng, surely there is no need for such extremes. How about this? Sun Yonggui has 2 large roosters. I can procure them for you. Just spare the woodpile." Chu Ziheng considered this. Currently, Sun Yonggui's household was the only one in Gangwang that could still hear the crowing of roosters. Others were struggling to find enough food, while Sun Yonggui had grain to feed his chickens. Stealing them would do just fine. "If I do not see those roosters by tomorrow morning, I shall have your head for dinner." Chapter 46. Even the chickens were stolen. Gu Yuejin lamented internally, questioning how he had become so foolish as to steal from Chu Ziheng. He had traded 100 pounds of rice and now needed to add 2 roosters to the tally. The crux of the matter was that Sun Yonggui, a miser at heart, would surely flay him alive if he discovered that Gu Yuejin had pilfered both his pig legs and roosters. Yet, if he did not steal the chickens, Chu Ziheng would not let him off the hook either. One pig leg had already left him in a precarious position. With a heavy heart, he returned home, only to find Sun Yonggui emerging from his granary, his teeth clenched in fury. "Did you steal my pig legs? So you are plundering your own kind now?" Gu Yuejin, upon seeing Sun Yonggui, felt an overwhelming urge to kick him to death. It was his instigation that had led Gu to this pitiful state. To brazenly accuse him of thievery was utterly shameless. Gu Yuejin retorted, "Me? Steal your pig legs? I have lost my own." Sun Yonggui dismissed his protestations with disbelief. "Are you trying to deceive me? The only ones who knew about those pig legs were you, me, heaven, and earth. If you didn't take them, then who could have?" In a fit of rage, Gu Yuejin cast aside his unicycle and declared, "This is all I have. Search as you will. If you find the pig legs, I will give you my own thigh. I said I had them stolen. And that's the truth. Believe it or not." Sun Yonggui, now filled with doubt, observed Gu Yuejin's furious demeanor. It did not seem like he was lying. Moreover, he had searched both inside and outside his home, including the woodpile and cellar, and had found no trace of the pig legs. Who else in Gangwang would dare to steal, if not Gu Yuejin? He softened his tone and asked, "When you took the pig legs, did anyone see you?" Gu Yuejin, defiantly raising his chin, retorted, "How would I know? The pig legs were originally stolen from Chu Ziheng. Losing them is a relief. With that, he kicked the door open and stormed inside. Sun Yongui was left feeling a mix of anger and anguish. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently pulled a feather from the top of his head. It would be best if he remained oblivious to the identity of the thief. Otherwise, dire consequences would surely follow. As the clock struck 2 in the early hours, the entire garrison had succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Only Guyuejin, crouching like a specter, stealthily scaled the wall of Sun Yonggui's home. At this hour, not only were the people asleep, but even the chickens were in repose. The chicken coop lay right beneath the window, and through the glass, Guyuejin could hear Sun Yongui snoring. With utmost care, he unlatched the coop, and the 2 roosters nestled within were blissfully asleep. In the next instant, their necks were swiftly twisted, and their lifeless bodies were dragged out of the coop. The following morning, Chu Ziheng entered the yard and was met with the sight of the 2 roosters discarded on the ground. He picked them up, and their weight was considerable, each at least 9 pounds. A smirk crept across Chu Ziheng's face. At least you know how to behave, he mused. However, he realized that Sun Yongui, upon discovering his loss, would undoubtedly be furious and would rally the militia to scour the village in search of the stolen fowl. Looking around, Chu Ziheng noticed that the large pile of snow in the yard could accommodate little more, yet there was still space in the backyard for concealment. He buried the roosters alongside 2 pig legs in the snow mound. Just as he finished hiding the evidence, Sun Yongui, accompanied by the militia, frantically began his search. Moving from house to house, Sun Yongui lamented the loss of the pig legs, but the disappearance of his year-long raised roosters was a far greater blow. Is someone targeting my home? Have they mistaken my belongings for communal property? He seethed, trembling with rage as he commanded the militia, search every house, barn, cellar, and woodpile. We must unearth this chicken thief. I will have his skin. Their search soon brought them to Chu Ziheng's abode. Sun Yongui stormed into the yard with his men. Anticipating their arrival, Chu Ziheng had also made his way outside. Sun Yongui barked. Recently, our garrison has been plagued by rampant thievery, and we are conducting a security inspection. Chu Ziheng thought to himself, isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? How ironic that Sun Yongui, with such audacity, demands a security check when his own house harbors the most unsavory secrets. With a scoff, he retorted, you're just in time. We had a thief in our midst yesterday, and 2 pig legs went missing. Secretary, what do you propose we do? If I don't recover those legs, you must compensate me with 50 pounds of pork. Sun Yongui, already on edge, erupted, your pig legs are missing. Why should I be responsible? Who will compensate me for the 2 roosters that vanished from my yard? Chu Ziheng replied defiantly, I care not for your woes. Those legs were earned through my toil, and compensation is warranted. Otherwise, what purpose do you militia serve? Can our garrison afford to lose any more? As the confrontation escalated, Sun Yongui began to feel a twinge of unease. If this continued, Chu Ziheng might resort to violence. While he could endure a physical altercation, being extorted would yield far greater losses. Thus, Sun Yongui quickly commanded the militia, what are you all waiting for? Begin the search. The militia, already intimidated by Chu Ziheng, merely glanced around before hastily returning with a report. Nothing unusual was discovered. Everything appeared to be in order. Sun Yongui turned to leave, but Chu Ziheng called out loudly, stop right there. How am I supposed to resolve the matter of my pig leg? We'll discuss it after we find that thief, came a nonchalant reply from Sun Yongui, who then hastily departed with his companions. He feared that if he lingered, Chu Ziheng would present yet another demand, and he currently lacked the energy to engage in such exchanges. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chu Ziheng smirked disdainfully. He then retrieved a chicken, meticulously cleaned it, and proceeded to stew one for Lu Yuqing and Wan Wan to restore their strength. As Lu Yuqing gnawed on the chicken leg, the thought of Sun Yongui, that miserly old man, and his expression upon discovering the missing chicken made her unable to suppress her laughter. The normally serious Chu Ziheng joined in her mirth. Eat your meal properly and stop laughing, he admonished. The more he insisted, the harder it was for Lu Yuqing to contain herself. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of laughter. Chu Ziheng playfully pinched her chin and chuckled. Don't choke on your laughter. Hurry up and eat. We have work to do this afternoon. After their meal, Chu Ziheng rummaged through the storeroom to find the fishing nets he had used many years ago. As he organized the nets, memories flooded back to him. These nets had been crafted by the old hunter during his lifetime, who had toiled from dawn till dusk. They had not been used since the old hunter's passing. Now, They proved to be remarkably sturdy, and he could easily catch dozens of fish with them. Once the new year arrived, he intended to place these nets in the reservoir and earn some money. Having completed this task, Chu Ziheng unearthed several large pieces of meat and a fish from beneath a snowdrift and carried them to Zhang Guiying's home. Upon entering, he found Zhang Guiying sitting at the stove, wiping away her tears. Zhang saw, "What troubles you on this festive occasion?" he inquired. Zhang Guiying quickly dried her tears and replied, "Just now, Sun Kai came by. This year, my family received only 150 jin of corn flour and 50 jin of rice. After a year of hard work, that paltry share isn't even enough to repay the production team. How are we, a family of 5, supposed to survive?" Chu Ziheng felt a sense of helplessness. Zhang Guiying's family depended solely on her meager earnings, which were nearly on par with Lu Youqing's. Zhao Zhenxing was unable to contribute due to his lack of labor capacity, making their situation quite dire. He placed the bag on the ground with a smile, saying, "Can living people truly be suffocated by their circumstances? We must continue to live as we must. I brought you some meat and a fish. It's the new year, so let us have a feast with dumplings." Upon seeing the meat, Zhang Guiying felt even more distressed. "Ziheng, I cannot accept this meat. Your family isn't affluent either. You need to celebrate the new year as well. Please, take it back." Chu Ziheng replied with a grin, "Even if my family isn't wealthy, we are certainly better off than yours. I'll leave this outside to freeze. In a few days, my wife and I will return to her family to celebrate the new year and may stay a bit longer. When the time comes, could you help put up the couplets and light a fire at my home when you have a moment?" Zhang Guiying quickly responded, "I can certainly handle that little task. There's no need for you to bring gifts." Chu Ziheng insisted, "Sister-in-law, among all the families in Gangwei camp, we are the closest. Please accept these. I shall take my leave now." As Zhang Guiying gazed at Chu Ziheng's retreating figure, tears welled up in her eyes once more, yet her heart felt a warm glow. She thought to herself that she would surely repay Chu Ziheng for his kindness whenever the opportunity arose. In the blink of an eye, the eve of the Lunar New Year was just 2 days away. Chu Ziheng and Lu Youqing conferred and resolved to set off for Xiangyang village at the break of dawn. Considering the distance of over 30 miles from Gangwei camp to Xiangyang village, they would need to borrow a cart from the production team. To avoid any delay, Chu Ziheng procured the cart that very evening. Concerned that the mother and daughter might feel cold, he hastily constructed a simple shelter from wood and blankets in the dim light. He meticulously packed all the necessary items, particularly food, securing them tightly with several ropes to ensure they could carry ample supplies. Lu Youqing was equally industrious, preparing the remaining New Year goods and clean clothes. Reflecting on the years that had passed since her last visit home, her heart brimmed with anticipation and joy for the family reunion. At the break of dawn the following day, after a modest breakfast, Chu Ziheng gently placed the mother and daughter in the cart, covering them with a thick quilt to ward off the chill. With the front door locked, he cracked the whip, and the bell on the horse jingled as they set forth on their journey home. Despite the bumpy roads and biting cold, the family shared laughter and conversation along the way. Before long, as the afternoon sun approached, they could see Xiangyang village on the horizon. Lu Youqing, looking at the familiar fields and forests, felt an immense thrill. "Ziheng, my family must be preparing dinner right now. We'll be home in time for a meal." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily and urged the horse onward. "Then let us hasten our return for a feast." Meanwhile, in Lu Youqing's family, Chao Xiaofan, clad in patched clothing, gazed despondently at the nearly empty rice bin. With a sigh, she addressed Lu Changshan, who was tending to the stove. "Dear, we haven't had food for 3 days. We need to think of something." Lu Changshan, stooped and wearied, replied with a heavy heart, "I'll send Quan Sheng to his uncle's place to see if we can borrow some cornmeal." Wiping away tears with her tattered sleeve, Chao Xiaofan lamented, "His uncle's family is large. How could they possibly spare us any food? We've worked tirelessly all year, and still haven't received any rations. We can manage. But our daughter-in-law just gave birth to her second daughter, and with no food at home, she is struggling. Suang is frail and has no milk. The baby cries from hunger, and so does she. What can we do?" Without needing Chao Xiaofan to elaborate, Lu Changshan was acutely aware of their dire situation, which had reached a critical point. Every visit to the production team yielded either empty promises or delays. Even when food was available, it was withheld, likely due to their family's classification. His relatives were equally impoverished, and none could offer assistance. Just then, a baby's cries resonated from the west room. "You Suang, dressed in a patched cotton jacket but lacking proper trousers, stepped outside while cradling the child. Her eyes filled with tears as she said, "Mother, the baby is hungry again. Perhaps we can give her a little water?" Chu Ziheng felt a deep sense of sorrow for the mother and child, yet found herself powerless to assist. While adults can endure hardship, the innocent child would surely perish if things continued this way. Presently, their home contained not even a grain of rice. With tears brimming in her eyes, she could only ladle a bowl of water from the pot and use chopsticks to feed the child. At that moment, Lu Quanqing returned. Shivering in the cold, with an empty bag slung over his shoulder. The entire family turned their hopeful gazes toward the bag, yet it contained not sustenance, but despair. Lu Quanqing found it difficult to speak. He could not bear the despondent looks and expressions of his family. After spending the entire afternoon inquiring with relatives, he had returned empty-handed, unable to borrow even a handful of cornmeal. The cries of the child resonated in his ears like thunder, stirring his heart. Chu Ziheng choked back her emotions and said, "Did you not visit your second uncle? His family has earned a good share of work points this year and received grain. Surely he could lend us some." The mere mention of this made Lu Quanqing's anger flare. "Of course I went, but he wouldn't even let me in. He said there was nothing and told me to go borrow from someone else. You know what kind of person my second uncle is? Asking him for grain is like asking for his life." Lu Quanqing, tending to the fire, slowly rose and, with a feeble voice, said, "Quanqing, why not accompany me to the production team once more to seek out Fan Yepai?" Lu Quanqing, displaying clear impatience, retorted, "You go if you wish, I will not. Fan Yepai relishes our misfortune. He would be delighted to see our family starve." Lu Quanqing, suppressing his anger, erupted, "What will we do otherwise? Shall the whole family subsist on nothing? What good would it do even if you went? If they intended to give us anything, they would have done so long ago. Why would we need to ask them repeatedly? With our family's background, one would think we were begging." Lu Quanqing's complaints only exacerbated Lu Quanqing's fury, prompting him to grab a firewood stick, ready to strike. In a desperate plea, Chu Ziheng cried out, "What are you two doing? Are you trying to take away our hope?" At her shout, the child began to cry anew. In that moment, both adults and child wept, engulfed in despair. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Father, Mother, I have returned." Chapter 48, Returning in Glory. Chu Ziheng was taken aback. Despite not having heard Lu Quanqing's voice for many years, the word mother stirred her heart, prompting her to exclaim, "My goodness, my daughter has come back." Without hesitation, she dashed out of the house. In that instant of their reunion, all the longing, hardship, and grievances erupted. "Mother, I missed you so much. Daughter, I missed you too. Let me see you well." Tears streamed down Chu Ziheng's face as she tenderly caressed Lu Quanqing's face and hair, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Both mother and daughter wept openly. Chu Ziheng, observing from a distance, felt a pang of regret, berating himself for being such a fool. It was not an arduous journey, merely over 30 miles. Had he brought Lu Quanqing home sooner, they could have avoided such anguish. From now on, he vowed to frequently bring Lu Quanqing back to stay for a few days. Lu Quanqing turned her gaze towards Lu Quanqing, whose face was etched with deep wrinkles, and tearfully said, "Father, I have been an unfilial daughter, returning to see you only now." Lu Quanqing, with reddened eyes, joyfully replied, "It is good that you are back. It is good that you are back." Standing beside them, Lu Quanqing noticed his sister's fine attire and accessories, which filled him with happiness. He then turned to the side where Chu Ziheng stood, smilingly greeting, "Ziheng, you have come too." Chu Ziheng had always held a favorable impression of Lu Quanqing. When he married Lu Quanqing years ago, her brother had been of great assistance. However, after many years apart, he observed that Lu Quanqing had become gaunt and emaciated. Evoking a sense of pity, he too offered a greeting, saying, "Brother, father, mother." Lu Quanqing looked at his son-in-law with delight. In the letters his daughter wrote to them, she often mentioned how well Chu Ziheng treated both her and her mother. As long as he was good to his daughter, Lu Quanqing would accept this son-in-law wholeheartedly. With a smile, he said, "Good, good. It is wonderful that you are back." Yet, despite the smile on his face, Lu Quanqing's heart began to feel troubled. It was evident that this family of three had returned to celebrate the new year, but the household had not had a meal in 3 days. What would they eat upon their return? At that moment, Lu Quanqing lifted her daughter Wanwan and cheerfully urged, "Wanwan, quickly greet your grandmother, grandfather, and uncle." Wanwan, being quite sensible, immediately sweetly called out, "Grandmother, grandfather, uncle. Chao Xiaofan took Wanwan in her arms and looked at the plump child, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Oh my, how much you have grown, my dear. You are so chubby, your grandmother can barely hold you. Lu Quansheng then pulled over his daughter, who was about the same size as Wanwan, and laughed. Hurry and greet your little aunt and uncle. Yuan shyly called out a few times. Lu Yuqing gently stroked the child's face, her heart brimming with joy. Isn't this Yuan? You have grown so much. Lu Changshun added, let us go inside. It is warm in there, lest the children catch a chill. At that moment, Chu Ziheng pulled down the quilt from the cart. When the family beheld the cart brimming with grains and pork, their eyes widened in astonishment, filled with surprise and excitement. This was the moment Lu Yuqing had eagerly anticipated. What could be more joyful than returning home with gifts that would bring happiness to the entire family? She smiled and said, Father, brother, please help Ziheng bring these items inside. These are the New Year's goods we have brought back for you. Chickens, ducks, fish, meat, rice, and flour, everything is here. Upon hearing this, Lu Changshun, who had been worried about what to eat, was overjoyed at the sight of the laden cart. He clapped his thigh and quickly exclaimed, Quansheng, why are you just standing there? Hurry and help my son-in-law carry it in. Chu Ziheng took on the role of a commander, untangling the ropes while directing, Father, you take those 2 pork legs, and the chicken and fish must stay outside. They cannot go in the house. Brother, you are in charge of the 300 pounds of rice and those 2 bags of flour. Mother, please take these candies and sunflower seeds with my wife. I will carry the pork. There is quite a bit, so everyone lend a hand. Lu Changshun and Lu Quansheng responded in unison, rolling up their sleeves and getting to work. Especially Lu Quansheng, who had not tasted meat in a year, could barely contain his desire to devour a piece of pork right then and there. Lu Changshun, while moving about in astonishment, exclaimed, Oh my, there are fish. I haven't seen such a thing in years. What is this? Chu Ziheng chuckled, that is wild rabbit, which I caught in the mountains, along with this wild boar meat, all of which I've hunted. This new year, we shall feast to our heart's content. Well done, young man. Truly, as a hunter, you are commendable. In these times, being able to have meat is impressive, and I admire you. Lu Changshun felt genuine joy from the depths of his heart. The reason he had betrothed Lu Yuqing to him was precisely because he was a hunter, one who could rely on the mountains for sustenance, ensuring that hunger would never plague them. At that moment, upon entering the room, Lu Yuqing caught sight of Yu Suong cradling a child. Seeing Lu Yuqing's attire, Yu Suhong's eyes filled with envy as she laughed. You must be freezing. Hurry, get warm by the stove. Lu Yuqing noticed the child in Yu Suhong's arms and, in surprise, asked, Sister-in-law, when did you give birth? Yu Suong replied with a smile, Not yet 2 months. Let me take a look. Lu Yuqing lifted the corner of the blanket only to find the child frail and emaciated, with a dark complexion and purplish lips, who immediately began to wail. Having been through this herself, Lu Yuqing recognized the signs of severe malnutrition. When she had given birth to Wanwan, her situation had been similar. Fortunately, the old hunter had brought back plenty of game to nourish her child. Lu Yuqing then glanced at Yu Suhong's pallid face and, filled with concern, asked, Sister-in-law, is there not enough milk? Tears streamed down Yu Suhong's cheeks, overwhelmed by feelings of grievance and anguish. Lu Yuqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly urged, Mother, there is white sugar in that red bundle. Hurry and prepare 2 cups for sister-in-law's child to drink. This little one is so hungry, how pitiful. Chao Xiaofan sighed, murmuring softly, Daughter, let us not let Ziheng hear. Our family hasn't had food for several days. If Yuan Ti returned, we wouldn't have known how to get by. Lu Yuqing felt her eyes welling up with tears. She had thought that her family would fare better upon returning to Xiangyang village than in Gangwei camp, yet their lives were so harsh. Yu Suong lacked even a pair of cotton pants and couldn't step outside in the bitter winter. Mother, sister-in-law, I am so sorry for your suffering. Chao Xiaofan responded reassuringly. It's nothing for us to endure hardships. Seeing you live well now is worth more than anything. Ziheng is capable, our lives are flourishing, and that brings us joy. Lu Yuqing cast a glance at the industrious Chu Ziheng outside, and pride swelled in her heart. She wiped her tears and smiled, saying, Mother, sister-in-law, let's not dwell on this anymore. First, let us prepare some sweet water for you to drink, and I will go make dinner. With that, Lu Yuqing removed her clothing carefully and placed it in a clean spot, then called out, Ziheng, bring in a few pig trotters, cut some more pork, and also fetch the vermicelli we bought. Chu Ziheng inquired. Should we prepare the elbows too? The new year is the day after tomorrow. We can clean those tonight and deal with them tomorrow. We're hungry. Let us cook and eat first. Understanding the unspoken implications, Chu Ziheng realized that his father-in-law's family was also out of provisions. A hearty pot of pork stew with vermicelli was placed on the table, accompanied by cold tossed pig ears, and steaming rice filled the air with warmth. A family stood before the scene, scarcely believing their eyes, as if caught in a dream. Lu Changshun hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, fearful that any movement would shatter this moment. He had even forgotten the taste of rice and the stewed pork with vermicelli. Ever since he had been branded with the black 5 categories label, their family's fortunes had plummeted. His work points were fewer than others, and they often found themselves going hungry. Noticing everyone's reluctance to eat, Lu Yuqing served her father a piece of pork. "Father, mother, why are you all staring? Let us eat." The instant Lu Changshun placed the meat in his mouth, the rich aroma filled his stomach, which had grown cold from hunger. He savored it slowly, relishing every bite, as satisfaction and joy sparkled in his eyes. "Delicious. Everyone, let us eat." With his encouragement, they all began to eat, the sounds of their meal growing lively. However, witnessing their ravenous consumption, Lu Yuqing felt a twinge of discomfort. As she served more meat, she said, "Dig in. There's plenty more in the pot. Sister-in-law, have some more. I've also prepared pig trotters for you to nourish yourself later." Yu Suang nodded repeatedly, unable to find her voice. Suddenly, Chu Ziheng recalled that he had brought 2 bottles of wine and promptly set down his chopsticks to retrieve them. "Father, someone gifted us 2 bottles of fine wine. I know you'd enjoy a taste. It's quite good." Upon seeing the wine, Lu Quanxing exclaimed, "Oh my, this is Du Kong. It's rare to come by such wine these days. Ziheng, you've truly struck it rich." While opening the wine, Chu Ziheng chuckled. "Rich is a stretch. It's merely living off the land. At least I don't have to worry about food and drink. My father left me this skill, and it's all I have." Lu Changshun nodded in agreement, praising, "In these times, having a skill means you won't starve, unlike us farmers, who struggle to fill our bellies and wear warm clothes. Laboring for a year yields little reward. By the way, Ziheng, while hunting is commendable, do be cautious. Don't let anyone discover it. Otherwise, they might label you as a capitalist. The world is chaotic these days." Chu Ziheng smiled. "I'm being careful." After their conversation, Lu Yuqing brought out the newly purchased wine cups. She placed one in front of Lu Changshun and Lu Quanxing, and another before Chu Ziheng. "What's this for? I don't drink." Chu Ziheng responded with a laugh. A hint of tenderness and gratitude flickered in Lu Yuqing's eyes as she smiled. "Today is a happy occasion. Just share a drink with father to warm up after your long journey." Lu Changshun chimed in, "A man must drink. Daughter, pour some for my son-in-law. He hasn't been home in years. Let us enjoy a couple of cups together." Looking at the filled cup before him, Chu Ziheng felt a heaviness in his heart. In the past, whenever he touched alcohol, Lu Yuqing would recoil in fear, not allowing him near the children. Now, she unabashedly permitted him to drink. It was a testament to her trust and deep affection for him. Raising his cup, Chu Ziheng smiled. "Then I shall drink with father, wishing you and mother good health." Lu Yuqing wore a radiant smile, yet her eyes conveyed profound meaning. She sought to test Chu Ziheng. If he succumbed to drunkenness and acted foolishly, it would imply that all his previous actions were disingenuous. In the face of alcohol, one's true nature is often revealed. However, after a few glasses, Chu Ziheng's face flushed. Yet his demeanor and speech remained unaltered, although he felt a slight haze from the drink. The intoxicating effects could not overshadow his reason or the indelible pain he once inflicted upon Lu Yuqing. Beneath the table, he grasped her hand, and she intertwined her delicate fingers with his. At that moment, she felt completely reassured. Chu Ziheng had indeed transformed. Even inebriated, he did not lose his composure, and she could still see the tenderness and affection he held for her in his eyes. After dinner, the family remained lively. As Lu Yuqing began to unveil the New Year's goods she had prepared. "Father, here is the dry tobacco I saved for you, whenever you feel weary. Enjoy a puff." "Mother, sister-in-law, I've brought some cotton fabric. After the new year, we can have a dress made by a tailor." "Brother, I also bought you a knitted sweater for the warmer days ahead." The family delighted in these gifts, their smiles wide and joyous. They continuously praised the couple for their industriousness and ability to enjoy life. Chu Ziheng reveled in this moment of familial bliss, recognizing that though he had fought fiercely to attain it, Witnessing Lu Yuqing's contented smile made it all worthwhile. That evening, the men and women retired to separate quarters. Yet they conversed late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. The next morning, relatives from Lu's family, having heard of Lu Yuqing's return, began to pay visits. Chu Ziheng could hardly distinguish between them. He simply addressed them as Lu Yuqing instructed. Several older men, including his second and third uncles, sat cross-legged on the con, rolling cigarettes and chatting. The third uncle remarked, "It seems this niece of ours is living quite well these days. Just look at the New Year's goods she brought back. Brother, you are truly fortunate to have such a splendid son-in-law." Lu Changshun merely smiled in silence, allowing them to envy him. As the jovial exchanges continued, Lu Yuqing's second uncle, Chao Jiangwo, arrived with a stern expression. Chu Ziheng had previously heard Lu Yuqing mention that her mother, Chao Xiufan, had married beneath her status, which led the Chao family to look down upon the Lu family, resulting in minimal interaction between the two clans. Chao Jiangwo had 5 sons, all capable workers. While being industrious in that era did not guarantee wealth, in Xiangyang village, they were among those who could afford rice porridge and pickled vegetables daily. Out of courtesy, Lu Yuqing pulled Chu Ziheng forward and greeted him as second uncle. However, Chao Jiangwo merely grunted dismissively and turned to enter the house. Chu Ziheng thought to himself how Chao Jiangwo seemed to act as if he were owed something. Wearing patched clothing himself, he felt no need to bow to such arrogance. Lu Yuqing, fearing Chu Ziheng might become upset, quickly whispered, "Ziheng, that's just how my second uncle is. Let us not stoop to his level." Chu Ziheng smiled lightly. It was the new year. He had no intention of letting such trivial matters anger him. At this moment, upon entering the house, Chao Jiangwo observed that relatives of the Lu family were present, and his expression darkened with a hint of cold anger. Lu Changshun, well-intentioned, greeted him with a smile. "Your second uncle has arrived. Come quickly to the con and roll a cigarette." Faced with such an invitation, Chao Jiangwo displayed a countenance of disdain and retorted frostily, "Am I supposed to sit with you? The Lu family has become quite formidable. The entire Xiangyang village has heard that your daughter Lu Yuqing has brought back a truckload of New Year goods. Since you are so capable, why don't you settle the 20 jin of corn flour you owe me, along with that 5.8 yuan today?" As his words resonated, the expressions of those present shifted to one of anger. Lu Changshun felt a surge of irritation but restrained himself, reminding himself that it was the new year and not wishing to spoil the festive spirit. However, his fiery-tempered second uncle could not hold back. Like a lit fuse, he exploded in fury. "Chao Jiangwo, what do you mean? Your niece's husband just returned, and you are already here demanding payments. Is this how you behave?" Chao Jiangwo retorted loudly, "Why shouldn't I? A debt must be repaid. When your family was on the brink of starvation, how did you plead with me? Did the grain in my house simply fall from the sky? What good does it do to talk to me about this? If your family is so capable, why beg for help?" The second uncle's eyes widened in anger as he clenched the dry tobacco in his hand, shouting, "You better leave. Our Lu family has no need for relatives like you." Chao Jiangwo was unyielding, striking his own face as he continued to berate them. "I wouldn't want relatives like you, a house full of the lowest scum, pretending to be impressive. I feel utterly ashamed. Hand over what you owe me, quickly, at once, or I won't hesitate to sever ties." Seeing the escalating situation, Chao Xiufan felt her heart twist in confusion and hurriedly pulled Chao Jiangwo outside. "Brother, what are you doing? It's the new year. Can't you let me have a peaceful holiday?" Chao Jiangwo merely snorted coldly, feeling an imbalance in his heart, unwilling to allow them any peace during the festivities. Just because they had a daughter and a son-in-law, they acted as if they had risen in stature in Xiangyang village. They flaunted their truckload of New Year goods, but the Chao family was not to be trifled with. He added, "Don't lecture me. If your daughter's husband is so capable, let him settle what he owes me." All the while, Chu Ziheng had been quietly observing. He thought to himself that this old scoundrel had come to stir up trouble intentionally, the type who, out of envy and spite, sought to disrupt the happiness of others. Lu Yuqing also felt that Chao Jiangwo had crossed the line. For a mere bit of grain, he was relentlessly pursuing them and scolding her mother. Was it really necessary? She quietly conferred with Chu Ziheng. "Ziheng, should we just give it to him? What do you think?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ziheng replied, "Just give it to him, and let him leave quickly. We don't need his presence here." With Chu Ziheng's approval, Lu Yuqing stepped forward and coldly stated, "Second uncle, there's no need for such hostility. It's only a bit of corn flour and 5 8 yuan. We can certainly manage it. In my household, there is no cornmeal available. However, I shall offer you 5 pounds of white flour. Furthermore, here is $5.80 for you to take. From this moment forth, consider any debts owed to you settled. The avaricious Chao Jiangwo snatched the change from Lu Youqing's hand, spitting and counting it meticulously, as though fearful of underpayment. Meanwhile, Lu Youqing had already prepared the 5 pounds of flour, carelessly tossing the bag at his feet. Chao Jiangwo even took the time to weigh it, only to discover that it amounted to merely 4 pounds and 8 ounces, leaving him 2 ounces short. Lu Youqing felt embarrassed on his behalf and promptly poured another bowl of flour into the bag. This should be sufficient, correct? She inquired. Yet, Chao Jiangwo maintained an expression of entitlement, declaring, "Do not presume that by giving me a bit more flour, you are at a disadvantage. After borrowing from me for so many years, it is only fair that I collect some interest. You are wealthy now, able to afford clothing worth dozens of dollars, surely. You are not concerned about this trifling amount. Why not address me as second uncle? That pig leg you have hanging looks quite nice. Do fetch me one." Lu Youqing shot him a disdainful glare and firmly declined. "That is not how this works. The pig leg did not simply fall from the sky. I must reserve it for my parents." Chao Jiangwo, brimming with the audacity of someone who believed he could upheave a house without consequence, bellowed, "What? You seem to have forgotten the times you borrowed grain and money from me when your family was in dire straits. The Lu family has been ungrateful and treacherous. Did I demand a single penny when I married my sister into your family? And now you refuse to part with a pig leg? Do you not fear retribution?" Chu Ziheng felt a buzzing in his ears, and an aura of primal ferocity surged within him. This old man was truly shameless. The audacity to request a pig leg was absurd. He should be thankful he was not being denied altogether. Chu Ziheng immediately grasped Lu Youqing's arm and stepped forward with a sardonic smile, addressing Chao Jiangwo. "What was your name again?" "Chao Jiangwo was it. The pig leg hangs there. If you have the guts, go ahead and try to take one." Chao Jiangwo felt a chill from the icy glare of Chu Ziheng, causing his heart to race. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he was an elder with 5 vigorous sons. Surely, they would not dare to confront him directly. He glared menacingly at Chu Ziheng, baring his teeth as he spat. "What are you, an outsider, daring to speak to me this way? I will go and take that pig leg, and let's see what you can do about it." With the boldness of a bull, Chao Jiangwo strode into the courtyard, reaching for the pig leg. Just then, he heard a sudden whoosh beside his ear, and in the next instant, a sharp cleaver grazed his face, embedding itself in the pig leg. Startled, Chao Jiangwo recoiled as if struck by lightning, abandoning any thought of seizing the leg. He turned to glare at Chu Ziheng, who stood at the doorway, and shouted in fury, "You dare to threaten me with a knife? You have gone too far. If you have the courage, try to strike me." Chu Ziheng's murderous intent ignited, and he brandished another kitchen knife, roaring, "Do you think I lack the courage?" Before the words left his mouth, he lunged towards Chao Jiangwo, swinging his arm to deliver a resounding slap across his face. A staggering blow was dealt to Chao Jiangwo, causing the world to spin and a buzzing sensation to resonate in his ears. Chu Ziheng had endured his provocations for far too long. On this festive occasion, to seek discomfort was intolerable. It was unthinkable to spare him. Did he truly believe he could act without consequence? With another forceful kick, Chu Ziheng sent Chao Jiangwo crashing to the ground. The bloodshot eyes of Chao Jiangwo could scarcely fathom that Chu Ziheng was indeed willing to act with such ferocity. In a desperate howl, he exclaimed, "You even strike your second uncle. You are a brute. Every good thing from the Lu family is nothing but a beast, not worthy of respect." Chu Ziheng paid no heed to his words. Seizing a cleaver, he pointed it menacingly at Chao Jiangwo and bellowed, "Utter another word, and I shall cleave you in two." Lu Changshun and the others, initially entertained by the spectacle, were suddenly filled with dread at the sight of the weapon. Chu Ziheng, a hunter by trade, was no stranger to bloodshed and was capable of lethal intent. If he were to injure Chao Jiangwo, what would become of the festivities? The crowd hastened to intervene, restraining Chu Ziheng. Lu Youqing clutched his arm tightly, shouting, "Ziheng, you've lost your senses. Put down the knife at once." Chao Xiufen rushed out of the house, urgently admonishing her terrified brother, "Second brother, I implore you, just leave, please." Upon witnessing Chu Ziheng's furious demeanor and the glinting cleaver in his grasp, Chao Jiangwo's courage faltered. He realized that Chu Ziheng was not merely posturing. He was genuinely prepared to strike. Surrounded by the Lu family, it would be unwise to escalate the conflict. He decided to retreat, hastily picking up his bag of flour. Scoffing, "Today, I shall see how you fare. Do you think I fear an outsider? I doubt he would dare strike me." With that, Chao Jiangwo fled the yard, nearly stumbling in his haste. At last, Chu Ziheng managed to quell his rage, turning to smile and say, "No more pulling. I merely intended to frighten him. I need this cleaver to prepare some meat and dishes for our uncles. Why would I harm him? Did you not see how frightened he was?" Lu Yuqing, both amused and exasperated, released his arm, chiding, "You're a constant source of chaos. Go cook." Chapter 51. They must be subdued. Lu Changshan, his eyes filled with concern, remarked, "Ziheng, you are far too impulsive. The Chao family is a significant presence in Xiangyang village. All 5 of his sons are local militia. After treating Chao Jiangwo in such a manner, they will certainly not let it slide." Chu Ziheng, however, scoffed dismissively, "If they dare to confront me, I shall not fear them. Let them come. I wish to see how capable they truly are in bullying the Lu family." Lu Changshan, disapproving of the timid nature of Lu Changshan, who was constantly apprehensive, found a certain admiration for Chu Ziheng's boldness, reminiscent of his own youth. He regarded Chu Ziheng with esteem and declared, "Ziheng is right. What are 5 sons to us? I have 4 sons as well, and my third uncle has 2 sons and 2 sons-in-law. If others wish to bully us, that may be, but the Chao family shall not have their way. Third brother, return home at once and summon the children. Let us see whether Chao Jiangwo dares to approach." Although Uncle San is not one for many words, he is rather impulsive and immediately rushed home to summon people. Chu Ziheng pondered to himself, "This is a personal confrontation, not a brawl, with so many people gathered. How much rice would they need? At least 2 tables worth, which seemed entirely unnecessary." Thus, with a smile, Chu Ziheng quickly interjected, "Uncle San, Uncle Air, there is no need for such trouble. I can manage this alone. You all should return indoors. My dear wife, prepare a couple of dishes for lunch, so that father and the uncles can enjoy themselves." Uncle Air chuckled heartily, "What a brave lad. Our daughter marrying you is indeed worthwhile." Once everyone retreated inside, Lu Yuqing felt a twinge of concern. She was acutely aware of how unruly the 5 sons of Chao Jiangwo could be. No matter how formidable Chu Ziheng was, he could not match 4 hands with just 2. If he suffered any loss, how would they celebrate the new year? In rural disputes, numbers often dictate the outcome. If Chu Ziheng were to suggest not calling for help, he would surely refuse. Just then, Lu Quanxing returned from gathering firewood. Lu Yuqing called him into the inner room and whispered, "Brother, just now Chu Ziheng struck Uncle Air. I fear that Uncle Air might send his sons for revenge. If a fight breaks out, you must hurry to call for help from Uncle Air and Uncle San." Upon hearing this, Lu Quanxing's eyes lit up with excitement. Ziheng really did it. He even dared to confront Chao Jiangwo. What a pity I missed it. But do not worry, they will think twice before coming. After their discussion, Lu Yuqing went to prepare the meal. Lu Quanxing then sought out Chu Ziheng to shower him with praise. "Ziheng, you are truly remarkable. You even dared to strike Chao Jiangwo. I genuinely admire you." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily. "What is there to admire? I am accustomed to hunting, and upon seeing a beast, my instinct is to strike." Lu Quanxing, filled with admiration, replied, "If only I possessed your skills, I would not have to keep my head down in Xiangyang village. You have no idea how we have endured these years. Every day, we toil like beasts yet still struggle to fill our stomachs. The slightest disturbance in the village sends us cowering indoors. After a year of hard labor, we cannot even afford to make our wives a cotton coat. It is truly disheartening." Chu Ziheng encouraged him. "The days of hardship will eventually pass. As long as you are willing to work hard and have a bit of courage, you will find success. Complaining about fate is futile. One must rely on oneself." Just then, Chao Jiangwo arrived with the 5 tigers of the Chao family, intent on vengeance. Standing at the doorway, hands on his hips, Chao Jiangwo bellowed menacingly, "Chu Ziheng and all Lu family members, come out here." Hearing this, Chu Ziheng stepped out of the courtyard first, casting a cold gaze upon the 5 tigers. Indeed, they were robust and fierce-looking, all sporting bushy beards. The eldest of the Chao family, brandishing a belt and a weapon at his waist, pointed angrily at Chu Ziheng, exclaiming, "Father, it was him who struck you. Wasn't he it?" Chao Jiangwo responded sharply, "Yes, it was this outsider who struck me. My ears are still ringing from the blow." The eldest Chao was filled with rage. In the entirety of Xiangyang village, Who would dare lay a finger on his father? Yet here was this son-in-law of a so-called black five categories family who had done so. How could the Chow family maintain their dignity? How could they continue to hold their heads high in the militia? With a thunderous voice, he declared, Chu Ziheng, I curse your ancestors. You dare strike my father. Today, I will ensure your end. As the words fell, the formidable Chow Lao raised his belt and struck it down towards Chu Ziheng's head. Chu Ziheng, accustomed to his behavior, was unperturbed. Even his father dared to hit him, and they were no exception. As the belt descended, he swiftly raised his arm, using the thick sleeve of his cotton coat to shield himself from the blow. In the same motion, he delivered a heavy punch to Chow Laoda's nose, causing blood to spurt forth and fracturing his nasal bridge. The pain caused Chow Laoda to stagger, clutching his nose and howling like a slaughtered pig. Seeing their brother being beaten, the remaining four rushed forward. Chu Ziheng snorted coldly, opting not to confront them directly. Instead, he evaded while launching a sudden punch and a well-timed kick. After a flurry of activity, the five brothers found themselves unable to land a blow on Chu Ziheng, and instead, he knocked two of them down and injured three. When Lu Yuqing and the others rushed out of the courtyard, they beheld Chu Ziheng atop Chow Laoda, raining down punches. At that moment, Chow Lao Wu and Chow Lao Si attempted to seize him, but Chu Ziheng rolled away, evading their grasp while delivering a kick to Chow Lao Si's knee. Chow Lao Si fell violently, his face smashing into the ground, and as he lifted his head, he was horrified to see several of his teeth scattered on the floor. Lu Changshun, along with his uncles, rushed forward. Lu Yuqing urged Lu Quanshang to fetch help, while she herself ran to pull Chu Ziheng back. Ziheng, go inside. Listen to me, don't fight them. Lu Changshun yelled, trying to shield the seemingly deranged Chow Laoda and his brothers. Ziheng, get inside now. Chu Ziheng turned to head back to the courtyard, but he was not retreating to the house. Instead, he retrieved the horsewhip from the cart. This time, he aimed not merely to subdue them, but to instill fear and incapacitate them. After he and Lu Yuqing returned home, they would surely face further bullying from the Lu family. Ignoring Lu Yuqing's objections, he charged back outside, shouting, Everyone, stand back. The whip he wielded crackled through the air, startling Lu Changshun and the others into retreat. Chao Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Having previously driven large carts, he understood the whip's immense power. A strike upon a person could strip flesh and leave them half-conscious. With his eyes reddened, Chu Ziheng swung the whip in a wide arc, and with a sharp crack, it tore through Chao Jiangwo's cotton coat, leaving him wounded and bleeding. The agony caused Chao Jiangwo to scream like a slaughtered pig, collapsing to his knees. Observing his father being struck again, Chow Laoda lunged desperately at Chu Ziheng, but with the next crack of the whip, Chu Ziheng struck him squarely in the chest. Chapter 52. Preserving their dignity, Chu Ziheng's whip had torn through Chow Laoda's coat, leaving a gash across his chest. The pain caused him to clutch his heart, hopping and stomping, his eyes bulging in agony as he yelled, Ah, I curse your ancestors. The more he yelled and cursed, the harder Chu Ziheng struck. The whip arced again, propelled by the momentum, delivering another resounding crack that left a mark on Chow Laoda's leg. Chu Ziheng refused to subscribe to the notion of familial bonds in battle, dismissing the idea of brothers fighting alongside one another. At the tender age of 10, I followed the old hunter driving the horse cart, playing with the whip, mastering the whip's snap. The force at its tip could rival that of a blade, inflicting pain without causing lasting harm, rendering it a formidable weapon. At that moment, the eldest Chow lay on the ground, while the others fared little better. Chow's fifth brother had been struck into the ditch, crying out in agony. Chao Jiangwo felt the sting as well, but as a father, he could not bear to witness his son being beaten, nor could he suppress his own heartache. Thoughts of vengeance and dignity vanished. He merely wished for Chu Ziheng to cease his assault, and for Lu Changshun and the others to intervene. They had to flee. Now, Chu Ziheng was striking them like cattle. Escaping seemed impossible. Did he intend to kill a few of them? Lu Changshun indeed attempted to intervene, yet Chu Ziheng bellowed, No one shall speak today. I will surely skin them alive. To prevent their escape, Chu Ziheng swung his whip, circling them as he struck. In desperation, Chao Jiangwo cried out, Chu Ziheng, we yield. I shall kneel, if it pleases you. Strike me if you must, but spare my son. With that, he dropped to his knees. The brothers rushed over, urging him to rise. Father, get up. Why kneel? Have some pride. Let him strike. Let us see if he can truly kill us. Chu Ziheng, if you have the guts, then do it. Otherwise, Chow Laowu will ensure your end. Chu Ziheng merely scoffed and retorted, then I shall make it my mission to end you today. With that pronouncement, the whip continued to crack against them, causing them to writhe on the ground, bloodied and bruised. At that moment, Lu Quanxing arrived with reinforcements. The sons of the second uncle and 2 sons-in-law of the third uncle rushed over, astonished to find the scene before them. Isn't it Chao Jiangwo leading his 5 sons against Chu Ziheng? Yet, how is it that Chu Ziheng is the one beating them? They beheld the Chao brothers, battered and rolling on the ground, cries of despair echoing, drawing neighbors to witness the spectacle. Chu Ziheng, feeling the strain in his shoulders, tightened his grip on the whip and demanded, "Now, do you submit?" Chao Jiangwo, tears streaming, eyes wide with fear and dread, replied, "We yield, truly yield. Please, stop. I was foolish, just let us go. We promise never to enter the Lu family's door again." The eldest Chao and his brothers clenched their fists, filled with resentment. They had never felt so humiliated, 5 brothers unable to best a single opponent. Chu Ziheng pointed the whip at the eldest Chao, demanding, "And you? Do you submit?" The eldest Chao resolved to face the consequences, refusing to be cowed. He declared defiantly, "I will not yield. If you dare, kill me." Chu Ziheng smirked coldly. Refusal meant the beating would continue. Just as he prepared to lash out, Chao Xiufen, pained by the plight of her second brother, wept, "Ziheng, for my sake, please stop. Let them go." Lu Yuqing approached, clutching Chu Ziheng's arm, her voice trembling. "Ziheng, we've vented our anger. Let us retreat inside and calm down, shall we?" Lu Changshun and others gathered around, offering their counsel. Uncle directly seized Chu Ziheng's whip and spoke in a deep tone, "Enough, Ziheng. We, the Lu family, have endured so much over the years. Today, at last, we can find some relief. You, Yuqing, quickly take him back inside, give him some warm water, and apply a bit of white liquor to his chest to soothe his agitation." Though the whip was no longer in use, Chu Ziheng gripped the hair of the eldest Chao tightly, coldly declaring, "I am Chu Ziheng, residing in Gangwei Camp, and I welcome you to seek revenge whenever you wish. If I discover that you and your father are bullying my father-in-law's family, I will ensure that your entire family is incapacitated." The elder Chao attempted to retort, but was silenced by a sharp slap from Chu Ziheng. Lu Yuqing stepped forward and managed to pull Chu Ziheng back inside. Uncle turned to Chao Jiangwo, coldly stating, "Is it enjoyable to have someone beaten on New Year's? Why are you still here? What are you waiting for?" Chao Jiangwo was left to swallow his hatred and anger, helping his brothers up, swaying unsteadily as they returned home to nurse their wounds. Inside the house, Lu Yuqing poured a cup of warm water for Chu Ziheng, gently rubbing his chest to help him calm down. Although they had gained some dignity for the Lu family, Lu Yuqing quietly remarked, "You were too harsh on them. They will surely harbor resentment towards us." Chu Ziheng understood that Chao Jiangwo was, after all, Lu Yuqing's second uncle, connected by family ties. This incident could irrevocably sever their relationship. What was more, Chao Jiangwo was the biological older brother of Chao Xiufen. Despite the prevailing notion in that era that a married daughter had little say in her husband's family, witnessing a relative being beaten was still painful. Yet, a beating is a beating. What could their familial ties possibly change? Chu Ziheng chuckled. "I didn't even strike their faces. That was merely to preserve their dignity. If they wish to hold a grudge, let them. I am unperturbed." Lu Yuqing gave him a gentle shove and whispered, "As a father now, how can you still be so impulsive? You even struck the village chief in Gangwei Camp. And now, at my mother's home, you're ready to unleash another round? In the future, when you find yourself in a brawl, could you perhaps think of us, mother and daughter? If we can avoid a fight, wouldn't it be better?" Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, grasped Lu Yuqing's hand, and kissed her, saying, "I promise, all right? Now, let us prepare a meal. So many relatives have come, and they show no signs of leaving." Lu Yuqing leaned out to glance, seeing her brothers eagerly examining the 2 pig legs, and could only smile wryly. "What can we do? Thankfully, we brought plenty of New Year's goods. Let them eat here at noon, then make a few more dishes, so they don't think we are stingy. Everyone is looking forward to this meal," she added. Chu Ziheng thought to himself, in this era, every relative is impoverished, whose family can truly eat their fill. Observing their eager eyes fixed on the pot, he understood the extent of their hunger. When it was time to dine, Chu Ziheng noticed that only men were seated at the table, while Chao Xiufen, Lu Yuqing, and Yu Suang had to wait outside. Chapter 53. Only half-full Chu Ziheng found it impossible to have Lu Yuqing join the table. In this era, the prevailing sentiment was still one of male superiority over females. Whenever guests visited for a meal, women and children were forbidden from dining at the table, relegated instead to the role of serving tea, refilling bowls, and attending to the guests' needs. As he observed the others devouring their food with an insatiable appetite, it seemed as though they feared someone might snatch their meal away. Bowls filled to the brim with rice were emptied in mere moments. The 2 pots of pork stew with vermicelli and pork with potatoes disappeared almost instantly. Lu Changshun jovially remarked, "Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Today, we have an abundance of rice and pork." Not only Chu Ziheng, but even Lu Yuqing quietly expressed to her mother, "Mother, do you think my father is like a tiger? I cooked 10 pounds of rice, and it has nearly vanished." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Changshun called out, "Daughter, we've run out of rice. Bring another pot." Chao Xiufen sighed in resignation and murmured, "They've been hungry for a year. They finally see meat. How could they not eat heartily? Bring them another pot, but let's save some for the 3 of us. And add some more vegetables too. We won't be serving leftovers. I'll handle that later." Just as Lu Yuqing placed the rice on the table, Chu Ziheng scarcely had time to reach for it before the relatives, resembling famished wolves, plunged their hands into the bowl, snatching the snowy grains of rice. Even the remnants in the bowl were licked clean by the 3rd uncle's son-in-law. Amidst their feasting, they chattered away. "Oh my, this is the most delicious meal I've ever had. We owe our gratitude to Ziheng and Yuqing. Without them, would we have had this hearty meal? Nowadays, nothing seems to fill our stomachs. Ziheng, after the new year, you must teach us how to hunt." Everyone found this suggestion agreeable and eagerly expressed their desire to learn hunting from Chu Ziheng. He pondered that teaching them was feasible. If they couldn't hunt large game, he could at least instruct them on setting traps for smaller creatures like wild rabbits or pheasants. With a smile, he replied, "Why not? After the new year, we shall venture into the wild, and I will teach you how to set traps." The brothers enthusiastically agreed, eager to learn from him. The 2nd uncle, understanding the value of such knowledge, sternly admonished, "If Ziheng is willing to teach you, then learn diligently. This is a skill that ensures you will never go hungry." The brothers nodded vigorously, almost ready to kneel and bow to Chu Ziheng as their master. At that moment, Chao Xiufen brought another half-pot of vegetables to the table. "Everyone eat well. If we run short on dishes, we'll prepare more, but you all must fill your bellies." The eldest son of the 2nd uncle, while shoveling rice, exclaimed, "Make more, aunt. We've only eaten half full. We need more meat." Chao Xiufen did not respond to him. How could they still be half full after such a feast? Chu Ziheng recognized that Chao Xiufen would not be preparing any more dishes. Despite being the most genuine of relatives, when faced with hunger, their sole desire was to satiate their appetites. Even if it meant overeating to the point of discomfort, they were unwilling to relinquish this rare opportunity to fill their stomachs. Chu Ziheng understood that they were not seeking to take advantage. They simply yearned to experience the long-forgotten sensation of fullness. Lu Quanxing generously offered his untouched bowl of rice to his brothers. With a hint of pride in his voice, he encouraged, "You seldom get to enjoy such delicacies, so indulge yourselves." As he set down his chopsticks, Lu Quanxing relished the rare pleasure of bestowing generosity upon others, allowing them to witness that the Lu family was now capable of feasting on rice and pork. 2nd uncle, perceiving the unspoken intent of Chao Xiufen, rapped the table with his chopsticks and admonished his sons, "What are you all doing? Just eat your fill, but don't overindulge. Now be off with you. You're embarrassing yourselves." Sensing the urgency in 2nd uncle's voice, the brothers hastily licked their bowls clean, reluctantly setting down their chopsticks, exchanging farewells with Chu Ziheng before departing. Observing this, the 2 sons-in-law of 3rd uncle followed suit, laying down their chopsticks and rising to take their leave. In truth, everyone was aware that the family needed to reserve food for themselves. Allowing others to savor a taste was a generous act in itself. Lu Changshun lamented, "Why must the children be restricted? If they can eat, let them. My daughter and son-in-law just brought back over 300 pounds of rice. Should we not let the children eat their fill?" Chu Ziheng could only shake his head in resignation, contemplating how candidly the old man shared his wealth, revealing all without fear of being envied. 2nd uncle also set down his chopsticks, remarking, "What is the fuss about eating? This is the hard-earned sustenance that Ziheng has brought for you all. A taste is sufficient. There is no need to overdo it. You have your own lives to manage." Chu Ziheng had always regarded 2nd uncle as a man of reason. Though advanced in years, he likely possessed the same assertiveness in his youth. Amidst their conversation, Chu Ziheng faintly heard the sound of barking. In an era when many struggled to fill their stomachs, it was surprising that someone could afford to keep dogs. Second uncle, do we have dogs in our village? Second uncle, puffing on his pipe, replied, the production team keeps 2 local dogs for guarding the granary. Just the other day, they had a litter of pups. The production team doesn't bother much. If they remember, they feed them a bit. But if not, those poor creatures go hungry. I suppose they've all gone home for the new year, and even the dogs are neglected. What a pity. Chu Ziheng's spirits lifted, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He mused that dogs were the finest companions for hunters, since humanity first tamed the initial hunting dog. These creatures have played an integral role from nomadic to agricultural societies. In the past, old hunters had trained 2 local dogs into obedient hunting companions, frequently bringing them into the mountains, unafraid even when encountering bears. Particularly, local dogs, despite their humble origins, exhibited remarkable prowess and intelligence during hunts. They could not only attack prey but also adeptly protect themselves. When faced with formidable game, they would resort to guerrilla tactics, flanking and harassing their quarry. Their acute sense of smell allowed them to detect not only the scent of wild beasts, but also to identify certain special plants, effortlessly locating herbs like Zixiang with just a sniff. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Ziheng squinted his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. As evening descended, the family busily prepared for the celebratory feast of the following day, leaving only Chu Ziheng to quietly approach the grain storage compound. Ensuring no one was around, he nimbly scaled the wall. The 2 large black dogs in the yard, detecting the unfamiliar scent, immediately rushed to the base of the wall, barking loudly. Initially perceiving them as mere local mutts, Chu Ziheng's heart raced with excitement upon realizing they were, in fact, the supreme breed of the canine world, the Wu-Hei dogs. In this era, where sustenance was scarce, no one would bother to study dog breeds. All dogs were generally considered mutts. Had he not been reincarnated, he would remain oblivious to the rarity of the Wu-Hei dogs. Unlike ordinary black dogs, which were mere commoners, Wu-Hei dogs boasted an entirely black coat, including their paws and tongues. They possessed broad bones, thick fur, and large heads, showcasing remarkable intelligence and an exceptional obedience to humans. Some even referred to them as divine dogs, endowed with the ability to ward off evil and bring prosperity to their households. Moreover, their adaptability and resilience in the wild rendered them exceptional hunters. However, without the sight of their offspring, it remained uncertain whether they were indeed purebred Wu-Hei dogs. Chu Ziheng promptly retrieved 2 pieces of pork and tossed them into the yard. The famished dogs, quick to catch the scent, rushed forward, devouring the meat with an audible relish. It was evident to Chu Ziheng that these creatures were accustomed to being fed by various individuals. Otherwise, their innate nature would have prevented them from accepting offerings from strangers. Once the meat was consumed, the dogs began to trust him, ceasing their barking and instead gazing at him with wagging tails and hopeful tongues, eager for more sustenance. He then threw 2 pork bones into the yard, continuing his observation. It seemed as though these dogs had never tasted bones before, and now their primal instincts were awakened as they gnawed eagerly. Sensing the moment was right, Chu Ziheng leapt down from the wall and approached the dogs, cautiously testing the waters by stroking their ears and backs with the back of his hand. Noticing their lack of resistance, he grew bolder and petted the other dog as well. He understood that as long as they trusted him and did not resist, he could take their pups without fear of reprisal. Before long, he discovered their humble den, where 2 plump, jet-black bundles of fur huddled together, shivering from the cold. Carefully, he picked up one of the little creatures, examining it closely under the moonlight. Though it trembled, its eyes were bright and alert, and it was surprisingly clean, with a dark tongue and black paws. What thrilled Chu Ziheng further was the patch of rust-red fur on its back, a hallmark of exquisite, pure lineage. Remarkably, both little fur balls exhibited the same distinguishing feature. Chu Ziheng was filled with immense excitement. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. As he tucked the 2 puppies into his embrace to leave, the 2 larger dogs seemed to sense something amiss, abandoning their bones to wag their tails and gaze at Chu Ziheng. Aware that dogs are among the most sentient beings in the animal kingdom, he understood their reluctance to part with their offspring. Consequently, he gently placed the puppies back on the ground and softly uttered, "If you leave them here, they will surely starve. I promise to care for them diligently and raised them to become the finest hunting dogs. It appeared as though they comprehended his words. The father dog sat solemnly on the ground, while the mother sniffed the puppies intently, as if imparting a reminder to obey their future master. Just then, a voice shouted from the granary, "Who is there? Who's speaking?" Chu Ziheng hurriedly stowed the puppies into his leather pouch and swiftly scaled the wall. At that moment, the father dog let out a low growl. Chu Ziheng turned to meet its gaze, nodded in understanding, and only then did the dog return to its mother, entrusting the two little ones to Chu Ziheng. After tossing them 2 pieces of meat, he leapt down from the wall and made his way home. Upon seeing that Chu Ziheng had returned with the production team's dogs, his family was utterly astonished. In these times when people struggled to feed themselves, how could one possibly keep dogs? As he fed the little creatures rice soup, he chuckled. If it weren't for the convenience of hunting in the mountains, I wouldn't have taken them in. Besides, these dogs are easy to care for, just leftovers will suffice, and they will grow in just a few months. After the new year, I will take them back to the guard camp to raise them. Seeing his enthusiasm for the dogs and the practicality of his reasoning, and knowing his capabilities, the family did not oppose. Chu Ziheng even bestowed names upon the 2 dogs. The larger one he called Huzi, and the plumper one he named Haizi. The puppies seemed to take a liking to their names, barking happily before curling up in their warm basket to sleep. The following day was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the household began to post couplets, hang lanterns, and prepare festive dishes, all in high spirits. Just as Chu Ziheng and Lu Changshun finished adorning the front door with couplets, they noticed the village secretary, production team leader, and several educated youth accompanied by villagers, passing by with drums and gongs to extend their New Year greetings. However, upon reaching the entrance, the bespectacled and stern-faced team leader, Xie Qinghe, immediately signaled for silence and solemnly declared, "For families like these, labeled as the Black 5 categories, there shall be no greetings this year." Lu Changshun stepped forward. Startled, Lu Changshun trembled and hurriedly approached, bowing his head and avoiding eye contact, afraid to utter a word. Xie Qinghe spoke with authority. "Lu Changshun, do not think that with the arrival of the new year, we will ease our scrutiny over you. You must constantly reflect on your mistakes at home." As he spoke, Xie Qinghe approached the doorway, visibly angered, and continued, "What right do you have to post couplets? This is an open protest against our criticisms, a blatant provocation. Is it not?" As he spoke, Xie Qinghe reached out to tear down the couplets on the door. Chu Ziheng swiftly intercepted his hand, then forcefully pushed his elbow against Xie Qinghe's chest, nearly sending him tumbling. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xie Qinghe sized up Chu Ziheng and shouted in anger, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Chu Ziheng stood resolutely at the door, declaring loudly, "I am Chu Ziheng, a poor peasant with a pure background. Lu Changshun is my father-in-law, and I am the one who put up these couplets. I dare anyone to tear them down." Xie Qinghe was immediately intimidated by Chu Ziheng's imposing presence and retreated in fear. The militia captain, Shui Jianhua, relying on his towering stature, arrogantly approached Chu Ziheng, glaring and frowning as he exclaimed, "So you are Chu Ziheng. I heard you beat up Chao Jiangwo's family yesterday until they were bloodied. Where do you come from? Thinking you can act tough in Xiangyang village? It seems you are looking for rebellion." Chapter 55, Celebrating the New Year with Joy in the Face of Shui Jianhua's Arrogance. Chu Ziheng merely smiled coldly, and, with a swift motion, brought the basin of paste crashing onto Shui Jianhua's face, which resembled a soiled pair of trousers. He then executed a leg sweep, sending Shui Jianhua crashing to the ground. Amidst the stunned silence, Shui Jianhua, disregarding the paste smeared across his face, writhed in agony. Feeling as though his waist was broken, his wrists throbbing with excruciating pain, rolling on the ground. His mouth filled with paste, he coughed and spluttered helplessly. Standing nearby, Xie Qinghe took 2 steps back, fearful that Chu Ziheng might turn his aggression towards him next. The production team leader, Fan Yapai, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "This is insurrection. You dare to strike the militia captain." Though he yelled, he hesitated to approach Shui Jianhua to assist him, terrified that Chu Ziheng would turn on him as well. They had bullied the Lu family for too long, withholding their grain and devising ways to siphon their income. Rumor had it that just yesterday, Chu Ziheng single-handedly beat the Chao family's 5 toughs until they were bloodied, leaving a number of injured on the bed during the new year. This Chu Ziheng was a reckless youth who fought anyone. It was best to keep a distance from him. Indeed, the others shared the same sentiment, and no one dared to step forward. Chu Ziheng cast a cold glare at the crowd, seething. It's New Year's Day today. I do not wish to fight. Now leave me be, or I swear I shall strip your skins and pull out your tendons. Xie Qinghe trembled in fear, realizing that not only was Chu Ziheng formidable, but he also possessed a commendable background, leaving him powerless to respond. He could only summon 2 young intellectuals to help Xue Jianhua up and then sheepishly lead his group away. Chu Ziheng picked up the basin from the ground and noticed Lu Changshun trembling in fear, his head bowed. Clearly, he had been traumatized by the bullying of those men. Chu Ziheng stepped forward to support Lu Changshun, who still quivered with terror. Father, can't you stand up for yourself? Why fear them? Fight back against whoever bullies you. What is so daunting about that? Lu Changshun replied with a pained expression. It's not possible. Our Lu family belongs to the 5 black categories. How can we dare to act like that? Let them scold us if they wish, and if they want to hit us, let them. As long as the entire family lives in peace and safety, Father can persevere. Chu Ziheng felt a sense of helplessness from Lu Changshun's ineptitude. It was easy to imagine how much he must have been bullied by others in daily life. Chu Ziheng understood well that some issues cannot be resolved through violence. In this world, in this era, given the circumstances, simply surviving is quite an achievement. With this thought in mind, Chu Ziheng smiled and said, "All right, Father. Let us not dwell on those matters. This year, let us celebrate the new year joyfully." Lu Changshun also relaxed, nodding in agreement. "Yes, let us all be happy." Chu Ziheng refrained from mentioning the incident with Xue Jianhua outside, not wanting to spoil the festive atmosphere. After much hustle and bustle, the dishes were finally served on the table. Chu Ziheng reflected on the preparations. They were all for this reunion dinner during the new year. The meal was not only a feast for the palate, but also a source of joy and contentment. After the meal, Chao Xiaofan wiped her tears and sorrowfully remarked, "If it weren't for our daughter and Ziheng returning, I wouldn't know how to spend this new year." Lu Youqing's eyes turned red with sympathy as she comforted, "Mother, let us not speak of such things during the new year." Chu Ziheng felt a heaviness in his heart and said solemnly, "In the past, life was difficult for Yuqing and me, and I felt ashamed to return. Now, our lives are gradually improving. From now on, during festivals, we will bring gifts when we visit. After the new year, I will tidy up the house and build a couple more rooms so that you both can come stay for a while. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Lu Changshun took a sip of wine and slowly replied, "You need not worry about us. As long as you live well, your mother and I will be at ease. Ziheng, Yuqing is also from the lower class. You must be more tolerant while in the garrison." "Thank you for that." Chu Ziheng quickly responded, "Father, what are you saying? She is my wife. I will certainly take good care of her and her mother. You can rest assured." While saying this, Chu Ziheng felt an even deeper sense of unease. If they were to discover how he had treated Lu Yuqing in the past, they would be heartbroken and despairing. He vowed to treat Lu Yuqing with even greater kindness in the future. Lu Yuqing, with tears in her eyes, said, "Father, Mother, Ziheng treats me well. It is a blessing for me to marry him in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng was so delighted that he planted a kiss on Lu Youqing's cheek, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After the meal, Chu Ziheng played with Wanwan in the house, while Lu Changshun went out to visit neighbors. Yu Suang and Chao Xiaofan were busy preparing the dough for dumplings, and Lu Quansheng was snoring soundly in his room. At that moment, Lu Yuqing lifted the curtain and entered the room. She wanted to discuss giving a bit of money to her parents and some pocket money to Yuan after midnight. However, after spending over 100 yuan on New Year goods and clothes, she only had 80 yuan left. Chu Ziheng had mentioned plans to build a house after the new year, and she wasn't sure if he would agree. Seeing that Lu Yuqing seemed to have something to say, Chu Ziheng smiled and asked, "What is the matter, my wife? Just speak your mind." After much consideration, Lu Yuqing decided against saying anything, feeling the weight of having already spent so much on New Year preparations. Merely dwelling on one's maternal family, does that imply neglecting one's own household? Anyone in such a situation would undoubtedly feel irate. Lu Yuqing managed a reluctant smile and inquired, "When do we plan to return?" Chu Ziheng responded, "I promised Lin Guosheng to deliver Xiong and Sanxi on the 6th day of the new year, so I intend for us to head back on the 3rd or 4th. If you wish to linger a few more days, I can always come back to fetch you." He added, "I will accompany you home to spare you the arduous journey of traversing several dozen miles of mountainous terrain." With a thoughtful demeanor, Chu Ziheng gently grasped Lu Youqing's hand, whispering, "My dear wife, how much money do we have left?" Lu Youqing's heart skipped a beat. relieved that she had refrained from disclosing her thoughts to him. She replied, "We have 82 yuan. What do you intend to do with it?" Chu Ziheng slowly articulated, "This evening, I shall give 50 to your parents and 10 as New Year's money for yuan. Though 10 yuan may seem a tad excessive, that amount also pertains to your brother and sister-in-law, and it would be inappropriate to hand it to them directly. However, I pondered, since we are gifting yuan with New Year's money, how can your parents and brother fail to present one with her own? Therefore, you shall hand over 50 yuan to our mother. While it may merely be a gesture of goodwill, it will certainly enhance everyone's sense of dignity. My dear wife, what do you think?" Oh my! Before he could finish, Lu Yuqing was so touched that she enveloped Chu Ziheng in a fervent embrace, showering his face with affectionate kisses, leaving him in a state of joyful surprise. Chapter 56. Taking them hunting. Lu Yuqing was still deliberating whether to share her thoughts with Chu Ziheng, unaware that he had already anticipated her concerns. The current Chu Ziheng had not only become more considerate, but also attentive, thinking of matters she had not even considered. Her heart melted in the warmth of the joy and happiness he provided. "Thank you, Ziheng. I am so happy now. This is the most joyous year I've ever experienced. I shall take the money to my mother." She planted another enthusiastic kiss on Chu Ziheng's cheek before retrieving 60 yuan from her clothing and dashed outside in delight. Chu Ziheng understood Lu Yuqing's desire to contribute to her family. After 5 long years away from her maternal home, this return allowed her to do whatever she wished, and he would unconditionally support her. He could not bear the thought of Lu Yuqing feeling discomfort, wronged, or heartbroken as she returned to the garrison with him. At that moment, Lu Yuqing pulled Chao Xiufan into the courtyard, and under the flickering lanterns, she pressed the 50 yuan into her hands. "Mother, I discussed this with Ziheng. You keep this money for future expenses." Upon seeing such a considerable sum, Chao Xiufan's eyes widened in nervousness as she quickly attempted to return the money to Lu Yuqing. "My daughter, I cannot accept this money. Ziheng mentioned during dinner that he plans to build a house after the new year. You should keep it for yourselves. Your father and I only need enough to eat. We have no other expenses." Lu Yuqing insisted on giving the money back to Chao Xiufan, whispering, "We have funds for building a house. Ziheng has avenues to earn substantial income now, so you need not worry about us. It is prudent to have some money set aside for when we need it, is it not?" Chao Xiufan's heart ached at the thought. In the past, when the Lu family married their daughter to Chu Ziheng, they presented a modest dowry of 2 pounds of wool yarn and 3 feet of cloth. The daughter had not returned home for 5 years, and upon her rare visit, her mother was left with nothing to offer, yet still expected money from her daughter. The more she thought about it, the more she felt pity for her daughter, and tears streamed down Chao Xiufan's face, falling onto the money. Lu Yuqing, with a lump in her throat, implored, "Mother, this way, my heart aches for you too. Let us not dwell on such matters during the festive season. Let us go inside and make dumplings." Understanding her daughter's sentiment, Chao Xiufan wiped her tears and joined her in the kitchen to prepare the dumplings. After a brief nap, Chu Ziheng emerged from the house to find the kitchen filled with steaming dumplings, and the 3 women were engaged in light-hearted conversation. He realized that these dumplings were not solely for their family, but would also be shared with relatives, as not every household in Shanyang village could afford to enjoy dumplings during the new year. At that moment, Lu Quanxing, who had just returned from delivering dumplings to his uncles, entered, exhaling warmth from his hands and urging, "It's almost midnight. Hurry and boil the dumplings." Chu Ziheng paid no heed to the urgency, instead arranging the firecrackers and fireworks he had purchased in the yard. Families with slightly better circumstances in the village had already begun to set off firecrackers. As midnight approached, Lu Yuqing quickly dressed Wan in her cotton coat and carried her outside to witness Chu Ziheng ignite the firecrackers. At the stroke of midnight, Chu Ziheng promptly lit the 2,000 firecrackers, accompanied by the 2-stage rockets. The explosive sounds of the firecrackers, along with the cheers of Lu Yuqing and the children, filled the air with joy, and Chu Ziheng laughed heartily. This was the essence of the new year, lively, festive, and joyous. After the firecrackers, Chu Ziheng returned to the house to exchange New Year greetings, bringing smiles to the elderly couple, as all their worries vanished in that moment. As the steaming dumplings were served, Lu Yuqing smiled at Wan, saying, "Wan, wish your grandparents a happy new year," remembering what her mother had taught her earlier. The chubby little girl knelt on the kong and, with her tiny mouth pursed, exclaimed, "Grandma, Grandpa, Happy New Year." Chao Xiufan scooped Wan into her arms. Her eyes filled with affection, and declared, My granddaughter is celebrating the new year too. Grandma will give you a lucky money gift." With that, she slipped a crisp 2 yuan bill into the child's clothing. Meanwhile, Yu Suang encouraged Yuan to wish everyone a happy new year, and Chao Xiufen, treating them equally, also gifted Yuan 2 yuan. When it was time for Lu Yuqing to receive New Year greetings, she generously bestowed 10 yuan upon Yuan, leaving Yu Suang quite flustered. With no money in her own pocket, she felt embarrassed that Wan had received a greeting without any gift in return. Moreover, 10 yuan was equivalent to their family's entire month's worth of work points. She quickly turned to Yuan, her face stern, and said, Yuan, be obedient. We cannot accept this money. Thank your aunt. However, Lu Yuqing, slightly irritated, replied, This is not for you. It is for the children. Yuan, listen to your aunt and take the money. Observing that Yu Suang and Lu Quansheng were still reluctant to accept, Chu Ziheng interjected, Sister-in-law, just accept it, otherwise the dumplings will get cold. Lu Quansheng discerned that the 10 yuan from his sister was indeed intended for them. Further refusal would be futile. Thus, he said, Here, take it, Yuan. Save it for your studies, and let us enjoy some dumplings together, for the new year has arrived. The family joyfully feasted on dumplings. Chu Ziheng glanced at the time. It was already 12:30. Soon, the children from the relatives' homes would begin visiting to exchange New Year's greetings. Lu Yuqing also took out some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sugar cubes, placing them on a plate. When guests come to pay their respects, one must offer them sweets. After much effort, when they finally settled down to sleep, dawn was fast approaching. On the first day of the new year, Chu Ziheng's activities consisted solely of eating and sleeping. On the second day, the village's propaganda team organized a gathering. Early in the morning, Lu Yuqing took Wan to watch the performance. Chu Ziheng had intended to accompany her, but his uncle's 4 sons arrived bright and early. The eldest, Lu Tian, with eager anticipation, said, Ziheng, weren't we discussing hunting the other day? Do you think today might work? Lu Wu chimed in. We are eager to learn how to hunt quickly. That way, we can become self-sufficient. The remaining brothers nodded vigorously. Chu Ziheng initially thought they were merely jesting, but to his surprise, they were quite serious. Yet, having already agreed, he could not backtrack. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Very well, let us head to the mountains. Chu Ziheng had not intended to venture into the mountains when he arrived. He brought no hunting gear, armed only with a knife for self-defense. However, even if he had brought hunting equipment, it would have been of little use without substantial experience to support it. At this moment, these young men, even if they wished to learn, could not grasp it all in a short time. As they made their way into the mountains, Chu Ziheng explained to them, Since we lack proper equipment today, I will teach you the basics of setting traps and identifying animal trails. Upon reaching the mountains, Chu Ziheng began instructing them hand in hand on crafting simple traps. They were not yet capable of mastering complex techniques, but catching some wild rabbits or pheasants would suffice. The primary lesson was to learn how to recognize animal tracks. Look, these are rabbit footprints, leading straight ahead, and they are fresh. The group followed the tracks into the woods, and Lu Tian inquired, Where should we set the traps? Chu Ziheng pointed to a patch of footprints on the ground, saying, These tracks indicate heavy traffic. This is a pathway frequented by rabbits. Simply place the traps I showed you here. After a few days, when they returned, they should be able to catch some rabbits. The brothers promptly took out their ropes and set the traps according to Chu Ziheng's instructions. Once he helped to secure the traps, he solemnly cautioned them. Remember, where there are small animals, predators such as wolves, tigers, or black bears are likely to roam. By observing the animal trails, we can ascertain their movements and ensure our safety. As they walked and talked, Chu Ziheng suddenly discovered a series of wolf tracks imprinted upon the snowy ground ahead. He immediately bent down and beckoned the others to come and observe. These are indeed the footprints of hungry wolves, and there are more than one. The chaotic nature of these tracks suggests that the wolves have recently hunted other animals here. Upon hearing the mention of wolves, the brothers trembled in fear, their eyes wide as they gazed at the prints. Chu Ziheng gestured ahead, speaking in a hushed tone. The wolf tracks lead forward, thus we must not follow this path, as it would jeopardize our safety. With that, he rose and turned in the opposite direction, only to be confronted by the vast expanse of the forest. He inquired, What is this place? Lu Tian replied softly, Ziheng, we are currently in a mountain known as Tiger Head Mountain, stretching over 60 miles. To the left lies the Xianyang Forest Farm, and a few miles ahead is Guidu. where one might encounter wild boars and deer. I've even heard tales of people spotting wild antelopes there. Further ahead is Blind Man Ridge, rumored to be home to Siberian tigers and black bears. Lu Wu nodded in agreement, adding, a few years ago, someone ventured to Blind Man Ridge to gather herbs and never returned, allegedly devoured by a Siberian tiger. Lu Quanxing chimed in, I have heard that too. But the individual didn't go to Blind Man Ridge. Rather, they ventured into the birch forest beside Guitu and fell victim to wolves. Chu Ziheng considered it quite normal for large wild beasts to roam such an expansive forest. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, had always remained unchanged. As a hunter, his role was to transform all that surrounded him into sustenance. For instance, wild antelopes. Throughout his life, he had encountered leopards and deer aplenty, yet had never laid eyes on an antelope. If fortune smiled upon him today, capturing one for a grand roast would indeed be a delightful prospect. With this thought, Chu Ziheng chuckled. Let us first head to Guitu and allow you to practice identifying animal tracks. The group immediately set forth, treading upon the thick blanket of snow as they wove through the tranquil forest. The deeper they ventured, the more Chu Ziheng felt that this woodland was far more complex than Lu Quanxing had suggested. As they walked, he and Lu Tian observed their surroundings and the ground beneath them. The underbrush was thick with dead grass, and snow blanketed the earth. At that moment, Lu Wu abruptly halted, pointing at the ground ahead in terror. Look, are those not wolf tracks? Chu Ziheng stepped forward to examine, lifting his nose to inhale deeply. With a cautious tone, he remarked, Do you detect a foul, metallic scent? This is the mark of hungry wolves. We have intruded upon their territory, and they will soon trace us by this scent. Lu Quanxing shrank back at Chu Ziheng's words, baring his teeth in anxiety. Then we must hurry back. Chu Ziheng, however, chuckled lightly. Have you forgotten how to choose our direction based on the animal tracks? Lu Wu joined in the laughter. Indeed, this is their territory. We simply need to leave swiftly. Chu Ziheng nodded in satisfaction, glanced at their path, and softly instructed, Let us proceed along this route. The group promptly nodded and followed suit. After taking a few steps, Chu Ziheng suddenly heard a sound not far behind him. He immediately halted, his gaze sharp as lightning as he looked back, but the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Lu Tian, noticing Chu Ziheng's furrowed brow, felt a twinge of fear and whispered, Is there something there? Chu Ziheng surmised it was likely a wild wolf scouting the area. To speak outright would surely frighten them, so he decided to downplay it. He shook his head slightly and said, Nothing at all. Let's proceed. Seeing Chu Ziheng shake his head, the group released their anxious hearts. Nevertheless, they continued cautiously and slowly, with no one daring to speak. About an hour later, they arrived at the hillside before the bend. Chu Ziheng lifted his gaze to behold that this bend was a vast clearing nestled between two mountains, dense with trees. In the distance, a great river meandered into the valley, aptly named the Bend. This place was nothing short of a natural pasture, abundant with water and grass, sheltered by mountains from the wind. Any creature here, provided they did not encounter predators atop the food chain, could thrive and grow robust. As they admired the scene, Lu Wu pointed excitedly towards the woods ahead, exclaiming, Look, foolish roe deer. Chu Ziheng followed Lu Wu's gesture and indeed spotted a group of naive roe deer foraging. Lu Quanxing couldn't help but exclaim, If we could catch one of those foolish deer, it would sustain us for several days. With unwavering confidence, Chu Ziheng replied with a smile, Then let us catch one. It's the perfect opportunity to teach you how to set a trap. The group, envisioning the delectable roe deer meat, grew eager and followed Chu Ziheng towards the unsuspecting herd. As they approached, Chu Ziheng whispered, Foolish roe deer are the simplest creatures in the forest. As long as you do not attack, they fear you not. Hunting them is relatively straightforward. Watch how I do it. Holding a length of rope, Chu Ziheng moved closer to the deer, explaining, While they are not afraid of humans, they are quite vigilant. So we must devise a way to entice them into the trap. As the group nodded in understanding, they observed the herd of deer become alert and leap away upon sensing human presence. Chu Ziheng, with grand gestures, began to assemble a pile of grass, placing the rope trap beside it before returning with the other end of the rope. Now we simply wait here, he declared. Once the trap is set, we must exercise patience. However, Lu Quanxing, growing anxious, asked, How long must we wait? My hands are going numb. Chu Ziheng cast a dismissive glance at him, saying, This is where you falter. To be a hunter, one must possess patience. A short wait is nothing. To savor the fruits of your labor, perseverance is essential. A few hours, or even days, is quite normal. Lu Wu rubbed his slightly blurred eyes and murmured, Ziheng, but the foolish deer aren't returning. Chu Ziheng chuckled. What's the rush? We only need to wait. Seeing Chu Ziheng's confidence, the brothers exchanged glances and settled down, patiently awaiting their fortune. Lu Quansheng, feeling his thigh, remarked, I can hardly feel my leg. It's unbearably cold. Chu Ziheng remarked that Lu Quansheng was not a person of great promise. Unable to endure even this slight hardship, he aspired to be a hunter. In contrast, the four brothers, Lu Tian, Lu Wu, Lu Tian, and Lu Kai, exhibited remarkable perseverance. They attentively absorbed every word spoken to them, and when faced with confusion, they would inquire further, all with the intent of becoming hunters. They understood that to satiate their hunger and pursue the life of a hunter, they must first learn to endure hardship. Those who sought only to drift along without learning would find no pity in their starvation. At that moment, a plump and seemingly naive roe deer approached the haystack. Hopping clumsily, a smile crept across Chu Ziheng's lips as he tightened his grip on the rope, poised to spring the trap. The others held their breath, their eyes fixed on the foolish deer, their hearts fervently wishing for it to fall into the snare, promising them a feast. The deer nibbled at the hay, its pudgy chin wobbling, oblivious to the trap lying below. Chu Ziheng found amusement in its foolishness, thinking how it remained blissfully unaware of its impending fate. These naive creatures possessed an insatiable curiosity, compelling them to discern the purpose of the rope snare. Observing as the deer tentatively extended its front hoof into the trap, he seized the moment, yanking the rope with force, ensnaring its limb. Realizing it had been deceived, the deer attempted to flee, its rear end quivering in panic. Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, wrapping the rope around his arm and pulling with all his might. Upon witnessing the successful capture, Lu Tian and the others joined in, their excitement palpable. Chu Ziheng, noticing the deer still thrashing, chuckled, the more you struggle, the tighter the noose becomes. Today, you shall be our feast. In no time, they had dragged the still struggling deer closer. As the thrill of their impending catch surged through them, Lu Tian and the others began to whistle and laugh with glee. The sense of achievement coursed through their veins, and they could almost taste the succulent warmth of the roasted deer meat. Chu Ziheng felt an even greater joy in demonstrating what it meant to be a skilled hunter, capable of capturing a foolish deer with ease, enough to boast about in front of others. As they pinned the deer down, it continued to kick and squirm. Chu Ziheng intended to have Lu Tian bind the deer, but unexpectedly, Lu Quansheng pulled out a hatchet and struck at the deer's neck. The warm blood gushed forth, splattering Lu Quansheng. Chu Ziheng's eyes widened in shock, and he bellowed, What are you doing? Who permitted you to strike? Lu Quansheng wiped the blood from his face, trembling under Chu Ziheng's furious gaze, and stammered, I thought this beast was unruly, so I aimed to subdue it with one blow. Fury ignited in Chu Ziheng's eyes as he admonished, In the wild, shedding blood is a grave hunting taboo. The scent of blood will quickly attract predators, potentially even the Siberian tiger. Startled, Lu Quansheng hastily discarded the hatchet, and upon seeing his bloodied attire, his fear intensified. What now? He stammered. Lu Tian, enraged, kicked him down to the ground and scolded, Why must you flaunt yourself everywhere? This is the last time. If I accompany you again, I swear I'll change my surname. Lu Wu, wearing a worried expression, remarked, Even if you changed your surname, it would still be Lu, right? Let us heed Ziheng's advice. Chu Ziheng glanced around solemnly and declared, This foolish roe deer is no longer of use to us. We must retreat immediately. Lu Tian, filled with reluctance, exclaimed, What? We can't just abandon it. That is too unfortunate. Ziheng replied, Is the roe deer more important than your life? Carrying it will only lead to continuous bleeding, and wild beasts will relentlessly pursue us. Besides, it's a burden. Discard it for now. We can revisit it later. Before he could finish, a wolf's howling suddenly echoed from the woods behind them. Ziheng turned sharply, having sensed something lurking behind earlier, but not thought much of it. Now he realized that a pack of hungry wolves had been trailing them, and the scent of blood had incited them to attack. Seeing the foolish roe deer scampering into the forest, Lu Quansheng's fear escalated, and he shouted, Ziheng, what do we do now? Ziheng maintained his composure while surveying the distant woods. A few hungry wolves were not cause for alarm, as they were 6 in number and could potentially fight their way out. However, the next moment, the wolf king emerged, followed by dozens of hungry wolves. A formidable mass of darkness. Ziheng's lips curled in a grim smile. The reputation of the wolf den was indeed justified, as there were so many beasts present. "Run, as fast as you can," he cried, sprinting towards the forest ahead, with Lu Tian and the others closely following. As he ran, he glanced back to see the wolves, spurred on by their leaders howling, charging after them. Such a vast pack of wolves could easily intimidate even a Siberian tiger, and the 6 of them would barely suffice as a morsel. Fortunately, the dead roe deer diverted the wolves momentarily, allowing them a brief respite to escape. However, this reprieve would be short-lived, for Lu Quansheng was still smeared with the deer's blood, ensuring the wolves would soon resume their pursuit. The only chance of survival lay in reaching a water source, as wolves fear water. "If we can reach the riverbank swiftly, we will be safe. Move towards the river." "Hurry," Ziheng urged. Observing that the group was encumbered by thick winter clothing and had likely not had sufficient nourishment to maintain their strength, he knew they could not run fast. Once they entered the forest, they were already panting heavily. Lu Quansheng stumbled after a few steps, and his companions had to pull him along. Another wolf's howl pierced the air, signaling that the roe deer had been consumed, and now the pack was honing in on them. Ziheng urged everyone to quicken their pace, assuring them that safety awaited them by the river. Chapter 59. They are your brothers. Ziheng understood that no matter how fast they ran, they could never outpace the wolves. The great river lay at least several hundred meters away, yet the chilling howls of the pursuing wolves could already be heard. While he could seek refuge in a tree, Lu Quansheng and the others could not climb. They had no choice but to quicken their pace. With the wolf pack closing in, Lu Tian, lagging at the back, understood that this was a life-or-death situation. His own brothers were ahead. He could not bear to watch them perish. Gripping his axe tightly, he came to a sudden halt, facing the oncoming wolves, and bellowed, "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end." Chu Ziheng and the others swiftly turned around, realizing Lu Tian was prepared to sacrifice himself for their sake. This was the essence of brotherhood in battle, a true display of familial loyalty. Lu Wu Lu Tian and Lu Kai, witnessing Lu Tian's resolve, shouted in unison, "Brother, if we must die, let us die together. We'll fight these beasts." However, Lu Tian cried out, "Don't come over. Hurry and run." At that moment, the wolves had encircled them, growling lowly, ready to attack. Lu Tian swung his axe and shouted, "Run. Don't worry about me." Yet, his brothers disregarded his plea, gripping their weapons and charging toward the wolves. The famished wolves, seeing the numbers, hesitated to attack, snarling and baring their teeth instead. Lu Quansheng, witnessing this scene, felt his heart race with terror. He didn't want to die here. Gripping Chu Ziheng tightly, he urged, "Ziheng, with them holding them off, let us make a break for it." Chu Ziheng, astounded, turned to Lu Quansheng, unable to fathom that he would utter such words. Enraged, he slapped Lu Quansheng across the face, rebuking, "They are your brothers. Are you even human?" Lu Quansheng, covering his face, began to weep. "I don't want to die here. Get away from me." Chu Ziheng kicked him aside, not wanting to waste time on him. He quickly climbed a tree, retrieved a machete, and chopped down a thick branch. Wrapping a rope around it, he ignited it, transforming it into a torch, and charged toward the wolves. Just as Lu Tian and the others were descending into despair, the smoke and flames produced a momentary panic among the wolves, causing them to retreat. Chu Ziheng, brandishing the torch, shouted, "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Don't dawdle, run." Seeing the wolves fear the torch, the brothers hurriedly followed Lu Quansheng toward the riverbank. As Chu Ziheng shouted while retreating, he ignited any dry grass he encountered to further delay the wolves. However, the grass, resting upon snow, burned for only a few seconds, merely creating a thin veil of smoke to obstruct the wolves' advance. Fortunately, on their retreat, Chu Ziheng spotted a withered dwarf tree, its dry wood igniting instantly. As the flames soared into the sky, the wolves, terrified, ceased their advance, howling mournfully. Chu Ziheng knew that the withered tree would only hold for 2 or 3 minutes at most, but that would suffice for them to reach the riverbank. Glancing ahead, he felt a wave of relief as he saw the river was not frozen, flowing with live water, and it appeared shallow, reaching just to their knees. Lu Quansheng, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting, "Now we have wolves behind us and a river in front. Are we to await our demise here?" Chu Ziheng, unfazed, replied in a low voice, "Wolves fear water. We must cross the river to truly shake them off." The astute Lu Wu expressed his concerns. Ziheng. Beyond the river lies Blind Man's Ridge, where wild beasts may abound. Chu Ziheng resolutely stated, staying here, waiting for the wolf pack to catch up, is also a death sentence. It is better to cross now, and once the wolves depart, we shall devise a way to return. With that, he removed his shoes and socks, wading into the river. Lu Tian concurred. Ziheng speaks rightly. Let us cross the river. The others swiftly followed suit, shedding their footwear and rolling up their pant legs, grimacing as they stepped into the icy, biting waters. At that moment, the wolf pack had arrived at the river's edge, but their fear of water kept them at bay, pacing back and forth, tails wagging and low growls escaping their throats, expressing their frustration while refusing to leave. Chu Ziheng paid them no mind, knowing they dared not pursue. Yet, the river, though seeming only a few meters wide, proved arduous to traverse. The riverbed was slippery with pebbles, and one misstep could lead to a fall. As they continued, Chu Ziheng cautioned everyone to tread carefully. However, midway through the river, Lu Quanxing, feeling idle, turned to glance back. Upon seeing the ominous gathering of wolves on the shore, he was startled, lost his footing, and fell into the water with a splash, soaking his cotton clothing instantly. The cold sent him howling in distress. Lu Tian and Lu Wu hurried to pull him up, exclaiming in irritation, "What on earth can you do? In such shallow water, you still manage to fall. You deserve to freeze." Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow, regretting bringing the foolish Lu Quanxing along. Soaking wet in the frigid winter air could very well lead to his demise. Initially, they had hoped to wait for the wolves to depart before figuring out a way back. But now it was evident they first needed to find a place to dry Lu Quanxing's clothes. At last reaching the opposite bank, Chu Ziheng dried his feet while donning his shoes, simultaneously surveying the terrain for any animal trails. Since beasts often come to the river to drink, he was relieved to find only deer tracks nearby, with no signs of larger predators. Moreover, the slope ahead offered a clear view, revealing what seemed to be a cave on the hillside. Shivering uncontrollably, Lu Quanxing complained, "We could just build a fire here. Where are we even headed? My clothes are frozen." Chu Ziheng replied coldly, "If you wish to stay here, then do so. We shall seek the cave ahead. It is safer than here." Reluctantly, Lu Quanxing gritted his teeth and followed behind. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Chu Ziheng lit a torch and peered inside. The cave was not large, but could comfortably accommodate 6 individuals. Inside, several smaller openings appeared, suggesting a sense of security. "Let us rest here for a while. First, we must gather some wood to start a fire." Gathering firewood was a simple task, and soon the bonfire blazed brightly. Everyone sat around the fire, extending their hands and feet to warm themselves. Lu Quanxing, having stripped down completely, draped his clothes over the pile to dry, rubbing his belly as he remarked, "If only we had a piece of roasted meat now, it would be splendid." Lu Tian shot him a glare, reprimanding, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't shot that foolish roe deer, the wolf pack wouldn't have appeared, and we wouldn't have been driven here." Lu Quanxing retorted defiantly, "Wasn't I just trying to help? Now you all blame me." As he spoke, he tossed a handful of dry branches into the fire, filling the cave with smoke. However, Chu Ziheng suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Chapter 60. A wild beast appears. Chu Ziheng observed that the smoke rising from the fire was drifting towards a small opening in the wall. At first, he thought the cave had ventilation at the back and paid it no mind. He continued to warm himself by the fire, contemplating how to return later. But then, he noticed that the smoke flowing into the opening was suddenly being blown back, accompanied by a foul, beastly odor in the air. His brow furrowed as he grabbed a burning twig and peered into the small hole. To his astonishment, he found a black bear, awakened by the smoke, staring intently at him. Startled, Chu Ziheng felt his hair stand on end and his heart race. It was unbelievable that a hibernating black bear had been roused by the smoke from their fire. The moment the torch fell to the ground, the black bear let out a deafening roar, furious at the intrusion into its territory, startling everyone into a frozen stupor as they gazed in terror at the dark opening. Chu Ziheng shouted, "Black bear, run!" At his command, the group sprang to their feet and dashed towards the cave entrance. With Lu Quanxing so frightened that he didn't even have time to grab his clothes, sprinting outside in the nude, Chu Ziheng was the last to exit, glancing back to see the black bear squeezing through the narrow opening. Though its movements were slow, it exuded an undeniable aura of pressure and ferocity. He knew well that while a wolf pack could be dealt with in the wild, a black bear was a different story altogether. Even a hibernating one could easily crush them. The black bear's combat prowess rivaled that of the forest king, the Siberian tiger, upon seeing it. The only sensible course of action was to flee. As they ran, Chu Ziheng urged, "Everyone, stay calm. Spread out around the large trees and shout loudly." He recalled the words of an old hunter. The black bear, known for its small eyes and diminished eyesight, struggled to see distant objects. Moreover, it was frightened by noise. The louder the commotion, the more disoriented it became, which could deter it from launching an attack. As they ran, they glanced back. The black bear had poked its head out of the cave, letting out an angry roar to declare its territory and express its rage. Chu Ziheng understood that the bear would not be satisfied with just a couple of roars. It would undoubtedly continue to pursue the intruders in its domain. Awakened from slumber. Albeit in a daze, my vision in the blinding white of the snowy day rendered me nearly blind, unable to perceive anything. However, my sense of smell was exceptionally acute, allowing me to track them by scent. The formidable black bear, with its remarkable speed, surpassed any human on two legs. Just then, it caught the scent of Lu Quansheng and surged toward him. Upon observing the direction of the bear's pursuit, Chu Ziheng discerned that it was the bare-bodied Lu Quansheng, prompting an immediate frown. The foolish man was without clothing, his scent pungent and strong, and he was positioned against the wind. The bear, relying on the gusts, would soon close in on him. Moreover, estimating the bear's weight to be at least 300 pounds, Lu Quansheng's slight frame would hardly suffice as a snack. As the bear barreled toward him, Lu Quansheng was gripped by terror, crying out in despair. He lamented that the creature was pursuing him rather than someone clad in garments. A blatant injustice. The bear, closing in on him, caused Lu Quansheng to collapse in fright. He recalled hearing from elders that encountering a black bear in the wild and lying down would prevent it from attacking. However, not far off, Chu Ziheng believed Lu Quansheng was courting death. If the bear were sated, it might lose interest in various things and depart. Yet, this tactic was futile against a hungry bear. Regardless of one's fate, it would continue its pursuit. As the bear approached Lu Quansheng, Chu Ziheng, in a moment of inspiration, swiftly produced the snare he had previously used for deer, casting it accurately around the bear's neck. Seizing the opportunity while the bear was momentarily ensnared and bewildered, Chu Ziheng yanked the snare tight, securing it around the bear's neck and tethering the other end to a nearby tree. Observing the bear struggling fiercely against its constraint, Chu Ziheng shouted to the still prostrate Lu Quansheng, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Lu Quansheng sprang to his feet and dashed toward the cave. Unconcerned about who would confront the creature, intent solely on preserving his own life and retrieving his clothing, Chu Ziheng was aware that the snare would not withstand for long. The bear's strength would soon allow it to break free. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the bear lay on the ground, panting heavily, ceasing its struggles. Chu Ziheng was taken aback. Although the bear appeared clumsy, it was not devoid of intelligence, possessing a cunning akin to that of a young child. It had evidently realized that the more it struggled, the tighter the noose became, thus opting for stillness to assess its situation. Recognizing this as the opportune moment to flee, Chu Ziheng turned to escape, only to find Lu Tian and several others rushing back to assist, their lack of understanding prompting them to shout. Chu Ziheng had no time to intervene. The bear, with its massive bulk, resumed its desperate struggles, its powerful paws capable of shattering stones, fiercely tearing at the snare around its neck. It even stood upright like a human, biting down on the rope, straining with all its might to pull and rip it apart. Chu Ziheng was startled once more, for the tongue of the black bear was covered in barbs, rubbing back and forth, and the rope could hardly endure for much longer. At that moment, he suddenly heard a tremendous cracking sound behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see the tree that anchored the rope being uprooted, crashing down towards him. With all his might, Chu Ziheng leapt and rolled away. As he hit the ground, the trunk whizzed past his forehead, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Had he reacted even a second later, his head would have been crushed. Still shaken, he noticed the rope loosening, prompting the black bear to pivot and charge at the nearest Lu Tian. Disregarding his own safety, Chu Ziheng swiftly grasped the noose. However, under the bear's immense strength, he too was yanked into the air. On the ground, carpeted with branches and snow, Chu Ziheng felt sharp stings on his face, his body inundated with frigid snow, as he was dragged several meters away. Lu Tian, terrified, turned to flee, but remembered Chu Ziheng's advice to circle the tree. As Chu Ziheng pondered how to thwart the bear, the panicked creature, due to its impaired vision, collided headlong into the tree. Dazed and teetering, it began to thump its head in a desperate attempt to regain clarity. Chapter 61. The wounded still call themselves hunters. Chu Ziheng had hoped to buy a moment for everyone to escape. However, as he rose to his feet, the black bear regained its senses, catching the scent of Chu Ziheng, and its fur bristled like a demon charging towards him. Despite his composure, the overwhelming presence of the bear compelled him to abandon the rope and flee. As he ran, glancing back, he saw the bear relentlessly pursuing him. Just as it seemed he would be caught, he suddenly slipped, falling into a pile of snow. The bear reached him, raising its massive paws to strike at his head. Survival instinct kicked in as Chu Ziheng gritted his teeth and rolled sideways with all his strength. The bear, missing its strike, grew even more furious and lunged at him once more. In that moment, Chu Ziheng drew his machete, resolutely deciding there was no other choice. He had to fight for his life. At that instant, his courage and strength surged with the sharp blade, fueled by his fervent blood. He fixed his gaze upon the approaching bear, now less than half a meter away, poised to sink its teeth into him. In that focused moment, the world around him fell into silence. He could even hear his own heartbeat, as everything unfolded like a slow-motion scene. In a flash, Chu Ziheng swung the machete with ferocity, the blade slicing into the bear's neck, leaving a grievous wound. The bear let out a thunderous howl, rising in agony as blood began to spurt from its neck. Seizing the moment, Chu Ziheng dodged to the side and delivered another slash to its belly. The black bear retreated step by step, yet its immense bulk ultimately collapsed into a pool of blood, its entrails spilling forth. Even in its dying moments, it remained defiant, gasping for breath, licking its wounds, and emitting low growls. However, silence soon enveloped the scene as life slipped away. The blade wielded by Chu Ziheng clattered to the ground, and as the fervor of battle subsided, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The brothers of the Lu family hurried to assist him, though a sense of trepidation lingered. Lu Tian, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Ziheng, your audacity is remarkable. To confront a black bear head-on. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine." Lu Wu chuckled, praising, "Ziheng's skill is matched only by his courage. Few possess such bravery. Look at Lu Quanxing. He fled faster than a rabbit. I'd certainly give him a kick if I saw him." Yet, Chu Ziheng felt no joy. Instead, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as he murmured, "Let us not dwell on this. We must prepare the bear before other beasts catch wind of it." Despite the lingering danger, the bear's hide, gallbladder, and paws were treasures not to be squandered. Thus, the group assisted Chu Ziheng in extracting the gallbladder, severing the paws, and stripping away the fur. The bear's meat was unpalatable, pungent, and tough, so Chu Ziheng and his brothers buried it in the snow. As darkness crept in, Chu Ziheng set aside his fatigue and spoke softly, "It is more perilous here in the dark. We must find Lu Quanxing and return home immediately." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Quanxing's voice rang out nearby. "I'm here. Ziheng, you're incredible. You even dispatched a black bear. It made my heart race." Lu Tian shot him a disdainful glare, rebuking, "Why didn't Tu come to help?" Lu Quanxing retorted, "Didn't Tu all just stand by as well? What is your point?" Chu Ziheng, unwilling to waste time on such banter, recognized Lu Quanxing's nature. Could he be scolded or struck? The priority was to leave at once. He quickly instructed, "Enough of this chatter. Let us gather some torches and move." Soon, several of them brandished torches as they crossed the river and reached the shore. Chu Ziheng contemplated that although the wolf pack had departed, there was no guarantee they wouldn't linger nearby. He promptly devised a new route. As he donned his shoes, he declared, "We will head towards the bend and pass through the adjacent timberland." Lu Quanxing grinned. "Oh, taking the timberland? That will add an extra 2 miles. Lu Tian picked up another of Chu Ziheng's shoes, coldly adding, "We'll follow Ziheng through the timberland. You can choose your own path. We want to be responsible." Lu Wu, with the fur slung over his shoulder, remarked, "I know a shortcut through the timberland. We can save time that way." As Chu Ziheng rose, he smiled, "That sounds splendid. Let us take the shortcut and save considerable time." Entering the timberland, Lu Wu pointed to a narrow path ahead, whispering, "Ziheng, let us quickly follow this route. We might just make it home in time for dinner." Chu Ziheng glanced around, assessing the environment. Such narrow pathways are generally fraught with peril, yet lacking alternatives. One must tread cautiously in the wake of Lu Wu. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of danger. Upon traversing the woods, Chu Ziheng beheld the village of Xiangyang ahead, allowing him to finally exhale in relief. As they entered the village, Lu Wu contemplated that the pelt should rightfully belong to Chu Ziheng, for it was he who had vanquished the bear. They had offered no assistance, thus the spoils should naturally be his. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Wu removed the pelt and sincerely stated, "Ziheng, it is thanks to you that we brothers have returned alive today. This pelt, along with the bear paw and gallbladder, rightfully belongs to you. Please take it home." Chu Ziheng, however, felt that the brothers had toiled alongside him all day, and although they could have captured a roe deer, Lu Chuanxing's clumsiness had nearly cost them their lives. He promptly interjected, "You should take the pelt back, find a way to sell it. It should fetch at least 100 or 200 yuan. I shall keep the bear paw and gallbladder." Lu Tian, feeling quite embarrassed, replied, "How can that be? The black bear was slain by you. It is only just that it belongs to you. Let us not indulge in such formalities. We are family, after a long day. Let us return home for dinner." Seeing Chu Ziheng's steadfastness, the brothers ceased their objections and each made their way home. As Chu Ziheng stepped into his courtyard, Lu Yuqing, along with Chao Xiufan and Lu Changshan, rushed out of the house, their faces etched with worry. Lu Yuqing exclaimed in alarm, "Where have you been all day? Why have you returned so late? You truly do not allow me to rest easy." Chu Ziheng casually placed the bag containing the bear paw onto the cart, vowing silently to conceal the encounter with the bear from them. Yet, Lu Quansheng, ever the swift one, interjected, "You will not believe it. Today, we encountered not only a pack of wolves in the wild, but also a black bear." Ziheng fought valiantly against the bear. What? Upon hearing this, the group was enveloped in a mixture of tension and astonishment. Lu Yuqing anxiously inquired, "Ziheng, were you injured? How could you dare to hunt a black bear? Are you out of your mind?" Chu Ziheng shot Lu Quansheng a glare, then burst into laughter, saying, "If I were injured, would I still be called a hunter? I emerged unscathed, save for my trousers being soaked with snow." Lu Yuqing, torn between amusement and exasperation, playfully punched him. As long as he was unharmed, her worries dissipated. She then urged, "Quickly change out of your wet clothes and into something dry. You must not catch a chill." Chu Ziheng chuckled, "There's no rush. First, fetch me some flour. I need to prepare the bear gallbladder." Lu Yuqing promptly entered the house to retrieve the flour. Recalling that bear gallbladder bile could be solidified with flour, yielding particularly effective results. Chapter 62. Approval required. Lu Yuqing gazed at Chu Ziheng and softly suggested, "Why not stay for another day?" Chu Ziheng understood her sentiments well. Having returned after a long absence, it felt unsatisfying to leave so soon. However, he had a prior agreement with Lin Guosheng to meet for trade on the 6th day of the lunar month, and with only 2 days remaining, he needed to prepare the sanchi. Furthermore, he was due to deliver 50 fish to the supply and marketing cooperative by the 15th. These were all essential resources for his future home, and he could not afford any delays. However, he did not wish to see Lu Yuqing distressed, so he smiled and suggested, "How about I return first, and you stay a few more days? After the Lantern Festival, I shall come back to fetch you." Lu Yuqing fell silent. She was reluctant to part from her parents, and even more so from Chu Ziheng, who would be left alone at home, eating cold meals. She gently shook her head and said, "Let us return together." Chu Ziheng, fearing the elders would feel upset, cheerfully replied, "Father, mother, do not feel sorrowful. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, I will bring Yuqing back to present you with a pig's head." This promise brought a measure of joy to Chao Xiufan's heart, as it offered something to look forward to. Nevertheless, as Chu Ziheng cracked the whip and the horse began to trot, both Chao Xiufan and Lu Yuqing were reduced to tears, sobbing like heartbroken souls. The family accompanied them to the village entrance, not turning back until their figures had vanished into the swirling snowflakes. As Chu Ziheng drove the cart, he comforted, "Wife, do not be sad. I truly will bring you back on the 2nd of the 2nd month. When the weather warms up, we can save money to buy a bicycle. Then we can take you both back to your family swiftly and conveniently." Lu Yuqing wiped her tears. With Chu Ziheng's reassurance, her heart felt considerably lighter. Yet, contemplating that a married daughter is akin to spilled water, she pondered the absurdity of returning home frequently, fearing the mockery it might invite. Although Chu Ziheng supported her, she could not take advantage of his kindness. While tucking Wanwan in with a quilt, she remarked, "Before the new year, when we visited the supply and marketing cooperative, I saw that a bicycle costs over 150 yuan. After the new year, we will only have 23 yuan left, and our grain and cloth tickets are all used up. We should focus on getting by for now. Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, saying, we will live our lives in our own way. My life revolves around you and our child. He joyfully cracked the whip and shouted, giddy up. Watching the horse quicken its pace, Lu Youqing's heart brimmed with hope. Now, she believed everything Chu Ziheng said without a trace of doubt. As he pondered ways to earn money, he soon returned to gangway camp. Observing the couplets on the door and the festive lanterns in the courtyard, he felt grateful to Zhang Guiying. Upon entering the house, Lu Yuqing discovered that there were still flames flickering in the stove and the Kong was warm and cozy, prompting her to express her gratitude. Look how warm Sister Guiying has made our Kong. Chu Ziheng, while preparing a simple nest for Huzi and Haizi, rose with a smile and said, wife, let us go and pay New Year's greetings to Sister Zhang. Lu Yuqing wholeheartedly agreed. Proximity is often more valuable than distant kinship, and in gangway camp, they were the closest of neighbors. Visiting during the new year to extend greetings brought joy to everyone. Chu Ziheng picked up Wan, and as they stepped outside, he looked at her with affectionate eyes, saying, darling, when we visit, remember to speak well. Wan, clinging to Chu Ziheng's neck, innocently declared, I want red envelope money. Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, saying, this child is becoming quite addicted to red envelopes. This time, we shall only offer New Year's greetings. Wan nodded vigorously, saying, yes, no red envelopes, just greetings for uncle and aunt. What a good child. Chu Ziheng affectionately kissed Wan, and seizing the moment, he also planted a kiss on Lu Youqing's cheek when she least expected it. As Lu Yuqing pushed open the door to Zhang Guiying's home, she whispered with a face full of embarrassment, what if someone sees us? I'm kissing my wife. Not someone else's, so what is there to fear? No sooner had she spoken than Chu Ziheng heard Zhang Guiying's sobs. The two exchanged glances and hurried inside, only to find Zhang Guiying cradling her third daughter, weeping inconsolably. Lu Yuqing quickly set down Wan and, perplexed, asked, sister-in-law, what troubles you? Why are you crying so much during the new year? Zhao Zhenxing, noticing the visitors, hastily propped himself up, breathless, and said, Happy New Year to you all. Please, take a seat. Happy New Year, brother. Chu Ziheng also offered his greetings before settling down by the Kong. Zhang Guiying wiped her tears with her sleeve and sorrowfully explained, my third child is ill and has been burning with fever for days. I went to the health clinic to get some medicine, but Dr. Su said that I need approval from Sun Yongguei to obtain any medication. I sought out Sun Yongguei, but that old miser demanded 5 yuan before he would sell me anything. Where am I supposed to find that 5 yuan? The few dozen yuan I had for the new year is already spent. Is this how I'm supposed to watch my child suffer and possibly die? She lamented. That old miser Sun Yongguei, why doesn't lightning strike him dead? Lu Yuqing hurriedly touched the child's forehead, which was burning hot to the touch, and said with concern, sister-in-law, do not despair. Let us think of a solution together. Chu Ziheng narrowed his eyes coldly, realizing that Sun Yongguei was willing to exploit any opportunity for profit. He would not even spare 5 jiao. The urgent matter at hand was to save the child. Chu Ziheng then stood up, declaring, I will go buy the medicine. Dear wife, please look after her. Lu Yuqing advised, speak kindly with Dr. Su at the clinic. He is a decent person, so do not argue with him. Chu Ziheng nodded and left. As he walked, he pondered how Su Zhirong had fallen into the same corrupt practices as Sun Yongguei. His grandfather and father had been traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, yet they had been mercilessly criticized during the Cultural Revolution. Su Zhirong had once been an enviable student at the medical school, but due to his background, he was assigned to the work brigade. Though he possessed some basic medical knowledge, he had been appointed as a barefoot doctor at the health clinic. Normally, Su Zhirong was quite principled, never charging for his services. But why had he now succumbed to Sun Yongguei's pressure? As Chu Ziheng quickened his pace toward the clinic, he reached for the door, only to find it locked from the inside. He approached the window, noticing the curtains drawn, and it appeared that there was some activity within. Leaning closer to listen, he discerned the sound of a bed creaking violently, accompanied by the unmistakable moans of a woman and the heavy breathing of a man. In that moment, he realized the nature of the activities occurring inside. However, he was puzzled by the situation. Su Zhirong, being of questionable background, was nearly 30 and still single. Who could possibly be in there with him? As Chu Ziheng leaned in to listen more intently, he accidentally knocked over a broken flower pot beneath the window. The loud crash made him wince, and the noise from inside instantly ceased. Reflecting on the disruption he had caused, he thought it best to leave. Regardless of who is inside the room, one must hasten to procure the medicine while they continue their activities. He knocked vigorously on the window and called out, "Dr. Su, open the door." Chapter 63. Take it all away. Upon hearing the knocking, Su Ziheng was startled. Hastily pulling on his trousers while anxiously signaling to Zhou Shaoling on the bed to remain silent. Zhou Shaoling, pale with fear, understood that if their clandestine affair was discovered, both their lives would be irrevocably ruined. She scrambled for her clothes, urging Su Ziheng to think of a way out. Dressed, Su Ziheng, trembling with trepidation as if caught in a theft, stammered, "Who is it?" Hearing his nervous tone, Chu Ziheng mused that Su Ziheng was likely terrified beyond measure. It would be best not to frighten him further, lest he develop a lasting aversion. Thus, he chuckled, "It's me, Chu Ziheng. I'm here to purchase some something." Recognizing Chu Ziheng's voice, Su Ziheng sighed in relief, though caution still gripped him. After all, his actions with Zhou Shaoling were subject to public scorn and condemnation. He warily replied, "I have no medicine at the moment. Just go back." Chu Ziheng, discerning the deception, understood that despite the scarcity of resources in this era, common medications like something for pain relief were still available. Su Ziheng's claim of having none was merely a ruse to send him away and continue his revelry. Frustrated by the lack of a proper entrance, Chu Ziheng knocked again with more force, exclaiming, "Open the door." Su Ziheng grimaced, "Stop knocking. I really don't have any." With a cold scoff, Chu Ziheng's eyes glimmered with intensity as he barked, "Su Ziheng, open the door this instant, or I shall smash your window." Su Ziheng, troubled and knowing Chu Ziheng's propensity for rash actions, could only gesture for Zhou Shaoling to hide beneath the covers before reluctantly cracking the door open. Wishing to spare him some dignity, Chu Ziheng did not intend to enter, merely casting a meaningful glance into the room. Nervously, Su Ziheng obstructed Chu Ziheng's view with his body, murmuring, "I've already told you, I truly have no medicine left. The remaining painkillers were bought by Sun Yonggui, and new supplies have yet to arrive. I have no reason to deceive you." Realizing that Sun Yonggui was blatantly engaging in profiteering, knowing the clinic was short on medicine and deliberately purchasing the limited stock only to resell it at a higher price, Chu Ziheng pressed on. "Do you have any alcohol?" "There's a little left. I'll fetch it for you. Just wait here." Su Ziheng promptly closed the door, feeling somewhat relieved that Chu Ziheng hadn't barged in, thus preserving his dignity. He retrieved the small amount of alcohol from the cabinet, along with some medicinal cotton. When he opened the door to hand it to Chu Ziheng, he added with a hint of gratitude, "You intend to use this for Zhang Sa's child, right? Alcohol alone won't suffice. You ventured to the southern slope of the back mountain, where one could gather wild buplurum, a remedy that could alleviate a child's fever." Chu Ziheng received the alcohol and cotton with a cold demeanor, remarking, "Thank you, but be discreet. We must not let others overhear." Su Ziheng observed the retreating figure of Chu Ziheng, his anxious countenance softening into a flicker of gratitude. He mused that while the entire garrison spoke of Chu Ziheng as reckless, he perceived in him a tenacity unyielding to oppression, a quality worthy of admiration. As Chu Ziheng traversed the path, he contemplated the arduous journey to the southern slope, which required scaling multiple peaks. Furthermore, wild buplurum was elusive in winter. The effort could yield no reward. His comrade Sun Yonggui had plenty on hand. Why endure the toil of foraging? He resolved to solicit some from him, wondering if he would be denied. Upon arriving at Sun Yonggui's doorstep, Chu Ziheng noted the padlock still hanging on the door, surmising that the old fellow had ventured out with his spouse. He thought this fortuitous, as it spared him the need for idle chatter. He could simply pilfer what he needed. Casting a glance around, he straightened his posture and nimbly scaled the wall into the courtyard. Reaching the door, he discovered it was also secured. Turning toward the storage room, he found that Sun Yonggui had merely tied the door shut with rope. He opened it to find little more than an axe, a hoe, and a heap of debris. Seizing the axe, he returned to the door and smashed the padlock with a swift blow before pushing the door open. Surveying the interior, his gaze fell upon two wooden boxes beside the wall, one of which was locked. He snorted disdainfully, muttering to himself, "That old miser has been hoarding ill-gotten gains for years. I wager all his spoils are contained within." With that, he took up the axe once more, wedging it into the lock, applying force until both the lock and its hasp clattered to the ground. Tossing aside the axe, he opened the box. Peering inside by the light of the moon, Alongside tobacco, alcohol, sugar, and tea, he was astonished to find canned fruits and a barrel of biscuits. A mix of anger and elation surged within him. In these times of scarcity, how could Sun Yongui possess such a trove of goods, seldom seen? Each item was undoubtedly procured through deceit and the exploitation of the people. Having laid eyes upon them, he felt justified in taking everything. He swiftly located a cloth bag and began to fill it indiscriminately. Behind the biscuit box, he indeed discovered painkillers and coagulants, which he gathered as well. At the bottom of the box lay a substantial bundle wrapped in red cloth. Upon opening it, he found hundreds of ration tickets, cloth tickets, and meat coupons, along with a stack of crisp new currency amounting to 350 yuan. Chu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, contemplating that these were the fruits of Sun Yonggui's unjust gains, and it would be a disservice to the oppressed in the garrison to leave any behind. He tucked the tickets and money into his coat. At that moment, a noise at the entrance caught his attention. Sun Yongui, in a fit of anger, was vocally lamenting. This meal was served, yet not a trace of meat in sight. As Chu Ziheng glanced around, he realized it was too late to exit through the front door. He swiftly slung a bag over his shoulder and leaped out of the back window of the outer room. At that moment, Sun Yongui and Li Sufin also noticed the door lock lying on the ground. Startled, Li Sufin stomped her foot in panic and exclaimed, "Has a thief broken into our home?" Sun Yongui grabbed a stick beside the door and charged into the house, shouting, "Who dares to steal from my family?" After calling out several times without encountering anyone, he spotted the open chest. Tossing aside the stick, he hurriedly lit an oil lamp and rushed over to find the chest completely empty. As the realization struck him that their accumulated wealth had been plundered, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse heavily onto the ground. Chapter 64. Fearless even in knowledge, Li Sufin dashed to the chest, and, upon seeing that everything was gone, began to wail loudly. She shook Sun Yongui, crying out, "Oh my heavens, this must be the work of some despicable creature. How can we possibly go on living? Old man, all our possessions are gone. Speak up and think of a way. That was our entire fortune." Sun Yongui, feeling utterly defeated, could only focus on the treasures that had been stolen. His eyes fixated on the barren chest, and suddenly, his expression twisted into a grimace. "You wretched thief. First, you stole my pig's leg, then my chickens. And now you've looted our entire savings. This has to be the work of a single individual." Li Sufin, sitting on the ground, pounded her thighs, lamenting with cries of despair. Regardless of how many people were involved, their belongings were gone, and she fretted over how they would manage in the future. Frustrated, Sun Yongui raised his hand and struck Li Sufin across the face, bellowing, "Be quiet. Can your tears bring back what we've lost?" Li Sufin, clutching her red and swollen cheek, couldn't help but sob. "Why did you hit me? If you have the ability, go retrieve our belongings." Sun Yongui hissed ominously. "If I find out who the thief is, I will flay him alive." With that, he rose and went to the outer room, only to discover that the window had been opened. He squinted, leaning over the windowsill to look outside, and indeed saw a trail of footprints in the snow. These must belong to the thief, he thought. Lighting a candle, he made his way to the backyard, following the footprints to the base of the wall. Peering over the top, he noticed some animal fur. Climbing the wall with a ladder, he examined the fur and began to ponder. This resembles wolf fur. Who in gangway camp wears wolf pelts? Suddenly, Sun Yongui recalled that Chu Ziheng wore wolf skin. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Years ago, when Chu Ziheng hunted wild boars, he had worn wolf skin as leg protection. A cold glint flickered in Sun Yonggui's eyes as he coldly declared, "Chu Ziheng, just wait. This time, I will make sure you pay." Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng had stowed the stolen items in his chest at home. He then grabbed some alcohol and 3 tablets of pain relief before stepping out the door, frequently glancing in the direction of Sun Yonggui's house. Contemplating the losses that Sun Yongui had endured, Chu Ziheng mused that the man would undoubtedly be driven to madness, unwilling to let the matter rest. Yet, what could he do? Those possessions of his were hardly worthy of the light of day. Would he dare to make a fuss? A disdainful smile crossed Chu Ziheng's lips. Even if Sun Yongui discovered his theft, he had the means to counter him. For now, the priority was to alleviate the child's fever. Upon entering the room, Chu Ziheng retrieved alcohol and medicine. "My dear wife, grind the medicine into a fine powder. Half a tablet will suffice. Sister-in-law, use this alcohol to sponge the child. It will expedite the reduction of the fever." Zhang Guiying promptly accepted the alcohol, diligently tending to the child while inquiring, "Did Sun Yonggui consent to sell you these medicines?" Chu Ziheng merely chuckled. "What is he to me? Pay him no mind. Administer the medicine every few hours. 3 tablets should suffice to bring down the fever." Lu Yuqing cautiously fed the powdered medicine to the child, softly assuring, "This pain reliever works wonders for fevers. Wanwan used to take it, and she would recover within a day." Lying on the opposite Kong, Zhao Zhenxing felt a tumult of emotions. They had yet to repay their previous debt of gratitude. And here they were, receiving yet another boon for their child. During the new year, they had bestowed upon them an abundance of fish and meat. If only he could rise to express his profound thanks through bows and reverence. The thought left him feeling stifled, and with misty eyes, he lamented, "Ziheng, your repeated kindness leaves us at a loss for how to repay you." Chu Ziheng felt a heaviness in his heart. He had never sought repayment. Rather, he felt he was repaying Zhang Guiying. "Brother, let us not stand on ceremony. Distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. We help you now, and surely, when we are in need, you will assist us in return." Zhao Zhenxing sighed deeply, staring vacantly at the darkened ceiling, his voice laden with despair. "What help can I offer in my current state? Merely existing feels like a burden." Chu Ziheng, fearful of Zhao Zhenxing succumbing to despair, quickly interjected with a smile. "No one regards you as a burden. You must think positively. The new year has passed. When the weather warms, I shall procure a crutch for you, and you will be able to walk outside. Above all, we must all strive to live well and not dwell on unnecessary thoughts." Zhang Guiying added with a huff of reproach, "Listen to what Ziheng says. Always thinking of yourself as a burden. After all these years of my care, have I ever complained?" Zhao Zhenxing could only sigh, suppressing words he feared might wound hearts, opting instead to keep them bottled within. At that moment, Wanwan, weary from play, climbed onto Chu Ziheng's lap, yawning, ready to sleep. Zhang Guiying, noticing the child's fatigue, urged, "Yuqing, Ziheng, quickly take the child back. My third child is also asleep. I shall administer the medicine shortly, and she should be well soon." Lu Yuqing grasped Zhang Guiying's hand, tenderly remarking, "Sister-in-law, we must always look on the bright side. There is no obstacle we cannot overcome." Zhang Guiying nodded, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling even more aggrieved. This was her fate, and whom could she blame? Only Lu Yuqing comprehended her plight. Otherwise, who would recognize her grievances? Chu Ziheng lovingly wrapped a scarf around Wanwan, then stood up with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, if you need anything, just come to my house and take it. We shall head back now." Zhang Guiying hurriedly got off the ground, responding, "We have everything at home, so you should return quickly. Look how tired the child is." Lu Yuqing also finished wrapping her scarf and added, "All right, don't linger outside. It's quite chilly out here." As she watched the figures of the departing guests, Zhang Guiying suddenly felt an emptiness in the room, a hollow sensation settling in her heart. As they walked, Chu Ziheng remarked, "Wife, when we return home, I have something delightful to show you." Lu Yuqing cast a puzzled glance at him and laughed. "What wonderful thing could we possibly have at home that I am unaware of, unless it's something you've stolen?" "Indeed, my dear, you are partly correct this time. It is something I have acquired without permission." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing's expression shifted to one of shock, and she quickly whispered, "What have you stolen? You'll find out when we get home." She did not press further, her mind swirling with curiosity as they made their way back. Upon arriving, Chu Ziheng promptly revealed the contents of the box, along with some money and food coupons, exclaiming, "It's just these items." Gazing at the assortment, Lu Yuqing, wide-eyed with astonishment, asked, "My goodness, Ziheng, where did you procure these?" Chapter 65. A rush to restock. Chu Ziheng had no intention of concealing the truth and thought it best to be forthright with Lu Yuqing. He chuckled and explained, "I obtained these from Sun Yonggui's home. That old miser bought all the medicine from the health center and sells it at exorbitant prices. I initially intended to ask him for some, but he was not home, so I took the opportunity to acquire these items." Lu Yuqing gasped, her heart racing as she whispered, "Ziheng, your audacity is astonishing. You dared to steal from Sun Yonggui. He is notorious for being a miser and for seeking revenge. Years ago, when 2 chickens went missing, he scoured every house with the militia. What would he do this time?" While opening a can, Chu Ziheng scoffed, "He wouldn't dare. Just look at these items. Do they come by honestly? He has only been the village secretary for 2 years, yet possesses this much money and coupons. If he dares to make a fuss and expose this, How can he continue as village secretary? I am merely acting as a force of justice. If not from him, then from whom should I steal? He placed the can on the table with a grin and said, you and Wanwan can eat without worry. Take this 350 yuan and these coupons. I doubt Sun Yonggui has any power over us. Lu Yuqing sighed in resignation, understanding Chu Ziheng's temperament. She refrained from saying more, fearing it might irritate him or make her seem nagging. Regardless, it was too late to turn back now. Sun Yonggui had brought this misfortune upon himself. Chu Ziheng picked up a piece of apple and fed it to Wanwan, smiling affectionately. Sweetheart, this is called a can, and it's delicious. Wanwan opened her tiny mouth and took a big bite, joyfully exclaiming, Daddy, it's delicious and so sweet. I want more. Chu Ziheng lovingly pinched her cheek and said, all right. All for Wanwan. As he spoke, he also offered a piece to Lu Yuqing. Although Lu Yuqing harbored some lingering worries, she nonetheless accepted the apple with open lips. The sweet, tender flavor instantly enveloped her palate, leaving her astonished at how delectable the canned fruit was. Chu Ziheng served a piece to Wanwan before indulging himself, remarking, isn't canned food delightful? We still have 2 barrels of biscuits saved for when you and Wanwan feel peckish. Those 2 packs of Guangrong cigarettes and the 2 bottles of Luzhou liquor are for your father on the 2nd day of February, while I shall keep the 2 bags of jasmine tea for my own enjoyment. Make sure to stow away the money and ration tickets. We'll use them for building our house in the spring. Lu Yuqing obediently tucked the money and tickets beneath the quilt, her anxiety resurfacing as she questioned, what if Sun Yonggui comes looking for these? Chu Ziheng chuckled, you needn't worry about that. I have my ways to deal with him. It's getting late. Let us prepare some dinner and retire early. I must venture into the mountains tomorrow. After savoring another bite of the canned fruit, Lu Yuqing rose to cook. Chu Ziheng stepped into the courtyard and retrieved the remaining 10-odd pounds of meat from beneath the snow. Observing the meager supply, he realized the need to replenish it swiftly. Most of his stock had been sent to his father-in-law's household before the new year, and this scant remainder would not last long. He resolved to hunt a roe deer or some wild game during his foray into the mountains the next day. He also took out the fishing net from the storeroom, placing it onto the sled, and fashioned a makeshift ice chisel. With everything prepared, he aimed to save time the following day. At mealtime, once everything was tidied up, the couple nestled into the warmth of their bedding. Chu Ziheng, with a playful nudge, whispered intimately, Wife, it's been several days since we've been together. I'm bursting with pent-up desire. Let us indulge a little. Lu Yuqing, feeling both shy and troubled, cast a hesitant glance at Chu Ziheng, recalling the shadow of past memories. She vividly remembered the time when she was unwell, yet he showed no regard for her condition, demanding intimacy. His frustration had nearly blinded him to reason, resulting in her suffering for days, enduring pain while cooking and washing for him. Today, she found herself in a similar predicament. Would he be angered if she confessed? She, being well acquainted with men's passions, understood that if he did not receive what he desired, his anger could be fierce. After much deliberation, Lu Yuqing gently caressed Chu Ziheng's face, her eyes filled with a mixture of difficulty and pleading. Ziheng, I'm too tired today, can we postpone it? I wish to retire early. Having spoken, she braced herself for his potential ire. However, Chu Ziheng wore a frown, lamenting, Oh, come on, my dear wife. I could put a hole in the Kong if we delay. Please, just this once. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly knelt before her, fingers pressing against her heart. Lu Yuqing bit her lip, ultimately deciding to be honest with Chu Ziheng. If he were to be angry and scold her, there would be no remedy. As his wife, failing to satisfy him would warrant any punishment she received. Thus, Lu Yuqing whispered, Ziheng, I've started my period. Instantly, Chu Ziheng understood, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon observing the expression of Chu Ziheng, with his glaring eyes and furrowed brows, Lu Yuqing felt a sudden chill in her heart and instinctively reached out to block him. When Chu Ziheng noticed the fear reflected in Lu Yuqing's eyes, his heart tightened. Having treated her so harshly in the past, he couldn't blame her for being frightened now. He had left a psychological scar on her. The more he pondered, the more he felt a pang of sorrow. Gently, he took hold of Lu Yuqing's trembling hand and, with a tender smile, said, You should have told me earlier. I would have made you some sweetened water. Does your stomach still hurt? Lu Yuqing raised her head in disbelief. In Chu Ziheng's gaze, there was no sign of rage or irritation, but rather warmth and compassion. An overwhelming mix of gratitude and guilt erupted within her. prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck, apologizing. I'm sorry, Ziheng. I shouldn't have let my thoughts wander. Chu Ziheng softly caressed her back, smiling as he replied. The one who should apologize is me. I've been so preoccupied with my own concerns that I neglected your feelings. As he spoke, he placed his warm palm on her icy abdomen and gently advised, look how cold your belly is. Avoid cold water for the next few days. Under his soothing touch, Lu Yuqing felt the chill in her belly dissipate, replaced by a comforting warmth. In the past, as long as Chu Ziheng didn't mistreat her, she felt fortunate. Now, he was even massaging her abdomen. Surely, this must be a dream. As he continued to rub her belly, he inquired, how do you feel now? With the affection bestowed upon her, Lu Yuqing, like a child, playfully responded, so comfortable. Please, just a little longer. Whatever duration you desire, my greedy little girl. Chu Ziheng teased. Lu Yuqing huffed and extended her hand, saying, let me massage you too. Surely that's acceptable. Chapter 66. A sense of ease. No. My dear wife, that's not how it works. At that moment, Chu Ziheng gritted his teeth and then shared a passionate kiss with Lu Yuqing. No more holding back. Feel at ease, my wife. Sleep now. With that, he embraced Lu Yuqing and soon drifted into slumber. Before dawn the next morning, Chu Ziheng added firewood to the stove, donned his gear, and concealed a rifle beneath the sled, covering it with a bag before heading towards the back mountain. As he entered the woods, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings and the ground beneath him. Years of experience had taught him that wild animals tend to be more restless in spring. Although it was still bitterly cold, with temperatures plummeting below zero, it did not deter these creatures from procreating. Thus, wild boars, wolves, and even Siberian tigers roamed in search of mates. A touch of caution was certainly warranted. Upon reaching the mountain peak, as the sun rose in the east, Chu Ziheng admired the interplay of light and shadow among the layered mountains and let out a cheerful whistle. He wished to absorb the breathtaking scenery fully, but alas, he had to continue his journey and aimed to return before nightfall. Just as he bent to pick up the sled rope and take a step forward, he suddenly heard a flock of birds in the nearby forest, startled by something, take flight from the treetops. In an instant, Chu Ziheng became vigilant, pondering that flocks of birds typically foraged close to the ground within the forest, only ascending to the skies when startled by some fright. It could either be humans or wild beasts. However, having just come from that direction and noticing no animal trails nearby, the likelihood of a wild beast seemed slim. If it were not a beast, then it must be a person. Chu Ziheng considered the possibility that someone from the village had ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, inadvertently startling the birds. Thus, he grasped the sled tightly, oriented himself towards the early river reservoir, and continued onward. Upon exiting the rear mountain, Chu Ziheng intended to pause briefly to rest and replenish his energy with some provisions. He turned to find a clean patch of snow, ready to scoop some into his mouth, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure flitting through the trees behind him. Startled, he maintained his composure and returned to the sled to eat his dry rations while contemplating the situation. His keen eyesight in the wild left no room for doubt. That was indeed a person, and they were following him. Who could this individual be? What was their motive for trailing him? It was imperative to ascertain the truth. If this person harbored ill intentions, he would not show mercy. While he might exercise restraint in the guard's camp, in the wilderness, he ruled supreme. With resolve, he rose and maneuvered the sled deeper into the woods. After a series of twists and turns, he swiftly climbed a large tree, settling in to await the appearance of the figure below. Minutes later, he heard footsteps beneath him. Peering down, he furrowed his brow in confusion, recognizing the lumberjack, Sun Jinshin, from the guard's camp. Why was he following him? At the same time, Sun Jinshin was filled with uncertainty. He had seen Chu Ziheng ahead just moments ago, but now he had vanished. Had he realized he was being followed? Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ziheng leaped from his perch, landing directly behind Sun Jinshin, and kicked him without hesitation. Sun Jinshin barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Wincing in agony, he exclaimed, "My back!" Chu Ziheng paid no heed to his discomfort, mounting him and tossing aside his cotton hat, gripping his hair and forcefully pressing his face into the cold snow. Sun Jinshin cried out in distress, "Stop! Stop! It's freezing!" With a cold snort, Chu Ziheng barked, "What the hell are you doing following me?" A glint of cunning flashed in Sun Jinshin's eyes as he thought to himself that if Chu Ziheng discovered he was sent by Sun Yonggui to tail him, Given Chu Ziheng's temper, he would surely beat him to death. Out here in the desolate wilds, no one would ever know. Fortunately, he had prepared a plausible excuse in advance. He decided to feign innocence and hoped to escape the situation. Who is following you? I'm just heading to my uncle's house in Hongxing village. Why are you attacking me without cause? Let me go? Chu Ziheng was not convinced by his flimsy tale. He had no personal enmity with Sun Jianxin nor any vested interests. If he were indeed going to Hongxing village, why had he not invited Chu Ziheng to accompany him? It would have been prudent to have company in the wilderness. He stealthily followed behind. But who would believe such a tale? Chu Ziheng deftly bound his hands and feet, then bellowed furiously, "If you refuse to speak the truth, let's see how I deal with you." Sun Jianxin, struggling, shouted with his eyes wide, "What do you want? Let me go, do you hear me?" Before his words could fade, Chu Ziheng suspended him in midair, wrapping the rope around a tree. Coldly, he remarked, "If you want to talk, then hang here. In this desolate wilderness, no one will come for months. Just wait to freeze to death." A chill surged through Sun Jianxin's eyes. He cried out hoarsely, "Chu Ziheng, lower me down. If anything happens to me, you'll pay with your life. Do you understand?" Gripping his clothing, Chu Ziheng spun him around and laughed heartily. "By the time you freeze to death, I'll toss you away, and the beasts will consume your bones without a trace. Who do you think will avenge you? I won't waste my breath on you. Just hang there and await your demise." Dizzy and disoriented, Sun Jianxin watched as Chu Ziheng began to walk away, and immediately pleaded, "Chu Ziheng, I'm truly going to my uncle's house. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, come with me to Hongxing village, and I'll have my uncle treat you to a meal, all right?" Having walked several meters, Chu Ziheng suddenly turned, took a running leap, and delivered a kick. Observing Sun Jianxin swinging back and forth like a sandbag, he scolded, "You think you can lie without preparation? Hongxing village is to the east. Yet you're following me southward, claiming you're going to Hongxing village?" Sun Jianxin bit his teeth in frustration, chastising himself for overlooking this detail. Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning Hongxing village. Now, how could he explain himself? Chu Ziheng seized his hair and coldly demanded, "I'll ask you one last time. Why are you following me?" Sun Jianxin's mind raced. He recalled that Sun Yonggui had promised him 20 yuan and a record of 200 work points if he followed Chu Ziheng and observed his actions. He had been waiting near Chu Ziheng's home since dawn, and after all his efforts, he couldn't afford to admit the truth. He needed to concoct an excuse. Although Chu Ziheng was brutish, he wouldn't truly abandon him here. It was merely a means to intimidate. Thus, he gasped, "Ziheng, I saw you enter the mountains this morning and thought you were going hunting. I merely wanted to tag along for some game. I swear I have no other intentions." Chapter 67. Divine favor. Chu Ziheng then coughed up a mouthful of phlegm, forcefully spitting it onto Sun Jianxin's face. "You truly want to shed tears until you see the coffin. I no longer care why you're following me. I simply want to witness how you perish here. Just hang there." With that, Chu Ziheng turned and walked away, ignoring Sun Jianxin's desperate wails. He thought to himself that this fool was merely following orders. In the barracks, he had only a handful of enemies: Zhao Guoqiang, Sun Yonggui, Sen Zhuji, and the deputy captain Chen Zixing. It seemed he could not escape them. He muttered to himself, "If I freeze to death here, it would truly be my own fault." After taking a deep breath, Chu Ziheng walked until even the anguished cries of Sun Jianxin faded from his ears, at which point he slowed his pace to rest for a moment. He glanced at the sky and the direction, realizing that beyond this grove lay the early river reservoir. Setting his mind on the task at hand, he understood that drilling through the ice to set a net would require time, and thus he needed to hasten his efforts. With this thought, he quickened his steps once again. Upon emerging from the woods and arriving downstream of the early river, Chu Ziheng first picked up a wooden awl to test the ice's surface. Satisfied that the ice was solid, he cautiously made his way to the center of the river, summoning all his strength to begin chiseling away at the frozen surface. As the ice cracked and splintered, revealing glimpses of the flowing water beneath, he discarded the awl, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to retrieve his fishing net. He meticulously tied off the appropriate sections of the net while leaving openings where necessary. He then placed the prepared provisions, such as corn cakes, into the net as bait, gently lowering it into the water. Once the net was fully submerged, he secured the drag line to the roots of a tree along the bank. For added security, he took special care to camouflage and conceal the line. Once satisfied with his preparations, he wiped his brow once more, seized the rope of his sled, and hastened to Erdeo Gorge. He was eager to dig up some Panax Nodo ginseng and return home promptly to craft a warm cloak. After placing the sled down, he looked up only to find the snow beginning to fall again, thick and heavy. It seemed a heavy snowfall was imminent. Without delay, he picked up a small shovel and began his search for Panax Nodo ginseng across the mountainside. As he dug through the snow, he surveyed the surrounding terrain and environment. Noting that while Erdeo Gorge was not vast, the slopes were quite steep. He found himself in a precarious position where a moment's inattention could lead to a slip. His diligence soon bore fruit as he stumbled upon a patch of Panax Nodo ginseng roots, his heart swelling with joy. He quickly cleared the snow from his feet and began to excavate. As he worked, he estimated that this cluster of roots would weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. Although not as precious as ginseng, it could still fetch a price of 20 yuan per pound. Just as he contemplated digging for more to increase his earnings, a sudden rustling echoed from the slope above, followed by a cascade of stones and snow tumbling down. Alarmed, he instinctively glanced upwards, fearing the presence of a wild beast. However, his shock quickly transformed into exhilaration as he beheld, nestled among the trees on the slope, a sizable antelope, weighing at least 100 pounds, grazing on dried grass. Chu Ziheng felt a surge of fortune wash over him. Encountering such a rare creature in the wild was a stroke of luck indeed. An experienced hunter for years, he had only managed to hunt a single antelope in his lifetime. The meat was renowned for its exquisite flavor, a tonic for vitality, and its hide could be fashioned into garments. Resolving to ensure that this fine animal would grace his dinner table that evening, he carefully unstrapped his bow and arrows. Taking great care not to disturb the foraging antelope, he was acutely aware of the high alertness of the antelope. Thus he refrained from uttering a single sound, even drawing the bowstring in silence. To ensure a lethal shot, Chu Ziheng's gaze was as sharp as lightning as he aimed for the heart of the antelope. With the bow fully drawn, he seized the moment and released the arrow. In that instant, as the arrow cut through the wind, a confident smile crept upon Chu Ziheng's lips. He felt an overwhelming satisfaction with the arrow's precision, touch, and power, as if he and the arrow had become one. Striking true to his aim, the arrow pierced the heart of the antelope without deviation, prompting Chu Ziheng to exclaim in exhilaration, "Got it!" He watched as the struck antelope momentarily froze, and in its final moments of life, it leapt into the air before making a desperate attempt to flee. However, Chu Ziheng chuckled heartily, climbing the hillside leisurely. When he glanced back, he saw the antelope collapsed, gasping in agony. Approaching the fallen creature to retrieve the arrow, he suddenly noticed a series of large footprints on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were unmistakably the tracks of a Siberian tiger. Judging by the animal trail, he had unwittingly stepped into the territory of the tiger and needed to vacate immediately. With that thought, Chu Ziheng hoisted the antelope onto his shoulder. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the distant woods, followed by a fierce gust of wind that sent snowflakes swirling chaotically. A chill washed over the back of his head, making him understand the might of the tiger's roar. It had caught his scent, and he needed to leave swiftly. Without further hesitation, he slid down the slope with the antelope in tow. He tossed the antelope onto the sled, swiftly retrieved his rifle, slung it over his shoulder for emergencies, and turned to depart. Chu Ziheng did not glance back, sprinting across the river for 2 miles before entering the thicket, yet he remained vigilant, quickening his pace. As he neared the edge of the forest, convinced that the tiger had not pursued him, he finally allowed himself to slow down. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that a mere mile ahead lay the spot where Sun Jinshin was suspended. The poor fellow had been hanging there for quite some time. One could only wonder how frozen he had become. Resolute, Chu Ziheng spotted Sun Jinshin still struggling against his bonds, swinging in circles, which brought a smile to his face. After securing the sled and rifle, he approached Sun Jinshin with a machete in hand. Upon seeing his friend's face, darkened and purplish from the cold, tears and snot streaming down, with lips cracked from frostbite, he coldly remarked, "You seem to be quite resilient to the cold, huh?" At the sound of Chu Ziheng's voice, Sun Jinshin immediately burst into tears. "Ziheng, father, grandfather, my hands and feet are numb. Please, let me down. I beg you, don't torment me any longer." Chu Ziheng replied coolly, "I can let you go, but first, tell me who advised you to do this." Chapter 68. Today's feast of roasted lamb leg. Sun Jinshin was consumed by a singular desire to survive, indifferent to the meager reward of 20 yuan. With tears streaming down his face, he exclaimed, "It was Sun Yonggui who compelled me to do this. Last night, he came to my home under the cover of darkness, claiming he suspected you of engaging in underhanded dealings. He instructed me to follow you and observe your actions. He promised me 20 yuan for my compliance. In a moment of folly, I acquiesced. Please, let me go?" Chu Ziheng merely scoffed, his heart tinged with surprise. Could it be that Sun Jianxin had witnessed him leaving last night? Yet, in the pitch-black night, the most one could discern was a silhouette. There was no way he could have seen his face. How could Sun Yonggui possibly know it was him? He narrowed his eyes, contemplating that even if Sun Yonggui had deduced his involvement, what of it? Fear would not deter him. He welcomed the challenge. With a swift motion, Chu Ziheng severed the ropes binding Sun Jianxin. The latter collapsed to the ground with a pained cry. Chu Ziheng placed his foot upon Sun Jianxin's face, coldly remarking, "You better figure out how to explain this to Sun Yonggui." Sun Jianxin nodded vigorously. "I understand. I'll tell him you went up the mountain to gather firewood and did nothing else. Be gone." As Sun Jianxin gingerly rubbed his sore, swollen arm and limped away, he seethed inwardly. "Chu Ziheng, just you wait. I will not rest until I repay this grievance." Chu Ziheng coolly observed his retreating figure, aware that Sun Yonggui would not let this matter rest. To prevent further complications, he resolved to silence Sun Yonggui once and for all. Having made up his mind, he grabbed the sled and took a different path down the mountain, collecting some firewood to cover the antelope he had brought home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted Old Wu and the production team's livestock keeper lurking and peering suspiciously into the courtyard. Stealthily approaching from behind, he suddenly shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Startled, Old Wu nearly jumped out of his skin, hastily clutching his trousers to avoid an embarrassing mishap. Upon turning to see it was Chu Ziheng, he patted his chest in a futile attempt to calm himself, stammering, "You scared me half to death, comrade Chu Ziheng." With a piercing glare, Chu Ziheng coldly inquired, "What are you sneaking around my front door for? Planning to steal something?" Old Wu, exuding a sense of helplessness, replied, "What could possibly be worth stealing from your home? Isn't this the cart you borrowed before the new year? The production team sent me to ask when you plan to return it." Chu Ziheng dismissed Old Wu's words as mere nonsense. He would use the cart whenever he pleased. It was not up to him to bow to the whims of the production team. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "Does it concern you? I still need the cart for another day. I'll return it tomorrow evening." Old Wu gritted his teeth, wishing he could teach this rogue a lesson. Had it not been for the production team's request, he would not be dealing with such a brash individual. Suppressing his anger, he reluctantly stated, "Using it for another day is acceptable, but it must be returned to the production team by tomorrow evening, as they need it the day after." Chu Ziheng relished the sight of Old Wu's suppressed frustration, feeling a sense of satisfaction. These individuals often assert their dominance, preying on the weak and shying away from confrontation. Had I not stood my ground against them, I shudder to think of the extent of their bullying. Upon noticing Wu Laosi lingering with a look of desperation, I barked, "Step aside, I wish to return home." Wu Laosi promptly turned, realizing he was obstructing the entrance, and hastily moved aside. I shot him a piercing glance and coldly remarked, "Why linger? Do you expect me to treat you to a meal?" Wu Laosi gritted his teeth, unwilling yet compelled, tugged at the caretaker, and swiftly departed. Watching their retreating figures, I pondered what sort of cart the production team would utilize. When Wu Laosi spoke, he appeared as if someone had grasped his throat. Surely he had nothing of substance to offer. I would wait until we returned the cart to see what he could utter. As I dragged the sled into the courtyard, I called out, "Darling, your husband has returned." Lu Yuqing quickly set down her cup, and, upon seeing my exuberance, knew I must have procured something valuable from the mountains. I tossed the firewood aside, grinning as I said, "Take a look at this." She approached the sled, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What is this?" "It resembles neither a roe deer nor a wild stag." I found it quite reasonable that she had never encountered a goral before. Few in the entire gangway camp had. I chuckled. "This is a goral. You can think of it as a wild goat. Its meat is tender, succulent, and nourishing, a rare find in the mountains. I happened upon it by chance." I continued, "I will prepare it now. Please stoke the charcoal fire and boil some water. Later, I shall roast the leg of lamb for you and our daughter." Lu Yuqing joyfully acquiesced, promptly gathering the firewood to the stove, her heart buoyant. Just yesterday, she had worried about the meager meat supply at home, and now, here was a sheep brought back by me. She reminisced about the last time she savored lamb, which had been years ago when she accompanied her grandfather to a wedding at the age of 10. She glanced at me diligently preparing the sheep. Feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, she inserted several pieces of wood into the stove, watching the flames dance, silently praying that their lives would be as vibrant and enduring as the burning wood. I hung the sheep's skin in the granary, contemplating crafting a leather coat from it for the coming year, as it offers superior warmth compared to cotton garments. At that moment, Lu Yuqing brought out the charcoal in a basin, exclaiming, "Ziheng, it's ready for roasting." I constructed a makeshift grill, then sliced the clean leg of lamb down the middle, placing it upon the grill where it immediately began to sizzle. I beamed with pride, saying, "Do you see, dear wife? Cutting it this way ensures it cooks faster and the seasonings permeate." Watching the lamb sizzle and the aroma wafting through the air made her mouth water. She arranged the spices, chili powder and salt, grinning as she remarked, "You've made my mouth water just by saying that." As Chu Ziheng brushed oil on the lamb leg, he remarked, "Do not rush, my dear. This dish must be roasted to a perfect crisp on the outside while remaining tender within to truly delight the palate. Tonight, I shall prepare the offal, and tomorrow we shall enjoy lamb soup together. You have been feeling unwell these past few days, and this will be a splendid tonic for your vitality. I will also steam that bear paw for you to savor tomorrow." Lu Yuqing felt her heart warm like the glowing embers of the charcoal fire. Just the thoughtfulness of Chu Ziheng filled her with joy. As for the bear paw, she could not bring herself to indulge in it. Chapter 69. Their conspiracy. Lu Yuqing inhaled the tantalizing aroma and cheerfully suggested, "Ziheng, I have a thought. Let us forego the bear paw. After all, you labored so hard to obtain it. Consuming it would be a waste. Tomorrow, you should take it to town and have someone sell it. Having some money in hand will bring you peace of mind, don't you think?" Chu Ziheng immediately shook his head in refusal, exclaiming, "What do you mean consuming it would be a waste? Others may spend a fortune, but they are unworthy of it. I shall keep it for you, and it will not be sold." I toiled in the snow, nearly losing my fingers to the cold, to bring this back. How could you even suggest selling it? Lu Yuqing found his words both amusing and exasperating. She quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently replied, "Why not consider it differently? A bear paw is merely a piece of meat. Consuming it will not add to our bodies. Selling it will allow us to purchase more useful items. Have you not always yearned for a bicycle? When the weather warms, you could take me and Wanwan wherever we wish to go. Surely that is more rewarding than a single meal of meat?" Chu Ziheng gazed at Lu Yuqing's frugal demeanor with fondness, realizing the merit in her argument. The 4 bear paws could indeed be exchanged for a bicycle, which would facilitate visits to her family and trips to the market. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret that his wife would not partake in the bear paw. He then turned the lamb leg over, smiling as he said, "This time, I will heed your advice, but when I acquire such a treasure again, we shall keep it for ourselves." Lu Yuqing joyfully planted a kiss on his sweat-drenched face. Chu Ziheng returned the kiss, thinking how Lu Yuqing was indeed a resourceful homemaker. Reflecting on how he had nearly lost her, his heart ached with emotion. He vowed to cherish and love this wonderful wife dearly. He then cut a piece of the perfectly roasted lamb, fragrant and succulent, and fed it to Lu Yuqing, grinning as he asked, "How does it taste?" Lu Yuqing savored each fiber of the lamb, the exquisite flavor unparalleled. With wide-eyed astonishment, she exclaimed, "This is delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite roasted lamb in my life. I want another piece." Chu Ziheng cut her another piece and took one for himself, laughing as he said, "Are we neglecting our daughter?" Lu Yuqing glanced towards the window, where Wanwan was playing gleefully, and replied with a smile, "She is playing quite well on her own. Please cut me another piece. It is simply too delicious." Chu Ziheng meticulously cut the meat into pieces and arranged them on a plate, licking his fingers with a smile. "Let us eat on the Kong in the living room. I'll secure the front door. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can sleep. I have to rise early for the market tomorrow." He handed the meat to Lu Yuqing and then stepped outside the courtyard, glancing around before fastening the door and returning to dine. Hidden in the shadows, Sun Jianxin clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling a deep resentment. While others went hungry, his family feasted on roasted meat. It was no wonder Sun Yongui suspected him of engaging in illicit trade. He truly was as he appeared. Sun Jianxin narrowed his eyes with malice and decided to report to Sun Yongui, first to gauge his reaction. If Sun Yongui had a way to help him exact revenge, he would comply with whatever was asked. Upon arriving at Sun Yongui's home, Sun Jianxin entered to find Sun Yongui, Wu Laosi, Zhao Guoqiang, and Sun Kainyan drinking together. which only fueled his anger. He had nearly frozen to death in the mountains, while they sat comfortably on the warm Kong, indulging in food and drink. Particularly infuriating was Zhao Guoqiang, now using a crutch, yet still flaunting his condition. Observing Sun Jianxin's furious demeanor, Sun Yongui worried he might cause a scene and considered sending him home. However, realizing that Sun Jianxin was assisting him, and since the gathering was to strategize against Chu Ziheng, he decided to include him. Thus, Sun Yongui smiled and said, "You're back. Hurry up and join us on the Kong. Old companion, fetch another cup and some chopsticks for Jianxin to have a bite." Without hesitation, Sun Jianxin removed his shoes and settled onto the Kong, the warmth finally alleviating his cold body. Wu Laosi poured him a cup of liquor and chuckled. "I heard you were tailing Chu Ziheng today. Did you discover anything?" At this, Sun Jianxin's anger swelled, and he downed the cup in one go, seething. "I could kill him right now." He poured another drink for himself and added, "I nearly perished in the mountains today." As Sun Yongui listened, his gaze darkened toward Zhao Guoqiang and Wu Laosi. Zhao Guoqiang exchanged knowing glances with Sun Yongui, both harboring a shared disdain for the detestable Chu Ziheng. Wishing for his disappearance from the guard camp, having had his leg crippled by him, Zhao Guoqiang vowed not to rest until he avenged this wrong. At that moment, Wu Laosi sighed, expressing his helplessness. "Chu Ziheng has become exceedingly arrogant. Today, while I was helping the production team procure a cart, he nearly assaulted me. It's infuriating. He acts without restraint, doing whatever he pleases. If this continues, his malevolence will extend to innocent villagers. What shall we do then?" Sun Yongui's eyes glinted with a hint of deadly intent as he coldly replied, "He even stole my family's grain coupons and money. He's turning the guard camp upside down. If we don't take action now, he will soon be uncontrollable, and the guard camp will belong to him. That cannot be allowed." Zhao Guoqiang slammed the table, his teeth gritted in anger as he exclaimed, "It was he who broke my leg. If it weren't for the remoteness of our gangway camp, he would surely lose his head for such actions." Upon seeing the shared sentiment among the others, Sun Yongui decided to voice the unspoken truth. He lowered his voice and suggested, "Given the current circumstances, we must find a special resolution. For the safety of all villagers in gangway camp, I propose we unite to eliminate him." Sun Jianxin, who had been quietly eating, was taken aback by these words. Under the cold stares of the others and the oppressive silence that engulfed the room, he dropped his chopsticks in shock. Zhao Guoqiang noticed the fallen chopsticks and assumed Sun Jianxin was frightened. After all, they were conspiring to commit murder. A person like him, who seemed timid, should be terrified. He coldly inquired, "What? Do you disagree?" Sun Yongui, with a smirk that masked his true intentions, picked up the fallen chopsticks and placed them back on the table. He thought to himself that whether Sun Jianxin agreed or not, he would be dragged into this plot. "Let those in favor raise their hands," Sun Yongui declared, pouring a cup of wine for Sun Jianxin. With a chuckle, he reassured him, "Fear not, Jianxin. What we are doing is a noble act for the benefit of the people. That Chu Ziheng, a lawless tyrant, nearly left you to perish in the woods. Had it not been for the absence of wild beasts, your life would have surely been forfeit." In essence, he argued that Chu Ziheng was indirectly committing murder, which was utterly intolerable. Wouldn't you agree? Sun Jianxin gulped down the wine, his anger igniting further. He didn't care what others thought. He was the one who most wanted to see Chu Ziheng dead. Besides, with the influential figures of gangway camp aligned with him, there was nothing to fear. They would all row the same boat together. He slammed the wine cup onto the table and declared boldly, "What do you mean, fear? Let me tell you. If I had a weapon today, I would have ended him in the mountains. What you propose is precisely what I desire. If it means killing him, I shall do whatever it takes." Zhao Guoqiang, filled with excitement, pounded the table and called out, "Well said. In that case, I propose we vote by raising our hands in favor of eliminating Chu Ziheng." Observing the unanimous agreement, Sun Yongui added, "Excellent. The motion passes. But I must emphasize the importance of confidentiality. Additionally, we need to strategize on how to carry out this deed." Wu Laosi stroked his chin and darkly murmured, "I know that Chu Ziheng will be heading to town early tomorrow morning. We could take action then." Upon hearing Wu Laosi's suggestion, Sun Jianxin immediately raised his hand, declaring, "Tonight, I will lead a team to take care of it." The next morning, Chu Ziheng packed his bags with various herbs and animal parts, placing them onto the horse-drawn cart. He glanced at the snowflakes drifting from the sky, thinking he must return quickly before the snowfall intensified. Lu Yuqing stuffed 10 feet of fabric into Chu Ziheng's pocket and advised, "Be sure to buy another 10 feet of cotton cloth. I wish to make a suit for my mother. And if you find suitable shoes, please buy a pair for Wan. The child mentioned to me yesterday that the shoes were a tad tight, and I should purchase 2 bars of soap. Then, you could consider treating yourself to something nice. Now that we have some wealth, we must refrain from extravagant spending. We ought to be prudent in our expenditures. If something is unnecessary, we shall forego it." Chu Ziheng, donning a warm cotton hat, gazed affectionately at Lu Yuqing and smiled, saying, "I truly adore your nagging. It's quite invigorating." Lu Yuqing playfully nudged him and laughed. "Hurry back, and be cautious on your way. When you return, we shall enjoy some mutton soup. Indeed, do take care. My eyelids have been twitching since I awoke." Chu Ziheng pinched her cheek and laughed heartily. "Rest assured, my dear wife. I fear no beast. What else could frighten me? Await my return at home." Lu Yuqing watched as Chu Ziheng drove the horse-drawn carriage into the distance before fastening the door and scampering back inside. Chu Ziheng urged his horse to gallop, hoping to return before noon, allowing for a few days of well-deserved rest before heading to the early river for fishing. Listening to the rhythmic sound of hooves and the jingling of bells, he observed the dense forest surrounding him and the path ahead, realizing he had arrived at the Paozi ditch. After crossing the ditch, he knew it would take only another 5 miles to reach Heping town. So he cracked the whip again, urging the horse to quicken its pace. At that moment, one of the carriage wheels unexpectedly fell into a deep pit, causing the vehicle to tilt. Chu Ziheng felt the sudden loss of balance on one side, and before he could react, he tumbled sideways into a nearby ditch. As he was about to crash to the ground, he instinctively hunched over, landing on his knees in the snow. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Looking down, he discovered a sharp wooden stake had pierced through his cotton trousers, breaking the skin. Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow in shock, glancing suspiciously at the thick wooden stake and the clearly excavated pit. Instantly realizing this was a deliberate act, he narrowed his eyes coldly, pondering who would dig a pit and bury a stake on such a desolate road. Moreover, the stake was concealed beneath the snow, positioned to inflict harm. This was no mere hunting trap. It was a malicious trap aimed at humans. Could it be bandits lying in wait? Fortunately, he had hunched down as he fell. Otherwise, the stake would have punctured his abdomen. With this thought, Chu Ziheng resolved to feign injury and unconsciousness. If they saw him, they would surely reveal themselves, allowing him to ascertain their identities. Determined, he lay motionless in the snow until a layer of snowflakes settled upon him. Soon after, he heard voices coming from the other side of the carriage. It seems he truly has passed out from the pain. Let us prepare the knives and go take a look. Chu Ziheng's heart raced. The speaker was none other than Sun Jianxin. So, this trap was indeed intended for him. At that moment, Sun Jianxin cautiously circled around the carriage. Noticing Chu Ziheng lying still, his gaze cold and teeth clenched in indignation. His cousin, Sun Jianhong, trembled in fear, saying, "Brother, let us leave quickly. The more I think about it, the more afraid I become. What if someone sees us?" Sun Jianxin cast a cold glare at him, fiercely reprimanding, "Let's eliminate him. We can simply drag him to the forest and feed him to the beasts. Who would witness it? Enough with the nonsense. You go and strike him, aim for the neck, and deliver several blows." Sun Jianhong, trembling with fear, found his hands quaking violently around the kitchen knife. He thought to himself, "This is murder. Why should I be the one to carry it out?" He had come merely to assist in lifting the man, but killing him was out of the question. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he stammered, "I can't do it. I refuse to go through with this. I want to go home." Sun Jianxin seized his fleeing cousin, growling menacingly, "Look at your pitiful resolve. What is so difficult about killing someone? If it's so easy, why aren't you doing it?" "I certainly refuse." Observing his cowardly cousin's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and snatched the knife, directing it towards Chu Ziheng's throat. As he gasped for breath, uncertainty welled up within him. He had assumed that taking a life was a simple task, a mere swing of the blade, yet now the knife felt unbearably heavy. However, the thought of becoming the deputy leader of the production team and wielding authority over thousands of lives spurred him on. Besides, his actions could be justified as a means of ridding the community of a menace. He wiped the cold sweat from his palms against his clothing, thinking that this was his chance for prosperity. With a fierce determination, Sun Jianxin raised the knife high. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ziheng delivered a powerful kick to Sun Jianxin's abdomen. While Sun Jianxin was still reeling from the pain, Chu Ziheng sprang up, grabbing Sun Jianxin by the hair and delivering another kick to his head. Chapter 71. Resolving the matter with distinct precision, Sun Jianhong watched helplessly as his cousin was mercilessly beaten by Chu Ziheng, unable to retaliate. In an instant, he drew the butcher's knife concealed at his waist and charged at Chu Ziheng, aiming a thrust at his abdomen. As Chu Ziheng knocked Sun Jianxin down, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Just as the butcher's knife was a mere inch from his body, he firmly grasped Sun Jianhong's wrist. With a fierce expression, Sun Jianhong was astonished by Chu Ziheng's strength, yet gritted his teeth and continued to thrust downward. In a life-or-death moment, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, Sun Jianxin picked up the kitchen knife and rose to his feet. Seeing the two grappling fiercely, he brandished the knife, aiming for Chu Ziheng's head. Chu Ziheng suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, like a bolt of lightning cleaving the sky. He shouted in anger, then lowered his stance, executing a swift maneuver that sent Sun Jianhong tumbling to the ground, legs in the air. As Sun Jianhong's head struck the ground, he felt the world spin, a dull ache throbbing in his skull, his vision beginning to blur. Sun Jianxin, having missed his strike, realized that if he did not act decisively, both he and Sun Jianhong would perish here. Thus, he raised the kitchen knife and hacked down at Chu Ziheng with reckless abandon. Chu Ziheng rolled away to evade the blade and reached for his mountain knife. He too was consumed by the urge to kill. This was no longer a mere fight, but a desperate struggle for survival. However, after searching twice, he found his belt empty, glancing over to see that his leather pouch had been left on the cart. He evaded Sun Jianxin's assault once more, sprinting towards the cart with utmost speed, reaching for the knife. Sun Jianxin, with eyes ablaze with fury, madly hurled the cleaver at Chu Ziheng with the force of a battering ram. Just as Chu Ziheng grasped the mountain knife, he sensed a chilling wave of murderous intent surging from behind. In a split second, he sidestepped, witnessing the cleaver slice through the air, barely 5 centimeters from his forehead, embedding itself deep into the cart's wooden frame, sending a shiver of dread coursing through him. Had his reflexes been a mere half-second slower, that cleaver would not have struck the wood, but rather found its home in the back of his skull. Sun Jianxin, astonished by Chu Ziheng's uncanny fortune, was determined to end his life at all costs, with no retreat in sight. Gritting his teeth in rage, he lunged forward to seize the cleaver. With eyes wide open in a murderous glare, Chu Ziheng swung his blood-stained mountain knife, infused with the essence of countless beasts, aiming for Sun Jianxin's shoulder. A sudden numbness enveloped Sun Jianxin's shoulder. Looking down, he was horrified to see his severed arm lying on the ground. In excruciating pain, he clutched his bleeding shoulder, staggering and collapsing to the ground as he beheld Chu Ziheng slowly approaching him, a realization of true terror dawning upon him. In a panic, he cried out, "Ah, my arm! Chu Ziheng, I never intended to kill you. I merely sought to frighten you. I beg you, spare me." Chu Ziheng's teeth ground together, his gaze filled with the ferocity of a provoked wolf. His mind fixated on a singular thought. If they sought his life, he would ensure theirs ended here. To spare him was inconceivable. He raised his knife to strike, only to notice Sun Jianhong had also risen, groggy and searching for his butcher knife. He resolved that while Sun Jianxin could wait to meet his end, Sun Jianhong had to die immediately. Chu Ziheng turned and yanked the cleaver from the wooden board, mirroring Sun Jianxin's earlier action as he hurled it towards Sun Jianhong. In that fleeting moment, he felt his balance falter, and upon glancing back, he saw the cleaver had only carved a deep gash across Sun Jianhong's face, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Sun Jianhong clutched his bleeding visage, writhing in agony and emitting heart-wrenching screams. Chu Ziheng then turned his gaze back to the fleeing Sun Jianxin, the murderous intent surging within him. He lunged forward, raising his mountain knife to sever both of Sun Jianxin's Achilles tendons. Sun Jianxin collapsed, wailing like a slaughtered pig. With fury blinding him, Chu Ziheng approached Sun Jianhong, swiftly incapacitating him by severing both his hand and foot tendons. Overwhelmed by the torment, Sun Jianhong fainted on the spot. With only one arm remaining, Sun Jianxin gritted his teeth and crawled forward, desperate for a chance to escape. Chu Ziheng, knife in hand, watched impassively as Sun Jianxin dragged a trail of blood through the snow. He casually retrieved a cloth to wipe his mountain knife, a cold scoff escaping his lips. To end both lives with a single stroke would be too merciful. Allowing them to witness their own demise as their blood drained away would be the most exquisite form of torment. Just at that moment, Chu Ziheng suddenly heard a piercing wolf howl echoing from the distant mountains and forests. Even the horses grew restless, stamping their hooves and whinnying in distress. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Ziheng's lips as he pondered where to dispose of the two once they were dead, but now, he needed not concern himself with such thoughts. The ravenous wolves would handle the matter thoroughly, leaving not a trace of bone behind. He hurriedly tugged at the horses to pull the cart out of the deep pit and retrieved the kitchen knife and slaughtering knife, placing them back on the cart. These two knives were quite decent. They would serve him well in the future. With a crack of the whip, he set off at a brisk pace. Meanwhile, Sun Jinshin, who also heard the wolf's howl, was paralyzed with fear, his heart racing with dread as he shouted in desperation, "I don't want to die. Help me. Help." No sooner had he uttered these words than he abruptly heard a series of low growls behind him. Turning around, he beheld a menacing wolf, baring its fangs and glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Sun Jinshin was utterly despondent, helplessly watching as the vicious wolf sank its teeth into his neck, releasing a scream that echoed throughout the entire valley. Upon hearing the anguished cry, Chu Ziheng paid it little mind. Instead, he rolled up his pant leg to inspect his own wound, relieved to find it was merely a superficial scrape. He took out some medicinal powder he always carried during hunting trips and applied it to the abrasion, reassuring himself that it would suffice. Simultaneously, he contemplated whether Sun Jinshin and Sun Jianhong would dare to wield a knife to kill if not incited by someone. The only one capable of instigating them was Sun Yongui. Since Sun Yongui harbored murderous intentions towards him, he resolved to send that old wretch to meet the same fate as Sun Jinshin. As his plan solidified, Chu Ziheng spotted Lin Guosheng's jeep. With the sound of the door opening, Lin Guosheng, who had been dozing off, suddenly awoke. Upon seeing Chu Ziheng, he smiled and said, "Happy New Year, Ziheng. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I thought you might not come." Chu Ziheng, pulling out some ginseng, replied with a hearty laugh. "Happy New Year to you too. I was delayed on the road a bit. Here's the ginseng you wanted. I didn't weigh it, but it should be over 5 pounds. $20 a pound. Not too steep, right?" Lin Guosheng opened the bag, and his face instantly lit up with joy. "Not expensive at all. Such wild herbs are hard to come by these days, even if one has money." He promptly wrapped the ginseng and placed it on the back seat, then sighed, "My father-in-law's knee is so swollen, he can hardly walk, especially at night when the pain keeps him awake. Not only is it hard to find, but even asking about it feels risky. With this ginseng, my father-in-law might feel a little better." Chu Ziheng felt a wave of sympathy for Lin Guosheng. Despite living in the city, life there was far from ideal compared to the countryside. However, every family has its own circumstances. He only needed to sell his goods and acquire the money. Leaving other concerns aside, he then inquired, "Would you be interested in something else I have?" Chapter 72. A lucrative opportunity. Chu Ziheng promptly produced bear bile, stating, "This is bear bile I recently acquired. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for $300. Lin Guosheng was astonished as he took the bear bile, bringing it to his nose to smell it repeatedly, realizing that this was indeed a genuine remedy, a lifesaver in critical moments. The mere sum of 300 yuan feels rather exorbitant. In an effort to provide medical treatment for both my beloved and my father-in-law, I have been depleting my savings accumulated over the years. It pains me to part with this money. However, bear bile indeed serves as an exceptional supplementary treatment for my partner's ailment. What shall I do if I regret this expenditure and find it unattainable in the future? Once this opportunity slips away, it may not return." With a firm resolve, Lin Guosheng clenched his teeth, reached into his pocket, and declared, "I shall purchase it. As fate would have it, a friend has entrusted me with some money for his family, so I shall use it to make this purchase. Here are 500 yuan. Consider the excess as a deposit for my next order of Zixiang." Chu Ziheng accepted the money and tucked it into his pocket, nodding with a smile. "I shall return here on the 15th day of the first month to deliver your Zixiang." With their agreement in place, Chu Ziheng disembarked from the jeep. After watching Lin Guosheng depart, he entered the supply and marketing cooperative with the bag in hand. Observing the somewhat desolate cooperative and the clerks idly chatting to pass the time, he discreetly made his way to the back storeroom, where he found Sun Xiaoxiang engrossed in knitting a sweater. Setting down the bag, he greeted her with a smile. "Aunt Sun, Happy New Year." Upon recognizing Chu Ziheng, Sun Xiaoxiang's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Happy New Year. I was just wondering why you had not come by the cooperative. Is there a problem with that batch of fish?" Chu Ziheng chuckled, "No issues at all. Before the 15th, I will definitely deliver 50 lively carp to you. However, Today I have brought you something different. See if you might be interested? Sun Xiaoxiang peered into the open bag and was immediately taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, is this not bear paw? Where on earth did you procure this? He laughed in response. Have you forgotten what I do? I thought of you, knowing your connections, and wondered if anyone might fancy this delicacy. I can sell it to you for 50 yuan each, and you may sell it for whatever price you wish. Sun Xiaoxiang bit her lip, feeling tempted. She mused that the influential figures in the county would undoubtedly be eager for such a treat. Selling it for 100 yuan each would surely attract a bidding frenzy. This was a genuine wild delicacy, once reserved solely for emperors. By acquiring it at 50 yuan each, Chu Ziheng was essentially gifting himself. This favor was one she would remember. Thus, Sun Xiaoxiang promptly retrieved 200 yuan from her drawer and pressed it into Chu Ziheng's hand, whispering with a smile, Ziheng, if you had started doing this earlier, you would have already prospered. And since you were so kind to Auntie, I assure you it won't go unrewarded. I have some exciting news. I will soon be appointed the procurement director of the cooperative. Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng contemplated the significant advantages of being in such a position in this era. Sun Xiaoxiang's promotion would undoubtedly benefit him as well. He replied with a soft laugh. Then I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, any Sunday. In the future, if you require any mountain goods, just let me know. Sun Xiaoxiang, brimming with delight, responded. Needless to say, who else could I rely on? For now, please help me ensure that batch of fish is ready, and I promise Annie will not forget your kindness. Chu Ziheng chuckled with ease. No problem, Aunt Sunday. You go ahead with your tasks. I need to purchase a few items, and then hurry back. With a brief farewell, he proceeded to the front, acquiring everything on his list. To his surprise, he discovered salted duck eggs and brown sugar available for sale. He thought to himself that in this era of scarcity, one must seize the opportunity to procure such items, lest they remain elusive for an indefinite period. After inquiring about the prices, he learned that salted duck eggs were priced at 8 cents each, with a limit of 10 per household, while brown sugar was sold at 70 cents per pound, limited to 3 pounds per household. He selected 10 relatively large salted duck eggs and purchased 3 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds of white sugar, 50 pounds of flour, and 5 apples. Even acquiring a toy for Wan that resembled a roly-poly figure. As he exited the supply and marketing cooperative, he noticed that heavy snow was now falling from the sky. He quickly secured his purchases, cracked the whip, and set off on his journey home. Passing by the Jinzi ditch, he observed the ground's traces and animal paths, concluding that at least a dozen famished wolves had dragged away their prey. Concerned about the lurking wolves, he flicked the reins and quickened his pace. Upon reaching gangway camp, he spotted Wu Laosi standing at the village entrance, braving the wind and snow with several militiamen. A frown creased his brow as he pondered why. Amidst such a heavy snowfall, Wu Laosi was not at home, but instead here. Hearing the sound of hoofbeats, Wu Laosi squinted into the swirling snow, wondering why the two brothers had only just returned. Sun Yongui and Zhao Guoqiang were both waiting for news, particularly Zhao Guoqiang, who had even prepared the rope for binding Lu Yuqing for the struggle session. Not only were they anxious, he felt the same urgency. Without Chu Ziheng, gangway camp would be theirs alone. As the cart approached, Wu Laosi was puzzled by the presence of only one individual until he realized, to his shock, that it was indeed Chu Ziheng driving the cart. The revelation nearly left him paralyzed with disbelief. As Chu Ziheng drew nearer, Wu Laosi hastily turned and urged, enough staring. Let us head home. Quickly. Watching Wu Laosi flee as if he had seen a ghost, Chu Ziheng felt a flicker of suspicion. Was Wu Laosi waiting for the two brothers, and, upon seeing him return alive, fled in terror? This suggested that Wu Laosi was aware of the conspiracy against him. It appeared that there were more than just Sun Yongui involved in this plot. Nonetheless, there was no need to make a spectacle of it. He resolved to act as though nothing had transpired and that he knew nothing. They had chosen to conspire against him, and he would reciprocate in kind. Those involved in this scheme would not escape unscathed. Arriving at his doorstep, Chu Ziheng leapt from the cart, joyfully exclaiming, "Wife, I'm back." Meanwhile, Wu Laosi, hidden not far away, watched in astonishment as Chu Ziheng appeared lively and unharmed, prompting him to hasten to Sun Yongui's home. Upon hearing the news, Sun Yongui and the others gasped in shock. Zhao Guoqiang, filled with anxiety, inquired, "He is not dead? How is that possible? Did Sun Jianxin's brothers not take action?" Wu Laosi, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "I see that Chu Ziheng is in high spirits, lively and unscathed. If he were to engage in a scuffle, it surely wouldn't be like this. Therefore, I surmised that Sun Jianxin and his brother must have had their reasons for not taking action. Sun Yonggui took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe, his gaze somber as he replied, reflecting on this now serves no purpose. When Sun Jianxin returns, we shall inquire and find out. Chapter 73. A perfect match. Chu Ziheng joyfully displayed each item he had purchased to Lu Yuqing, exclaiming, "Wife, here are some fabrics, salted duck eggs, and brown sugar. You've been unwell these past few days, and since you Haven Tea had a chance to enjoy a bear paw, a sweetened drink will surely nourish you. I also bought cotton shoes for both Wan and you. Why don't you try them on to see if they fit?" Lu Yuqing took the pair of red cotton shoes, her heart swelling with affection, yet she playfully chided, "You're wasting money again. My old shoes are still wearable. Why buy new ones?" Chu Ziheng laughed. "Of course, they are for wearing. You and Wan are my treasures. One is my precious gem and the other my little darling. If I'm buying, I must buy for both. Wan, come see what Daddy got you." He placed the Weeble Wobble on the table, and with a smile, he said, "This is a Weeble Wobble. No matter how you move it, it won't fall." Wan, captivated by Chu Ziheng's demonstration, instantly fell in love with the toy and giggled. "Daddy, it's so much fun." "Thank you, Daddy. Look, it truly doesn't fall, huh?" Seeing Wan's joyful expression tugged at Chu Ziheng's heartstrings. He realized that since her birth, he had never gifted her a single toy. He felt he owed her and Lu Yuqing far too much. At that moment, Lu Yuqing also donned her new shoes. Fearing to dirty the soles, she gingerly walked a few steps on the Kong, assessing the fit. After a few childlike hops, she laughed. They fit perfectly. With insoles, they'll be just right. Chu Ziheng grinned, half amused and half exasperated. "Oh dear, please stop jumping. You'll break the Kong." Lu Yuqing playfully retorted, "I'll keep jumping. If it collapses, you'll just have to build me a new one." When Lu Yuqing took off her shoes and placed them in the cupboard, Chu Ziheng inquired, "Why are you putting them away?" "Wear them." Lu Yuqing smiled wistfully. "I'll wear them when we go out. For now, I'll just use my old ones at home. If they get damaged, I won't mind." Chu Ziheng could only shake his head in admiration. After all, his wife was so adept at managing their household. She wouldn't even wear a new pair of shoes. He placed the money he earned from selling goods on the table and smiled. "You should keep this. It's all from my sales." Lu Yuqing, astonished, picked up the thick wad of cash, marveling at the amount, as she had never seen so much money in her life. While counting, she exclaimed, "Oh my! How much did you sell?" "There is so much." Chu Ziheng reveled in her surprised expression, his eyes shining with satisfaction and happiness. As long as she was content, every effort he made was worthwhile. He chuckled, remarking, "Look at your little miserly demeanor." A total of 700 yuan was sold, of which 100 yuan was a deposit from Lin Guosheng. "You know how well the supply and marketing cooperative has treated us, right? Sun Xiaoxiang is about to become the procurement director. When that happens, whatever mountain goods or wild delicacies she desires, I can procure for her." Lu Yuqing, upon hearing this, set down the money in her hand and, with concern, replied, "Ziheng, isn't that engaging in speculative trade? If anyone finds out, they'll surely label you a capitalist roader. You are the pillar of our family now. We mustn't take risks." Chu Ziheng, however, scoffed dismissively, saying, "This very mindset is what leads to the bold thriving and the timid perishing. Do you think others don't wish to act on their ambitions just because they chant slogans? In truth, they lack the means. If they had the opportunity, would they not seize it? Even if they label me a capitalist roader, what of it? At that point, you would be part of the black 5 categories, and I would be the capitalist roader. Quite the match." Lu Yuqing felt both amused and exasperated, thinking to herself how he always managed to articulate arguments that left her speechless. Yet, upon reflection, she acknowledged there was some truth to his words. If it weren't for engaging in speculative trade, would she and Wan be living such a carefree life now, while others struggled for their daily meals? Her family could afford fruits and secondary products. While other women wore patched clothes and suffered from chilblains, she could indulge in snowflower cream. While other women labored through childbirth, she had access to red sugar water. Considering all this, Lu Yuqing could only advise, in any case, whatever we do, we must be cautious. Chu Ziheng nodded, fully aware of the need to remain discreet. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. And while he could act freely in the garrison, outside, no one cared who he was. Even within the garrison, he now faced a life-threatening situation. With this thought in mind, Chu Ziheng smiled and said, Today, I also bought a bag of flour. I'll roll out some noodles later. And we can have lamb noodle soup. Lu Yuqing placed the money into the box alongside the previous sum, contemplating the fact that they now had 1,000 yuan, more than enough for building a house or buying a bicycle. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, I'll go knead the dough and roll the noodles. You go prepare the lamb soup. Chu Ziheng agreed, and promptly went outside to fetch some large pieces of lamb and offal. As he entered the house, he glanced back towards Sun Yonggui's direction, a twinge of resentment gnawing at him. This time, even if he could not eliminate him, he would ensure he was left utterly crippled. As for Wu Laosi, he too would not be spared. One by one, they would be dealt with. As the clock struck 10 that evening, Chu Ziheng gathered his gear and cheerfully remarked, It's been several days since I checked those traps. I wonder if I've caught any wild game. I'll go see and be back shortly. Lu Yuqing did not dwell on it too much and simply cautioned, Come back early. Exiting the house, Chu Ziheng first glanced around before heading towards Sun Yonggui's residence. Upon reaching the courtyard, he climbed onto the wall to peer inside. He observed the house was shrouded in darkness, indicating that the old man had already gone to bed. With a stealthy movement, he flipped over the wall and entered the courtyard. After taking a few steps, he could still hear Sun Yonggui's cough echoing from within, and he felt an overwhelming urge to storm in and eliminate the old man right then and there. He contemplated the fact that the door was secured from the inside. Forcing entry would undoubtedly create noise, alerting those two old wretches. Thus, he resolved to employ an alternative method to eliminate them. With this thought, Chu Ziheng raised his gaze towards the lantern hanging on the pole. He mused that in this era, lanterns were still crafted from paper, illuminated by candles. He promptly approached, lowered the lantern, and then tossed it into the firewood shed beside the house. As he observed the candle topple and ignite the lantern, the flames subsequently set ablaze the corn stalks and hay within the shed, which in turn ignited the wood. In an instant, the fire surged skyward, prompting him to leap over the wall and escape the courtyard. After running a considerable distance, he glanced back. The roaring flames illuminated half of the guard camp, transforming even the falling snowflakes into a fiery crimson. He chuckled coldly, muttering, Burn to death, you old wretch. At that moment, he heard cries for help to extinguish the fire, and with a satisfied snort, he returned home. Chapter 74. Someone dares to steal his food the following morning. As Chu Ziheng set down his bowl and chopsticks, he heard a knock at the door. Zhang Guiying then entered. He quickly rose and smiled. Come in, sister-in-law. Have you eaten? Wife, please serve sister-in-law a bowl of noodles. Zhang Guiying glanced at the lavish spread on the table and thought to herself that she had come at an inopportune time. It felt quite embarrassing to drop by during mealtime, even if she hadn't eaten. Nevertheless, she cheerfully replied, No need to fuss. I had my meal before coming. Have you heard? That scoundrel Sun Yonggui's house caught fire last night. Lu Yuqing expressed her astonishment. I heard cries for help last night. So it was his house that burned. Zhang Guiying scoffed with disdain. Indeed, it serves him right. What goes around comes around. I went to watch the spectacle. The inferno was beyond saving, consuming both Sun Yonggui's house and granary. I even witnessed Sun Yonggui and Li Sufan being carried out, charred and mangled, and they were sent to the town hospital overnight. When I arrived this morning, I heard from the militia that Sun Yonggui died along the way, while Li Sufan remains unconscious, and even townsfolk have come. Lu Yuqing gasped in shock. Good heavens, Sun Yonggui is dead? Zhang Guiying exclaimed with delight, Of course. He is dead. In my opinion, he was just a wicked man, and heaven doesn't spare him. Hearing this, Chu Ziheng felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He suspected the entire guard camp shared in his elation. He had effectively rid the camp of a nuisance. If Sun Yonggui had survived, life would have been unbearable for the others. He then inquired, What did the townsfolk say? Zhang Guiying snorted. They claimed the wind blew last night. The lantern must have been unsecured, falling onto the firewood pile and igniting it. Then they left. Chu Ziheng couldn't help but smirk slightly, thinking to himself that in such a remote rural area, where conditions were exceedingly primitive, it was quite normal for a house fire to result in fatalities. Had it not been for the fact that the victim was Sun Yonggui, the village head, it was likely that the townspeople wouldn't have bothered to come at all. It was merely a formality. Now that Sun Yonggui was out of the way, the next target would be Wu Laosi. At that moment, Lu Yuqing cast him a bashful glance and smiled, saying, Ziheng, since the weather is pleasant now, why not chop some firewood? Chu Ziheng immediately realized her intention to share some women's secrets with Zhang Guiying, hence her deliberate dismissal of him. He promptly rose and responded with a smile. I shall do so at once. You may converse. Once Chu Ziheng exited the room, Lu Yuqing leaned in and whispered, Sister-in-law, I recall our due dates are quite similar. Your complexion appears quite pale. She continued, Yesterday, Ziheng brought back several pounds of brown sugar from the town. Allow me to prepare a warm bowl of sugar water for you. A wave of sadness washed over Zhang Guiying as she reflected on her own discomfort. Having endured abdominal pain for 2 days, she had scarcely eaten enough, let alone had the energy to wash clothes or prepare meals. The thought of her own plight brought tears to her eyes, which stung with sorrow. She stifled her tears and replied, Sister, truly, there is no need. Brown sugar is a precious commodity. You should keep it for yourself. I have grown accustomed to my condition. I have resigned myself to my fate after marrying Zhao Zhenqing. After all, I am a person of misfortune. She continued, Look at how Ziheng treats you now, so attentive and caring. He even remembers to buy you brown sugar. Unlike Zhao Zhenqing, who languishes on the couch all winter. Lu Yuqing felt a pang of empathy, recalling how Chu Ziheng had once treated her poorly. Yet now, he had undergone a transformation and began to show her kindness. She understood Zhang Guiying's suffering all too well. She rose from her seat, retrieved the brown sugar from the trunk, and gently said, Sister, I know you are in pain. In these times, all we can do is make do and survive. As she spoke, she scooped 2 generous spoonfuls of brown sugar, considering Zhang Guiying's frail condition, and added another heaping spoonful. Meanwhile, in the yard, Chu Ziheng surveyed the stack of firewood, sufficient for half a month. He pondered that it might be more fruitful to venture into the wilderness and check the traps for any catches. The mutton would not last long. Replenishment was essential. He gathered his gear and mused that if he found nothing in the traps, he would at least need to hunt a roe deer today. Upon reaching the wild, Chu Ziheng took in the breathtaking scenery, the white-laden branches and the distant snowy mountains glistening in the sunlight, a sight of unparalleled beauty. He recalled his recent triumph over a rival and could not help but whistle in delight. However, as he approached the first trap, his brow furrowed. He picked up a trap that had clearly been tampered with and examined the ground nearby, where fresh snow revealed a trail of footprints. Upon closer inspection, he noted the small size of the footprints, reminiscent of a woman's. Following the direction of the prints, it became evident that the individual had ventured into the nearby woods. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating the audacity of someone daring to pilfer from him. He carefully secured the rope trap and followed the footprints into the woods, where he soon spotted a figure clad in a thin cotton coat and a scarf, intently engaged in retrieving prey from another trap. From the silhouette and attire, he discerned that it was indeed a woman, likely a young female intellectual. While I hold deep respect and admiration for those educated youth who ventured to the countryside during transformative times, particularly the female youth who, accustomed to urban life, toiled under arduous rural conditions, I cannot allow my prey to be so easily snatched away. As he pondered this, he observed the young woman capturing a wild chicken from the trap and approaching him. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. The young woman, elated at her catch, contemplated indulging in a delightful feast, having grown weary of the cafeteria's insipid steamed rice, which, though filling at first, left her dizzy with hunger shortly thereafter. The notion that steamed rice could satiate one's hunger was nothing more than self-deception. Suddenly, she felt a grip on her collar from behind, startling her as if struck by lightning. She turned to ascertain whether it was a person or a phantom. Upon recognizing that it was Chu Ziheng who had seized her, she realized it was merely a false alarm, yet everyone knew he was a hunter. The traps in the woods were his, and that wild chicken rightfully belonged to him. She could not let him take away the hard-earned delicacy she had procured. Resolutely, she pushed Chu Ziheng aside and fled. He let out a disdainful snort, claiming his possession without uttering a word of thanks, and yet she attempted to escape. With one swift motion, he seized her garment and executed a deft leg sweep. She felt a sharp pain at her feet, her balance faltered, and she helplessly watched herself fall into the snow, the wild chicken flying from her grasp, along with a photograph that tumbled from her pocket. Chu Ziheng casually picked up the photograph and, upon examining it, was taken aback. Chapter 75, A Monumental Secret. He scrutinized the image again, confirming that it depicted the very woman before him alongside Su Zhirong on a bridge in some park, their poses remarkably intimate. It dawned on him that the woman in Su Zhirong's house the night he sought medicine was none other than the furious young woman now glaring at him. When Zhou Xiaoling saw her private photograph exposed to Chu Ziheng, she scrambled to retrieve it, clutching it to her chest as if it were a treasured possession. Casting wary glances in his direction, he surmised that she must have followed Su Zhirong to the gangway camp for her assignment. He shook his head in resignation, fully aware that in such a convoluted era, there were many like them, educated youth navigating the complexities of life. This was no romance. In these times, romantic love resided in the realm of the untouchable. They endured hardships and environmental tribulations, steadfast in their commitment to one another. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You must be Comrade Su Zhirong's partner, am I correct?" Zhou Xiaoling's heart raced at the thought of Su Zhirong's background. If their relationship were to become known, they would be met with severe repercussions. She quickly shook her head, insisting, "Do not speak nonsense. We are not acquainted. There is no such partnership." Seeing her pale face, he understood her fear and chuckled lightly. "If that is the case, then so be it. It is unsafe for a woman like you to be alone in the wilderness on such a frigid day. You should return swiftly." Zhou Xiaoling bit her lip, glancing at the wild chicken on the ground, and softly inquired, "May I take this wild chicken?" Chu Ziheng also cast a glance at the bird, though he hesitated. The sight of Zhou Xiaoling's gaunt figure stirred his compassion. He nodded with a smile, saying, "You may take it, but let this be a one-time allowance. If you crave meat again, do not venture into the wild alone. The surrounding area is fraught with dangers from wild beasts." Zhou Xiaoling looked up at Chu Ziheng with immense gratitude. She reflected on how the guards at the camp labeled him a bully, a scoundrel. Yet, he displayed such kindness. Why did they speak ill of him? Just because he had broken Zhao Guoqiang's leg, it surely was not without cause. He was well aware that she was Su Zhirong's girlfriend, yet he said nothing, a testament to his respect for her. Moreover, he gifted her the wild chicken. Such a favor must be repaid, she thought. With this in mind, Zhou Xiaoling promptly picked up the chicken and expressed her thanks. "Thank you. I won't take this from you for nothing. I can share a secret with you. Yu Qian from my dormitory is pregnant, and the child is Zhao Guoqiang's." Chu Ziheng was taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. How could Zhao Guoqiang have gotten a female youth pregnant? Zhou Xiaoling continued, "Yu Qian arrived at the camp with my group of young intellectuals. Her parents were actors in a drama troupe. But due to promoting ideas that did not align with the times, they were sent to the countryside. Tragically, her mother passed away from exhaustion on the farm, and her father has since vanished. Yu Qian was branded and sent to the camp. Zhao Guoqiang, seeing her beauty and gentle demeanor, often summoned her at night to lecture her. Later, Yu Qian confided in me that Zhao Guoqiang had violated her. Now she is nearly 5 months pregnant, and he still demands her presence. While I do not know the nature of your enmity with Zhao Guoqiang, your ability to break his leg earns my admiration, as well as that of the other young intellectuals. I share this secret as a token of gratitude for the wild chicken and hope you can help bring down that beast, Zhao Guoqiang." Seeing Zhou Xiaoling's clenched teeth, Chu Ziheng also ground his teeth in resentment. He pondered how detestable Zhao Guoqiang must be to these unfortunate young intellectuals. How inhumane. This secret could indeed strip Zhao Guoqiang of his dignity, ensuring he would never rise again. As he watched Zhou Xiaoling's retreating figure, he reconsidered. In the remote locale of the camp, this secret would wield little power. If it were to be revealed, the young woman named Yu Qian would suffer alongside him. In an era devoid of entertainment, where people's privacy was fodder for amusement, Zhao Guoqiang knew Yu Qian would remain silent, emboldening his audacity. To make this secret truly effective, it would require a deft hand. While lost in thought, he walked toward the edge of the forest, only to be startled by the sound of barking akin to dogs, and soon spotted a few foolish roe deer bounding at the forest's edge. With a gleam of delight in his eyes, Chu Ziheng mused to himself that after gifting a wild chicken to another, the heavens had graciously bestowed upon him a herd of roe deer. The adage that good deeds beget good fortune proved true. He swiftly seized his bow and crept stealthily towards the unsuspecting deer. Once within a suitable range, he deftly nocked an arrow, aligning it carefully with the largest deer in sight, and released it with a confident flourish. Watching the arrow soar with precision, he felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. As the arrow pierced the neck of the oblivious creature, Chu Ziheng chuckled triumphantly, exclaiming, "Gotcha!" As one deer collapsed, the others scattered in panic. Without hesitation, he slung his bow over his shoulder and approached the fallen deer, delivering a hearty slap to its thigh. He then hoisted the deer onto his shoulder, contemplating that its weight of over 60 pounds would suffice for sustenance for a while. Upon returning home, Chu Ziheng joyfully called out, "Wife, look what I've brought back." Lu Yuqing, who was assisting Zhang Guiying in preparing dumplings, immediately looked up towards the window, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "You've brought back another silly deer. I wondered why you took so long." Zhang Guiying, wiping her hands on her apron, gazed out at Chu Ziheng with a mix of happiness and envy, thinking how wonderful it would be if he were her husband. Lu Yuqing stepped into the courtyard, helping him with the deer while laughing. "I thought you were up to something. You must be tired, so take a break. Let me brew you some tea." Chu Ziheng wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing around the room before smiling. "I'm not tired. Hasn't your sister left yet?" Lu Yuqing replied softly, "I prepared some dough and asked her to help me make dumplings with lamb filling. You rest for a bit while I finish them up. It's almost mealtime." "Delicious dumplings? How splendid. You two hurry and get ready, and make sure your sister has some too." Chu Ziheng set down his gear and was about to attend to the deer when he heard a child's voice calling for his mother from outside. Opening the door, he discovered Zhang Guiying's 8-year-old son, affectionately known as Di Duzi. Ruffling the boy's hair, he chuckled, "Di Duzi, your mother isn't here." The boy peeked through the window and, seeing his mother inside, promptly darted towards the house, calling out for her as he squeezed past Chu Ziheng. Chu Ziheng, amused by the boy's speed, remarked, "This lad will surely become an athlete one day." Upon entering the house, Di Duzi's eyes were immediately drawn to the steaming basket of dumplings, his mouth watering in anticipation. Lu Yuqing quickly handed him a dumpling, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Just as he reached out to grab it, he recalled his mother's admonition not to take food from others without permission, and he sheepishly withdrew his hand, retreating behind Zhang Guiying, feeling a mix of emotions. Zhang Guiying shot him a disapproving glance and scolded, "I step out for just a moment, and you come running in. What do you want?" Di Duzi looked up at her with a pitiful expression, saying, "Dad wants you to come home and cook." Zhang Guiying vigorously brushed off the flour from her hands, her heart brimming with frustration. She toiled day in and day out around the stove, catering to the needs of their entire family. When would it ever end? Observing others living prosperous lives, free from worries about food and drink, she couldn't help but lament the emptiness of her own household. What kind of life was this? In a cold tone, she remarked, "You are always hungry. Must I cook all day long?" Lu Yuqing, entering the room with a bun, noticed the child on the verge of tears and hurriedly said, "Don't upset the child. Di Duzi, stop crying. Aunt will give you a bun." With tear-filled eyes, Di Duzi looked towards Zhang Guiying, hoping his mother would let him have one to eat. In a fit of anger, Zhang Guiying shoved Di Duzi aside and sternly declared, "I dare you to take one. How many times have I told you to come home with me? Hurry up." As Di Duzi opened his mouth to cry, Zhang Guiying quickly reprimanded, "If you dare to cry out loud, just see if I won't punish you today. Hurry up." Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yuqing pulled the child aside and said helplessly, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? The child understands nothing. Let him have a bun. What harm would it do? He is hungry too." Zhang Guiying yanked Di Duzi back, thinking that although her family was poor, the child must not lack proper upbringing. She could not indulge him in the habit of taking food from others, lest they become a laughingstock. Angrily, she asserted, "Always hungry, and no matter how much you eat. It's never enough. I cannot encourage this bad habit. You and Ziheng should hurry and eat. We are going back." Lu Yuqing sighed in resignation, contemplating that Zhang Guiying's stubbornness stemmed from the torment of their impoverished existence. Just then, Chu Ziheng, who had just skinned a deer, looked up to see Zhang Guiying dragging Di Duzi away and quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "The buns are ready. You and the child can eat here." Suppressing the tears welling in her eyes, Zhang Guiying pressed her cracked lips into a thin line of helplessness and sorrow, saying, "I want to eat. We are going back." Watching the retreating figures of mother and child, Chu Ziheng sighed and then entered the house, inquiring, "What happened with those two?" Lu Yuqing placed a bowl of buns on the table and smiled helplessly, "Sister-in-law, it's just that way. Di Duzi might have had a couple, but when he shows up, she feels embarrassed to let him eat at someone else's house, so she scolds him and takes him back." Chu Ziheng chuckled and said, "That Zhang Guiying. Hurry and pack up some buns. I'll take them to them." Lu Yuqing replied, "Aren't they already packed? You should hurry and deliver them." Chu Ziheng quickly grabbed a bun to taste, nodding enthusiastically, "Delicious, truly splendid. Off you go, and we'll eat more upon your return." He then carried the bowl of buns to Zhang Guiying's home. Before even stepping inside, he heard Zhang Guiying crying while scolding the child. "Didn't I tell you not to take food from others?" Di Duzi cried out, Mother, I didn't ask for any. You can't just watch. Haven't you ever eaten a bun before? Are you trying to drive me mad? Zhao Zhenxing chimed in. Why are you scolding the child? I asked him to call you. Zhang Guiying, crying, roared, why did you call me? I'm stuck in this house all day. Can't I go anywhere? Chu Ziheng smirked to himself, reflecting on the plight of Zhang Guiying as a woman, which was indeed quite lamentable. Yet, what could be done? This era offered no choices. He then pushed open the door, placed the buns on the Kong, and cheerfully remarked, they say one steams buns to vent frustration. Mine seem to have released more of your ire than anything else. Zhang Guiying, wiping her tears, felt even more despondent. Zhao Zhenxing quickly propped himself up, smiling as he said, Ziheng has arrived, do sit down. This old woman has lost her mind and has embarrassed you. Chu Ziheng chuckled, I shall not sit. My wife awaits my return for dinner. Let us not bicker. What is there to argue about? Sun Yonggui is dead. Surely our lives will only improve from here on. You all should tidy up and prepare to eat. I must return home. Zhang Guiying hastily wiped her tear-streaked face and rose, saying, Ziheng, take the buns back. We have food at home. Chu Ziheng replied with a grin, sister-in-law, buns are meant to be eaten, not delivered back and forth. If you do not wish to eat them, then neither shall I. Let us all go hungry. With that, he playfully pinched the cheek of the little bean and turned to leave. Zhang Guiying sighed, thinking that if she refused again, Chu Ziheng might suspect her intentions regarding Lu Yuqing, so she decided to accept the buns. She promptly handed one to each of her 2 children, and seeing them devour the food ravenously only deepened her sorrow. As Chu Ziheng exited the courtyard, eager to return home for dinner, he spotted Wu Laosi emerging from a villager's house. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating how Wu Laosi could appear so pleased after Sun Yonggui's demise. Did he believe that their conspiracy against him had gone unnoticed? When Wu Laosi raised his head and met Chu Ziheng's cold stare, a jolt of apprehension struck him, and he quickly forced a smile, approaching with, Comrade Chu Ziheng, have you eaten? Chu Ziheng shot him a disdainful glare, retorting, who the hell considers you a comrade? Do not flatter yourself. What do you want? Wu Laosi, feeling both anger and fear, thought it best to dismiss him quickly to avoid provoking him further. He forced a laugh, you jest. With Comrade Sun Yonggui no longer with us, the higher-ups have instructed us to elect a new village leader. I'm going around to deliver the notices. Chu Ziheng scoffed. I suspect it's you who aspires to be the village leader. Wu Laosi's heart sank. Could he truly perceive his ambitions? With Sun Yonggui gone and Zhao Guoqiang injured, who else could shoulder this lucrative position? He feigned seriousness, saying, you speak as if I have such aspirations. I merely intend to inform others. The selection is up to the villagers. Watching Wu Laosi's irritating back as he departed, Chu Ziheng mused about allowing him to revel in his arrogance, anticipating the day he would confront him. Chapter 77. Entering the house for a meal. As Chu Ziheng pondered his thoughts, he noticed Su Zhirong lingering at his doorstep. Surmising that he was likely there to express gratitude for the wild chicken. Just as Su Zhirong contemplated whether to enter, he heard Chu Ziheng's cheerful voice behind him. What brings you to stand here? He quickly turned around, intending to express the thoughts that lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet found himself at a loss for words, managing only a faint smile as he said, I happened to pass by and thought I'd greet you. Chu Ziheng merely smiled faintly, pondering that these educated youth were particularly concerned with appearances. Although he clearly wished to express gratitude, he felt too shy to articulate it. He then pushed open the courtyard gate and said with a smile, come inside. My wife just made some dumplings. Let us eat together. Su Zhirong hurriedly declined, saying, I won't go in. You should return home to eat. Noticing his hesitance and his struggle to find the right words, Chu Ziheng decided to be straightforward, saying, if you're worried about that wild chicken, there's no need to mention it. It's nothing serious. If you ever want anything, just tell me directly. Don't let your partner venture out alone. The wilderness is quite perilous. Su Zhirong's face reflected gratitude, yet he sighed helplessly, saying, I truly didn't know she would go out alone. Thinking back, it's quite frightening. Thankfully, I ran into you. She has been craving something. During the new year, we only received 20 dumplings, and since the first day, we've been eating steamed rice. The entire group of over 100 educated youth is now suffering from severe malnutrition. Shaoling and several others have developed frostbite on their hands and feet, and some are even festering. Ziheng, you are a renowned hunter, familiar with the mountains. I implore you, could you assist us in procuring some winter herbs? Chu Ziheng gazed at him silently, contemplating that these herbs are indeed a natural remedy for frostbite. However, although this herb can withstand the cold, it typically grows in the depths of the mountains, making collection during winter quite challenging. It would be more arduous than gathering the fragrant herbs, fraught with peril. While he empathized with the educated youth, he could not risk himself for their sake. He shook his head, expressing his regret. I truly cannot assist with this. If it's not feasible, perhaps you could go to the town and request some frostbite medication for everyone. A glimmer of despair appeared in Chu Ziheng's eyes. Realizing that while it was a kindness for Chu Ziheng to help them, it was also his right to refuse. They were not related. So why should he be obliged to assist? He sighed. I've visited the town many times, but the meager supply of medicine is insufficient for thousands of educated youth. I've even written to the county and city. Yet, those letters were intercepted by Zhao Guoqiang, who claimed my background was unfavorable and that writing to them would tarnish the image of the gangway camp and the educated youth. To be frank, I am doing this for Shaoling. Her frostbite has made it nearly impossible for her to walk. Chu Ziheng vigorously wiped the tears from his eyes. Feeling a deep ache in his heart, he choked on his words, saying, I cannot blame the heavens, nor the earth. I can only blame my own inadequacy. Chu Ziheng, furrowing his brow in concern, thought to himself that the saying about men not easily shedding tears held true. If he had any solution, he would not have come to seek help. The anguish of witnessing a loved one endure suffering is unimaginable. Perhaps he should do his utmost to assist them, to spare Chu Ziheng from shedding tears in his presence. He then laughed heartily and said, Speak your mind. Why should a grown man cry? Here's the deal. I will try my best to help you gather some winter herbs, but I cannot guarantee success. Chu Ziheng suddenly gazed into Chu Ziheng's clear eyes, as if he beheld a radiant light rising. Grasping Chu Ziheng's hand with immense gratitude, he said, Ziheng, whether or not we can achieve this, I express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of all the educated youth of the gangway camp. Chu Ziheng withdrew his hand, chuckling, Please, do not say such things. It remains uncertain whether we can succeed. It may be a tad premature for gratitude. If there are no other matters at hand, shall we go inside and share a meal? Chu Ziheng quickly replied, No need for food. I must hurry back to convey this delightful news to the others, so they may join me in celebrating this joy. Observing Chu Ziheng's hurried figure as he dashed away, Chu Ziheng smacked his lips, contemplating how these educated youth had a way with words. Share joy indeed. In these times, for those helpless educated youth, where could such joy be found? He then secured the door and entered the house, where a meal had already been laid out, and the mother and daughter awaited his arrival at the table. Lu Yuqing looked at Chu Ziheng with affectionate eyes, then set aside her needlework and smiled. You're back. Quickly, come and eat. I saw Dr. Su talking to you at the door for quite a while. What was that about? Chu Ziheng removed his cotton shoes and sat cross-legged, laughing. Now that I'm the esteemed figure of the gangway camp, everyone has their requests of me. It seems those educated youth have developed frostbite. While listening, Lu Yuqing furrowed her brows, feeling sympathetic for those young adults. She served a bun to Wan Wan and softly remarked, Though they are educated youth, they are merely young ones, accustomed to city life. The hardships of rural living are truly overwhelming. If you venture into the mountains, do help them find some wintergreen. Chu Ziheng took a bite of his bun and, while chewing, replied, There's none nearby, but there are some in the oak forest. Though we would need to go deeper. The wild beasts are restless these days. I hesitate to provoke them. I'll do my best, but don't just watch me. You should eat too. Only then did Lu Yuqing pick up a bun and savor its rich aroma, reflecting on how, nestled on the warm calm, without worries of food or clothing, their lives were crafted by the diligent hands of her man. In contrast to the educated youth and the villagers struggling in poverty, her life felt akin to paradise. She offered Chu Ziheng another bun, chuckling at his insatiable appetite. Slow down. Who is competing with you? Have some porridge, don't choke. Chu Ziheng laughed heartily. Wife, these buns are exquisite. When I have time, I'll make some more to take with me into the mountains. Lu Yuqing responded, All right. Make sure to prepare plenty and freeze them for later. After sipping his porridge, Chu Ziheng mused on how to continue relishing such splendid days, ensuring that none of those despicable individuals would remain. Next on his list were Wu Laoxi and Zhao Guoqiang, those wretched beings, particularly Zhao Guoqiang, who resembled a foolish deer yet managed to get a female educated youth pregnant. Did he think he could dominate the gangway camp? Such delusions. However, this time he could not confront Zhao Guoqiang directly. Even if he tried, it wouldn't end well for him. It would be preferable to have someone with the authority to directly decide the fate of Zhao Guoqiang step forward. Not only could they eliminate Zhao Guoqiang, but they could also safeguard Yu Qian's privacy. Chu Ziheng took a sip of tea, and suddenly a name flashed through his mind. Chapter 78. Exchange of Interests. Chu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, contemplating that the individual capable of thoroughly dealing with Zhao Guoqiang was none other than Feng Weidong, the husband of Sun Xiuxiang. He was the head of the county brigade. If Sun Xiuxiang could communicate the message to Feng Weidong, Zhao Guoqiang would undoubtedly fall from grace. Resolute in his decision, he promptly rose and ventured into the courtyard, preparing a leg of roe deer. He cast another glance at the grazing horse. Amused by the current state of affairs, both the production team and the village committee were preoccupied with the upcoming election of a new village secretary, leaving little attention for anything else, including the horse. This was fortuitous, for now, the horse belonged to him. He planned to ride it into town the following day. He then entered the storeroom and, amidst the dust, unearthed a saddle left behind by an old hunter. After carefully fitting it onto the horse's back, he examined it and chuckled softly. Perfectly fitting. Dear horse, eat well, for tomorrow you shall run freely. Seeing the black horse seemingly understanding his words, it lifted its head, prompting him to laugh even more joyfully. You know we are going to deal with that scoundrel Zhao Guoqiang, don't you? Well done. He affectionately patted the horse's neck before turning to enter the house, retiring early for the night. The next morning, after finishing his meal, Chu Ziheng stood up and cheerfully announced, Wife, I must make another trip to town to deliver a leg of roe deer to Aunt Sunday. Is there anything you wish to purchase for me to bring back? Lu Yuqing, while clearing the table, replied, There's nothing we need. Everything is sufficient at home. Just return promptly. Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, well aware that their household lacked many things, but his wife was reluctant to spend. He leaned in to kiss her cheek and whispered, Today, might we forego using our hands? Lu Yuqing's face instantly flushed red, and she playfully nudged him, softly retorting, Tonight, now hurry along. With a mischievous grin, Chu Ziheng turned, hung the roe deer leg on the saddle, and skillfully mounted the horse, expertly gripping the reins as he galloped out of the guard camp. He felt the horse was not running fast enough and immediately cracked the whip, urging the horse to gallop joyfully. He mused that despite years without riding, his skills remained intact. The exhilaration of galloping was truly delightful. Arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he tenderly stroked the horse's mane, then adeptly dismounted and tied the horse to a sturdy tree before entering the cooperative with his bag. Upon entering, he noticed Sun Xiuxiang instructing the clerks, thinking to himself that he should wait so as not to interrupt her work. This also provided him an opportunity to see if there were any new goods available. At that moment, Sun Xiuxiang picked up a bundle of grain tickets and quietly remarked, Make sure to keep the grain tickets secure. Let this time's shortfall slide, and I will speak with the accountant later. The clerk nodded appreciatively, smiling. Thank you, Aunt. Sun Xiuxiang slightly furrowed her brow and quietly replied, Here. Do not call me Aunt. Refer to me as Director. You truly lack awareness. She shot him a reproachful glance before turning around to see Chu Ziheng waiting for her, holding a bag. She wondered what delightful surprise he had brought her this time. The last time, his offering of bear paws not only facilitated numerous connections, but also netted her 300 yuan. These were all favors bestowed upon her by Chu Ziheng. With this thought, she immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, Welcome, Ziheng. Let us discuss this in my office. Chu Ziheng nodded and entered her office, promptly unveiling the contents of the bag. With a grin, he announced, By chance, I managed to procure a roe deer yesterday. I thought I should congratulate Aunt Sun on her promotion, so I brought you a leg of roe. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Sun Xiuxiang's eyes. It had been nearly 2 years since she last savored deer meat. Cooked with soy sauce and paired with garlic paste, it was simply delectable. She playfully scolded Chu Ziheng with a glance, saying, Ziheng, why are you being so courteous with Aunt Sun? I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but you should take this back to share with your wife and children. Chu Ziheng tightened the bag's opening and chuckled softly, Since I brought it. Are you really expecting me to take it back? Besides, I came to discuss something important with you. There is a young female educated youth at Gangwei camp named Yu Qian. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiuxiang's expression shifted to one of subtle suspicion. She pondered what Chu Ziheng was truly after, given his generous gift and the mention of this matter. She quietly inquired, What is your relationship with Yu Qian? Chu Ziheng chuckled, We've never met, so there is no relationship to speak of. However, I find Zhao Guoqiang quite intolerable. He has made my life difficult at Gangwei Camp. To be frank, Aunt Sun, if Zhao Guoqiang continues to hold sway there, it will be increasingly difficult for me to bring you wild delicacies. Sun Xiaoxiang furrowed her brow as she took a sip from her teacup, realizing that Chu Ziheng intended to leverage her influence to undermine Zhao Guoqiang. She had no desire to become embroiled in their conflict, yet she could not allow it to jeopardize her own interests. After all, Chu Ziheng was a source of boundless benefits for her, whereas Zhao Guoqiang was insignificant. By assisting Chu Ziheng this time, he would surely feel indebted and work even harder for her in the future. After weighing her options, she nodded and stated, "Indeed. Such a person is despicable for daring to extend his hand towards a young female educated youth. It is utterly outrageous. It is a grave error to allow someone like him to hold a position of authority in the brigade. I must inform my husband and resolutely strive to bring down someone like Zhao Guoqiang." Chu Ziheng joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Aunt Sun, I salute you on behalf of all the villagers at Gangwei Camp." Sun Xiaoxiang, however, playfully narrowed her eyes at him and admonished, "Do spare me your flattery. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Previously, when someone from Gangwei Camp came to purchase goods, they mentioned that you had broken Zhao Guoqiang's leg. Whatever grievances you have with him are not my concern, but if Aunt Sun helps you this time, you must ensure that you assist me in improving the supply and marketing cooperative in the future." Chu Ziheng immediately saluted Sun Xiaoxiang, fully grasping her intentions. Her assistance was merely a means to leverage him for greater advantage in the future. Ultimately, it was a transaction of interests. However, this transaction does not incur a loss. The one who truly suffers is that wretched Zhao Guoqiang. As long as Sun Xiaoxiang assists in eliminating Zhao Guoqiang, it is worth more than anything else. He spoke earnestly. "Aunt Sun, rest assured, your word will hold great weight with me." Sun Xiaoxiang nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his cleverness. She smiled in return. "Enough of the banter. Hurry back. Just keep an eye on things for the next couple of days, and don't forget those 50 fish. The sooner you deliver them, the better." Chu Ziheng nodded. "No problem. I'll head back now. By the way, I noticed there are also duck eggs and brown sugar. What do you think, Aunt Sun?" "All right. Take them with you, you little rascal." "Thank you, Aunt Sun." Chu Ziheng joyfully made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, only to spot a familiar face. Chapter 79. The Gift from Others. Chu Ziheng frowned slightly, noticing Wu Laosi proudly conversing with the clerk at the liquor and tobacco counter. Thinking to himself that Wu Laosi had come to the cooperative as well, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him today. Having devised a plan, he promptly used Sun Xiaoxiang's name to purchase 20 salted duck eggs and 5 pounds of brown sugar before exiting the cooperative. He immediately recognized the horse-drawn cart at the entrance as belonging to the Gangwei Camp production team. Surmising that Wu Laosi was likely attempting to win favor ahead of the village committee elections by purchasing goods to curry favor with the villagers, this time, let him spend his money with no hope of survival. With a cold snort, he mounted his horse and rode to a narrow bend in the road. After surveying the surroundings, he thought to himself that this would be Wu Laosi's final resting place. Securing his horse, he quickly sought out a pine tree, several meters tall and as thick as a bowl, and with a machete, he felled it. He then dragged the trunk to the roadside, fastening one end with a rope while bending the trunk to store potential energy, securing the top end to create a wooden bow trap. Once everything was prepared, he led his horse to a concealed spot and awaited Wu Laosi's arrival to meet his demise. In the tranquil depths of the forest, he remained fixated on the narrow path ahead. As the sound of jingling bells approached, he swiftly concealed himself behind the trap. Wu Laosi, driving the cart, glanced back at the sack of goodies, contemplating how much he had invested to secure the position of village head. He had spent a total of 80 yuan on these cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and tea. If he were elected as village head, the expenditure would be worthwhile. He could easily indulge in a bit of corruption afterward. Chu Ziheng, hidden behind the trap, watched as the cart entered the narrow bend. Seizing the moment, he yanked the rope, causing the taut trunk to swing horizontally and strike Wu Laosi. Lost in daydreams, Wu Laosi was suddenly jolted by a muffled thud, turning sharply to see the trunk crashing down upon him. In an instant of excruciating pain, he felt his body being hurled to the side, and at the moment of impact, it felt as though his soul had been ejected from his body, the colors of his vision warping until he was enveloped in complete darkness. As Chu Ziheng gazed at the unconscious figure of Wu Laosi, he swiftly drew his mountain-cutting knife and approached him, contemplating that this was the most opportune moment to strike. All he needed to do was draw blood and then cast him into the forest, where wild beasts would soon devour him, leaving no trace behind. However, just as he raised the knife to act, he was suddenly alerted by the distant sound of jingling bells and hoofbeats. Furrowing his brow in frustration, he thought to himself how remarkably fortunate Wu Laozi was. In a place that was usually deserted, such commotion was unprecedented. With the arrival of others, the opportunity to act had slipped away, and he could not afford to make a move now. He had no choice but to seek another chance. With a reluctant squint, he proceeded to the cart, hoisting a bag of items onto his shoulder, loosening the rope to place it inside, and then swiftly mounted his horse to depart. Throughout his journey, he gritted his teeth, lamenting the lost opportunity, hoping that the person who had spotted him would turn a blind eye and allow him to perish in the wilderness. Upon reaching home, he took 2 deep breaths, reminding himself that regardless of the turmoil outside, he must return with a cheerful demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Leading his horse into the yard, he called out joyfully, "Wife, I'm back." Lu Yuqing, glancing through the window, felt her usual anxiety dissipate. She quickly donned her shoes and made her way to the courtyard, exclaiming, "Why are you back so late?" As she spoke, she noticed the bulging bag on the ground and inquired, "What have you bought again? Didn't we agree that you shouldn't waste money on frivolous purchases?" Chu Ziheng lifted the bag with a smile, declaring, "These aren't purchases. They were given to me." As Lu Yuqing followed him into the house, her curiosity piqued. She pressed, "Who would give us anything? You must tell me the truth. Where did this come from?" Gently placing the bag on the ground, Chu Ziheng chuckled, "It belongs to Wu Laozi. This fellow intends to run for village chief and has amassed these items to curry favor with the villagers. I happened to see him at the supply and marketing cooperative, and I set a trap for him, conveniently seizing the goods." Lu Yuqing listened with a furrowed brow, her eyes filled with concern. "You didn't let anyone see you, did you? How could you be so reckless? You dared to steal from Wu Laozi? Can't you spare me some worry?" Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, then opened the bag, retrieving items as he spoke. "I wouldn't steal from anyone else, but Wu Laozi's belongings? Why not take advantage? Despite his facade of being a good-natured fellow, he is far from virtuous. Just look at these items: 4 large front doors, 6 bottles of wine, 2 packs of tea leaves, 5 pounds of fruit candy, peanuts, and even 2 pig ears." Lu Yuqing glanced at the items, still anxious, and asked, "You didn't harm anyone, did you?" Chu Ziheng chuckled. "I was kind enough to leave him with his life. Don't worry, my dear wife. My years as a hunter were not in vain. Have you considered the worth of these items? How much money and tickets would it take to acquire them? He is merely a militia captain. Do you think his money and tickets come from thin air? The provisions, vegetables, ration tickets, and money sent to us. Who among us has received them in full? Have they not all been consumed or extorted by these individuals? I cannot tolerate this any longer. My anger is rising. I shall confront that Wu Laozi." Upon noticing Chu Ziheng's intention to leave, Lu Yuqing grasped his arm tightly, her voice laced with fear. "What do you intend to do? Can you not temper your temper a bit? Must I remain silent?" Chu Ziheng could no longer contain himself and laughed heartily. "I jest. I am merely going to fetch salted duck eggs and brown sugar. Do you truly believe I am that reckless?" Irritated, Lu Yuqing punched him lightly. Yet she found solace in leaning against him as she whispered, "Ziheng, let us refrain from engaging in such perilous ventures in the future. While speculation may be one thing, we cannot jeopardize anyone's life." Gently pinching her lips, Chu Ziheng responded softly, "I promise you. Now cease your worry. Let us prepare the pig ears and peanuts for our own meal." Lu Yuqing nodded, inwardly wishing he would keep his word and spare her further anxiety. Such a life is hard won. She did not wish to return to the uncertainties of the past, to those days of hardship. As Chu Ziheng retrieved the salted duck eggs and brown sugar, he intended to return indoors when a commotion outside caught his attention. Peering through the crack in the door, he discovered that Wu Laozi had been brought back. Chapter 80. Will he no longer strike his wife? Through the door, Chu Ziheng observed Wu Laozi reclining on a cart. Groaning, he felt a twinge of regret that he had not ended Wu's life today. Opportunities would arise again, while fate had spared him this time. He would not be so fortunate in the future. He entered the house, picked up a water bucket, and cheerfully said, "Wife, I shall fetch water. You prepare the meal." Lu Yuqing, while blanching the pig ears with a heated stick, smiled and replied, "Just go to third uncle's place. It is closer." "Understood, my dear." Hearing the door creak, Wu Laozi glanced back, thinking how amusing it would be for Chu Ziheng to see him in such a state. Though he had suffered a few broken ribs, he would recover with time. However, the loss of the items worth over 80 coins was truly distressing. Those had been hard-earned from his underhanded dealings, painstakingly accumulated, now lost. Had he known who had taken them, he would not have hesitated to exact revenge. Upon reaching his doorstep, he instructed the militiaman driving the cart. "Today, you are to tell no one of my injury. Assist me into the house." As the militiaman helped him down, he mused that Wu Laosi was merely concerned about being ridiculed, fearing it would hinder his campaign for village leader. He deserved such a fate. The one who rescued him was simply misguided. There were many others deserving of aid. Wu Laosi, still groaning, pushed through the curtain, only to find Zhao Guoqiang seated on the bed, chatting merrily with his wife. Infuriated, he shot a fierce glare at Yu Xiaofan and bellowed, "Are you blind? Do you not see my injury? Hurry and assist me." Yu Xiaofan, startled, quickly donned her shoes and rushed to the floor, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my! What has happened to you, old man?" Zhao Guoqiang, observing Wu Laosi's apparent severity of injury, furrowed his brow and asked with concern, "Who has done this to you?" Wu Laosi removed his cotton hat and adjusted himself into a more comfortable position, panting heavily as he grumbled fiercely, "Did you not see anyone? I just returned from town, only to be ensnared by a trap on the winding road. I was in so much pain that I nearly lost consciousness and didn't catch a glimpse of anyone. I suspect it must have been the work of the bandit Huzi. Fortunately, a villager from the neighboring village passed by, otherwise my life would surely have been forfeit." Zhao Guoqiang let out a cold snort and retorted, "What era are we in? There are no bandits anymore. That is sheer nonsense. I believe someone is deliberately setting you up." Wu Laosi squinted suspiciously, pondering the validity of Zhao Guoqiang's words. Yet, who would bear a grudge against him? Laying such a wicked trap? Having served as the militia leader for so many years, he had always been a kind-hearted person, never provoking anyone. Today, only his wife knew of his trip to town. Who else could possibly be aware? Seeing his distressed expression, Zhao Guoqiang found it particularly amusing, reflecting on how, regardless of the official's good deeds, there would always be those who harbored resentment. They constantly sought ways to undermine and harm them, like Chu Ziheng, the foremost rebel. He then picked up his cane and quietly inquired, "Have Sun Jianxin and Sun Jinhong returned yet? Their parents have been inquiring about them all day. When you have the chance, send someone to investigate. If anyone has seen them, bring them back quickly and clarify their intentions. I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourself." Wu Laosi nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Chu Ziheng were to find those brothers first, his own life would be in jeopardy. As Zhao Guoqiang prepared to leave, Yu Xiaofan stood up and called out, "Zhao Gu, are you not staying for a while? Let me see you off." Wu Laosi glared at the exchange between Yu Xiaofan and Zhao Guoqiang, seething with jealousy. He thought to himself that Zhao Guoqiang had once courted Yu Xiaofan, but after becoming the village secretary, he had cast her aside for the village beauty, Yuan Aiqin. It was astonishing that after all these years, Yu Xiaofan still harbored feelings for Zhao Guoqiang. As Yu Xiaofan entered the house, Wu Laosi seized a broom from the Kong and struck her squarely in the face, cursing, "You wretched woman! Why do you hold Zhao Guoqiang in such high regard? Why don't you just go back to him?" Yu Xiaofan, clutching her stinging face, glared at Wu Laosi, wondering if he had uncovered something. At that moment, even if he were to strike her down, she could not concede. She had to argue back defiantly. Resolute in her decision, she picked up the broom and shouted, "What madness is this? What did you hear me say to Zhao Guoqiang that has enraged you?" The more Wu Laosi thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed a large teacup from the Kong and hurled it at Yu Xiaofan, yelling, "I am mad today indeed. I curse your ancestors." Yu Xiaofan instinctively dodged, thinking to herself that Wu Laosi had truly lost his mind, throwing such a heavy teacup at her. She decided it would be best to retreat outside and let him calm down. She tossed the broom onto the Kong and bitterly declared, "Go ahead, smash everything. Use all your strength to destroy the house. After all, we can no longer continue living like this." Wu Laosi overturned the Kong table once more, furiously shouting, "Get out. Go find your Zhao Guoqiang. Leave." As Yu Xiaofan turned to leave, Wu Laosi menaced, "Zhao Guoqiang, just you wait. If I don't finish you off, I'm not Wu Laosi." In the courtyard, Yu Xiaofan seethed inwardly, thinking, "So you want me to leave, do you? Fine, I shall go. Let us see who will cook for you then. You'll starve, you beast." Realizing she had nowhere to go, she decided to visit a neighbor for a while. As she walked, contemplating whose home to visit, she spotted Chu Ziheng fetching water. She thought to herself that he was no better than Wu Laosi, idling about all day, beating his wife and hurling insults, just a worthless creature. With a scornful laugh, she mocked, "Oh, look who's working. I didn't know you had it in you to stop beating your wife." Chu Ziheng glanced at her and disdainfully retorted, "Did I hinder your little escapades? Or is your cannon feeling itchy?" Yu Xiaofan, boiling with anger, had intended to vent her frustrations but instead found herself insulted. Grabbing Chu Ziheng's shoulder pole, she glared at him, demanding, "You better explain yourself. Who are you accusing of infidelity? If you don't clarify, I want to let this go." Chu Ziheng shot her a revolting glare and snapped, "Let go of me. If you're feeling miserable, go find a wild man to satisfy your urges. Don't discuss me here." Yu Xiaofan glared fiercely, her voice rising in rage. "You're full of nonsense. I curse your ancestors for this insult." Seeing her attempt to grab his clothes, Chu Ziheng thought it was high time to put her in her place. He resolutely declared and kicked Yu Xiaofan to the ground, then spat a mouthful of phlegm onto her face. "You think you can mess with me? I'll make you regret it, you wretched thing." With gritted teeth, Yu Xiaofan glared at Chu Ziheng, disheveled and furious, tearing at her collar and pounding her legs as she cried out, "Help! Someone, save me!" Chu Ziheng is being a rogue. Chu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, thinking she had truly lost her mind, and decided to let her cool down. With a cold huff, he splashed both buckets of water over her. Chapter 81. "I'll join you for a drink." Yu Xiaofan jolted awake, realizing her cotton clothes were soaked through, leaving her chilled to the bone. She thought, what kind of heartless man throws cold water on someone in this frigid weather? Gripping the water bucket tightly, she yelled in fury, "Chu Ziheng, I'll fight you." Chu Ziheng glared at her, thinking her persistence was absurd. Grabbing her hair with one hand and her waistband with the other, he hoisted her and tossed her into a nearby snowbank. With a cold grunt, he picked up the shoulder pole and the water buckets, walking away. Yu Xiaofan felt her body stiffening in the cold, crawling and crying out, "Chu Ziheng, you're inhuman. A beast. I will fight you today." Chu Ziheng glanced back at her and the onlooking villagers, disdainfully snorting at the scene. In the entire village, it was well known that Yu Xiaofan was a woman of questionable repute. In her 40s, she disregarded conventional morality, and her indiscretions with Zhao Guoqiang had nearly been witnessed by Wu Laosi. As she sat there, wailing as if mourning a death, not a single soul approached to offer her solace. Who would not think she deserved such disdain? His actions were merely a means of venting the villagers' frustrations. Upon entering the yard and setting down the water bucket, Lu Yuqing emerged from the house, her face etched with confusion, inquiring who was crying outside. As Chu Ziheng hung the yoke on the wall, he remarked, "That old harlot Yu Xiaofan, upon seeing me fetch water, shamelessly came over to provoke me, prompting me to nearly douse her with both buckets." Lu Yuqing, caught between exasperation and amusement, mused to herself that Yu Xiaofan was being unreasonable, seeking conflict with Chu Ziheng without any provocation. She replied, "You go inside and tend to the fire. I'll check on her. In this frigid weather, you shouldn't drench her, lest she catch a chill." Chu Ziheng, with a furrowed brow, countered, "You should stay home and behave. Why the need to meddle? She won't perish. Your kindness must be reserved for those worthy of it. I won't lift a finger to help someone like Yu Xiaofan, who is in cahoots with Zhao Guoqiang. If I don't leave her bruised, it would be quite the achievement. Yet she still harbors animosity towards me. Let's just stay indoors and prepare our meal." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Lu Yuqing decided it was best not to provoke him further. She entered the house, poured herself a basin of warm water, and while washing a towel, she called through the door, "You must temper your temper in the future. Refrain from lashing out at others. They may not voice it openly, but they will certainly gossip behind our backs." No sooner had she spoken than Chu Ziheng burst into the room, slamming the door shut, startling her into a gasp. She worried that she had spoken out of turn and that he might scold her. Turning abruptly, she was taken aback to see his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. Trembling, she softly inquired, "Ziheng, what is wrong? Have I offended you?" With gritted teeth, he replied, "What nonsense about offending? I merely inhaled chili powder, and it stung my eyes. You frugal little wife, hurry and help the head of the household wipe my eyes. Oh, it burns terribly." Seeing his comical expression, she laughed heartily and quickly fetched a towel to wipe his eyes, saying, "What else can you possibly do? Don't rub your eyes. It will only intensify the sting. Just endure it for a bit." Chu Ziheng, with a pained grin, lamented, "I was simply trying to prepare some fried chili powder to accompany pig's ears, and now look what it has done to me." Lu Yuqing chuckled. All right. Go sit on the bed. I'll take care of it. You, my dear, are quite the handful. With a hearty laugh, Chu Ziheng climbed onto the bed, scooping up Wan in his lap. He planted a kiss on her chubby cheek and jovially asked, Tell Daddy, have you been good today? Wan giggled, her tiny fists clenched, replying, I was good, Daddy. I want to eat salted duck eggs, especially the yolk. As Lu Yuqing set the dishes on the table, she teased. You want more duck eggs? You're starting to resemble a little chubby pig. Chu Ziheng laughed. What of it? Daddy loves chubby pigs. Come on, dear. Hurry and fetch our child some salted duck eggs. Lu Yuqing turned and retrieved 3 salted duck eggs from the box. Upon spotting several bottles of liquor, she contemplated allowing him a modest drink today. After all, he would no longer indulge in drunken revelry. Moreover, it wasn't as if he drank frequently. A bit of liquor now and then could ward off the cold. Thus, she took out a bottle of wine, stepped into the outer room to uncork it, and fetched a small wine flask, recently purchased for the new year but never used. After warming half a flask of wine with hot water, she carried it, along with the sliced salted duck eggs, back into the room. Chu Ziheng, upon noticing the wine, exclaimed with delight, Wife, what special occasion is it today that you have brought out the wine? Lu Yuqing gently placed the brand new wine cup on the table and smiled, saying, Seeing you work so hard lately, I thought it fitting to treat you well today, but we can only enjoy this in moderation. Chu Ziheng gazed at her tenderly, reflecting on how, in the past, she would be frightened whenever he drank, often retreating with Wan to the corner and too fearful to sleep on the bed at night. He pondered how she had endured those beastly days. Yet now, she willingly warmed the wine for him, a gesture of immense trust and affection. He smiled, touched, and remarked, Aren't you afraid I might become unruly after drinking? As Lu Yuqing poured him a drink, she cheerfully produced another cup, saying, Not at all. I shall join you for a drink. Chu Ziheng, astonished, replied, Dear wife, you won't become unruly after drinking, will you? If that happens, I shall have to deal with you. He chuckled at her adorable demeanor and said, All right then, let's enjoy a drink together. Just as he reached for some pig's ears, he heard Su Ziheng knocking at the door. Frowning, he muttered, Why does he always come right at mealtime? Lu Yuqing glanced out the window and softly suggested, You should go see who it is. Chu Ziheng slipped on his shoes and stepped outside, only to find Su Ziheng accompanied by Zhou Shaoling. Su Ziheng promptly apologized. Ziheng, I'm sorry to disturb you again. Chu Ziheng thought to himself that since they had arrived, whether it was a disturbance or not was irrelevant, and he wondered why they wasted breath on such pleasantries. He glanced at Zhou Shaoling, noticing her shivering from the cold, and quietly urged, Don't freeze out there. Come in and talk. Upon entering, Su Ziheng saw that they had not yet eaten and expressed his regrets. Oh, you're just about to eat? Please, go ahead and enjoy. We shall head back for now and return shortly. Lu Yuqing quickly adjusted the dining table closer to the Kong and cheerfully invited, You too, please take a seat. It doesn't matter when we eat. I'll fetch you some hot water. Chu Ziheng settled down cross-legged on the Kong and smiled. Have you both eaten yet? Su Ziheng hastily replied, We've already eaten. We've already eaten. However, Zhou Shaoling couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow as she gazed longingly at the table filled with an array of dishes. Buns, salted duck eggs, pig ears, peanuts, stewed meat, and genuine white rice. She thought to herself that she had never seen such a feast, even in her dreams. The educated youth group was currently deprived of even steamed rice, with each person receiving only 2 sprouted potatoes a day. Many suffered from severe malnutrition and frequently fainted. Some individuals find themselves awakened in the dead of night, tears streaming down their faces from hunger. She averted her gaze elsewhere, hoping that the more she thought about it, the less painful it would become, yet her stomach betrayed her with an all-too-loud growl. She quickly cleared her throat, thinking how inconsiderate her stomach was to make such noise at this hour, inviting ridicule. Upon hearing the sound of hunger, Chu Ziheng chuckled and said, Wife, serve 2 more bowls of rice and bring out 2 pairs of chopsticks. Su Ziheng cast a reproachful glance at Zhou Shaoling, lamenting how they initially sought assistance. And now it felt shameful to still be consuming someone else's food. Moreover, the rations at Gangwei camp were strictly allocated, and no household could afford to be generous. If they indulged, Chu Ziheng's family might go without. He hastily rose and insisted, Really, it's unnecessary. We've already eaten. Her stomach is growling because she has been chilled these past few days. Zhou Shaoling shot him an annoyed look, thinking how adept he was at conjuring excuses. If they hadn't eaten, then they hadn't tea. Why should there be any embarrassment? Lu Yuqing promptly served the rice and pulled the Kong table closer. Smiling. Don't be shy. There's not much to eat anyway, so let us all share. Su Ziheng grimaced, internally questioning what could possibly be deemed as unappetizing. When Chu Ziheng noticed Su still holding back, he chuckled, picked up a bun, smacked his lips, and declared, "If you want to eat, then we shall. Feel free to speak your mind." Zhou Shaoling watched Chu Ziheng relish the bun, and her cravings surged, tearing at her resolve until she could no longer withstand it. She dashed forward, snatched a bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming excitedly, "If you want to eat, I will." Su Ziheng sighed in resignation, conceding that she might as well eat. But he vowed not to touch his own chopsticks, hoping to conserve some food. Just as Chu Ziheng picked up a piece of pig ear, he noticed Zhou Shaoling devouring a bun, shoveling rice into her mouth, without even chewing, nearly choking herself. He pondered how long it had been since she had eaten. What about that wild chicken from yesterday? Although it was only a few pounds, surely it could have provided her with some sustenance. Lu Yuqing, wide-eyed with concern, fretted that she might choke, and quickly urged, "Why are you even eating the duck egg shell? Spit it out. That is not edible." Zhou Shaoling stuffed another piece of meat into her already full mouth, continuing to cram a bun in as well. Chu Ziheng set his chopsticks down. Realizing this wasn't he merely eating, it was a desperate act. He swiftly snatched the bun she was about to consume and exclaimed, "Swallow what's in your mouth before you eat more." Zhou Shaoling looked at him with a pitiful expression, struggling to swallow her food, and, taking advantage of Chu Ziheng's momentary distraction, prepared another bun at her lips. Chu Ziheng sighed and said, "Wife, go make her a cup of sweet water, add plenty of sugar." Lu Yuqing instantly grasped his intent, realizing that plain water wouldn't entice the girl to drink. However, sweetened water would likely prompt her to drink eagerly, helping to ease her swallowing. Su Ziheng could no longer bear to watch. He quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "Eat just enough. She hasn't eaten yet." "What are you doing?" Zhou Shaoling, regaining her senses, glanced at the dining table and realized that there was hardly anything left. Hastily wiping her mouth, she couldn't suppress a hearty belch. Embarrassed, she said, "I apologize. I was truly famished, and I can't even remember the last time I savored such delicious dishes." Chu Ziheng also looked at the remnants of peanuts and salted duck eggs on the table, thinking it was a fair share, leaving some snacks for himself. He laughed heartily and asked, "Are you full? If not, I can roll out some noodles for you." Zhou Shaoling instantly exclaimed with excitement, "Are there noodles? Can we make a fried egg sauce?" Su Ziheng, overhearing, grimaced and retorted, "What egg sauce? Are you dining out? Where would the eggs come from? Have you lost your mind?" Lu Yuqing placed a bowl of sweet soup on the table and smiled. "Actually, we do have a few eggs at home. You two chat. I'll go prepare." Zhou Shaoling took a sip of the sweet soup, her eyes gleaming with delight. "Sister-in-law, let me assist you. It will be quicker with two of us." Watching the two busy themselves in the other room, Su Ziheng sighed with a bitter smile, saying, "Forgive me for the spectacle." Chu Ziheng, however, dismissed the notion with a smile. "What is there to be embarrassed about? If one can fill their belly, who would act this way? My family may not have much, but we can certainly afford a hearty meal." He then inquired, "But what brings you here? Is it still about the wintergreen?" Su Ziheng took a sip of water to quell his hunger and pulled a wad of change from his jacket pocket. With sincerity, he said, "I told everyone that you could gather wintergreen, and they were all exceptionally pleased. They understand how perilous and challenging it is to forage for herbs in the mountains at this time. Thus, we, the educated youth, pooled together 20 yuan to express our gratitude. Please accept it." Chu Ziheng examined the money. There were 1 yuan, 2 yuan notes, as well as coins of 5 and 10 cents. He noticed one of the 5-cent coins was somewhat faded from water damage, realizing how difficult it must have been for these youths to gather such funds. He knew that while they earned wages based on work points, their earnings were hardly sufficient for expenses throughout the year. This money must have been squeezed from their meager resources, and he couldn't accept it. Another reason for his refusal was that among these youth, there were both good and many more unscrupulous individuals. Accepting their money could lead to accusations of speculation or selling herbs, which would not be taken lightly. He promptly placed the money back on the table and chuckled, "I cannot accept this money. My assistance is out of pity, not for profit. Speculation is not our way." Su Ziheng insisted, "This is simply our small token of appreciation. It has nothing to do with speculation. We are not purchasing anything from you." Chu Ziheng replied with a smile, "Accepting it would imply you are buying something. It's best you take it back." I will do my utmost to gather wintergreen for you. Let us leave it at that. Seeing that Chu Ziheng refused to accept the money no matter what, Su Ziheng had no choice but to tuck it back into his pocket, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Then I thank you on behalf of the educated youth. Just as Chu Ziheng was about to speak, Lu Yuqing and Zhou Shaoling entered the room, carrying several bowls of noodles. He then laughed heartily. Stop talking and let us eat. Chapter 83. The prodigal son returns. Chu Ziheng bid farewell to the two well-fed guests, gazing at the table laden with leftovers, and chuckled with resignation. I suppose from now on, we shall have to lock the door when we dine. Lu Yuqing, while tidying the dishes, replied with a smile that Zhou Shaoling consumed more than enough for the three of us, leaving you with naught but a sip of wine. Thankfully, I had saved a pig's ear and prepared 2 salted duck eggs to share with you. Chu Ziheng touched the wine jug, still warm, and laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us indulge. Once the dishes were served, he poured a cup for Lu Yuqing and spoke earnestly. I recall our last toast was on the day you wed. Can you believe it? Wanwan is already 6 years old. Over these years, you've endured hardships alongside me, without the chance to savor any joys. This toast is to acknowledge your unwavering support. My dear wife. Lu Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart, realizing how fortunate she was to have chosen the right partner in life. Despite his previous frivolities, the return of the prodigal son is indeed priceless. In comparison, the hardships they faced seemed trivial. She raised her cup, her eyes glistening, and said, as long as you are well, the toil and trials are of little consequence. Are we not thriving now? Compared to the wives of others, I am well fed, clothed, and cared for. Those who once looked down upon us now envy our lives. If there is anyone who has truly toiled, it is you. All this is the fruit of your relentless efforts in the mountains. Ziheng, I toast to you, thanking you for the wonderful life you have provided for us. Chu Ziheng clinked his cup against hers, feeling as though they had returned to the early days of their marriage, when she too dreamed of a bright future. The difference now was his commitment to work diligently to ensure an even better, happier life for the two of them. Lu Yuqing downed her drink, the spiciness causing her to gasp, hastily popping a peanut into her mouth, her heart ablaze with a mix of heat and sweetness. Chu Ziheng gazed tenderly at Lu Yuqing. Her cheeks flushed, and found himself increasingly enamored with her beauty, which transcended mere appearance, rooted deeply in her kindness and affection. He poured 2 more cups of wine, chuckling. Wife, let us share another drink. We shall finish this and then quickly retire for the night, for I feel quite heated. Lu Yuqing blushed and chided in a hushed tone. Such talk in front of the child. Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, casually flipping through the calendar as he mused. In a month's time, when the ground thaws, we shall commence building our new home. During this period, I will gather fine timber from the mountains in preparation. We shall have 1 room for ourselves and 1 for Wanwan, allowing us to speak freely without fear of her overhearing. Lu Yuqing, her cheeks aflame, replied, You think of nothing else. With a mischievous grin, Chu Ziheng downed the remaining wine and donned his shoes, stepping outdoors to survey the yard. He contemplated the ample space available for constructing 3 brick houses. He envisioned a granary, a pigsty, a chicken coop, and a stable for livestock. As he pondered, he secured the gate and returned inside. Finding Lu Yuqing had already lulled Wanwan to sleep, the bedding meticulously arranged. He could barely contain his eagerness as he swiftly shed his clothes and nestled into the warm blankets. Lu Yuqing found his eager demeanor amusing, and she slowly shed her clothing, slipping under the covers. Chu Ziheng held her tightly in his embrace, whispering, Wife, hurry up, I can't take it any longer. Lu Yuqing softly replied, I've just settled in. Be gentle. Oh my. Chu Ziheng promptly moderated his movements, fearing he had genuinely hurt her. Yet he sensed her clinging to him even more tightly, her petite form utterly endearing. He disregarded everything else, losing himself in the moment until they both succumbed to slumber. By 10 o'clock the following morning, Chu Ziheng stretched lazily and opened his eyes, only to see Lu Yuqing hurriedly rushing into the room. He threw off the covers and asked, What is the matter, my dear? Breathless and astonished, Lu Yuqing exclaimed, Ziheng. Just now Zhang Sa mentioned that several people have come to the town, and they sent Wu Laoxi and the militia to capture Zhao Guoqiang. They are currently denouncing him in the courtyard. Chu Ziheng's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated Sun Xiuxiang would act so swiftly. He hastily dressed and dashed to the courtyard, where he found the area surrounded by villagers, whispering amongst themselves. I heard Wu Laosi say that Zhao Guoqiang has gotten a female educated youth pregnant, and the county is involved, exclaimed one. Zhao Guoqiang has such audacity. That poor girl. Another lamented. Indeed, scoundrels like Zhao Guoqiang deserve the harshest punishment for their misdeeds. As Chu Ziheng pushed through the crowd, he surmised that the county officials had arrived to assist Wu Laosi, the militia captain, in dealing with Zhao Guoqiang. Peering into the courtyard, he saw Zhao Guoqiang, bound and kneeling in the center, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, trembling with his head bowed. Behind the table, the county and town officials, alongside Wu Laosi, glared with rage, their teeth clenched in anger. Wu Laosi cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ziheng, thinking he must be enjoying this spectacle more than anyone. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, he reflected on Zhao Guoqiang's downfall. Having usurped another man's wife was one offense, but getting the young, educated woman Yu Qian pregnant was beyond recklessness. He had thought himself untouchable, believing the mountains were high and the emperor distant. Now, however, he had drawn the ire of the county, and today would determine his fate. With this in mind, he leaned toward Kong Duching beside him and said in a low voice, "Director Kong, Zhao Guoqiang has gone too far this time, stirring up public resentment. What should we do?" Kong Duching, upon hearing this, was infuriated, his anger boiling as he glared at Zhao Guoqiang. He recalled the previous night when county officials had come to his home, berating him for his negligence, for allowing someone like Zhao Guoqiang to wreak havoc. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the table, rising abruptly, and thundered, "Zhao Guoqiang, you wretched scoundrel. You have abused your position in the militia, bullying and oppressing others, committing outrageous acts. Did you think your deeds would remain hidden? You believe that by being in the garrison camp, you can dominate effortlessly. How naive. Today, I stand for the villagers, determined to bring down this wretched beast. More loathsome than pigs or dogs." As Wu Laosi sensed the opportune moment, he bore the pain in his body and rose to shout, "Down with the tyrant, Zhao Guoqiang. Down with the scoundrel, Zhao Guoqiang." As he yelled, he signaled to the militia among the crowd. Encouraged by Wu Laosi's fervor, the militia charged at Zhao Guoqiang, delivering blows and kicks, quickly sidestepping to avoid being splattered with blood. Chapter 84. He must be provoked. Chu Ziheng cast a cold glance at Wu Laosi, pondering that Wu was merely pursuing personal vengeance under the guise of public justice. Nevertheless, this could serve his purpose well, as it provided an opportunity to rid himself of Zhao Guoqiang. Kong Duching furrowed his brow, witnessing the crowd spiraling out of control, mercilessly beating Zhao Guoqiang. He thought to himself that this was merely a denunciation, not a death sentence. If Zhao Guoqiang were to be killed here, they would all bear the consequences. He immediately shouted, "Everyone stop. No more violence." The vice captain of the militia, Cao Hongyi, wearing a red armband, grit his teeth as he pushed through the villagers, yelling, "Step back. Enough already." Chu Ziheng merely smiled disdainfully, thinking that if everyone wished for Zhao Guoqiang's demise, then let it be. Why intervene? The garrison camp had already been ruined beyond repair. Even 100 deaths would not suffice. As Kong Duching was about to speak, several militia members adorned with red armbands approached the courtyard, carrying a stack of letters and a bag of items, which they handed to Cao Hongyi. He immediately inquired, "Captain Cao, what is this?" Cao Hongyi placed the letters on the table and coldly replied, "These are letters from the educated youth in the garrison camp to their families, as well as correspondence from superiors, all intercepted by Zhao Guoqiang. We also discovered some hand-drawn maps in his home, along with a Soviet watch and cigarettes and canned goods produced by the Soviets." Kong Duching stared in shock at the absolutely prohibited items, trembling as he asked, "Zhao Guoqiang, where did you acquire these things?" Zhao Guoqiang clenched his teeth, thinking that if he revealed the origins of these items sent by his own brothers, it would bring ruin to his entire family. Regardless, it was too late now. Even if he were to die, he would protect his kin from sharing his fate. Wu Laosi, seeing Zhao Guoqiang's silence, bellowed, "Zhao Guoqiang, I declare you a spy, a traitor." Chu Ziheng raised an eyebrow at this accusation, pondering whether Zhao Guoqiang truly was a hidden enemy among the populace. This was not entirely implausible. Those items were not just rare in the garrison camp. They would be unimaginable even in the city. How had he come by them? It appeared that Zhao Guoqiang had concealed his true nature quite adeptly. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang shot Wu Laosi a venomous glare, wishing he could peel his skin and extract his very essence. Had it not been for Yu Xiufan pleading with him for a position of authority, would he have ever attained the rank of captain? True, he had slept with Wu Laosi's wife, But what of it? Had these people ever treated him poorly? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he spat out blood in fury and retorted, Wu Laozi, you need not flaunt your authority before me. Today, although I kneel here, the utmost contempt I harbor is for you. Even when your wife was entangled with me, she referred to you as a spineless coward. What right do you have to address me? Wu Laozi's eyes widened in rage, his fists clenched tightly, and he bellowed, Zhao Guoqiang, I curse your ancestors. Today, I shall end your life. Seeing the villagers mock Wu Laozi, Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, saying, Wu Laozi, now you must believe that your wife's affair with Zhao Guoqiang is not mere slander. Kong Diqing, observing Wu Laozi's loss of reason, rushed forward to intervene as Wu Laozi brandished a stool to strike Zhao Guoqiang. He sternly commanded, stop him at once. Comrade Wu Laozi, given the complexity of the situation, set aside personal grievances for now. Chao Hongyi quickly stepped in to seize the stool, whispering, calm yourself. If he claims it happened, then it did. Have you no sense? He is merely trying to provoke you. Zhao Guoqiang, however, chuckled and remarked, you still don't believe it, do you? Ask Wu Laozi if his wife is a white tiger. Wu Laozi shoved Chao Hongyi aside and lunged at Zhao Guoqiang, seizing him by the throat. His eyes filled with fury as he screamed, you bastard, I will kill you. Chu Ziheng, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes. Reflecting that Zhao Guoqiang was well aware of his impending demise, even the evidence he possessed was sufficient to cost him his head. It seemed he wished to reclaim a semblance of dignity before his end. Yet, Wu Laozi was like a lethargic rabbit, boisterous in threats but incapable of delivering a lethal blow. Not content to merely spectate, Chu Ziheng decided to provoke Wu Laozi further, knowing that only by inciting his fury could he elicit a response. He glanced at Chao Hongyi, urging someone to restrain Wu Laozi, and then laughed, Wu Laozi, how will you conduct yourself in the gangway camp after this? If you are still a man, then act like one. Wu Laozi glared fiercely at the laughing villagers and at Chu Ziheng, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Today, I shall show you whether I am a man. He picked up a brick from the ground and shouted at Chao Hongyi. Whoever tries to stop me will meet their end today. Just as Kong Duching attempted to intervene, a scream pierced the crowd. Turning to Zhao Guoqiang, they watched as he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Chao Hongyi rushed over, prying open his mouth, and upon seeing the state of his tongue, he grimaced and shouted, he has bitten off his tongue. Medic, medic, come quickly. Chu Ziheng smirked, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself that Zhao Guoqiang still possessed some semblance of masculinity. Knowing that not acting would lead to a fate worse than death, he chose to end his own life instead. Unfortunately, Wu Laozi's hands remained untainted by his blood. Turning his cold gaze to the now panicked Wu Laozi, he mused that soon, he too would follow Zhao Guoqiang. With a disdainful smile, he concluded that the ensuing chaos would be of little interest, and he would return home for dinner. Upon hearing of Zhao Guoqiang's suicide, Lu Yuqing exclaimed in shock, was there no saving him? Is he truly dead? Chu Ziheng took a sip of tea and replied with a chuckle, what could be saved? He bit off his own tongue. Now we need not worry about him dragging you into his downfall. Lu Yuqing sighed, contemplating that with Zhao Guoqiang gone, there would surely be others to fill his position. The identity of being a member of the Black Five is an indelible scar, a blemish that persists irrespective of who assumes the role of leader. One cannot help but regard oneself with disdain. I sincerely hope that they are not as malevolent as Zhao Guoqiang. Chu Ziheng noticed the sorrow reflected in her eyes and smiled, saying, my dear, you needn't fret unnecessarily. I fear not Zhao Guoqiang. Should anyone wish to vilify you, they must first contend with me. Lu Yuqing replied softly, I merely fear that you may not be able to restrain your temper. Enough of this. I shall go serve the meal. Let us dine. Chu Ziheng casually lifted Huzi and Haizi, clicking his tongue in jest. You two must grow quickly, so I can take you into the mountains. Observing the two little furballs seemingly understanding, as they licked his hands, he laughed, you lick me, but I will train you well. You shall become splendid hunting dogs in the future. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Chu Ziheng contemplated a brief rest to rejuvenate before venturing out for wintergreen, when he heard a sound at the door. Glancing up, he saw Zhang Guiying entering. Chapter 85. Discovering the prey, Zhang Guiying sat down beside the Kong and cheerfully inquired, have you heard that Zhao Guoqiang committed suicide? Lu Yuqing nodded. Ziheng went to see him. He returned and informed me. Zhang Guiying continued. Those who came said Zhao Guoqiang not only caused a young woman's pregnancy, but was also a spy, a saboteur hidden among us. They even confiscated his home. I went to see his house, and it was sealed. She sighed. It's a pity for Yuan Aiqin and Zhao Guoqiang's daughter, who were driven from their home, now being watched by the militia while living in a stable. Lu Yuqing set aside her work and lamented, living in a stable? How could they endure such cold? It's truly unfortunate for Yuan Aiqin. She was once such a promising girl, forced by her parents to marry Zhao Guoqiang. Now that he is gone, how will they manage? Zhang Guiying sighed. There is nothing to be done. Zhao Guoqiang brought this upon himself. And Wu Laoxi. I heard Zhao Guoqiang even confessed to having an affair with his wife, Yu Xiufan. Wu Laoxi may present himself as a good-natured person, but he is fiercer than anyone. Can you imagine him returning home today without confronting Yu Xiufan? As Chu Ziheng listened, he contemplated the possibility of Wu Laoxi indeed harming Yu Xiufan. It would be a fortunate outcome, though regrettably, he lacked the courage to do so. However, Wu Laoxi could be provoked. Once stirred, he acted impulsively. Thus, there might be a way to incite him, and he resolved to seek an opportunity to challenge Wu Laoxi further. As night fell, Chu Ziheng stepped into the courtyard. Gazing up at the starry sky, he mused that the weather had been quite favorable lately, and he should rest well to gather his strength for the venture into the mountains at dawn. He retrieved a rifle from the storeroom and meticulously cleaned it inside and out. He thought to himself that this journey to the oak forest might lead him into the most perilous areas, and carrying a firearm would ensure his safety. After placing the rifle in the sled, he coated half of his arrows with wolfsbane, preparing for encounters with wild wolves. At the break of dawn the next day, as the sky began to brighten, he exchanged greetings with Lu Yuqing, then gathered his gear and dragged the sled out of the house. Arriving at the edge of the oak forest, Chu Ziheng carefully surveyed the surroundings and noticed numerous chaotic animal tracks on the ground. He approached with meticulous discernment, confirming that the majority of tracks belonged to wolves, while the remaining were those of roe deer and wild elk. He thought to himself that as long as there were no formidable beasts like the black bear or the Siberian tiger, he would be able to manage. He promptly shouldered his rifle, grasped the sled, and cautiously ventured into the oak forest. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed an imminent peril lurking in the shadows. Each step taken with utmost caution. As he walked, his gaze flitted among the trees. The primeval essence of the forest became increasingly apparent, with ancient trees several centuries old standing sentinel all around him. Upon rounding a massive tree, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast patch of sweet-scented herbs, which filled him with delight. He quickly began to harvest the herbs, placing them into his leather pouch. Just as he turned his thoughts to where he might find wintergreen, an abrupt chill enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively tightening his grip on the rifle, he scanned his surroundings, pondering that such a frigid aura could only emanate from a large predator. Moreover, this chilling presence was undoubtedly not something a mere hungry wolf could produce. Their scent was one of blood and decay, not this bone-chilling menace. With his rifle braced against his shoulder, he fixed his gaze on any potential spot where a beast might emerge. Yet, despite the absence of any apparent threat in his immediate vicinity, the oppressive chill lingered. At that moment, he realized that the source of this ominous cold was not beneath him, but rather above. Frowning slightly, he endeavored to maintain the best possible shooting stance as he suddenly pivoted to face the towering tree behind him. To his astonishment, within a meter of him, a northeast leopard perched on the trunk let out a piercing shriek, raising its forepaw to strike down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he instinctively attempted to evade, only to feel his footing slip, sending him teetering backward as the leopard bared its fearsome teeth, poised to attack. In a split second, he had no time to aim, so he squeezed the trigger with fervor. The thunderous crack of the shot reverberated through the air, jolting his shoulder with its powerful recoil as the bullet whizzed past the leopard's ear. Immediately, he worked the bolt to chamber another round, only to witness the leopard, startled by the deafening noise, leap from the tree and vanish into the underbrush in the blink of an eye. Rising swiftly, he pursued to the tree's rear, keeping his eyes peeled for any sign of the creature, and only when he was certain the leopard had fled did he reluctantly lower his rifle. Regretting the wasted bullet, he lamented the missed opportunity. That leopard was indeed a wild beast, and having spotted it, he had considered it prey. Had he not been so flustered in that moment, the leopard would have already been lying upon his sled. He wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging that even though the creature had fled, he could not afford to let his guard down. He scrutinized the animal tracks on the ground, reflecting on how exceptionally agile a predator like the leopard was in the forest. Not only could it scale trees with ease, but its speed in running was astonishing. And most troubling of all, it could execute swift ambushes without making a sound. It seemed that the leopard had likely never encountered a human before, which explained its hesitation to launch a fatal attack. However, the scent had become familiar to it, and it would undoubtedly ambush him by following his trail. He needed to depart swiftly from this place. He swiftly slung his rifle over his shoulder, grasped the sled, and made his way toward a more open area. As he walked, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. At the slightest rustle, he immediately gripped his rifle tightly. As he continued, a delightful sight caught his eye. Between two large trees lay a vast expanse of wintergreen. Finally, he had found it. He glanced down at the ground to ensure no beast spirits lurked nearby before sheathing his rifle and approaching to gather. Yet, after only 3 steps, he felt his footing give way, and his body plummeted, along with branches and snow, into a pit. Grasping wildly at a clump of wild grass to halt his descent, he could only watch in dismay as it snapped beneath his grip. In that moment of freefall, he glanced down to discover the pit was approximately 5 meters deep. He frantically clutched at the surrounding roots to slow his fall. Once he landed safely on the ground, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Looking up at the pit's opening, he mused that while 5 meters wasn't excessively high, climbing out would certainly require some effort. Cursing quietly to himself, he decided to rest before attempting to ascend. He sat cross-legged on the ground and retrieved a still warm bun from his pocket. Just as he was about to take a bite, he noticed something ahead that piqued his curiosity. Chapter 86. A delightful feast. Chu Ziheng, biting into his bun, cautiously approached for a closer look, only to discover a pair of intertwined young pine snakes in hibernation. Instantly on high alert, he scanned his surroundings, realizing that these snakes, having only recently hatched, could not possibly be hibernating here alone. Where there were small snakes, larger ones were sure to follow. Moreover, the pine snake was venomous. A bite could be fatal. Given the commotion he had caused, the larger snake would certainly be roused. He began to retreat slowly, but as his back pressed against the wall, he suddenly heard a rustling sound above him. On instinct, he looked up to see a thick, nearly 2-meter-long, dark-spotted pine snake. Its tongue flickering, staring intently at him, poised to strike. As the snake lunged for his neck, he had no time to reach for his knife. Instead, he seized the moment to grasp the snake's jaw, thinking that if he could just thwart its attack, dispatching it would become simpler. However, to his astonishment, the snake coiled its 2-meter-long body tightly around his neck, constricting with increasing intensity. Gritting his teeth, with a cold gaze and enduring the overwhelming sensation of suffocation, he seized his machete, positioning the snake's head against the sharp blade, and with a decisive slash, severed its head from its body. He discarded the still-flicking head of the snake far away, yet the constricting body remained tight, threatening to suffocate him. He realized that while he had decapitated the head, the body's nerves were not yet fully extinguished, and it would not automatically loosen its grip. If this continued, he would be strangled to death. In a moment of desperation, he devised a plan. He thrust his hand into the crevice of the snake's body and, with all his strength, began to pull. Even upon hearing the ominous crack of the snake's bones, he continued to tug with all his might, only releasing his grip once the serpent's body had completely slackened. He then withdrew his head and forcefully cast the snake onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he fixated his gaze on the still writhing body, pondering the frailty of humanity in the presence of wild beasts. This single-spotted snake had nearly claimed his life. Yet, judging by its size, it was indeed a rare mature specimen. The serpents he had encountered previously were typically no longer than a meter, but this one exceeded 2 meters in length and was as thick as his arm. Every part of this snake was a treasure. Snake meat was the most delectable of foods, while the skin and gallbladder were prized medicinal materials, and the snake oil served as a natural skincare product and supplement. This old serpent would suffice for a hearty meal for his family of 3. With this thought, he took up his machete and prodded the now completely limp serpent before stowing it away in his leather pouch. He then picked up the bun that had fallen to the ground, brushed off the dust, and while eating, glanced at the cave's entrance. Contemplating how to return to the surface, the rope and bow were still on the sled. Fortunately, the machete remained in his possession. He could carve some steps with it to ascend, though it would require considerable effort. He rubbed some snow in his palms, grasped the machete, and began to dig. As he excavated, he felt fortunate that the soil was relatively loose. After an hour, he finally managed to climb to the surface along the small dirt slope he had created. He immediately retrieved the water bottle from the sled and took several hearty gulps. reflecting that had the pit been any deeper, the climb would have been exceedingly arduous. It was best to hastily gather the wintergreen and depart this place. Scanning his surroundings and confirming relative safety, he swiftly collected all the wintergreen he could see, filling half a bag. Weighing the bag, he estimated it to be at least over 10 pounds, sufficient for the youth in the area. Securing the bag, he dragged the sled towards the forest's edge. As he walked, he mused that this venture into the mountains had been fraught with peril, yet yielded a valuable old snake. He would prepare a nourishing stew for his wife. Just as he was about to exit the oak grove, he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of a herd of beasts galloping behind him. Whirling around, he beheld a large group of wild deer racing towards him in terror, the ground shaking beneath their stampede. He quickly discarded the sled and concealed himself behind a large tree, realizing that deer would never run so desperately unless pursued by a formidable predator. There had to be a large beast behind them, hunting them down. With himself still in the vicinity, he knew he could not outrun the deer. He would have to wait for the right moment. He swiftly unholstered his hunting rifle, gripping it tightly, his gaze sharp as he focused on the rear of the deer herd. He thought, whether it be a vicious wolf or a Siberian tiger, he would take them down with his rifle at the first opportunity. As he held his breath in vigilant observation, a spotted leopard suddenly burst forth from behind a tree several dozen meters away, dashing towards a solitary wild deer with the speed of lightning. He narrowed his eyes coldly, contemplating that this was none other than the spotted leopard he had nearly dispatched. This time, he was determined to eliminate it. As he observed the leopard successfully grasping a wild deer by the neck, he silently aimed his rifle at the creature's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the leopard abruptly lifted its head to gaze at him. Before he could squeeze the trigger, it abandoned the deer and fled. Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow tightly, slowly lowering his rifle, pondering whether the leopard had caught a whiff of his scent. Recalling the gunshot from before, he suspected it had been frightened away. The leopard was indeed the most astute animal in the forest, since it had escaped. He decided to let it go. At least it had spared him a deer. He then hoisted the still struggling deer onto his sled, walking out of the oak forest. His spirits lifted at the thought that the antlers could fetch a good price, and the venison was a rare delicacy. Upon returning to the guard post, he entered the courtyard and exclaimed joyfully, "Wife, I am back." Lu Yuqing, hearing the call, hurriedly rose and came to the courtyard, only to be startled by the sight of him pulling a pine snake from his pouch, prompting her to scream and rush back inside, shouting, "Oh my goodness! Why did you bring back a snake? Don't bring it here. I am terrified of that creature." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily. "It's already dead. What is there to fear? I shall stew it shortly to nourish you." Lu Yuqing shook her head vigorously. "You can eat it." "I dare not. I've heard my grandfather say that mountain snakes can become spirits." Seeing her so frightened, Chu Ziheng could only shake his head in bemusement, realizing he must tidy it up so she would be less afraid. He hung the snake on the granary door, took his machete to skin it, and removed the gallbladder. "Fear not, wife. Look, I've also procured a wild deer." No sooner had he spoken than a heart-wrenching scream rang out from outside the gate. Chapter 87. Respected and esteemed Chu Ziheng rushed to the entrance, where he saw Yu Xiufen, disheveled and bruised, clad only in a tank top, fleeing before Wu Laosi, who chased her barefoot with a cleaver in hand. Wu Laosi, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, bore a savage expression akin to a rabid dog as he shouted, "I will kill you, you wretched woman." Chu Ziheng mused that Wu Laosi must be driven to madness by some overwhelming provocation. Yu Xiufen, spotting Chu Ziheng, appeared as though she had found a savior, running and shouting, "Help! Wu Laosi is going to kill me." Chu Ziheng narrowed his eyes coldly, turned, and closed the gate firmly, thinking that their fate was of no concern to him. Who knew what she had said to provoke Wu Laosi to such a state? She deserved to be pursued. Outside the gate, Yu Xiufen, seeing it firmly shut, was filled with despair, wondering who could possibly assist her at this moment, who could save her. Upon witnessing Lu Yuqing rush out of the house, Chu Ziheng immediately intervened, saying, "Do not venture outside. Wu Laosi has gone mad," wielding a kitchen knife and threatening to kill. "If you wish to see, I shall assist you to the wall to observe." Lu Yuqing, taken aback and anxious, exclaimed, "How could a good person lose their sanity? Hurry, help me take a look." With a smile, Chu Ziheng fetched a ladder, contemplating the spirited nature of this little wife who still desired to witness the commotion. However, it would serve as a form of catharsis for Wu Laosi, alongside Zhao Guoqiang, had tormented his family for years. He hoisted her onto the ladder and joined her on the wall, where they beheld Yu Xiufen being chased by Wu Laosi, running in frantic circles around a large tree, shrieking like a banshee. Lu Yuqing, biting her lip in fear, clutched Chu Ziheng's hand tightly. Observing a throng of villagers emerging from their homes to witness the spectacle, yet no one daring to intervene, she lamented, "Why does no one attempt to stop Wu Laosi?" Chu Ziheng chuckled softly. "Who would dare? He has completely lost his mind and will strike anyone in his path." No sooner had he spoken than Chang Juanru burst forth from his home, brandishing a shoulder pole, and bellowed, "Wu Laosi, put down the knife." Yu Xiufen, upon seeing the elder step forward, grasped at his waistband, weeping as she shouted, "Uncle Chang, help! Wu Laosi has gone mad and intends to kill." Chang Juanru, firmly gripping his pole, stepped aside for Yu Xiufen, casting a cold gaze at the advancing Wu Laosi. The villagers cried out, "Uncle Chang, be cautious. He is a lunatic." Yet, Chang Juanru merely snorted, recalling his past victories against the Japanese and his prowess in battle, thinking that even at over 50, subduing a madman would be no challenge. As Wu Laosi brandished the kitchen knife, menacingly approaching, Chang Juanru raised his pole and, with a single sweeping motion, disarmed him. He then struck Wu Laosi's knee with great force, sending him crashing to the ground. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, as Wu Laosi attempted to retrieve the knife, Chang Juanru pressed his shoulder down with the pole, commanding, "Bring me some men to bind him." Chu Ziheng, admiring Chang Juanru's enduring strength, recalled his father's words about the man's integrity and high moral standing. He cupped his hands to form a trumpet and shouted, "Uncle Chang is formidable, as fierce as in his youth." Chang Juanru glanced back at Chu Ziheng and playfully chided, "You rascal, always flattering." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, then leaped down from the wall. Noticing Lu Yuqing preparing to descend the ladder, he swiftly caught her in his arms, kissing her cheek affectionately. "My dear wife, today is joyous. Please prepare the snake meat stew while I deliver the winter herbs to Su Ziheng. We shall dine upon my return." Lu Yuqing, blushing and bashful, playfully punched him, whispering with a smile, "Quickly put me down, lest the children see. Go deliver your items, and we shall have our meal upon your return." Chu Ziheng laughed merrily, pondering that with Zhao Guoqiang and Sun Yongui deceased, and now even Wu Laosi driven mad, a new leadership would soon emerge in their community, regardless of who is elected. They are certainly 100 times better than Sun Yongui and Zhao Guoqiang. He arrived at the health station with a bag, and before he even entered, he heard Su Zhirong sighing, shouting, "Your frostbite is getting worse. I wonder if you've managed to collect any winter herbs. If not, I can venture into the mountains to gather some myself." Zhou Shaoling replied with a heavy tone, "You must be joking. Do you possess the skills of Chu Ziheng? He has been roaming the mountains since childhood, familiar with every blade of grass and every tree. You must give him some time. Otherwise, let us ask him tonight." Chu Ziheng smirked, thinking to himself that they were going over tonight, not to ask, but perhaps to feast. His family isn't a canteen, and even with ample grain, one cannot indulge so freely. He then pushed the door open, placed the bag on the table, and smiled. "You needn't go. I've brought back the winter herbs." Su Zhirong was astonished as he opened the bag, his eyes brimming with delight. "Indeed, these are the winter herbs. Ziheng, how can I ever thank you?" Chu Ziheng laughed. "You're being too formal. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, just take good care of my wife and child whenever they fall ill." Su Zhirong nodded earnestly. "Touched, you have helped our youth group immensely. From now on, if you ever need anything within my power, I will certainly oblige without hesitation." Chu Ziheng chuckled. "All right then. Hurry and distribute these winter herbs among the youth. I will take my leave now." Su Zhirong watched Chu Ziheng's figure recede into the distance, nodding in admiration. He thought about how they, as youth in the countryside, received neither affection nor support from their elders. Yet, here was someone who selflessly aided them, deserving of everyone's respect. This friendship, he resolved, was worth nurturing. As Chu Ziheng whistled on his way home, he entered the courtyard to find Lu Yuqing tidying up a deer. He hurried over to take the knife from her hands. "What are you doing? I told you I would handle this. Look at the blood on your hands. It's freezing out. Hurry and get inside." Lu Yuqing felt warmth in her heart at Chu Ziheng's concern for her. In the past, no matter how much work she did, it seemed inconsequential to him, often resulting in complaints. Now, he was eager to take on any task, making her feel like a bystander. She wiped her hands and smiled. "You've had a long day too. I just want you to rest well. Besides, I'm not that delicate. I can handle this work too." and you deserve a break." She then picked up a nearby bottle, grinning. "Ziheng, can you guess what this is?" Chapter 88. A crucial moment of utility. Seeing the bottle filled with a deep crimson liquid, Chu Ziheng inquired curiously, "What is this?" Lu Yuqing chuckled softly. "I took the liberty of opening 2 bottles of wine to make you some deer blood wine, and I even added a few other ingredients. I know you've been restless at night. I worry you might wear yourself out. A little of this will help replenish you." Chu Ziheng laughed heartily, extending his thumb as he said, "My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. You even prepared deer blood wine for me. Are you not afraid that I might overindulge?" Lu Yuqing shot him a playful glare, her voice soft as she replied, "Stop joking around and quickly prepare the deer, so we can enjoy our meal." Observing Lu Yuqing's graceful silhouette, Chu Ziheng thought to himself how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. He mused that if he treated her well, she would reciprocate 100-fold. He felt grateful to the heavens for granting him the opportunity to cherish her for a lifetime. The more he pondered, the happier he became. He absent-mindedly twirled a knife in his hands, intending to cut the deer meat, when a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found Sun Canyon standing there. With a stern expression, he inquired, "What do you want? Are you here to loosen my purse strings?" Sun Canyon, startled, stammered, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight. The gangway camp is about to elect a village leader. Tomorrow, there will be a public election at the commune auditorium. You, being a prominent member of the gangway camp, are eligible to vote, so I came to inform you about the meeting." Chu Ziheng coldly replied, "Let me know when you're selecting a record keeper, and I will break your legs a day in advance." Sun Canyon, frightened, turned and fled. Chu Ziheng scoffed and slammed the courtyard door shut, thinking that if he had the chance to choose, he would undoubtedly select Chang Junru. No one was more suited to be the village leader than him. If it weren't for Sun Canyon's underhanded tactics during the last election, Chang Junru would have already been in that position. This time, he was determined to support Chang Junru without fail. The next morning, Chu Ziheng entered the commune auditorium alongside the villagers. He glanced up at the bold red characters declaring fair election on the wall, contemplating that if an unworthy individual were to be elected as village leader, he would be the first to revolt. Just as he settled into his seat, Lu Jianxi, grinning widely, leaned over and said, "Ziheng, did you hear? That Wu Laosi has gone mad. My goodness." It was barely dawn when I heard him shouting to overthrow Zhao Guoqiang and the wretched Yu Xiufen. How can a decent person suddenly lose their mind like that? Chu Ziheng shot him a disdainful look, wondering how he had ended up seated beside this man. Lu Jianxi, in his 30s, had been rendered impotent by a landlord's kick in his youth, and to this day, he had not found a wife. He resembled a foolish clown, spending his days gossiping with a group of women. He could ramble on about anything and everything. Chu Ziheng coldly remarked, "If Wu Laosi has gone mad, why haven't you?" Lu Jianxi chuckled, "Look at you. Why would I follow suit? Now tell me, who do you plan to vote for today?" Chu Ziheng ignored him, focusing his gaze on the stage. He noted that aside from Chang Junru, the other 4 candidates for election were all from affluent families within the gangway camp. Unlike Sun Yongguei, these individuals were considered reputable in their community. He then turned his attention to the side and noticed that Kong Duching and Chao Hongi from the town had also arrived. As Kong Duching observed that most of the villagers had gathered, he rose and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers of Gangway Camp, today we shall conduct an open election for the village secretary via a secret ballot. Our 5 candidates are all present, and when I call out a name, those in support may raise their hands, while those who do not support need not do so." Chu Ziheng thought this arrangement was quite reasonable, considering that the literate individuals in Gangway Camp were few and far between. Utilizing this method of hand-raising seemed fair enough. He cast a glance at Chang Junru, who, despite silently smoking his pipe, revealed his own tension. Lu Jianxi looked at the stage and then at Chu Ziheng, whispering, "Ziheng, why aren't you raising your hand? Who are you going to vote for?" Chu Ziheng shot him a glare and coldly replied, "If you want to raise your hand, then do so. Why are you looking at me? Do I need to tell you whom I support?" Lu Jianxi grinned, thinking how splendid it would be to possess the same boldness as Chu Ziheng. He mused that he would never again be able to be a man in this lifetime, and felt envious seeing such a man as Chu Ziheng. He added, "The way you say that, I just want to follow your lead. If you raise your hand, I will too." Chu Ziheng chided himself for engaging in conversation with him. At that moment, he heard Kong Duching finally announce Chang Junru's name and immediately raised his hand. Lu Jianxi chuckled and raised his hand too, saying, If you raise your hand, I will too. Chu Ziheng cast a disgusted look at him, thinking Lu Jinsi must have some peculiarities. After Kong Duching collected the votes, he stood up and declared, I hereby announce that Comrade Chong Juanru has been elected as the village secretary of Gangwei Camp by a narrow margin of 1 vote. Chu Ziheng raised an eyebrow and stood up to applaud enthusiastically, thinking that Uncle Chong had always held a fondness for him, and now that he was the village secretary, there would be someone to look out for him in Gangwei Camp. Moreover, he was elected by a single vote. He glanced at Lu Jinsi, who wore a silly grin, and thought to himself that if it weren't for Lu's vote, Uncle Chong would not have secured this position. Despite Lu being somewhat effeminate at times, he could indeed play a crucial role when it mattered. At that moment, Chong Juanru slowly rose, reflecting on how winning had left him feeling somewhat lightheaded. He stamped his foot, bowed to everyone, and gravely said, As you all know, I am not one for eloquence. I speak plainly. Since you have elected me as your village secretary, I shall lead everyone to work diligently and produce well. However, let me be clear. Should anyone dare to engage in deceit or underhanded dealings, do not blame me for taking action. Amidst a chorus of laughter and applause, Kong Duching rose with a smile, announcing, I have good news to share. After careful consideration, we have decided that Comrade Chao Hongyi will serve as the captain of our militia in Gangwei Camp. Let us welcome him warmly. Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering that Chao Hongyi was a resident of the town, and his appointment as militia captain in Gangwei Camp surely held deeper implications. As long as he did not provoke him, it was of no concern to Chu Ziheng, regardless of how Chao Hongyi might stir up trouble in Gangwei Camp. Kong Duching then added, As for the position of brigade leader, we shall make a decision after further discussion. After the meeting, Chu Ziheng walked home while contemplating a visit to Erlich to fish, as the nets had been cast for several days and he anticipated a bountiful catch. Just then, he heard someone calling from behind, Comrade Chu Ziheng, please wait. Chapter 89. Beautiful expectations turning around, he saw Chao Hongyi, beaming and jogging towards him, leaving Chu Ziheng puzzled about the reason for his call. Noticing the crowd around them, Chao Hongyi lowered his voice, Comrade Chu Ziheng, let us speak privately for a moment. Curious about Chao's intentions, Chu followed him to a secluded spot and replied softly, Captain Chao, please go ahead. Chao Hongyi smiled broadly and continued, I'm a bit older than you, so you can just call me Brother Chao. No need for formal titles. I've heard you are quite the renowned hunter in our area. Do you still venture into the mountains often? Chu Ziheng maintained a calm demeanor, pondering whether Chao Hongyi was attempting to extract information from him. If he admitted to frequent mountain excursions, would he be labeled a capitalist roadster or a remnant of old ideologies? Noticing Chu's silence, Chao Hongyi speculated that he might have misunderstood his intentions. His assignment as the militia captain was not to interfere with others' hunting, but rather to manage the aftermath of Zhao Guoqiang, the spy's affairs. Reluctantly accepting his task, he chuckled. Comrade Chu Ziheng, don't overthink it. I believe hunting is not wrong. Relying on the mountains is simply a positive manifestation of our agricultural comrades. I'd like to join you on your next excursion to learn your hunting techniques. I hope you can teach me well. Chu Ziheng merely chuckled lightly, thinking that this fellow was quite the talker. The suggestion of learning hunting techniques seemed more like an attempt to claim some of his game. It appeared that Chao Hongyi was not significantly different from Sun Yonggui or Zhao Guoqiang. With a cool demeanor, he replied, You might be disappointed. I rarely venture into the mountains. I did learn some hunting skills in the past, but I have forgotten most of them over the years. Is there anything else you need? A shadow flickered in Chao Hongyi's eyes as he recalled that a young intellectual had mentioned seeing him gathering herbs in the mountains just yesterday. The contradiction in Chu's words raised suspicions. Did he harbor some clandestine secret? With a calculated smile, he responded, Nothing more. Just remember to invite me the next time you go into the mountains. Chu Ziheng nodded slightly, about to turn away when he heard Chao Hongyi say, Comrade Chu Ziheng, I thank you on behalf of those young intellectuals for the herbs you gathered. Your spirit of selfless contribution is truly commendable. At this remark, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Ziheng's mouth, thinking that Chao Hongyi was insinuating that he was under his surveillance. Did he consider himself a spy? Turning away, he replied with a chuckle, Captain Chao, I can assure you that I, as a farmer, find the conditions of those young intellectuals quite unsatisfactory. As a cadre sent to our town, you ought to address their actual needs. I must return home for dinner, so I shall speak no more for now. Observing Chu Ziheng's retreating figure, the smile on Chao Hongyi's face gradually faded, pondering that this Chu Ziheng is quite remarkable. He even reminded me to attend to my own affairs. Some say he is the most arrogant person in the guard camp, and it appears that is indeed true. I shall have to keep a close watch on him from now on. Upon returning home, Chu Ziheng entered and cheerfully exclaimed, "Wife, Uncle Chong has been elected as the village secretary." Lu Yuqing immediately looked up in surprise and joyfully responded, "That is splendid news, Ziheng. Uncle Chong has always treated our family well. Now that he has become the village secretary, we must wholeheartedly support him. I know Uncle Chong enjoys a bit of wine. Why don't you take a couple of bottles from our stock to him, and perhaps some meat as well, if we ever need his assistance?" It would be easier to ask. However, Chu Ziheng chuckled, "My dear wife, how can you be so naive? To bring gifts right after he has just taken office? Would Uncle Chong even accept them? Besides, he is a man of integrity. Not only would he refuse, but he might even reprimand me for it. Let us quietly enjoy our simple life. As long as no one troubles us, we have little need to seek favors from others. In the future, we shall simply support Uncle Chong." Lu Yuqing nodded with a smile, realizing she hadn't considered it that deeply. It seems he is quite thoughtful in these matters. Previously, she thought he only excelled at drinking and mischief, but it now appears he is not only capable, but also astute. She then cheerfully asked, "Ziheng, what would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it for you." Chu Ziheng rolled up his sleeves and grinned. "Today, I will make braised venison. You and our daughter just wait to enjoy it." Lu Yuqing laughed. "Oh, our family chef is cooking today. I shall eagerly await your braised venison." Chu Ziheng went to the yard and extracted a large piece of venison from the snow, only to discover that the snow beneath was beginning to melt. He thought to himself that as the weather warms, the snow will soon dissolve entirely, and if there were any game, it could no longer be left in the snow. By evening, Chu Ziheng presented a full bowl of fragrant braised venison on the table, first tearing off a piece to feed Lu Yuqing, smiling as he asked, "How does it taste?" Lu Yuqing, her cheeks moving as she chewed, replied with wide-eyed surprise, "Delicious. How did you make it?" Chu Ziheng fed a piece to Wanwan next. Grinning with pride, "That's a secret. I cannot divulge it." Lu Yuqing playfully scolded, "Just look at you, full of mischief. Since you've cooked today, I reward you with a small jug of wine." Chu Ziheng shook his head, saying, "Not today. Let us eat and retire early. Tomorrow morning, I must head to Early River." At the mention of this, Lu Yuqing's eyes clouded with worry as she softly remarked, "Ziheng, what if someone sees all those fish?" Chu Ziheng scoffed dismissively, "Let them see. Those are the fish that Sun Xiuxiang wants. Who would dare to stop us? Unless they wish to invite trouble. Once this batch of fish is sold, I will buy some fabric for you and Wanwan, so you can make yourselves some new spring outfits. I intend for you both to have new clothes and shoes, never to wear patched garments again. When the time comes, I shall acquire a radio that operates on batteries, allowing us to indulge in some entertainment. Once the house is completed, we will furnish it anew, acquiring a sofa, dining table, wardrobe, and the like. In short, we shall possess all that others have, and even that which they do not." Lu Yuqing gazed at him with bright eyes, articulating her visions of a beautiful future, and suddenly felt that the days spent wishing to close her eyes and never open them again were now filled with burgeoning hope. Clothing and footwear held little significance. As long as he continued to treat her and their daughter with the same affection as he does now, she would be utterly content. The following morning, before dawn, Chu Ziheng dragged the sled towards the back mountain. Chapter 90. Resolutely, I shall not let go. Chu Ziheng arrived at the back mountain, observing his surroundings as he walked. A gentle breeze stirred the air, causing snow to occasionally tumble from the trees, while the snow on the ground began to thaw, revealing patches of muddy earth beneath. Traversing these areas, even the sled felt burdensome to pull. He adjusted the brim of his hat, advancing with a staggered gait, pondering that in a few days, the sled would be rendered unusable. To hunt larger prey, he would have to rely on his shoulders to carry it back. Fortunately, once the snow melted, he could employ animal traps, which were far more efficient than snares. In terms of hunting large beasts, they would yield significant results with less effort. However, as the weather warmed, the dangers within the forest would escalate. Creatures such as bears and venomous snakes, awakened from hibernation, would become active. The number of wolves would rise, and wild boars would roam the mountains, necessitating greater caution when venturing into the woods. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he gazed ahead to see the Early River. Just the thought of soon harvesting fish from the nets filled him with a sense of clarity and exhilaration. Akin to the feeling of standing atop a high peak and surveying the expanse below. He gathered his strength and hastened to the riverbank, walking downstream along the shore, only to observe that much of the ice had melted, and the sound of flowing water was now distinctly audible. Upon arriving at the fishing spot downstream, he scrutinized the area. Although the ice remained, it appeared dark and fragile, as if it would shatter with the slightest step. For safety, he first cut a sturdier piece of wood to use as a probing stick. Next, he tied one end of a rope to a tree and secured the other end tightly around his waist, as below lay the reservoir's water storage area, plunging over 10 meters deep. During winter, to prevent freezing, the reservoir had been releasing water, and the undercurrents surged below. Should he fall into the water, he could ascend using the rope, avoiding being swept away by the swift river currents. However, he could not drag the sled onto the river surface, as its weight would exacerbate the ice's fragility. Should it fall into the water, retrieval would be nearly impossible. Without the sled, any fish caught would remain elusive. Once prepared, he grasped the wooden stick, cautiously testing the ice layer as he advanced step by step. Safely arriving at the fishing hole, he exhaled deeply, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the tightly drawn fishing net. Judging by the tension, there must be quite a few fish within. He then struck the ice above the fishing hole with the stick, and before long, the river water surged upward. Grasping the rope firmly, he began to pull upwards. Only upon taking hold did he realize the fishing net had become exceedingly heavy, weighing at least over 100 pounds. Through the rope, he could feel the fish struggling within the net. To prevent any from escaping and to exert more strength, he wound one end of the rope around his arm and pulled with all his might. As the fishing net gradually emerged from the water, Chu Ziheng, eyes wide with anticipation and excitement, fixated on the surface. Suddenly, a golden carp weighing around 3 pounds splashed violently in the net, the water droplets splattering onto his face. He let out a hearty laugh, relishing the refreshing sensation of the cold water on his skin. He continued to pull, and one by one, fish of various sizes were dragged onto the ice, the quantity increasing the deeper he went. Not only were there carps, but also several river fish, by estimation. There were dozens of carps weighing over 2 pounds, along with smaller fish totaling a good dozen pounds. Once he had extracted the entire catch from the water, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the fish with an indescribable joy. He mused that he could send the larger carps to Sun Xiaoxiang, while the smaller ones could be cleaned, coated in flour, and deep-fried or stewed with soy sauce, particularly delectable. He glanced upstream, contemplating how to pack the fish before lowering the net into the shallows. At that moment, the river crabs were large and plump, their shells full and golden. A batch of them would be perfect for steaming on the Lantern Festival for the two of them. The more he thought about it, the more invigorated he felt. So he dragged the fishing net toward the shore. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly heard a series of cracking sounds from beneath the ice, shocking him to his core. His weight, combined with the over 150 pounds of fish, was too much for the thawed ice to bear. As the ice threatened to fracture, he gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the shore, pulling the net with all the speed he could muster. With a resounding crack, the ice beneath the net shattered explosively. Turning back, he saw the fissure spreading like a flash of lightning beneath his feet. "Damn it!" he shouted, gritting his teeth and quickening his pace. Although he was merely a few meters from shore, it felt like a race against death. If it weren't for the net he was dragging, he could have run faster, but the fish within represented his family's future, a promise to his wife. And he could not let go. He ran toward the shore without looking back, but the cracking sounds seemed to pursue him like a relentless demon. Just as he reached the shore, at the moment the ice erupted beneath him, he leaped onto the bank, yet the net fell back into the water. The sudden tug of the net nearly threw him off balance, and realizing he was about to plunge into the river, he quickly dropped to the ground, gripping the net tightly to stabilize himself and avert disaster. Heart racing, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly tied the rope of the net to a nearby tree. He thought that once on the shore, he would be safe, as he slowly began to transfer the fish onto the sled. Just as he contemplated sitting down to rest, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback as a group of over a dozen men wielding large knives emerged from the surrounding area, encircling him. One of them shouted angrily, "Don't move. Raise your hands." Chu Ziheng furrowed his brow, casting a cold and stern glance at the crowd. He surmised from their attire that they were the militia from Tianjin village. Exhausted and weary, he knew he stood no chance against these burly men. If things escalated, he could very well end up beaten, or worse, killed if they struck him with intent. He gradually loosened his grip on the mountain knife and coldly replied, "I am not a villain. Why should I raise my hands?" As his words fell, his gaze swept across the group and landed on a towering man with a sinister expression, brandishing a belt. The man approached and growled, "I am Lu Dawei, the militia captain and reservoir guard of Qianjin village. What is your name? Where do you come from? And what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng thought to himself that he had truly stumbled into a dangerous situation. The early river and the early reservoir were under the jurisdiction of Qianjin village, and relations between Qianjin village and Gangwei camp had always been strained due to the ownership of the forest in the back mountains. If he claimed to be from Gangwei camp, he would undoubtedly be met with violence. With a chuckle, he replied, "Why do you care who I am? I'm just a poor farmer." Lu Dawei narrowed his eyes, contemplating that if the man were truly of a certain class, he couldn't act too rashly. He then pointed his belt menacingly at Chu Ziheng's nose and shouted, "I demand to know your surname, your name, where you come from, and what you are doing here. I haven't inquired about your background. If you wish to avoid a beating, you better speak the truth." Chu Ziheng showed no sign of fear, glaring back at Lu Dawei, realizing that if he allowed himself to be intimidated, he would not escape unscathed. These individuals would use the pretext of seizing collective assets to skin him alive. He needed to confront them with firmness. With a cold snort, he declared, "I am from Hongxing village, here to catch some fish. I am a genuine Red 5 class. Go ahead and try touching me." Lu Dawei smirked with disdain and replied, "So that fishing net belongs to you, does it? You dare to brazenly seize our collective assets? I've been waiting for you for several days. Now, you tell me what you intend to do." Chu Ziheng sneered coldly, "What do you want to do?" Lu Dawei snorted and commanded, "Bind him and take him back, then send someone to Hongxing village to verify his identity." Chu Ziheng thought to himself that if they managed to take him back, he would be in dire straits. On one hand, they could accuse him of seizing collective assets, and on the other, they could label him a capitalist roader. Just that one label could be enough to have him paraded and denounced in public. He could not surrender easily. Even if it meant abandoning the fish, he had to find a way to escape. Once he returned to Gangwei camp, they would have no means to deal with him. As a militiaman approached with a rope in hand, ready to bind him, he seized the opportunity. Suddenly grasping the militiaman's neck, he swiftly drew his mountain knife and pressed it against the militiaman's throat, shouting, "Everyone step back. Otherwise, I will kill him. Step back." In the midst of their astonishment, Lu Dawei glared furiously, commanding loudly, "Are you trying to revolt? Let him go and put down the knife." Chu Ziheng's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "If you do not wish for him to perish, then step back. Otherwise, approach me. For I alone am sufficient. If I kill two, I shall gain one. Come on." The militiaman, trembling with fear under the blade pressed against his throat, stammered, "Comrade, please calm down. We can discuss this." Chu Ziheng bellowed, "I swear, you wretched fool. I will count to 3, and all of you will retreat. 1, 2. Lu Dawei, witnessing the fierce glint in Chu Ziheng's eyes, began to feel anxious, realizing that this young man was capable of anything. If he harmed one of their own, it would be challenging to justify upon returning to the brigade. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and urged, "Do not act impulsively. We will withdraw. Everyone, step back." As the crowd retreated, Chu Ziheng tightened his grip on the militiaman and moved backward as well. He contemplated that remaining in a standoff was futile, and engaging in a fight would be unwise. Should a dozen militiamen charge at him simultaneously, he would have no chance to retaliate. The best course of action was to find a way into the forest, for there lay his territory, his dominion. He retreated to the sled, noticing that Lu Dawei and the others had backed off to a distance of several meters. With a swift kick, he sent the militiaman tumbling to the ground, seized his bow, and turned to flee. Lu Dawei raised his belt menacingly and shouted, "After him! Catch him!" Without looking back, Chu Ziheng dashed into the dense thicket. A glance over his shoulder revealed Lu Dawei and his crew, usually so boastful, running like tortoises through the woods. A smirk crept across his lips as he chose a path dense with trees and plunged into the underbrush. As Chu Ziheng's figure receded into the distance, Lu Dawei, in his haste, slipped and found his face hurtling towards the ground, helplessly collapsing. The militiamen behind him, stifling laughter, rushed to assist, saying, "Captain, are you all right?" Wiping the snow from his face, Lu Dawei thought that if he did not subdue Chu Ziheng today, he would have no face to return. Henceforth, the fish at the reservoir would be fair game for anyone. Furiously brushing the snow from his face, he shouted, "Pursue him. I shall flay him alive today." No sooner had he spoken than a militiaman nearby exclaimed in dismay, tumbling to the ground. Lu Dawei roared, "You inept fools! Get up and chase him!" Deep within the thicket, Chu Ziheng, hearing Lu Dawei's booming voice echoing through the forest, could not help but scoff. He then climbed a tall tree, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. After chasing for quite some time without sight of any figure, Lu Dawei mused that it was impossible for Chu Ziheng to have vanished so swiftly. He must be hiding somewhere. He promptly ordered, "Everyone split up and pursue. Alert the group upon spotting him." As the others scattered into the depths of the thicket, he pressed on. Chu Ziheng watched as Lu Dawei approached his hiding spot, searching left and right. Amusement and exasperation danced in his heart. Did they not consider the footprints on the ground or bother to look up at the trees? They were behaving like fools, merely glancing around aimlessly. He narrowed his eyes coldly as he observed Lu Dawei preparing to leave, seizing the opportunity to leap forward. Just as Lu Dawei turned, he executed a suspended double kick aimed directly at Lu Dawei's chest. With a muffled grunt, Lu Dawei was propelled backward several meters, landing on his back with his limbs flailing in the air, his vision swirling into a haze. Grasping his collar, he found himself struggling to breathe. Unable to utter a sound, his eyes wide with rage as he gasped desperately for air, Chu Ziheng cast a detached glance at him, contemplating sparing his life for the moment, intending to deal with the others first. He then turned and sprinted in another direction, finding a larger mound of snow to burrow into. He wriggled his limbs, allowing the snow to cover him, leaving only his eyes visible to the outside world. Before long, he noticed a militia member approaching, glancing around nervously. Suddenly, he sprang from the snow pile. Just as he intended to land a punch on the militia man, he was taken aback to see the man collapse in fear, convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. Chu Ziheng gaped in astonishment, wondering at the man's cowardice. Surely, he could have at least exchanged a few blows. Raising his gaze, he spotted several more militia members rushing toward him, eliciting a chuckle from him as he turned to flee toward the dense forest. He thought to himself that they could flounder around in confusion while he made his escape with the fish he had painstakingly caught. He would not allow them to benefit from his hard work. Upon reaching the riverbank, he wasted no time resting and loaded the fish and net onto the sled, pulling it away. After a strenuous climb to the top of the rear mountain, he finally allowed himself a moment to breathe. Just then, he overheard voices nearby. With urgency, Chu Ziheng dragged the sled behind a large rock and concealed himself behind a tree, holding his breath to listen intently. As he drew closer, he recognized the speaker as Sun Kaiyan. At that moment, Sun was saying, "Captain Chow, this entire rear mountain, extending to the pine forest ahead, falls within the jurisdiction of our guard camp as Timberland. There were a few forest rangers here before, but they all quit due to fears of wild beasts. Now, this area remains unmonitored, and the guard camp personnel frequently sneak in to cut down trees for firewood, recklessly destroying collective property." Chow Hongyi scanned the forest ahead with a smile, inquiring, "Speaking of wild beasts, I seem to recall that Chu Ziheng is a hunter. Does he not often venture into the mountains to hunt?" Sun Kaiyan chuckled to himself, sensing an opportunity to lodge a complaint. Chu Ziheng, who often berated him, would surely be in for a reckoning. He feigned indignation as he replied, "Captain Chow, that Chu Ziheng is not a good person. You might not be aware, but he is lawless and acts with impunity. He bullies and berates the village and the brigade's leadership at will. His wife belongs to the black class. And when Zhao Guoqiang attempted to reprimand her while he was alive, Chu Ziheng broke his leg. Furthermore, he even broke Sun Juzi's arm just for disapproving of his actions. Now he can't even pick up chopsticks." The villagers of Gangwei camp avoided him as if he were the embodiment of a plague. As the captain of the militia, "You must impart a stern lesson to that rogue, that bully." Upon hearing this, Chu Ziheng silently vowed that Sun Kaiyan would have to wait for his reckoning. A flicker of impatience crossed Chow Hongyi's eyes. He thought to himself that he did not come here to listen to petty grievances and wondered why so much triviality was being uttered. This one is worthless, and that one is a rogue. Did they really believe they could remain untainted? He coldly interjected, "I asked whether Chu Ziheng frequently ventures into the mountains to hunt. Just answer my questions." Sun Kaiyan, taken aback by Chow Hongyi's evident annoyance, quickly bent over backward to comply, saying, "Indeed, Chu Ziheng goes hunting in the mountains quite regularly. While others can barely afford cornmeal, his family dines on meat daily, even roasting lamb legs." Chow Hongyi then darkly inquired, "So, it follows that Chu Ziheng must be quite familiar with the surrounding environment. including the border? Sun Kaiyan nodded affirmatively, absolutely. He has accompanied his father into the mountains since childhood. He knows every blade of grass and tree within 100 miles. Chao Hongyi narrowed his eyes, realizing that only someone well acquainted with the border would have the greatest likelihood of encountering the Russians. Gangwei Camp is itself a border village, providing its inhabitants with unique opportunities to serve as spies, particularly someone like Chu Ziheng, who frequently traverses the mountains. With this thought, he coldly concluded, "All right, let us return." As he observed the departing figures of the two men, Chu Ziheng contemplated that Chao Hongyi suspected him of being a spy. No wonder that fellow had spoken to him in such a sarcastic manner before. He had thought he was merely inquiring about his hunting endeavors. Since he conducted himself with integrity and propriety, he had no fear of such suspicions. Let them ask as they please, let them investigate as they wish. As for Sun Kaiyan, it seemed his skin had tightened again. Once he sold this batch of fish, he would ensure to give him a good scolding. Noticing that his rest was nearing completion and the sky was darkening, he dragged his sled back to Gangwei Camp. To avoid being seen, he deliberately took a circuitous route home. Lu Yuqing, anxiously gazing at the meal on the table, wondered why Ziheng had not yet returned when she heard the sound of the front door. She quickly dashed out of the house, smiling as she exclaimed, "You're back. Ziheng, you must be tired. Take a moment to rest. I was just thinking about when you would return." Chu Ziheng stretched his sore shoulders and replied with a smile. "The mountains have thawed, and I was slow dragging the sled, but I managed to bring back this catch." He presented the fish to his wife. "What do you think of these?" Lu Yuqing, noticing that the fish was still gasping for breath, exclaimed with delight, "This carp is splendid. Look, it's still alive." Chu Ziheng opened the fishing net and took out a large carp, grinning, "This one is for us. I'll clean the smaller ones shortly. They can be salted, fried, or stewed." Lu Yuqing accepted the carp with a tender gaze, saying, "You've worked all day? Go rest. I will prepare the fish and brew you a pot of wine so you can unwind this evening." Observing her endearing demeanor, Chu Ziheng thought to himself that he ought to give that Lu Dawei a sound thrashing today, to not disappoint my wife's joyful spirit. While Lu Yuqing was preparing fish, he meticulously took each fish from the net and placed them in the snow pit. He thought to himself that with the transition from day to night, it would be wise to keep the fish outside overnight for preservation, planning to deliver them to the town early the next morning. After all, the production team's cart remained at his home, and it would be foolish not to utilize it. As he counted while retrieving, he noted that there were 26 carp weighing over 2 pounds and 28 white catfish exceeding 3 pounds, along with a large basin filled with smaller fish. He mused that although white catfish may not be as delectable as carp, they were still a delicacy not easily afforded by the common folk. He had not promised Sun Xiaoxiang that it would be solely carp. Once everything was arranged, Chu Ziheng washed his face and settled onto the Kong, just as Lu Yuqing brought forth aromatic carp and warm liquor to the table. She poured him a cup of wine, smiling as she said, "Ziheng, you must be exhausted today, hauling so many fish from the early river. One can only imagine how arduous it was. I'll prepare some hot water for you shortly, so you can wash up and warm your feet, ensuring you have a comfortable night's rest." Chu Ziheng couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear wife, why are you so good to me? I feel as though I am a king." Lu Yuqing replied gently with a smile, "Then you should treat me well too. I was thinking, now that the weather has warmed up, I would like to accompany you and Wanwan to the town tomorrow to have a look around." Chu Ziheng savored a sip of wine, his face radiating enjoyment. "If my wife wishes to speak, how could I refuse? However, we must rise early tomorrow. Since Chao Hongyi has become the militia captain, he has been suspicious of me, keeping a close watch." "Suspicious of you?" Lu Yuqing's eyes flashed with indignation as she coldly remarked, "He hardly sees you as a spy. It's a blatant slander against a good person. I had hoped that with the change in the garrison's leadership, there would be decent individuals, but it appears they are all the same." Yet, Chu Ziheng, with a smile, picked up some food dismissively and said, "There's no need to be angry. He can say whatever he likes. We shall continue with our lives, unbothered by him. Now, let us eat quickly and go to bed early. Tomorrow, we'll go to the town and buy some nice things for you too."